As a result, suspicions have arisen about whether the Luo family's proximity to Duanyi is for a particular purpose. Our team has been dispatched to investigate Luo Shuyan's location and background. It should be swiftly resolved, ensuring your peace of mind. Commander, the superiors hope that you can discern the true intentions of the Luo family. The May Day holiday is an excellent opportunity for this. A representative will come here to meet with Luo Qingyuan in person during that time, prioritizing your safety. The military highly values this and will provide additional security personnel for you. When Duan Cheng heard about the addition of security personnel, his expression darkened. I have retired. Don't you understand what that means? Wang Zezan, looking troubled, was about to speak further when Duan Cheng cut him off. Enough of your incessant chatter. When that brat arrives, I will speak to him personally. Wang Zezan breathed a sigh of relief. Understood. Duan Cheng stated, enough, leave now. Why linger here? Wang Zezan immediately saluted before turning and departing. Duan Cheng settled back into his seat, continuing to review the materials left by Wang Zezan. The first set included background checks on the Luo family, focusing especially on Luo Qingyuan's experiences. The second set contained details on Luo Shuyan's unresolved background, along with every detail of Luo Qingyuan and Duanyi's acquaintance in Kyoto, leaving no stone unturned. This information was highly classified, evident from the fact that Wang Zezan personally delivered the hard copies to him. If any issues were discovered with the Luo family, the engagement would be nullified. Duan Cheng began to worry. He couldn't discuss this matter with Duanyi. Everything had to wait until the investigative team uncovered Luo Shuyan's background before considering their next move. Duan Cheng wasn't sure of the exact locations of Duanyi's two cousins. However, if he recalled correctly, Duanyi's eldest cousin had led a team on high-level missions in the area where Luo Shuyan was based. Duanyi was now married, and from their last conversation, Duan Cheng could sense that Duanyi cared deeply for Luo Qingyuan. He feared not for anything else but the cleanliness of Luo Shuyan's background, dreading a confrontation between Duanyi's eldest cousin and Luo Shuyan. Duan Cheng sighed. What a mess. Where did this Luo Qingyuan come from? Why did he appear so suddenly? Wasn't it Ji Nuan, that young girl? Duan Cheng didn't want to intrude on the privacy of the younger generation daily, but these identity details had to be disclosed. As Duan Cheng pondered, Wang Zezan returned. Duan Cheng asked, yes. Wang Zezan seemed embarrassed. Commander, there is information about your grandson, Duanzi, investigated by the intelligence team. Duan Cheng's eyes widened. What? After inspecting the report, he slammed it down in frustration. The Shen family. They were also a prominent family in Kyoto. His two most well-behaved grandsons had caused such a surprise. Wang Zezong added, detailed information about the Shen family will also be delivered tonight. Duan Cheng waved his hand wearily. That's enough. Please leave. Wang Zezong saluted. Yes, Commander. Farewell. As he gazed at the documents on the table, Duan Cheng rubbed his bald head, murmuring, why would these two kids be involved? Hopefully, both the Luo and Shen families are clean. Duan Cheng felt uncertain. Were these businessmen truly clean? At that time, Luo Qingyuan was completely unaware that the information she had worked so hard to hide was now transparent to Duan Cheng, and his subordinates hadn't noticed anything amiss. At 11 in the morning, Duanyi was awakened by Luo Qingyuan. Wake up quickly. Let's eat first. After eating, we'll head home to rest. Duanyi slowly shook off his drowsiness. Luo Qingyuan got out of the car first, then went to open the car door for Duanyi, who was still somewhat dazed in the passenger's seat. Stooping in front of him, Luo Qingyuan waved his hand. What's wrong? Still not fully awake, Duanyi shook his head, furrowing his brow as he touched his chest. I don't know why. I just feel a bit anxious. Quickly, Luo Qingyuan patted his head. You don't have a fever. You must be tired. Rest a bit, and you'll feel better. Duanyi nodded and pushed aside the slight uneasiness he felt. All right, let's eat first. I'm starving. At this moment, in H City, Twin Zigon had just gone out to buy groceries and returned home, only to see Shen Nianian leaning at the door, which made him somewhat silent. What are you doing here again? Shen Nianian had been clinging to him every day since they met, and he was originally planning to go home this weekend. But his boss had assigned him to work on a report yesterday, so he had to stay. With only one day left today, he didn't feel like going home, so he went to the neighboring fresh market early in the morning to buy some groceries to cook. Who knew? Shen Nianian came again? Shen Nianian was leaning on a cane, and upon hearing Duan Zigang's words, she seemed visibly displeased, pouting. Why are you so heartless? I'm injured like this, and you have no sympathy at all. Despite being business partners, what's wrong with me coming over for a meal? Duan Zigang coldly observed her. Initially, he thought Shen Nianian was clinging to him because she only knew him here, but upon deeper thought, he began to feel differently. Feeling a bit embarrassed under Duan Zigang's gaze, Shen Nianian still raised her pretty face to look at him. Duan Zigang, move aside. Shen Nianian felt that Duan Zigang was simply a stubborn straight-laced man. How could he be so cold towards a beauty like her? Shen Nianian felt wronged, tears welling up in her eyes. Duan Zigang's heart tightened slightly. He was not one to explain things usually, but this time, he explained, even softening his tone. If you don't move, how can I open the door? Shen Nianian immediately raised her head, her look of grievance disappearing instantly, replaced by Joe. You should have said so earlier. You made me so sad. Saying this, Shen Nianian hopped on one foot towards Duan Zigang, not needing the cane anymore. Seeing this, Duan Zigang felt a bit worried and couldn't help but reach out to support her. Be careful. Shen Nianian visibly cheered up, her small hand gripping his sleeve, smiling like a little son. Great. Duan Zigang helplessly shook his head, took out the key from his pocket, and opened the door. Shen Nianian followed Duan Zigang into the house and sat on the sofa. Duan Zigang, I'll go cook, you rest here. Shen Nianian blinked lightly. Big brother Duan is indeed a good man. I can't cook at all. If someone marries you in the future, wouldn't they be lucky? Duan Zigang walked towards the kitchen while saying, Really? I don't like women who can't cook. What? Shen Nianian was shocked and began to argue. Is not knowing how to cook such a terrible thing? Of course, Duan Zigang knew why Shen Nianian was so astonished. In this era, not knowing how to cook wasn't a big deal with so many takeout options and domestic services available. But Duan Zigang didn't want Shen Nianian to know this. So, Duan Zigang slightly smirked, pretending not to have heard anything. Shen Nianian was really anxious. Were all those things on the internet true? Do you really have to capture a man's heart through his stomach? Shen Nianian quickly sent a WeChat message to Luo Qingyuan. Urgent. Duan Zigang says he doesn't like women who can't cook. Luo Qingyuan was having dinner with Duan Yi. When her phone rang, she instinctively glanced at it and quickly forwarded all the recipes she had saved online to Shen Nianian. Shen Nianian felt overwhelmed and replied, I, the noble Miss Shen, have to learn how to cook to chase a man. My world is falling apart. Luo Qingyuan, how about you come back, and I'll have someone who can cook come and take over from me. Shen Nianian immediately replied with a grimace. How dare you? Just seeing these two words made Luo Qingyuan burst into laughter. Duan Yi looked at her strangely. What's wrong? Luo Qingyuan put down her phone and said, My best friend just said that the man she likes doesn't like women who can't cook. Isn't it a coincidence? My friend is a kitchen killer, just like my grandmother. Duan Yi, huh? In this day and age, not being able to cook is no big deal. Ordering takeout is the same, right? Luo Qingyuan glanced at Duan Yi and tentatively asked, Duan Yi, does your brother dislike women who can't cook? This was today's main point. After all, Shen Nianian was her best friend, and Luo Qingyuan was always thinking of her. As Duan Yi ate, he casually sold out Duan Zigang. No, my brother is icy on the outside but warm on the inside. At home, he used to do most of the cooking whenever he had time. And my brother, he is a stubborn streak, likes to speak in opposites. Luo Qingyuan sneakily turned on the recording and started prompting. It seems like you're better off with your brother. I'm starting to feel a bit afraid of your brother just hearing about him. Is your brother really strict? If I go to your place in the future, will your brother have a cold demeanor? Duan Yi laughed. Silly, of course not. Don't be fooled by my brother's aloof appearance every day. He is actually quite introverted. Luo Qingyuan's eyes lit up. Please elaborate. Duan Yi looked at her. Why are you so nosy? Luo Qingyuan said, The way I see it, you're already married, and your brother is like my brother. As a little sister, I need to watch out for you. If there's a suitable one, I need to know how to win over your brother, right? Duan Yi chuckled. In that case, I should tell you in detail. Luo Qingyuan perked her ears to listen. Duan Yi then said, Good men are afraid of nagging women. Luo Qingyuan blinked. Duan Yi continued. My brother is introverted and won't take the initiative, but he's quite emotional. 5 years ago, he cried at home after being dumped by his ex-girlfriend. Luo Qingyuan's mood suddenly lifted. She understood. Duanyi said, I'm telling you all this. It's my brother's dark history. Keep it a secret, okay? Luo Qingyuan smiled, making a zipper motion over her mouth. Don't worry, I won't let your brother know. I can keep a secret. The two exchanged a knowing smile. After committing this unethical act, Luo Qingyuan stared at Duanyi. You've told me your brother's embarrassing story. So what about your own embarrassing moments? Duanyi was still eating energetically. What embarrassing moments do I have? Out of the blue, Luo Qingyuan asked. What about you? Did you cry at home when you were dumped? The food in his mouth suddenly didn't taste good anymore, and Duanyi's face turned red. Why am I crying? I'm not my brother, he said. Duanyi pretended to eat calmly, but his ears turned red, making Luo Qingyuan want to laugh. Luo Qingyuan asked, Really? Duanyi replied, Of course, it's true. Besides, I'm always the one who breaks up with others. When have I ever been dumped? Duanyi was filled with bitterness, knowing he had to keep an eye on Luo Qingyuan in the future and make sure she didn't ask Duanyi about his embarrassing past, otherwise, his bedwetting incident in 6th grade would be revealed. Furthermore, when rejected by non-crossing, his crying was so ugly. He didn't just cry in his brother's arms, but also cried loudly at Duanyi at home. Duanyi got annoyed and even gave him a slap on the back of his head. When he thought about it, Duanyi felt embarrassed, being rejected by non-crossing, dumped by Yinuan. His love history was all a dark past. The more Duanyi thought about it, the more he felt that being a man was really tiring. Luo Qingyuan could barely hold back her smile, thinking that men, with all their toughness, still had a soft side. But to save face for Duanyi, Luo Qingyuan nodded and said, Yeah, Mai is quite impressive. Duanyi added, That's right. My brother is a wimp, but I'm not. Let me tell you, a good daughter-in-law must be obedient. Otherwise, beware that you might be the next one I break up with. Luo Qingyuan lowered her head, almost unable to contain her laughter. Why was Duanyi so cute? Can men be this cute at times? Luo Qingyuan was amazed but nodded obediently. Of course, you won't have that chance. Duanyi responded with a quiet humph, trying to sound aloof, but his smile just couldn't be suppressed. Seeing him like this, even Luo Qingyuan's smile was on the verge of bursting out. In these moments, the couple shared a silent agreement, both avoiding eye contact, their shoulders shaking slightly. A gentle breeze swept through, creating a sweet atmosphere between the two. At this moment, Shen Nianian finished listening to the recording sent by Luo Qingyuan. After laughing for a while, she got out from the sofa, leaving her crutches behind and walking to the kitchen. Entangled with Duanyi for over half a month, she was really tired. It was time for her to make a move. She really liked Duanyi. When it came to love, once it arrives, one must learn to seize it. Miss Shen had never known how to let opportunities slip away. Duanyi was cooking when he noticed her standing at the kitchen door, slightly frowning. What are you here for? He asked. Shen Nianian looked at him with her big round eyes, remaining silent. Duanyi was puzzled, looking at her several times until he finished preparing the last dish, turned off the exhaust fan, and she still didn't speak. Duanyi took off his apron, turned around, and faced her. What do you want to say? Shen Nianian finally spoke up. I have something to tell you. Duanyi looked at her with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Speak up. It's not like I'm keeping you from talking. Shen Nianian's face darkened. Couldn't this man just speak nicely? Regardless, after taking a deep breath, she closed her eyes and said directly, Duanyi, I've fallen for you. Her innocent face turned red. She held onto the wall with one hand, not daring to open her eyes. Feeling embarrassed, Shen Nianian scolded herself inwardly for being so cowardly after all the mental preparation. Duanyi was shocked but could somewhat guess what Shen Nianian meant. He didn't anticipate her to confess so boldly and quickly. Shen Nianian, with her eyes closed and a shy yet brave expression, looked somewhat funny to Duanyi. So, he restrained his smile, turned around to serve the dishes. Shen Nianian, unable to wait for a response, sneakily opened one eye and saw Duanyi walking past her with the dishes. What are you doing? Why are you serving food now? She exclaimed. Without turning back, Duanyi replied. What else? Aren't you hungry? Shen Nianian was about to insist she wasn't hungry, and her stomach growled embarrassingly. That was awkward. She had to touch her stomach, I'm a little hungry. By the time she finished speaking, Wenzi had already placed all the dishes on the table. Shen Nianian excitedly hopped and sat with one foot on a chair opposite Wenzi. Seeing the meat and vegetable dishes on the table, her eyes lit up. Sweet and sour ribs, stir-fry bok choy, and garlic eggplant, her favorites. She quickly took the chopsticks Wenzi passed her and tried to pick up some food. Wenzi reached out and tapped her hand. Shen Nianian exclaimed, "Oh, why did you hit me?" Wenzi calmly looked at her and handed her a wet wipe from under the table. "Wipe your hands, they're dirty." Shen Nianian blushed inexplicably but murmured as she put down the chopsticks and took the wet wipe, "You're really something." After wiping her hands, she eagerly started eating, exclaiming, "This is really delicious." Wenzi couldn't help but sigh at this voracious girl. They finished all the food on the table, and Shen Nianian, satisfied, put down her chopsticks. As Wenzi stood up to clear the dishes, Shen Nianian suddenly remembered she had just confessed, but got distracted by the meal. Full of regret, she scolded herself internally. "Shen Nianian, are you a fool? Can't you eat without confessing your love?" As Wenzi went to wash the dishes, Shen Nianian took several deep breaths and followed him into the kitchen, hopping on one foot. Wenzi was about to start washing the dishes when Shen Nianian rolled up her sleeves, pushed him aside playfully, and said, "Let me do it. You shouldn't cook and wash dishes, I'll take care of it." Wenzi remained silent for a moment and then said cautiously, "Can you stand steadily? Your foot is still in a cast." Shen Nianian, excitedly, replied, "I can stand firmly." Wenzi didn't quite believe her, prompting Shen Nianian to insist, "Unsteady." But Wenzi clearly wasn't convinced. Shen Nianian, feeling challenged, suddenly said, "You don't believe me, do you? Watch me jump then." Shen Nianian tried to jump but Wenzi stopped her. Looking up at him, Shen Nianian said, "I was going to show you my jump." Wenzi replied, "I'm not looking." Shen Nianian urged, "Just a quick look." "I really can." Wenzi, feeling a headache coming on, said, "Or do you want to hop outside?" Shen Nianian persisted, "I want to stay here and..." Before she could finish, Wenzi lifted her effortlessly and placed her on the sofa. "Stay put," he commanded. Shen Nianian, like a startled quail, shrank back, saying, "All right then." With a faint smile, Wenzi left the room. Shen Nianian scolded herself for being weak. She had gone in to confess, but what had she done in the end? Trying to show off her jumping skills to Wenzi? How embarrassing, she sighed softly. Due to the chaos earlier today, Shen Nianian's first confession ended in failure. She couldn't muster the courage to try a second time, while Wenzi pretended as if nothing had happened. Back at her home, Shen Nianian collapsed on her bed, reporting the failed confession to Luo Qingyuan. Wenzi couldn't help but wonder, is this woman lacking determination? If she made more effort, maybe he would fall for her charm. Yet Wenzi didn't make any concrete moves, as he did have some feelings for Shen Nianian, but they weren't at the stage of being together. At that moment, Luo Qingyuan brought Wenyi home. It was 7 p.m. in Kyoto. At the hospital, Nanjang opened her eyes to see Yin Nuan sleeping beside her bed, leaving her stunned as she didn't expect to see Yin Nuan at this time. Nanjang sat up, startling Yin Nuan, who immediately woke up and exclaimed, "Nanjang, you're awake." Nanjang nodded. "Yes, why are you here?" Thinking back to their last encounter at the hospital, they were at odds, so Nanjang had assumed Yin Nuan would keep her distance. Before Yin Nuan could respond, the door creaked open as Che Yue walked in, carrying food. Nanjang looked at Che Yue, who promptly said, "Yin Nuan came to inquire and caused a commotion at the door, so I let her in to avoid a scene." Placing the food on the table, Che Yue showed a hint of annoyance in her eyes. "Yin Nuan, you've seen the person, so you should leave now, right?" Che Yu's words were blunt, making Yin Nuan blush. Nanjang softly called out, "Yue Yue." Che Yu's expression soured even more. "Nanjang, don't you know what kind of person Yin Nuan is? She insults you without reason, tarnishing your reputation. She should keep her distance. It's just you always being kind-hearted, being good to others, but they misunderstand and think you're trying to steal their boyfriend. I don't know where she gets the courage to come up to you like this." Seeing Che Yue becoming increasingly harsh, Yin Nuan lowered her head, her eyes welling up with tears. Nanjang couldn't help but speak firmly, Yue, leave." Che Yue glared at Yin Nuan and then left, reminding Nanjang before exiting, "Remember to eat. Take care of yourself and nourish your body. As the door closed, the hospital room was left with only Nanjang and Yi Nuan. Nanjang's face still pale. She coughed lightly before saying, "Che Yue is spoiled by me. Nuan, don't mind her." Yi Nuan shook her head, rose to pour a glass of warm water for Nanjang, and handed it over. "It's my fault. I was too harsh last time." Nanjang received the water, politely and somewhat distantly thanked her. "Thank you." Yi Nuan wasn't naive. She could clearly sense Nanjang's changed attitude towards her. Feeling a bit despondent, Yi Nuan said, "I came today to visit you and to apologize." Taking a few steps back, Yi Nuan bowed to Nanjang. "Nanjang, I'm sorry." Nanjang showed no emotion, offering a faint smile. "It's okay. Everyone makes mistakes. I understand." Yi Nuan stood up, hesitating in place. Understanding Yi Nuan's expression, Nanjang knew there was more to the visit than just well wishes and apologies. After a moment of silence, Yi Nuan spoke. "I want to know about Duanyi." Nanjang's gaze turned slightly cold. "Yi Nuan, since you parted ways, each of you should move on. He's married now, you do know that." Yi Nuan lifted her head, her face composed. "Nanjang, he was mine first. If that woman was you, maybe I'd accept it, but she's not you. The woman he found to provoke us, that's his third." Nanjang was taken aback by Yi Nuan's words. "It was you who helped us back then. That's why Duanyi was with me. I didn't cherish it then, but I realized my mistakes now." Nanjang found it somewhat incredulous. "Yi Nuan, if you realize your mistake, why persist?" Yi Nuan chuckled. "There are no outsiders now. Nanjang, I have one question for you. Are you content?" Nanjang couldn't help but find it amusing. "Yi Nuan, whether I am content or not, what difference does it make? It's better to preserve a dignified image in his mind than to pester him relentlessly, right?" "I don't think so. The scheming woman who insinuated herself into his life is despicable." Nanjang, now serious, asked, "What are you trying to do?" Yi Nuan smiled faintly. "I'm just a woman. What can I do?" With that, Yi Nuan picked up her bag, ready to leave. "Nanjang, thank you for coming to the bar to save me despite our past. Though you may not need me, I want to say, if you ever need me, feel free to ask. As long as you ask, I'll do my best to help. Take care and rest well. I won't bother you anymore." With that, Yi Nuan turned and walked out. Nanjang hurriedly said, "Yi Nuan, after you graduate, I can use my connections to arrange a teaching position in a high school for you. You'll meet better people and have a brighter future. I hope you won't do anything foolish." Yi Nuan paused. Without turning back, she said, "Nanjang, I don't understand. If you liked him so much, why did you push him towards me?" Nanjang was momentarily speechless, while Yi Nuan pushed open the door and left, leaving Nanjang standing there blankly. Outside, it had started drizzling again, a cold breeze seeping in through the window, making Nanjang feel chilly. Che Yue entered, grumbling as she went to close the window. "I used to think Yi Nuan was a cute junior. Now want to slap myself for being so blind. How could I have been so foolish in the past? She alone can cause such chaos among us." Keeping silent, Nanjang received the food Che Yue handed her. Che Yue continued, "Nanjang, just watch out. Getting involved with such a woman might lead to her causing further trouble." Nanjang responded, "Yi Nuan is just a girl. It can't be that bad." Che Yue retorted, "What's wrong with a girl? Don't underestimate a woman's fighting spirit. She's tougher than your average haters." Indignant, Che Yue added, "If she comes looking for me again, give me an excuse to push her away." Finally, Che Yu's expression softened. "All right, this is the best solution. Also, you should have a bodyguard by your side. This situation, Coco has already set it up." Nanjang was still a bit lost. "Huh, is it necessary to be so high profile?" Che Yue stated firmly. "Nanjang, now that we're rising stars, we're no longer extras or minions. Look." Saying this, Che Yue pulled out several drama contracts from her bag. "Look, we have several major female lead scripts. The response to Cloud Robe Legend has been very good, with high levels of fan enthusiasm and stickiness. Kick's sister said that in the future, anytime there is a good script, it will be sent to you first." Non-Crossing set down the bowl in excitement and took the script from Che Yu's hand. Che Yue was also very happy. After all, Non-Crossing had really worked hard for many years, and finally, she was about to break through. "No, She had already made a breakthrough. Che Yue looked at Non-Crossing, who was reading the script, and couldn't help but feel her eyes welling up with tears. How easy is it for a star to walk this path? Over the years, many top directors extended an olive branch, but Non-Crossing never accepted them. It was because Non-Crossing had always been unwilling to take shortcuts by accepting unwritten rules, so she broke through only in her 20s. With Non-Xing's looks, she should have had a place in the entertainment industry when she entered the girl group at 18. Perhaps giving up on Wenyi was the right choice for Non-Crossing. After all, to have a bright future as a star, there can't be any scandals. 10 o'clock at night, Yi Nuan returned to Qingnian Road, her warm home. Today was the day her mother was released from detention, but Yi Nuan did not go to pick her up. She figured everyone inside the house knew what awaited her when she crossed that threshold. After psyching herself up countless times at the door, Yi Nuan finally pushed it open and walked in. However, instead of the scolding she imagined, the house was quiet. Yi Nuan walked in with some confusion and saw Yi Xiaoshan already asleep on the couch. Yi Nuan walked over and woke him up. "Xiaoshan, did Mom come back?" Yi Xiaoshan rubbed his eyes and nodded. "She came back, but Mom said she went to play cards and told me to sleep first." After speaking, Yi Xiaoshan touched his stomach. "Sister, there's no food at home. I'm hungry." Hearing this, Yi Nuan felt a pang of heartache and couldn't help but pat Yi Xiaoshan's head, saying, "It's sister's fault for coming back late. How about I order takeout for you now?" Yi Xiaoshan nodded excitedly. "Can I have egg fried rice, please?" Yi Nuan nodded and said with a smile, "Of course, sister has been making money recently, so Xiaoshan can have whatever he wants." Xiaoshan clapped his hands happily. "Can I have an extra egg?" Yi Nuan nodded vigorously. "Of course." Yi Xiaoshan bounced around happily on the sofa, repeating, "Sister is so good ... Yi Nuan looked down to order takeout for Yi Xiaoshan. After placing the order, she smiled as she watched him eagerly anticipating the meal. It was Yi Xiaoshan's happy expression that strengthened Yi Nuan's resolve. 45 minutes later, the delivery arrived. Yi Nuan brought in the food and placed it on the table, and Yi Xiaoshan eagerly rushed over. Yi Nuan said, "Xiaoshan, finish your meal and then go to bed. Sister will take you back to school tomorrow." Xiaoshan seemed to sense something and asked, "Sister, are you going out again?" Yi Nuan rubbed his head. "Yes. Sister is going to find Mom." Xiaoshan smiled and said, "Then sister, please come back soon." Yi Nuan nodded and changed into a black sports pants and jacket, carrying a black bag and wearing a black hat, then left. Only after Yi Nuan left did the worried expression on Xiaoshan's face replace his smile. There were many bad people where Mom went to play cards. Xiaoshan was really scared. So as soon as Yi Nuan left, he used his watch phone to call Duanyi. Xiaoshan's watch phone only had contacts for 3 people: Mom, sister, and Duanyi. At this moment, Duanyi had just finished showering and was lounging on the couch with Luo Qingyuan, watching TV. They had napped the whole afternoon after returning at noon, so they weren't tired now. Duanyi was a bit surprised when he received the call. "Xiaoshan." Xiaoshan's young voice came through the phone. "Brother Yi, sister went to find Mom." Duanyi sat up on the couch, followed by Luo Qingyuan, who turned off the TV. "Xiaoshan, can you explain it more clearly?" Duanyi turned on the speakerphone. Xiaoshan said, "Brother Yi, Mom just came back today and went out to play cards. Sister came back, ordered takeout for me, and went out. There are many bad people where Mom plays cards, and they have beaten me and sister before. I'm afraid sister won't be able to handle them." Duanyi responded, "Okay, Xiaoshan, don't worry, your sister will be fine." After speaking, when he wanted to hang up the phone, Xiaoshan said, "Brother Yi, I just want sister, I don't want Mom." Duanyi and Luo Qingyuan exchanged glances and froze simultaneously. Xiaoshan asked, "Brother Yi, sister will be okay, right?" Duanyi replied, "She will be fine." Xiaoshan said, "Can you help me find her? Brother Yi, when I grow up, I'll repay you." Duanyi subconsciously looked at Luo Qingyuan, and she nodded. "So," Duanyi said, "Xiaoshan, don't worry, your sister will be safe. Brother promises you, okay?" Xiaoshan nodded. "Thank you, brother." Duanyi hung up the phone. Luo Qingyuan asked, "Where will Yi Nuan's mother go?" When this was mentioned, Duanyi's expression turned slightly grim. Where else could she go? She must have gone gambling again. After being in detention for so long, she's probably itching to gamble. They couldn't believe she couldn't resist after just one day out. How strong was that gambling addiction? Hearing this, Luo Qingyuan got up from the couch. What are you standing there for? Put on some clothes and let's go. Duanyi hesitated. I can call my brothers. Luo Qingyuan asked, are you closer, or are your brothers closer? Duanyi carefully recalled the gambling location of Yin Nuan's mon, and couldn't help but smile wryly. It seems that we really are closer. Without even changing out of her pajamas, Luo Qingyuan put on a coat. I'll make the calls to mobilize them faster. You hurry and change shoes. Duanyi instinctively asked, Qingyuan, aren't you angry? Luo Qingyuan glanced at him. Of course, I'm angry. But we have to resolve the situation before getting angry. Once tonight is over, I'll find a solution that ends everything. Duanyi wanted to inquire about the solution, but seeing Luo Qingyuan already on the phone, he kept quiet. By this time, Yin Nuan had reached the entrance of Yanhe Alley. Although it was late, many people were gathered there smoking and playing cards. Yin Nuan held a metal rod pulled out from her bag, emitting an aura warning people not to approach her. The men who had intended to flirt with her saw the object in Yin Nuan's hand, and each thought, could she be an experienced fighter? At the end of Yanhe Alley, there is a flat courtyard where the nose inside is very loud and crowded with people. There are many lawn tables with dice and money placed on top, and each table is surrounded by a group of people. Yin Nuan entered at this time. Everyone was busy gambling, and few people noticed Yin Nuan. Almost everyone inside was smoking, and the smoke was so thick that it was difficult to see clearly. Yin Nuan made her way through table after table until she finally found the crazed Chen Li at a table in the corner. At that moment, Chen Li was holding a cigarette, staring at the table with excitement, shouting, bake, 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 bake. Yin Nuan weaved through the crowd and walked to the other side of the table, placing her hands on the edge. The banker said, hurry up. Place your baits. It's about to start. You know the rules, no backing out. The atmosphere around grew even more lively. Everyone was passionate, shouting at the top of their lungs. Yin Nuan watched coldly, and just when everyone was expecting something, Yin Nuan suddenly exerted all her strength and lifted the lawn table, causing a loud crash. Red bills flutter in the air like confetti at a bar party. Yin Nuan felt extremely relieved, and all the people quieted down. The gazes of everyone in the room changed from excitement, blankness to finally anger. When Chen Li saw Yin Nuan, she was shocked, almost bulging her eyes out. The scene began to turn serious. Who the hell are you? You come to stir things up. Someone angrily shouted, and many people dropped their cigarettes and closed in on Yin Nuan. When a person reaches a breaking point, they fear nothing. Yin Nuan had nothing to lose, only a miserable life, but she dared to confront these people. So, Yin Nuan looked at Chen Li and said, Mom, still want to gamble? Everyone present knew each other, so most of them recognized Chen Li. Upon hearing that she was her daughter, they chuckled. Chen Ya, so this is your daughter. She looks young, but she has quite the temper. Chen Ya, do you not educate your daughter? If you don't, let me educate her for you. So this is Chen Ji's daughter. Just so you know, you owe me 20,000. Why not let your daughter repay the debt? Chen Li was sweating. Gentlemen, it's my fault. I failed to discipline my daughter. Please give me face today. I promise to discipline my daughter properly. After speaking, Chen Li squeezed through the crowd to Yin Nuan's side and anxiously said, What are you doing? Apologize to these uncles right away. Yin Nuan stood tall. Why should I apologize to these scoundrels? Yin Nuan's words ignited everyone's anger. Hu Jie said, You little girl, what nonsense are you spouting? If we don't teach you a lesson, you won't know your place in society, right? Chen Li quickly pulled Hu Jie aside. Hu Jie, my daughter is ignorant. She. Before Chen Li could finish, someone grabbed her by the hair and pulled her away. Hu Jie unexpectedly slapped Yin Nuan, knocking off her hat and mask, revealing her beautiful face. Chen Li screamed, Yin Nuan, quick, apologize to Hu Jie. There was a flash of amazement in Hu Jie's eyes. Yin Nuan was indeed beautiful, but he disliked a woman who didn't know her manners. Her behavior was like a time bomb. Yin Nuan wiped the blood from her mouth, her left cheek swollen from the slap, but she still stood her ground, raising the stick in her hand and smashed it down on Hu Jie. Hu Jie touched his bald head, cursed something under his breath, then kicked Yin Nuan in the stomach, sending her flying 3 meters away. Hu Jie had no idea how a powerless woman like Yin Nuan had the courage to threaten him with a stick. Yin Nuan was in intense pain, especially with her abdomen throbbing. tears streaming down her face. Someone grabbed her hair, forcing her to look at the man with tattoos on his face. Hu Jie squatted down, gazing at Yin Nuan with complex eyes. Kneel down 3 times, and I'll pretend that nothing happened today. You can leave with your mother. How about it? Chen Li's face turned pale. She had 2 people pressing her down, making it impossible to pass. She had no choice but to kneel down, begging, Hu Jie, I'll kneel for you. I'm sorry. I was wrong today. Please spare us. The sound of bows hitting the ground echoed throughout the courtyard. Yin Nuan watched coldly, unmoved by the scene, finding it ridiculous. Despite the excruciating pain all over her body, she did not beg for mercy. Instead, she coldly sneered and spat in Hu Jie's face. Berg, you've ruined everything for me. Not only that, but you want me to apologize. I wish I could kill you. Everyone gasped. Even the kowtowing Chen Li stiffened. This was the owner of the place, and no one had ever dared to be so insolent. Hu Jie stood up, and his minions nervously handed him a tissue. Hu Jie wiped his face and laughed scornfully. Then suddenly, his expression darkened. Kill her. Yin Nuan instinctively shielded her head, curling up on the ground as punches and kicks rained down on her. Chen Li screamed at the top of her lungs, but no one listened to her. Yin Nuan felt pain all over, her vision blurred, and her mind clouded. She thought, maybe it would be better if she were killed. Then she wouldn't have to endure all this agony. But amidst these thoughts, images of Duan Yi's face flashed through her mind, and she pondered, if Senior were here, she would never have been bullied like this. Senior would always have her back and protect her, but her Senior would never return. Just then, the door was kicked open. Duan Yi's furious voice rang out. What the hell are you doing? I've had enough of this. Hu Jie's henchmen swarmed in. Duan Yi grabbed a nearby chair and smashed it down swiftly, then strode forward into the chaos. Hu Jie frowned. Who the hell is this? As Hu Jie was about to leave with his men, someone shouted in panic, the cops are here. The cops are here. Hu Jie glared at Chen Li and Yin Nuan. You mother and daughter, I'll remember this. With that, Hu Jie hurriedly made his way to the back door with his men. Meanwhile, Yin Nuan, who had been beaten and left on the ground, caught Duan Yi's eye. Her eyes were swollen, mouth and nose bleeding. Yet she managed to smile and call out to him, Senior. Duan Yi walked towards her, but before he could say anything, Yin Nuan burst into tears, choking, I'm in so much pain. Duan Yi's steps paused for a moment, then he sighed and knelt down. Duan Yi, since you've chosen to call the police, why not come with them? Yin Nuan remembered, but Duan Yi's hand pressed on her shoulder. The ambulance is on its way. Don't move. Yin Nuan obediently listened. She only listened to Duan Yi. Duan Yi was a little annoyed. Do you know, if Xiaoshan didn't call me, maybe the police wouldn't have arrived in time for you today. Her voice was low. She said, I can't rely on the police for everything. As long as I can save my life is enough. After all, Senior, you won't care for me anymore, right? Everyone didn't love her. They all disliked her. They bullied her because she was sensitive, dramatic, and easily influenced by rumors. There used to be seniors willing to spoil her, but later even the seniors were unwilling. Duan Yi's mood was complicated. Those people hit her too hard. Yin Nuan's face was bruised, and she didn't know how badly she was injured. So he wanted to scold her a few words, but how could he be so impulsive? But in the end, he didn't say anything. Duan Yi didn't answer. Chen Li rushed over, crying loudly, Nuan Nuan, Nuan Nuan, how are you? Where are you injured? Ah. Why are you covered in blood? You smelly girl, what are you being stubborn about? Chen Li wanted to help Yin Nuan up, but was afraid of hurting her, so she just stood there at a loss, tears streaming down her face. Yin Nuan didn't even look at Chen Li, only looked at Duan Yi and said, have you heard of crocodile tears? You see? My mom. Chen Li didn't get the joke, but Duan Yi did. At this time, Yin Nuan still had the mood to joke, but she couldn't laugh. Yin Nuan heard the sirens outside. She was in pain all over, but she knew that if she didn't talk to Duan Yi properly now, they wouldn't be able to be alone together again. It was Xiaoshan who fought for her this opportunity, so Yin Nuan reached out to him. Senior, can you not leave me? Tears fell from the corner of Yin Nuan's eyes. She vowed that she would really listen well in the future, no more wild thoughts, no more breakups. Could he give her one more chance? Chen Li also stared at Duan Yi blankly, not knowing what to say for a moment. Where are the wounded? Where are the wounded? Several doctors in white coats ran in. Chen Li immediately responded, here, here. Yi Nuan's consciousness began to blur, and she didn't wait for Duanyi's answer, but in the moment she collapsed, Duanyi held her hand and said, "Yi Nuan, let it go, and live your life well from now on." After all, they used to love each other, and Duanyi still had some reluctance, and Yi Nuan's heart was even more painful than when those people were beating and kicking her just now. Senior really didn't want her anymore. The doctors quickly came. Yi Nuan felt the chaos around her, the nose making her headache. "Doctor, the patient has lost consciousness. Quickly get a stretcher." Yi Nuan mustered the last bit of strength to open her eyes, but she only saw the familiar face glance at her before turning and leaving. Duanyi's figure walked further and further, and the police soon took over the scene. Yi Nuan's vision became increasingly blurred, and she eventually fell into a coma. The police arrested many people, and Yi Nuan was also carried out. Duanyi leaned against the wall of the courtyard, quietly watching Yi Nuan being taken away. Just as Yi Nuan was being lifted into the car, her left hand dropped, and the ring on it also fell off. That ring was bought by Duanyi. Not expensive, just a couple hundred yuan online. Duanyi remembered. It was only 399. Duanyi had already thrown it away on the day Yi Nuan mentioned breaking up, but he hadn't noticed it all these days. She had always worn it. Duanyi walked over, picked up the ring. The ring was well preserved. Even though it was cheap, Yi Nuan had never let it get damaged. Duanyi bent his head, lightly wiped off the dust on it, feeling somewhat helpless. Perhaps, in different circumstances, they really could have continued, but he was no longer the old him. In the end, Duanyi raised his hand and threw the ring over the courtyard wall. It used to be Lu Qingyuan who told him to start from the heart. Now it was his sincere wish. Yi Nuan could also start anew. Life was about ups and downs. No matter what, it would pass. Duanyi also walked towards the alley. Though the sky was dark, the streetlights illuminated his path. That was his home. His whole world was waiting for him to come back. Just as Duanyi stepped out, Lu Qingyuan, who was waiting by the road, walked over with a coat in hand. "Hurry, put this on. Are you cold?" Duanyi stood there stupidly as Lu Qingyuan helped him put on the coat, saying, "I just saw Yi Nuan being taken away in an ambulance, and I was wondering why you hadn't come out yet. It was chaotic inside. I was so worried about you. If you didn't come out, I was really going to go in and find you." Before Lu Qingyuan could finish speaking, Duanyi suddenly reached out and hugged her. Lu Qingyuan was taken aback, then patted his back with concern. "What's wrong? Are you injured somewhere?" Duanyi sighed in satisfaction, holding Lu Qingyuan a bit closer. "No injury. He had practiced martial arts since he was young. How could he be hurt?" Lu Qingyuan, puzzled. "Huh, then why did you suddenly hug me? Missing me?" Duanyi smiled and ruffled her hair, his wife sent in his arms. "Yes. Missing you. Just felt that. At this time, having you by my side is really good." Hearing Duanyi say this, Lu Qingyuan's nervous heart relaxed. She also hugged Duanyi back, saying, "I'll always be here, whether now or in the future. We are people who will walk together for a lifetime." Duanyi's heavy heart finally became light and sweet at this moment. Yes, they were meant to be together for a lifetime. So, understanding and tolerance of each other were really important. Duanyi used to think that this marriage was unexpected and even a bit terrifying. But now, he felt that it all seemed like heaven's arrangement. The right person, no matter how late, will eventually meet. And so, the two held hands and got into the car, heading home. Meanwhile, Yi Nuan was pushed into the emergency room. The doctor quickly came out. "Where are the family members? Where are Yi Nuan's family members?" Chen Li ran over with her purse. "I'm here." "Doctor, the patient has multiple fractures all over the body, needs to undergo tests and surgery as soon as possible. Hurry and pay the fees." With that, the doctor turned back into the emergency room. At this moment, Chen Li finally understood the severity of the situation. Yi Nuan was lying on the bed waiting for help, but all the money had been lost by her in gambling. Where would she get the money? Chen Li had no choice but to call Yi Nuan's father. And so, the lives of Luo Qingyuan and Duanyi seemed to return to a peaceful and sweet time. Their daily routine consisted of going to work together, then going home after work, buying groceries, cooking, and watching TV dramas. Luo Qingyuan, who used to be constantly away from home, now looked forward to coming home every day. The matter with Yi Nuan seemed to have finally ended. Since that day, Duanyi had not heard or seen any trace of Yi Nuan. It was another clear and breezy Friday. Luo Qingyuan was working on documents in the office when she subconsciously checked her watch. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Only 3 more hours until Duanyi finished work. They hadn't spent last weekend together properly, so this weekend, she found a nice place they had to go to. Cheng Suisui knocked on the door, bringing Luo Qingyuan back to reality. Her gentle expression turned serious. "Come in." Cheng Suisui entered with a group of people. "Ms. Luo, the plants in your room need to be replaced." Luo Qingyuan nodded. "Okay." After confirming, Cheng Suisui instructed the workers behind her. "Go ahead." The workers came in and removed all the plants from Luo Qingyuan's room. Just as the workers were about to move the bamboo plant on Luo Qingyuan's desk, she spoke up. "Leave this pot. You can take the rest." Not only Cheng Suisui was surprised, but the workers were as well. Wasn't this pot of bamboo the least valuable in the office? Why was Ms. Luo only concerned about this one? But no one dared to question it. They silently accepted and removed the rest, replacing them with new plants. Cheng Suisui's gaze never left the pot of bamboo. She remembered that since Luo Qingyuan brought this pot of bamboo some time ago, she had taken care of it herself, watering it and all. Cheng Suisui couldn't contain her curiosity. Luo Qingyuan knew without looking that this woman must be gossiping again. If it weren't for the fact that Cheng Suisui had been with her for a long time, Luo Qingyuan would have kicked her out long ago. Luo Qingyuan reluctantly looked up. "What do you want to ask?" Cheng Suisui, caught red-handed, was not embarrassed but rather excited. "Ms. Luo, did Mr. Duan buy this bamboo plant?" Luo Qingyuan readily nodded. "Yes." Cheng Suisui couldn't contain her smile. Looking like a pecking hen. "Luo Qingyuan, isn't there a Western restaurant on People's Road?" Cheng Suisui. "Yes. It's also under your name. I'll inform them to clear all guests tonight and serve you specially." Luo Qingyuan's mood instantly improved. Even the documents on her desk were no longer interesting. What kind of gifts do men like? This question put Cheng Suisui in a dilemma. After being prompted, she tentatively suggested, "Cars, houses, money." Luo Qingyuan glanced at her, making Cheng Suisui lower her head in embarrassment. Surprisingly, Luo Qingyuan laughed. "I think you're right." Cheng Suisui instantly raised her head. "See, who wouldn't love these? The thing is, Ms. Luo, you have more than enough of these things, right?" Luo Qingyuan pondered with a lowered head. "You're right, but how can I discreetly give him these things?" Cheng Suisui glanced at the pensive Luo Qingyuan, then quietly closed the windows and door. "How about saying the company is giving out year-end bonuses? A few tens of thousands?" Luo Qingyuan gave her a look. "The year has just begun. You seem to have endless years." "Huh." Cheng Suisui felt a bit embarrassed. Then, project bonuses or profit sharing? Luo Qingyuan ignored her. Cheng Suisui had to think again. "How about saying it was won in a lottery?" Luo Qingyuan. "What kind of lottery can directly give away $1 million luxury car?" $1 million luxury car. Cheng Suisui's eyes widened. She thought Luo Qingyuan was generous, but she didn't expect this level of generosity. Giving away $1 million just like that. That's not a small sum of money. How long would she have to work to earn $1 million? Cheng Suisui was at a loss, but Luo Qingyuan didn't seem to mind. If she wasn't worried about Duanyi discovering her identity, she would have just given him a villa. Cheng Suisui. "Ms. Luo, it's fine if you want to give a luxury car, but you two haven't been together for long. Wouldn't giving a luxury car directly raise suspicions? Also, shouldn't you pick a day with special significance to give it?" Cheng Suisui made a sensible suggestion. Luo Qingyuan was already thinking about the calendar. Soon, Luo Qingyuan said, "You remind me, his birthday is in 2 months." Cheng Suisui's expression cracked at once. 2 months? Was Luo Qingyuan going to squeeze her dry? "Indeed," Luo Qingyuan said, "during this time, help me think about how to give the car without raising suspicions, and how to celebrate his birthday. It will be his first birthday together. It must be properly celebrated. What kind of surprise could make when you remember it for a lifetime?" Cheng Suisui's eyes dimmed. She regretted speaking out. It looked like she was going to have to work overtime again. Luo Qingyuan picked up her bag. "Let's go." Cheng Suisui was shocked. Go? Go where? Was she going to choose a car now? Luo Qingyuan smiled. "Look at you. Today, we're just going out for dinner. I want to pick a nice bouquet for him, so we're going to the flower market, then pick it up and meet him after work." Cheng Suisui. "Yes, Ms. Luo. Cheng Suisui obediently followed Luo Qingyuan. She was envious, jealous, and resentful. That kid, Duanyi. How long had it been? He had completely changed this workaholic woman known as a tough woman. He was leaving work early now. Most importantly, he was much gentler to their subordinates. That, Cheng Suisui had to thank Duanyi for. But she still couldn't believe that Ms. Luo would buy flowers to please a man. Oh, how extraordinary. The two of them took an exclusive elevator and descended to the flower market. Luo Qingyuan carefully selected a bouquet in the flower market, opting for a mix of champagne roses with jasmine, swiping a card to pay before leaving. In the car, Luo Qingyuan kept thinking, would Duanyi like these little surprises in life? Cheng Suisui asked her, Ms. Luo, did you buy it after seeing the flower language tags on the roses? Luo Qingyuan smiled. Yes and no, the symbolism is good, but the flowers are also beautiful, just like him. The language of champagne roses, reject all ambiguity. Love only you. Cheng Suisui was fed a spoonful of dog food, unexpectedly. Women in love, they always saw everything through rose-colored glasses. Cheng Suisui dropped Luo Qingyuan at the entrance of Duanyi's company and then drove away. Luo Qingyuan stood there holding the bouquet, waiting quietly downstairs. The area was bustling with people, and although Luo Qingyuan appeared very calm, she was somewhat nervous inside. Even though they were already intimate with each other, she still hoped Duanyi would see her holding the flowers. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Duanyi left work on time. Just as he had taken off his clothes, his phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, a smile unconsciously spread across Duanyi's lips. Hello, wife. Luo Qingyuan's face lit up even more upon hearing this term of address. Come downstairs, I'm waiting for you outside the company building. After saying that, Luo Qingyuan hung up the phone. Duanyi was momentarily stunned, and subconsciously walked to the window to look outside. Wanyu patted him from behind. What are you looking at? We're on the 23rd floor. What can you see from here? Duanyi suddenly woke up, realizing that indeed, being so high up, what could he see? So Duanyi grabbed his phone and headed outside without hesitation. Bro, could you tidy up my work clothes? I'll treat you to coffee tomorrow. Wanyu. Huh, where are you going? But Duanyi's figure had already disappeared into the changing room. Another colleague walked in looking bewildered. Why was he rushing like that? He almost bumped into me. Wanyu scratched his head. Bawling. Someone reply. You single guys, obviously never been in a relationship, just busy with work all day. Duanyi looked so anxious, clearly busy looking for his wife. Wanyu immediately had a wry smile. Let's not make it personal. Oh. You know. We've all met Duanyi's wife. No wonder he's in a hurry. If I had such a beautiful and gentle wife at home, my goodness, I'd be even more impatient than Duanyi. Wanyu. Hey. Who invited the vinegar? I'm not saying anything. Just then, everyone's phones started ringing. Colleagues pulled out their phones to see a picture posted in the group chat. It showed Duanyi running downstairs, while Luo Qingyuan handed him a bouquet of flowers. Wanyu. Oh my. Are they feeding us dog food? Joe left downstairs so quickly. Someone reply. It seems he went down with Duanyi. Someone else lamented. All right. Flowers huh? They'll be growing on my grave from now on. The group chat suddenly became lively, with everyone enjoying the updates. Meanwhile, Duanyi was holding the flowers in one hand and leading Luo Qingyuan in the other. Let's go. Let's go home. Walking side by side, Luo Qingyuan smiled and teasingly asked him, Is it your first time receiving flowers? Duanyi felt a bit embarrassed, realizing that indeed, it might be the first time he received flowers in his life. Luo Qingyuan gently shook his hand. Her voice softened. Oh, is it? Duanyi couldn't resist and nodded directly. Yes, yes, thank you. Darling. Luo Qingyuan laughed, then grabbed his hand and, to Duanyi's surprise, tiptoed to lightly kiss him on the cheek. The soft touch left Duanyi bewildered. After the kiss, Luo Qingyuan walked ahead, not waiting for him. Duanyi quickly reacted, and catching up with the flowers still in his hand. Blushing, he said, You're too bold. What if my colleagues see us? I'd die of embarrassment. Luo Qingyuan huffed, So you don't want me to kiss you next time? Duanyi felt a mix of emotions, wanting to laugh, feeling awkward, and a bit flustered. No, you can still kiss me. Fine. Can we kiss further away from the office next time? Seeing Duanyi's conflicted expression, Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but laugh. Being with Duanyi made her incredibly happy. No, I won't kiss you anymore. Dwayne pleaded. No. Please, can I kiss you instead? Is that okay? Luo Kunyuan. I won't let you take advantage. Dwayne. Why do you call it taking advantage? We are a legal couple, do you understand that, wife? Let me explain it to you properly. Luo Kunyuan covered her ears. Oh, I don't want to hear it. The two continued their banter, walking toward the direction of their car as the sun set. Dwayne placed the flowers on the back seat before driving, humming along, feeling content. Wife, guide me. Luo Kunyuan shook her head helplessly. Fine, dear. Dwayne's heart soared instantly. Say it one more time. Luo Kunyuan, however, refrained. Just focus on driving. Dwayne, just one more time, please. Luo Kunyuan remained calm, looking straight ahead. Maybe later tonight. Dwayne fell silent for 2 seconds before suggesting, how about we head home now and skip dinner for now? Luo Kunyuan couldn't help but chuckle at his impatience. Why rush? Let's go eat first. I've been looking forward to this restaurant for a long time. She had just sent the playlist, which would be played on loop in the restaurant later. So romantic. Dwayne sighed. All right, but next time for our date, I'll be the one planning. Luo Kunyuan. Oh. How do you plan it? Dwayne's spirits lifted as he shared his ideas. Around 8 in the morning, I'll take you for breakfast. Then we'll go shopping or trekking outdoors. Around noon, I'll take you to a delicious meal. Then around 5 in the evening, we'll have some tea. And from 7 to midnight, we'll kiss. How does that sound? The earlier plan seemed fine, but Luo Kunyuan fell silent upon hearing the last part. Luo Kunyuan, for 5 hours. Dwayne nodded excitedly. I still think it's too short. Every day together with Luo Kunyuan, he couldn't get enough kisses. Oh God, who can understand this? Luo Kunyuan smelled so good. And her lips were so sweet. Luo Kunyuan. No way. My mouth will hurt the next day. Dwayne laughed. Women are good at playing hard to get, aren't they? Luo Kunyuan was caught off guard, feeling a bit embarrassed, but quickly regained her composure. I'll resist. Dwayne. Protest is invalid, darling. Soon, the two arrived at the Western restaurant. Dwayne marveled at the elegant decor. This restaurant is really upscale. The owner has great taste. Luo Kunyuan chuckled discreetly upon hearing this. If you like it, we can come here often. Dwayne hesitated. I wouldn't dare to come here often. The cost seems quite high. Luo Kunyuan held Dwayne's hand, whispering, Not really. Our company offers discounts here. I signed my boss's name secretly. Dwayne was taken aback. Are you abusing your power? Luo Kunyuan sternly corrected. Nonsense. It's called making the best of resources. Dwayne couldn't contain his laughter. Are you sure you're fine? Luo Kunyuan nodded confidently. I'm fine. Just taking advantage of discounts. I work hard for this, and my boss also silently approves of it. This is the first time I've used this privilege. Luo Kunyuan secretly thought. Indeed, it was the first time, as she had never brought anyone to such a romantic restaurant before, right? Dwayne reached out to pat her head. You mischievous girl, can't take advantage at work, or you'll suffer big losses. Luo Kunyuan nodded seriously. Don't worry, your wife takes work seriously and won't let you down. And with that, the two entered the restaurant. The waiter welcomed them promptly. Miss Luo, Mr. Dwayne, please follow me inside. The two followed the waiter all the way, and it was very quiet along the way, as if there were no one else here except for Luo Kunyuan and Dwayne. As soon as they entered the cafe, the music started playing. Dwayne looked over and saw someone playing the violin and someone playing the piano. Dwayne was surprised. You arranged this? Luo Kunyuan smiled, then nodded. Of course. Who else would it be? Dwayne followed Luo Kunyuan in a daze and sat down. The waiter in a suit came over again with the menu. Sir, you can order now. Dwayne looked at Luo Kunyuan. Do you want to order? Luo Kunyuan smiled and shook her head. You go ahead. So Dwayne had to open the menu. There were many steaks and dishes on the menu, but most importantly, there were no prices listed under each dish. Dwayne hesitated for a moment and then ordered steaks, pasta, and a few other simple dishes, plus 2 cups of coffee. Okay, that's it. Let's order. The waiter smiled and said, Certainly, sir. Dwayne looked around and realized that besides them and the waiter, there was no one else. Dwayne asked, Did you book the whole place? Luo Kunyuan pretended to be innocent. Book the whole place? I've already paid for your meal. How could I afford to book the whole place? The waiter's back was sweating a bit. Wasn't it the boss who said to book the whole place himself? Why did she have to lie? But the waiter quickly came up with an explanation and said with a smile, "Because someone has booked the place after 10 o'clock tonight, so our boss cleared the place early. Since you made a reservation before our clearance, you are currently the only table." After saying that, the waiter nervously looked at Luo Qingyuan and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that her expression hadn't changed. Duanyi said, "Well, our luck is pretty good then." Luo Qingyuan smiled. "Indeed. Just take a look at who made the reservation." The waiter quietly withdrew, feeling the sweat running down his back. These tactics of pleasing men by the boss were so cliché, but he envied it. As long as he could please the boss, it was all good. The steaks and pasta soon arrived. The steak was large, and the pasta serving was generous, almost like two servings elsewhere. Duanyi asked, "Is this restaurant always so generous?" Luo Qingyuan replied, "The owner of this restaurant is indeed generous. You can come here often to eat in the future." While cutting the steak for Luo Qingyuan, Duanyi asked, "Will this be reimbursed by the wife?" Luo Qingyuan raised an eyebrow. "My project bonus will be here next month, and I'll transfer directly to your account. You can come here as often as you like." Duanyi asked, "How much is the project bonus?" Luo Qingyuan gestured with 5 fingers. Duanyi exclaimed, 5,000? Luo Qingyuan shook her head, and Duanyi was shocked. 50,000. Luo Qingyuan nodded. Duanyi said, "Wow, I can't even handle my $8,000 job anymore." Comparing oneself with others can truly be exasperating. His elder brother had been working at Heng Lun for over 2 years, earning just over 20,000, and Luo Qingyuan was just too amazing. In this light, Duanyi did feel a bit worthless, but feeling like a loser was quite enjoyable. Luo Qingyuan said, "You've just graduated not too long ago. There's no need to be too hard on yourself. Nowadays, young people with an $8,000 salary right after graduation are rare. Even in Jingdu, it's the same. People should learn to be content." Duanyi passed the cut steak to Luo Qingyuan and said, "I've always been content. My grandfather once said that having a stable job, a loved one by your side, a house and a car, a few good friends, healthy parents, and not having to struggle for a living is already the best way of life." Luo Qingyuan, as though awakened from a dream, said, "Yes, even though such a life may be ordinary, it's comfortable. I can't wait to see my grandfather." Duanyi remarked, "We can go back home together next week. By the way, my brother and my parents will be going back, along with my eldest brother and sister-in-law. Not sure if my second brother will return." Luo Qingyuan's heart suddenly surged. Although meeting the parents was inevitable, for some reason, she felt a bit anxious. Duanyi reassured her, "Don't worry. My family it is very kind and easy to get along with. My grandmother is from Zhejiang, super gentle, and you will definitely like her." "Zhejiang is your grandmother and only child?" Duanyi replied, "No, she has a brother who has been a close comrade of my grandfather for many years. In my memory, my grandmother always spoke softly and my grandfather had a great relationship." Upon hearing Duanyi's words, Luo Qingyuan relaxed slightly. "That's good. I'm not so nervous now. No need to be nervous. My loved ones will like you." Luo Qingyuan was taken aback and asked, "Did you say that I am your loved one?" Duanyi felt a bit embarrassed but nodded. "Yes, my loved one." Initially, Luo Qingyuan wanted to tease him, but she couldn't suppress her smile. She lowered her head, ate quietly, and the atmosphere suddenly became a bit sweet. Luo Qingyuan then said, "Why don't you tell me what your family likes? I need to prepare some gifts." Duanyi instantly understood his wife's thoughts. "You don't need to prepare anything, I'll take care of it." Luo Qingyuan glanced around and, seeing that the waiters were relatively far away, she began, "Honey, just tell me." "Okay." Duanyi couldn't help but smile but shook his head. Luo Qingyuan couldn't sit still. She had to get the approval of everyone as the daughter-in-law. So, she moved from across Duanyi directly to his side, hugged his arm with both hands tightly, and pleaded in a soft and tender voice, "Just tell me, please." Tilda before Duanyi could respond, the manager brought the food. "Sir, madam." Luo Qingyuan sat up straight instantly, without a trace of excess emotion on her face. "Just place it here." The manager, upon arriving, saw Luo Qingyuan and Duanyi. The manager instantly broke out in a cold sweat, quickly placed the dishes, and left. Duanyi burst into laughter, and it wasn't until the manager was far away that Luo Qingyuan lightly hit Duanyi. "Why are you still laughing?" Luo Qingyuan couldn't help blushing, her ears turning red as she looked all pink. Dwayne couldn't stop chuckling and reached out to rub his wife's head. It's no big deal. Why are you afraid of showing your other side to others? She was usually so serious, even the boss in a Western restaurant. How could she let her subordinates see this rascal side of her? Wasn't that ruining her dignity? Luo Qingyuan patted Dwayne's hand away from her head. While her face remained stern, her voice subconsciously softened. No, only you should see it. No one else. Looking at Luo Qingyuan's appearance, Dwayne was completely in love and quickly said, all right, I'll be the only one watching. Let's eat quickly. What do you want to eat? Husband will help you pick. Luo Qingyuan couldn't hide the smile on her face. Steak. Dwayne, open your mouth. This meal lasted for over an hour. When they came out of the Western restaurant, it was already 8:30 in the evening. They didn't rush home. Instead, they walked hand in hand on the road. The evening breeze gently blew, lifting Luo Qingyuan's long hair that reached her waist, giving her a messy yet beautiful look that made Dwayne's heart itch. Such a beautiful woman was his legally wedded wife, and the thought made him feel good. Under the streetlight, Luo Qingyuan suddenly grabbed his hand. In the bustling city of Kyoto, many people were gradually leaving work at this time, so there was heavy traffic and a bit of congestion. However, they were walking on the innermost pedestrian crosswalk, so there weren't many people around. Dwayne turned around. What's wrong? Luo Qingyuan wrapped her arms around his neck, tiptoed, and with a fiery gaze, she said, I want to kiss you. Luo Qingyuan had imagined this scene countless times even before she married Dwayne. She had imagined embracing and kissing her loved one on a night like this under the streetlights. She thought it would be romantic. It's just that before, the person she imagined was faceless, and now, she didn't need to rely on imagination anymore. She was no longer alone. Under the streetlight, there were two shadows. One was hers, and the other was also hers. Dwayne didn't expect that in public, Luo Qingyuan, who was usually reserved, would say such words. However, before he could say anything, Luo Qingyuan's slightly cool lips kissed him. Their heartbeats harmonized under the dappled shadows of the trees. After a simple kiss, Luo Qingyuan let go of Dwayne because Dwayne's phone rang. Dwayne held Luo Qingyuan's hand, answered the phone, and walked towards the direction of the car. Brother, what did you say? You're at the high-speed railway station. Didn't you drive back? Luo Qingyuan's heart tensed up. Although they were just walking normally, she couldn't resist getting closer to listen to Dwayne's conversation. Dwayne, the car broke down, so I took the high-speed rail back. Do you have time? Come pick me up. Dwayne, sure. It's not far from here to the high-speed railway station. Wait for me there. Dwayne, okay. After hanging up, Dwayne looked at Luo Qingyuan. My brother's back. I need to go pick him up. You. Luo Qingyuan immediately said, I'll go with you. Dwayne rubbed her head. Okay. Let's go together. Dwayne drove, and Luo Qingyuan sat in the passenger seat, opened Shen Nianian's chat box, and only then saw the messages. Sis, I can't stop him. Dwayne insisted on going home. I have no choice but to follow. Damn it, the car broke down halfway. We called for a tow truck, and now we're heading back to buy high-speed rail tickets. Why is Dwayne so hard to pursue? As a tall and beautiful woman, doesn't he like me? I secretly leaned on his shoulder on the high-speed train. Okay. This stubborn straight man pushed me away. Hey, sis, be more persistent. Luo Qingyuan looked at it and could imagine the scene. She couldn't help but almost laugh out loud, then reply, We're coming to pick you up now. Shen Nianian immediately reply, Be sure to pretend you don't know us. After considering for a moment, Luo Qingyuan asked again, Are you serious or just saying this because you want to become family with me? After a while, Shen Nianian replying, Serious. Sis is going to marry Dwayne. Luo Qingyuan's face lit up with a smile. Dwayne asked, What are you laughing at? Luo Qingyuan said, I'm chatting with my close friend. Dwayne asked, What are you chatting about? Tell me. Luo Qingyuan immediately covered her phone. No way. Chat records between friends are top secret. Dwayne said, You're not talking about me behind my back, are you? Luo Qingyuan smiled mischievously. No, the gossip is about someone else. Dwayne shook his head helplessly. I don't understand why you girls have so many secrets. Girls naturally have many secrets. As they chatted, they arrived at the high-speed railway station. At that moment, Dwayne was standing on the roadside with a black backpack, while Shen Nianian was squatting down beside him, seemingly drawing circles on the ground. Dwayne stopped the car in front of Dwinzek, and after getting out of the car with Luo Qingyuan, Shen Nianian's eyes lit up when Luo Qingyuan walked past her. She was about to run over, but seeing Dwayne behind Luo Qingyuan, she immediately regained her composure. Dwayne asked, "Brother, why are you coming back so late? And with a girl, is she your girlfriend?" Dwinzek, "No, this." Before Dwinzek could finish, Shen Nianian walked over directly and held Dwinzek's hand. "Hello, I'm Shen Nianian, Dwinzek's future girlfriend." Following closely behind, Luo Qingyuan kept quiet, avoiding eye contact with Shen Nianian, afraid to ruin the surprise. Dwinzek's expression remained cold. "Let's go." He opened the back door himself, sat inside, and Shen Nianian smiled and waved at them before following and entering the car. Limping slightly, Luo Qingyuan's lip twitched. This acting was quite good. Dwayne was genuinely confused. A future girlfriend? What an introduction. Soon, Dwayne and Luo Qingyuan also got in the car and drove towards home. After holding back for a while, Dwayne asked, "Brother, should I just drop you guys off at home directly?" Only then did Dwinzek look at Shen Nianian. "Aren't you from Kyoto? Where do you live?" Shen Nianian said, "I'm not going home. I want to go with you." Dwayne and Luo Qingyuan exchanged a glance, quietly closing their mouths. Dwinzek was taken aback. "Shen Nianian, why are you so stubborn?" Shen Nianian said, "How am I being stubborn? My foot is still injured. When you carried me at home, why didn't you say I was stubborn?" She was cut off as Dwinzek swiftly covered her mouth. Dwayne and Luo Qingyuan looked at each other in surprise. Dwayne thought, "Bro, you're full of surprises." Luo Qingyuan thought, "Sis is fierce." Dwinzek scolded Shen Nianian, "If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I'll kick you out of the car?" Shen Nianian blinked, nodded. Dwinzek finally let go of her mouth. Unexpectedly, Shen Nianian immediately leaned in between Dwayne and Luo Qingyuan, speaking rapidly. "Dwayne Big Bro has carried me, embraced me so many times. He let me lean on his shoulder on the high-speed train, yet he always acts tough." Dwinzek was really embarrassed, pulling Shen Nianian back and explaining, "That's because your foot was injured." Shen Nianian pouted. "Just say whether you embraced me or not." Her mouth was covered again by Dwinzek. "Shen Nianian, I should have just left you behind. Why can't you keep a secret?" Luo Qingyuan and Dwayne looked utterly surprised. Luo Qingyuan thought, "To peas in a pod. They're so sweet." Dwayne thought, "I didn't expect my brother to like this kind of lively and cute girl." With her mouth covered, Shen Nianian stopped causing trouble and obediently lay back. She even reached out and hugged Dwinzek's waist with her hand, blinking those beautiful eyes, as if saying, "If you dare, just keep covering my mouth forever." Dwinze gave her a stern look and pressed her back into her seat, saying, "Sit properly." With her younger brother and sister-in-law present, why was Shen Nianian not embarrassed at all? He really had a headache. Suddenly, Dwinze remembered something and looked at Shen Nianian with a strange expression. "You don't treat others the same way, do you?" Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but lean back her ears. If it weren't for the seatbelt holding her in place, half of her body might have leaned back. Shen Nianian quickly shook her head. "How could that be? I've only been like this with you in my whole life." Dwinze's mouth twitched slightly. "Who would believe that?" Shen Nianian said. "My best friend can vouch for it." Luo Qingyuan's eyes widened. "Really? Would she sacrifice herself for a man?" Dwinze said. "You're all in cahoots, not trustworthy." Shen Nianian's mind raced, about to say something, but Luo Qingyuan spoke first. "I see Nianian is so pretty and cute. She definitely wouldn't lie." Shen Nianian immediately came to her senses. Oh, she almost sold out Luo Qingyuan just to prove herself. Dwinze looked at Luo Qingyuan. "How does younger sister know Nianian's name?" Shen Nianian quickly added, "I just introduced her earlier as your future girlfriend. Younger sister has a really good memory." Shen Nianian emphasized the words younger sister. Luo Qingyuan replied, "Calling sister-in-law rolls off the tongue easily." Both Dwinze and Dwayne were stunned. They were already this close. They were calling each other brother and sister-in-law. Dwayne lightly cleared his throat to ease the awkward atmosphere. "Qingyuan, why don't you call her sister first?" Shen Nianian said with a smile. It's okay. Just call me sister-in-law. I like it." Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but be amused by Shen Nianian's audacity and didn't dare to look back to keep up the pretense. Dwayne was driving but could still sneak glances at Luo Qingyuan. amused by her curiosity yet wanting to save face for his brother. He drove with one hand and accurately adjusted Luo Qingyuan's head position with the other. Duanyi said, "Sit properly." Luo Qingyuan murmured an okay and obediently sat still. Shen Nan was genuinely surprised. Who was this? The famous business queen. Why was she so obedient? Where was the rebellious Luo Qingyuan from before? Shen Nan pondered while Duanyi calmly observed. It seemed like there was something between Shen Nan and his younger sister that he and Duanyi didn't know about. Duanyi wasn't naive. On the contrary, he had excellent observational skills. Duanjian Cheng had once said that if Duanyi were to join the military, he would make an excellent scout. While Shen Nan looked at him, Duanyi remained calm as he casually remarked, "Ziyi, find a hotel for Shen Nan to stay at." Shen Nan was about to speak, but Duanyi glanced at her. "Say one more word, and you're getting out of the car now." Shen Nan looked at Duanyi with a helpless expression. Without saying anything, Shen Nan leaned over and hugged Duanyi's arm, saying, "I want to sit closer to you." Duanyi remained silent as Shen Nan leaned against his arm, sneaking a glance at Luo Qingyuan. Luo Qingyuan dared not speak and pretended not to notice, following the principle of not betraying a friend. Duanyi, however, observed Shen Nan's expressions through the rearview mirror and deepened his doubts. Soon, Duanyi drove to a hotel near their home and stopped the car. Duanyi said, "Let's stay at this hotel. I've been here before, and the environment is quite nice." Shen Nan had no objections, but was reluctant to get out of the car, eagerly looking at Duanyi. Duanyi couldn't bear her gaze and reluctantly said, "I've already booked a room for you. Just mention my name when you get there." Shen Nan's eyes lit up. "When did you make the booking?" But Duanyi chose not to respond. "Go on your own. We won't escort you." Shen Nan was truly helpless and could only reluctantly get out of the car. Luo Qingyuan didn't even dare to roll down the window, afraid to make eye contact with Shen Nan. Observing Duanyi's reaction, Shen Nan's phone kept buzzing as she frantically texted complaints about Duanyi. Luo Qingyuan lowered her head and silently switched her phone to silent mode. The car soon drove off. Duanyi dropped Duanyi off at home. Duanyi stepped out of the car, and Duanyi rolled down the window. Duanyi said, "Bring younger sister over for dinner tomorrow night. I'll cook." Duanyi joked, "Oh, suddenly in the mood to show off your culinary skills." Duanyi smiled. Nan will be there tomorrow too." Luo Qingyuan was surprised. Hadn't Shen Nan informed her of this? Duanyi turned to look at Luo Qingyuan. "Qingyuan, it's Saturday tomorrow. Do you have time?" Before Luo Qingyuan could respond, Duanyi smiled, bent down, and looked at Luo Qingyuan through Duanyi's window. "Younger sister, give big brother some face, okay?" Unable to refuse Duanyi's request, Luo Qingyuan nodded. "Okay, I'll come with you to your place tomorrow." Duanyi nodded and then walked away. Duanyi drove back to their home, but before they left the community, their mom called. Duanyi answered the Bluetooth, only to hear Duanyi's voice on the other end. "Ziyi, I left my phone in the car. Can you bring it here?" Luo Qingyuan looked at the back seat and saw a phone there, so she nodded at Duanyi. Duanyi turned the car around, saying, "I'll bring the phone to you. Please wait a moment." Soon, Duanyi returned, retrieved the phone, and prepared to head back. Luo Qingyuan suggested, "Should I go with you?" Duanyi replied, "I'm just returning a phone. You stay here and move the car if needed." Thus, Luo Qingyuan was left behind. Duanyi stood on the balcony, watching the car with a thoughtful expression. 3 minutes later, Duanyi arrived at their home, where Duanyi was waiting at the door. Duanyi quickly handed the phone to Duanyi and said, "I'll take off then." Duanyi stopped him. "Wait." Duanyi asked, "What's up?" Duanyi asked, "Ziyi, does your wife have any close friends she hangs out with?" Duanyi replied, "She mentioned having a friend, but I'm not sure where she is or who it is." "Why do you ask, brother? Why so curious?" Duanyi patted his shoulder, "Just curious." "All right, hurry back, younger sister is waiting, and remember to go home for dinner tomorrow." In Duanyexin's heart, there were many doubts, but he also knew Duanyi's personality. If he didn't want to say much, there was no point in asking, so he could only leave. Meanwhile, Duanyi quickly sent a message to Shen Nanyan, asking her to come to his place for dinner tomorrow night. Perhaps, tomorrow night, they could figure out the true nature of the relationship between Shen Nanyan and Luo Qingyuan. Also, Why exactly was Shen Nianian getting close to him? If they really knew each other, why pretend not to? All of this was like a fog hanging over DRIZZLE's mind. He had to figure it out. At this moment, Luo Qingyuan was messaging Shen Nianian. Luo Qingyuan, why do I feel something is off? Shen Nianian replied immediately. I feel the same. Luo Qingyuan thought for a moment and quickly came up with a solution. Let's avoid meeting again, and I'll make sure he goes back to City X in Z province as soon as possible. Shen Nianian looked at the screen in silence for a few seconds before replying. I just agreed to have dinner at his place tomorrow night. If I back out now, it might not be good. Besides, he just returned, and you're trying to send him away. It's too easy to expose. Luo Qingyuan, Shen Nianian. Let's meet tomorrow night, and act. Luo Qingyuan. Then it has to be that way. After Luo Qingyuan and Shen Nianian finished their conversation, when Yexin came back. On the way back, Luo Qingyuan wanted to ask something, but in the end, she didn't ask anything, afraid that when Yexin might notice something. Meanwhile, Cheng Suisui sent a live broadcast notification to Luo Qingyuan. Luo Qingyuan clicked on it and found it was an interview about non-crossing. Luo Qingyuan directly broadcasted it. Reporter. Professor Non-Crossing, we've been playing the game for so long. Finally, let me ask, after the success of Cloud Robe spreading, who do you most want to share this joy with? There was a slight fading smile on Nanxing's lips, but he quickly faced the flashing lights and smiled. I want to share it with my parents, as well as the fans who have always been with me. Nanxing's answer was beautiful, shining under the sea of flashing lights, confident and posed. Luo Qingyuan looked at Twin Yexin, who was driving. Non-crossing is really popular. Twin Yexin smiled. Of course, it's all her hard work. Luo Qingyuan. At this rate, non-crossing might become a pop star in the future. Twin Yexin. You. Twin Yexin parked the car on the side, took Luo Qingyuan's phone directly, and exited Nanxing's live stream. In Luo Qingyuan's confused eyes, he undid his seatbelt, leaned over, hugged her neck, and kissed her. The kiss was passionate and urgent. Luo Qingyuan instinctively tried to push Twin Yexin away, but he grabbed both of her hands and deepened the kiss even more. It was only after both of them were out of breath that Twin Yexin let go of Luo Qingyuan. Twin Yexin, I know you've been wondering about someone all this time. Luo Qingyuan was startled, her gaze slightly evasive for a moment. She didn't expect. Twin Yexin could see it. She didn't care much about Yi Nuan, and she didn't know why. Although she had never felt jealous of non-crossing, in the end, it was her childhood best friend, the one who had always had her heartstrings, had all the right buffs. The impact was unimaginable. If non-crossing had been persistent like Yi Nuan, maybe she wouldn't have cared. But non-crossing hadn't. She continued on her own path. And when she realized she liked Twin Yexin, she bravely confessed, and when rejected, she thought non-crossing would at least do something. But non-crossing didn't. She only shined brighter. She could imagine that in the future, Nanxing's posters would be everywhere, so wherever Twin Yexin went, he would see the most outstanding female star. A person like that, of course, she would feel anxious. Luo Qingyuan's thoughts turned around and around, sighing in the end. She looked up, grabbed Twin Yexin's collar, and they locked eyes. Luo Qingyuan, as long as you know, Twin Yexin, based on our past relationship, you can help them, but it must be through me. If one day you keep something from me, deceive me, don't blame me for turning against you. Her eyes were slightly red. Twin Yexin, I'm not generous at all. Maybe it's because the two of us have been together for too long. In any case, you can only belong to me. You can't be soft-hearted towards Yi Nuan. You can't be nostalgic for non-crossing. In your heart and eyes, there can only be me. Twin Yexin sighed, reached out, and patted her head, pulling her back into his arms, kissing her forehead. I belong to you. I've already committed. Everyone around me knows we belong to each other. Twin Yexin held Luo Qingyuan's hand over his heartbeat and softly said, Sister Luo, there's only room for one person here. It was like that before. It is now, and it will be in the future. Falling in love with someone makes you insecure. Hearing Twin Yexin's comforting words, Luo Qingyuan felt a tinge of sadness. But non-crossing is so amazing. Twin Yexin chuckled, released Luo Qingyuan, and shook his head. Luo Qingyuan playfully hit him. Why are you laughing? Twin Yexin ruffled her head with a smile. You've been so calm recently. Turns out you were pretending. Annoy. Luo Qingyuan turned her head away without responding. Twin Yexin patted her shoulder. What's wrong? Am I teasing you again? He pulled Luo Qingyuan back. I just want to tell you, no matter how good non-crossing is, she can't compare to you. Non-crossing is excellent, but you're even better. So young and already buying a car and a house in Kyoto on your own, plus giving me a 10 million allowance. 10 million, without even blinking. Duen Yexin couldn't help but exclaim at that. It was 10 million. Oh my god. Delighted, Luo Qingyuan raised her head and kissed him on the corner of his mouth. Lowering his head, Duen Yexin saw Luo Qingyuan's starry eyes. She reached out her fair hand, grabbed his clothes, and softly asked, what if I earn many more 10 millions in the future, and give them all to you, and you belong only to me? Is that okay? She had never loved anyone before. No one had taught her. She was just following her instincts, wanting to give Duen Yexin all the good things, afraid that what she gave wasn't enough for him. Duen Yexin thought Luo Qingyuan was joking, but even so, he was content. So, Duen Yexin nodded, lowered his head, ruffled her soft cheeks, and replied, okay. Luo Qingyuan rubbed against Duen Yexin's chest, sighed in contentment, and softly said, husband, I love you so much. Tilda, my taste is truly impeccable, isn't it? Duen Yexin was also very satisfied. Duen Yexin quickly pulled Luo Qingyuan away, fastened her seatbelt again, started the car, and drove off with a press of the accelerator. When we get home, let my husband relish that night again. He will be satisfied too. Luo Qingyuan's face blushed instantly. Why is your shamelessness surpassing mine now? In response, Duen Yexin laughed heartily. Well, that's because I, Duen Yexin's husband, am married to Luo Qingyuan. Duen Yi quickly carried Luo Qingyuan back home. Luo Qingyuan hadn't even taken off her high heels yet when Duen Yi lifted her with one hand, closed the door with the other, and strode briskly towards the bedroom. Startled, Luo Qingyuan let out a cry and reflexively wrapped her arms around Duen Yi's neck. Why are you so impatient? Duen Yi didn't even look at her and had already entered the bedroom. Sister, I've been abstinent for a while. Duen Yi threw Luo Qingyuan directly onto the bed, causing her to feel a bit dizzy, but not in pain. Luo Qingyuan tried to sit up, saying, wait a moment, She was pushed back down and her mouth was covered. Since the surveillance in the bedroom had been removed, Duen Yi had become somewhat uninhibited. For example, at this moment, Luo Qingyuan was still groggy, her clothes had been removed, and before her rationality could catch up, Duen Yi changed her position with his hold. The next moment, a crisp click was heard. Luo Qingyuan was completely awake now, feeling a bit panicked as she turned her head back. Her hands were locked. Luo Qingyuan's originally slightly flushed face now reddened even more, a mix of embarrassment and anger. Duen Yi, let go of me. Duen Yi laughed happily and couldn't help but bent down to kiss Luo Qingyuan, teasing her playfully. Hearing her beloved man's indulgent yet non-negotiable tone, my dear sister Luo, you will have to pay for what you've done. Luo Qingyuan tried to move her hands, but Duen Yi firmly held them on either side of her head. Duen Yi, I'm warning you. Don't go too far. She couldn't even finish her sentence before being silenced. Duen Yi chuckled in her ear. It seems I haven't been working hard enough if my dearest wife still has the energy to call my name so loudly. Tonight happened to be the first day the variety show filmed by Non-Crossing aired. Various discussions and hot searches had flooded the internet. Non-Crossing had just finished a day of endorsement shooting and was now quietly sitting in the living room watching her show. She couldn't help but think, even as the show aired, whether Duen Yi had watched it. This was her first major lead-role drama, and the first time she recorded a variety show. During this period, friends, classmates, teachers, and colleagues, anyone she was remotely familiar with, had sent messages to congratulate her. That her conversation box with Duen Yi remained untouched for a month. Non-Crossing wasn't sure how many times she had opened their chat window during this period, repeatedly going through their conversations, even delving into chats from 2 years ago. Even if they couldn't communicate anymore, she presumed Duen Yi would at least be watching. In the past, she was confident about this, but now she was unsure. Non-Crossing walked to the balcony, the night breeze lifting her waist-length hair. Beneath her loose nightgown, her graceful figure remained hidden from prying eyes. In this secluded spot, she found herself reminiscing about Duen Yi with a newfound nostalgia in her eyes. It seemed that only when we lose something completely do we realize its true value. Despite being busy with activities, what she missed the most, other than work, was the time she spent going to school with Duen Yi every day. Non-Crossing had never been in a romantic relationship, And the person of the opposite sex she had the most contact with, besides family, was Duanyi. She had never imagined that something she had easily let go of in her youth would one day feel more precious than gold when she was successful in her career, but she had failed to cherish it. People say yesterday's trivial matters may become today's regrets, but for her, they were yesterday's trivial matters, but today's deep regrets. She never thought that 1 year after graduating, when you would get married, perhaps she wouldn't have to wait until next year to hear the good news about Duanyi. Non-crossing smiled bitterly as she lowered her head. The dust in the air seemed to cloud her vision, and in the late night, tears flowed silently. Her phone screen was still on, flooded with messages on WeChat, yet she only looked at Duanyi's. Non-crossing stood still for a long time, holding her phone and reconsidering whether to apologize or hang up the call. However, the following words she heard over the phone shattered her heart. Luo Qingyuan was sobbing. The call. The call. Sob. Duanyi simply pulled Luo Qingyuan back, not bothering to check the phone, and left it a sigh. At this moment, wife, why are you still distracted by the phone? Didn't you say you wanted a son? Husband will fulfill your wish. The subsequent conversation was too unbearable to listen to. Typically, in this situation, non-crossing would have hung up the call, but she was frozen, as if struck by some invisible force, and kept listening for a full 5 minutes before regaining her senses. Non-crossing ended the call with a pale face. She overheard Duanyi trying to comfort another woman, calling her sister and wife, expressing his love patiently. If knowing about Duanyi's marriage felt painful, this moment was torture. Once again, it became clear to non-crossing that she had missed out on true love in this lifetime. Her cheeks had turned cold, and as she tried to wipe her tears, her trembling fingers refused to cooperate. Che Yue had sent her several topic pushes and cute emojis. Non-crossing, you've topped the charts again. Kik will be taking on a major endorsement for you, and they said the main boss will confirm our shooting schedule tomorrow. Non-crossing, you've finally made it. The once out-of-reach wealth is finally in your hands, sister non-crossing. Indeed, the once unattainable wealth was now within her reach. With the money she had made during this period, she could afford a down payment in Kyoto. By continuing endorsements and new dramas, she would soon own a large house in the most bustling and central area of Kyoto. She was finally making it, but non-crossing couldn't stop crying. The phone rang. It was Che Yue calling, but non-crossing didn't pick up. Back in her room, non-crossing collapsed onto her bed. Before long, the suppressed cries echoed intermittently in the empty room. She realized that she was now merely a passerby in Duanyi's life, while his wife was the one he had chosen to spend it with. Non-crossing would never know that in Duanyi's memories, she would forever remain the radiant girl on stage, the white moonlight he had always yearned for but never obtained. Some words were left unsaid by non-crossing when the time was right, and now it felt too late. Now, lying before them, love may harbor regrets, but marriage cannot carry hidden concerns. Nangsing didn't dare cry for long, because she had a photo shoot scheduled for the next day and needed to stay in a good state. So Nangsing got up, wiping her tears, all getting ready, and even took sleeping pills to avoid insomnia. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Nangsing woke up on time, with tears still drying on her pillow. Calmly, Nangsing stripped off the sheets and threw them into the washing machine. Once daylight broke, time was no longer hers. The path was her choice. No matter what, she had to finish it. Meanwhile, Duanyi slept until the afternoon while holding Luo Qingyuan. When Luo Qingyuan woke up, she immediately kicked Duanyi lightly, as if scratching an itch, which woke him up. He then pulled her into his arms and rubbed her head. Why are you still angry? In his arms, Luo Qingyuan whimpered and showed him her hands, which were red at the wrist. Duanyi felt a pang of guilt. How did it get swollen so quickly when she was fine? After being tied up all night. His wife's skin was so delicate. What could he do? Duanyi quickly got up to find the first aid kit to apply medicine on Luo Qingyuan. While applying the medicine, Duanyi sincerely apologized. I'm sorry, dear. Give me a kiss. Luo Qingyuan glared at him several times, still upset from the night's events. After applying the medicine, Luo Qingyuan turned away from Duanyi and with a sweet and glowing voice said, my back is still hurting. You did it. You have to massage it for me. Every time Luo Qingyuan acted cute, Duanyi felt like his soul was floating, except when it was time to do serious matters. The more she cried, the more intense his reactions. Now, of course, Whatever Luo Qingyuan said was what mattered. He had to spoil his own wife a little bit. After they had showered together the night before, Bunny massaged her for a while. When Luo Qingyuan said she was hungry, Bunny chuckled and pinched her soft cheeks. What do you want to eat? After the exhaustion of the previous night, both Luo Qingyuan and Bunny felt a bit tired. This must be pain and pleasure combined. Luo Qingyuan checked the time. It was already 2 in the afternoon. They needed to tidy up and go to Duanyi's family's home, so they had a quick snack to fill their stomachs. Luo Qingyuan suggested, let's have some sandwiches, there are some ready in the fridge. You heat them up, I'll get dressed. Duanyi immediately grabbed his phone and went out. Sure, take a rest for a bit, he replied. In the kitchen, Duanyi heated the sandwiches and milk in the microwave, then checked his phone. It was still on the call page from last night with Nangsing. Duanyi looked at the call duration of 6 minutes and 20 seconds from last night, and his mind was momentarily blown. He vaguely remembered the phone ringing, but he was too lazy to answer. And then Luo Qingyuan reached out as if to stop it. He didn't think it connected. Back then, 6 minutes. Did Nangsing overhear something laugh? Duanyi felt like collapsing. And more importantly, why would Nangsing call so late? After some thought, he decided to return the call. At this moment, Nangsing was in the dressing room preparing for the upcoming shoot. Qiyu rushed over. Nangsing, Duanyi's on the line. Nangsing hesitated for a moment and then immediately called off the makeup artist. Qiyu quickly realized the situation and smiled. Teachers, I'm so sorry. Could you please give Nangsing a few minutes? She'll be ready soon. Consequently, everyone in the makeup room left quickly. Looking at Nangsing, Qiyu said, you have 10 minutes at most, or it will delay things. After Qiyu left as well, the dressing room was left with only Nangsing. Feeling a bit nervous, Nangsing reluctantly answered the call. Hello, Nangsing. At the sound of the voice on the other end, Nangsing struggled to maintain her composure and keep her emotions stable while trying to sound normal. I accidentally pressed the wrong button last night and then went to the bathroom. When I returned, the call had ended, and I wanted to apologize to you. But today was too busy, and I forgot. I'm really sorry. And I wanted to ask if I disturbed you today. It was late, I assume you were already asleep, right? Upon hearing Nangsing's explanation, Duanyi breathed a sigh of relief. It's good he didn't pick up. He then greeted her warmly. No, I did fall asleep last night, everything's fine. Duanyi paused for a few seconds and said, well, if it's nothing, I'll hang up. Before he could finish speaking, Nangsing quickly interjected, about last night, my new variety show air. After saying this, Nangsing realized what she was trying to achieve by saying that. Nangsing was filled with regret and was about to make amends. But Duanyi smiled and said, I know, it's quite popular. Many viewers tuned in specifically to watch you. Nangsing, you're great. Congratulations. Upon hearing these words, Nangsing couldn't decide whether to be happy or sad. She had countless things to say, but all she managed to utter was, thank you. Beneath the polite and distant tone, there was a surge of emotion. Unfortunately, people can never fully understand each other's feelings, so Duanyi politely bid her goodbye. You're welcome. And then, goodbye. Nangsing could only force a bitter smile and say, goodbye. Duanyi sighed. She's truly a big star now. How unpredictable life can be. After ending the call, Duanyi got the sandwiches and milk ready. He no longer paid attention to the call and instead focused on finishing up his meal preparations. Throughout this process, Duanyi maintained a pleasant mood. Just as Duanyi was bringing the food out, Luo Qingyuan appeared, already changed into a high-collar shirt for the day, which made Duanyi want to laugh. Jokingly, Luo Qingyuan scolded him. Why are you laughing? It's not like we need to protect our necks. Amused, Duanyi replied, my bad, my dear queen. Let's eat and head home. At that moment, a message from Shen Nianian arrived. Luo Qingyuan read it and found out that Duanyi would come to pick her up tonight. So, without further delay, Luo Qingyuan urged Duanyi to eat quickly and then asked him to fetch some items. Perplexed, Duanyi asked, fetch what? Luo Qingyuan replied, we can't go empty-handed, silly. Duanyi laughed and said, I forgot about it, and my family isn't particular about those things. Luo Qingyuan assured him, I've got it covered. Don't worry. Duanyi was surprised. When did you prepare it? Luo Qingyuan smiled. Last night. When Duanyi mentioned coming home tonight, she had immediately arranged for her staff to prepare everything. Duen Yi remarked, "You're too efficient." Luo Qingyuan playfully patted Duen Yi's head and said, "Just be silly like this. It's good." Duen Yi sheepishly replied, "Life really was something else." Luo Qingyuan took Duen Yi back to the company first, putting everything in the trunk. Duen Yi looked carefully and saw massage chairs, various skincare products, and expensive-looking red wines. The trunk was filled to the brim, and the back seat of the car was also piled with boxes of fruits. Duen Yi clicked his tongue. "Qingyuan, you've prepared too much." Luo Qingyuan smiled. It's not too much. If she weren't afraid of Duen Yi knowing her identity and feeling distance between them, she would have directly given him a villa. After all, Duen Yi's family was a bit remote, far from the city center. Both Duen Yi's father and mother had long commuting times to work every day. Moreover, the rush hours in Kyoto were really congested, so the subway was undoubtedly the best choice for a faster commute. But the Kyoto subway was crowded from morning till night. Providing a closer villa would be more convenient. However, she couldn't say or do these things now. Luo Qingyuan felt a bit tired. She had just wanted to tease Duen Yi at first, but now it was a bit of a dilemma. After Duen Yi placed everything, he noticed Luo Qingyuan was still standing there, somewhat puzzled, and asked, "What are you thinking about so deeply?" Luo Qingyuan snapped back, "Huh, oh, nothing much. It's getting late. Let's hurry back." Luo Qingyuan took the front passenger seat this time, and Duen Yi was the one driving. Duen Yi had some doubts in his mind, but seeing it was late, he quickly got into the car and drove home. By the time they arrived home, it was already past 6 in the afternoon. The living room of Duane's house. Shen Nianian was sitting awkwardly on the sofa, while Ding Yifan was smiling and chatting with her. "Nianian, are you from Kyoto? Which school did you graduate from? Where are you working now?" Shen Nianian felt incredibly uncomfortable, and just as she was about to respond, Duen Yi walked out of the kitchen. "Mom, are you checking her background?" Ding Yifan glanced at Duen Yi. "You, asking a little too much. Just showing some care for our Nianian." Duen Sheng's voice came from the balcony. Xiaoyou brought his wife back. "I saw the car." Ding Yifan quickly stood up. "I'll go down to welcome them." Duen Sheng walked in from the balcony. "I'll go too." Duen Zi's gaze never left Shen Nianian, so when Dad mentioned that Duen Yi and Luo Qingyuan had arrived, the relief and delight in Shen Nianian's eyes fell completely into Duen Zi's gaze. When Shen Nianian looked over eagerly, Duen Zi retracted his inquisitive gaze and said, with a smile, "Let's go too." Shen Nianian nodded quickly, her eyes sparkling. Duen Zi felt a bit off. Why wasn't he as happy as seeing Luo Qingyuan when Nianian arrived? So, the family of four went downstairs together. At this moment, Duen Yi and Luo Qingyuan had just parked the car, and as they both got out and opened the trunk, Ding Yifan's voice rang out. Duen Yi and Luo Qingyuan turned around, simultaneously calling out, "Mom." Shen Nianian followed Duen Zi, also thrilled, the smile on her face unstoppable. Duen Zi didn't turn around, but his peripheral vision kept on watching, confirming his thoughts even more. Ding Yifan said, "You guys came so abruptly. Why did you bring so many things? And what Nianian brought to our house won't fit everything." Hearing this, Luo Qingyuan was not too surprised, just smiling. "Mom, this is our token of appreciation. Please don't refuse." Duen Yi added, "Yeah, Mom, all these were prepared by Qingyuan a long time ago for you guys. I didn't even know about them. In Qingyuan's heart, you guys are more important than I, the legitimate husband." With Duen Yi and Luo Qingyuan's words, Ding Yifan was overjoyed and couldn't close her mouth. Duen Sheng also smiled. "Let's talk about this later. Xiaoyou's, come help with the things." Duen Zi responded, "Coming." Shen Nianian ran after Duen Zi. "Uncle, I'll help too." Duen Sheng said, "Nianian, there's no need for you to carry them. Let Xiaoyou's do it." Duen Zi's expression softened a bit. "I'll do it." Shen Nianian insisted, "It's okay, Uncle, I can carry some." After saying that, she directly ran ahead. While Luo Qingyuan was still bringing out boxes of fruits, Luo Qingyuan glanced at Shen Nianian. "Can you carry these?" Shen Nianian grinned. "I can handle one box." Helpless, Luo Qingyuan handed her a smaller box, but Duen Zi had already gathered quite a few items and came over quietly, wordlessly accepting what Shen Nianian was carrying and then headed back. Shen Nianian's eyes were practically sparkling with admiration as she looked at Duen Zi. Luo Qingyuan shook her head and quietly said, "Looks like someone has fallen in love." At first, she didn't even want to go. Shen Nianian chuckled. "Let's not dwell on the past. Move on." After saying this, Shen Nyanian quickly grabbed a durians and went to catch up with DRIZZLE. DRIZZLE, of course, hadn't gone far, and everyone was busy with the items, so no one paid attention to Luo Qingyuan and Shen Nyanian, except DRIZZLE noticed. The family soon returned home, with the living room filled with items brought by Shen Nyanian and Luo Qingyuan, almost overflowing. Ding Yifan and Wensheng were genuinely happy, pleased with Xiaoyu bringing his wife home, and happy to see DRIZZLE blossoming. The key was that with one daughter-in-law and one future daughter-in-law, both as beautiful as flowers and jades, what a lovely sight it would be when they have two grandsons in the future. Just thinking about it made them feel wonderful. The dishes were brought out by everyone in a coordinated manner. Ding Yifan happily served dishes to everyone. Xiaoyu, your brother went to the market early this morning to buy fresh vegetables. He has cooked up a big table of dishes. It's really amazing. DRIZZLE also smiled. Brother, are you showing off your skills? Luo Qingyuan almost couldn't hold back a laugh upon hearing this. Shen Nyanian turned her head, looking sweetly at him and speaking in a gentle voice. Brother Duan, really? In a public setting like this, DRIZZLE felt a bit embarrassed. It's just that it's rare to come back once to cook a meal for my parents. Seeing Ding Yifan and Wensheng exchange a glance, and DRIZZLE and Luo Qingyuan sharing a look, Shen Nyanian's smile deepened, and everyone burst into laughter in unison. Wensheng said, all right, Mom and Dad are fortunate. Eat up. Don't be polite. Just like Qingyuan. Consider this place your home. Shen Nyanian smiled. Thank you, Uncle. After that, Shen Nyanian really became at ease, carrying her own small bowl, eagerly looking at DRIZZLE. Brother Duan, I'd like some ribs. The whole family tacitly lowered their heads. Wensheng served dishes to Ding Yifan. DRIZZLE served dishes to Luo Qingyuan. As if not hearing what Shen Nyanian had said, DRIZZLE casually picked up a rib and placed it in Shen Nyanian's bowl. Though his expression was calm, his heart raced, and his ears turned red. Shen Nyanian said, thanks, Brother Z. Brother Z, you are really kind. Luo Qingyuan couldn't hold back her smile. As for being tall, Shen Nyanian was indeed towering. This meal can be said to have been enjoyed harmoniously. After eating, Luo Qingyuan wanted to wash the dishes voluntarily, and Shen Nyanian also wanted to go with her. Luo Qingyuan twitched at the corners of her mouth, wanting to say a few words to Shen Nyanian, telling her not to come and break the dishes. This little princess only knows how to eat. How would she know how to wash? But Shen Nyanian rolled up her sleeves, giving her a feeling of sharpening knives against sheep and pigs. Luo Qingyuan looked at Shen Nyanian several times. Shen Nyanian received the signal, but ignored it. Luo Qingyuan, it's tiring to not be able to openly beat someone. So, Luo Qingyuan and Shen Nyanian entered the kitchen together, but before they could start, DRIZZLE and DRIZZLE came in. DRIZZLE, you to go sit outside. We'll take care of it. DRIZZLE patted Luo Qingyuan's head and said, aren't you tired at home? Go outside and rest. Shen Nyanian, being curious, immediately asked, tired of what? DRIZZLE's brow furrowed, quickly pulling Shen Nyanian over. Aren't you going to wash the dishes? Let's do it together. Shen Nyanian was still curious, leaning over and asking, what's going on? Where are you going? Tired of what? Going out to play. DRIZZLE was somewhat embarrassed and remained silent for a moment. Luo Qingyuan's heart raced, wondering if Shen Nyanian's foolish appearance could really deceive DRIZZLE. In the end, it was DRIZZLE who saved them, covering Shen Nyanian's mouth and taking her out. DRIZZLE and Luo Qingyuan felt a bit awkward. DRIZZLE, let me wash the dishes, you don't dirty your hands. Just as Luo Qingyuan was about to say something, DRIZZLE returned. Little sister, go out and play with Nyanian. Girls surely have more to talk about together. Caught off guard by DRIZZLE's words, Luo Qingyuan could only smile and agree, then went out directly to find Shen Nyanian. That fool. In the kitchen, only DRIZZLE and DRIZZLE were left. DRIZZLE, when May Day comes, you'll bring Qingyuan home. DRIZZLE nodded, of course. What about you? Will you bring Shen Nyanian? DRIZZLE, I don't know yet, but if she wants to go, I should bring her. DRIZZLE, you two haven't confirmed your relationship yet, right? DRIZZLE fell silent for a moment, not giving a direct answer, but said, Ziyi, when the eldest brother and sister-in-law got married, you weren't back yet, so you may not know. Sister-in-law is a staff member of the Huazia intelligence agency. DRIZZLE was stunned for 3 seconds. How do you know? And what does this have to do with whether you and Shen Nyanian have confirmed your relationship? DRIZZLE, During the wedding, many of sister-in-law's colleagues came, but no one mentioned it. However, it wasn't hard to notice. Sister-in-law will come back for the May Day holiday. Twinny. Visiting as a formality, or is something happening at home? Twinzy. As a formality. Twinny felt restless. Although a visit was normal, he felt something was amiss. Could something have really happened at home? This was the Huazia intelligence agency. It was no trivial matter to be taken lightly. Twinzy glanced at him and said, I'm drawn to Shen Nianian, but it's not the right time yet. Brother, why are you being so cryptic? Is there a problem with Shen Nianian's identity? Twinzy smiled. I can't make a definitive conclusion right now. We'll know everything when we return home on May Day. Stay reserved about sister-in-law's identity. Don't mention it to King Yuan. Twinny nodded. I know the rules. Twinzy washed his hands. You finished the rest of the dishes. With that, Twinzy left to observe Luo Qingyuan and Shen Nianian. These two little rascals actually managed to bring back the sister-in-law who never came home, and big brother. Their identities were definitely not simple, but whether it was Shen Nianian's identity or Qingyuan's identity that was the issue remained unknown. Twinzy couldn't help but wonder if the family had already learned of Shen Nianian's identity or even thoroughly investigated them. Was that why he had to bring them back? At that moment, Luo Qingyuan and Shen Nianian were upstairs on the balcony enjoying the view. Ding Yifan brought them some fruit, and after chatting for a while, Ding Yifan got up to tidy up the clothes, leaving only Luo Qingyuan and Shen Nianian on the balcony. Shen Nianian was still in high spirits. I think I'll go back to the hometown with Twinzy on May Day. However, Luo Qingyuan's sixth sense was not good at all. Nianian, have you confirmed your relationship with the big brother? Shen Nianian shook her head while eating an apple. Not yet. He didn't give me a direct answer. But I can feel that I'm special. He likes me. But I don't know how to say it. It feels a bit strange. Luo Qingyuan sighed. You can be really clueless sometimes. Different from Brother Yi. Luo Qingyuan regretted sending Shen Nianian out. What's different? Shen Nianian directly slapped her hand. Are you going to call me stupid again? Luo Qingyuan chuckled. I didn't say that. You did. Shen Nianian snorted but quickly became serious again. Qingyuan, I really like Big Brother. Luo Qingyuan asked. So what? Shen Nianian said. I'm not joking this time. Like you. I want to take the plunge first. Luo Qingyuan was silent for 2 seconds. Don't get ahead of yourself. First, your household registration isn't in your hands. The Shen family can't be fooled so easily. Second, brother is different from Brother Yi. Brother marrying me was an accident. Back then, if I hadn't acted swiftly and decisively, who knows? Now, I might still be Brother Yi's wife. Shen Nianian suddenly felt disheartened. And what am I supposed to do? After earnestly trying for more than 20 years, if I can't get it, I'll feel terrible. In reality, Luo Qingyuan didn't think it was a bad thing. The Shen family and the Luo family joined through marriage were stronger than the Luo family and the Zhang family. But at least Twinzy had to be willing to marry Shen Nianian, right? So Luo Qingyuan said, develop your relationship well. I don't think Big Brother really doesn't have any interest in you, otherwise he wouldn't have brought you back home. Let the future unfold naturally. Upon hearing this, Shen Nianian let out a cry of despair and slumped in the chair. Although they couldn't hear what they were talking about, Twinzy keenly observed this familiar scene. After washing the dishes, the family of 6 sat in the living room and chatted for a while. At 9:30 in the evening, Twinny, Mom, Dad, Brother, we have something to do tomorrow, so we need to head back early. Ding Yifan, all right, then we won't keep you. Go ahead, get back and rest early. Shen Nianian also stood up, smiling. Uncle, Auntie, it's getting late, so I'll head back too. Ding Yifan, all right, let ZZ send you guys. So, the 4 of them went downstairs together. Twinny and Luo Qingyuan soon left. After a busy day, Shen Nianian was tired too. She said to Twinzy, I'm going back to the hotel. Twinzy, I'll take you there. Shen Nianian suddenly perked up. Did the sun rise in the west? But Twinzy just looked at her, causing Shen Nianian to feel uneasy. What's wrong? Twinzy asked. Shen Nianian, what's your relationship with Luo Qingyuan? Shen Nianian's face stiffened. Shen Nianian's eyes showed a slight dodging expression. What kind of relationship? We just met. How could there be any relationship? Shen Nianian's denial was within Twinzy's expectations. Twinzy remained calm and spoke again. Is that so? Being so familiar right after meeting is rare. Shen Nyanian said. Could it be that we are just naturally familiar with each other? DRIZZLE looked at Shen Nyanian, who was trying hard to conceal something, and couldn't help but smile slightly. Shen Nyanian, why did you come from Kyoto to where I work? Shen Nyanian reply. Job transfer. Okay. Shen Nyanian was completely like a dead pig, not afraid of boiling water, refusing to admit it. Forget it. Let's just assume you are naturally familiar with each other. Perhaps when she returns home this time, she will understand everything after seeing her grandfather. So DRIZZLE was not in a hurry. He actually hoped that Shen Nyanian would confess everything on her own. His family situation was very special. Although he didn't know the positions of his grandfather, eldest uncle, and cousins in the military, he had always known that the wife he was going to marry must have a clean background. Without fully understanding Shen Nyanian and her family background, he would not further develop any relationship with her. As for DRIZZLE and Luo Qingyuan, DRIZZLE was the youngest in their family. No matter what happened to DRIZZLE, they had their older brothers to support him. Moreover, Luo Qingyuan's background and education were authentic, while DRIZZLE did take away someone's purity. So this matter needed to be handled carefully. But him and Shen Nyanian were different. After this visit, DRIZZLE's family and Luo's family should arrange for the parents of both sides to meet. DRIZZLE, let's go. I'll take you back to the hotel. We will return to H City tomorrow afternoon. Seeing that DRIZZLE finally stopped questioning, Shen Nyanian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. But she didn't dare to joke around anymore, afraid of leaving any traces for DRIZZLE to notice. Shen Nyanian truly didn't understand. How did DRIZZLE find out? She and Luo Qingyuan didn't have any intimate interactions, so how could he think of so much? It was truly strange. With such investigative skills, why was he working in the research department? Shouldn't he just become a spy? Maybe he would be a talented one. Shen Nyanian muttered in her heart, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. DRIZZLE could tell that Shen Nyanian was probably criticizing him in her heart again, and he shook his head helplessly. If this girl wasn't so naive, he wouldn't have been so at ease bringing her home. DRIZZLE, Wui, will you come back with me? Shen Nyanian immediately replying. Yes, why wouldn't I come back with you? You don't want to take me back. DRIZZLE smiled. If you're not afraid, why would I not want to take you? Shen Nyanian smiled instantly, as if the awkward atmosphere just disappeared instantly. Whether you take me back or not, I will follow you. If she couldn't handle you, she could handle your family members the same way. Besides, Shen Nyanian really wanted to understand the situation in DRIZZLE's hometown. After all, she had already prepared herself to spend the rest of her life with DRIZZLE. When Wui returned to DRIZZLE's hometown, she would confess her feelings to DRIZZLE again. This time, she would definitely not be impulsive, and she would definitely show her sincerity. And then she would start thinking about bringing DRIZZLE home. With different thoughts in mind, the two of them arrived at the hotel shortly. Before DRIZZLE could say anything, Shen Nyanian directly grabbed her bag and ran off. I'm leaving now. Thank you, big brother Duan, for taking me back. Goodbye. Shen Nyanian, who was 1.65 meters tall, quickly ran away with her short legs scurrying. DRIZZLE shook his head. It seemed like he really scared the child since she didn't dare to stick around anymore. Shen Nyanian swiftly returned to her room. She was about to message Luo Qingyuan when her phone rang at an inappropriate time. Looking at the incoming call, Shen Nyanian's expression slightly changed, but she still answered the call. The familiar voice on the other end was her younger brother, the only son of the Shen family, Shen Chongcheng. Sis, I heard you've been back in the country for a while. Why haven't you come home? Mom and Dad miss you a lot. Shen Nyanian reply. There's a project that needs coordination recently, so I'm not in Kyoto. Shen Chongcheng sigh. Sis, I didn't want to expose you, but Dad found your ticket information. He's curious why you didn't drive back to Kyoto, but took the high-speed train instead. Shen Nyanian's face suddenly turned gloomy, and she fell silent for a moment. Shen Chongcheng sigh. Sis, I've already told Dad that you went with Sister Luo, and for now, he believes it. But this won't be hidden for long. You should come back home soon. Sis, you know that Mom and Dad really want you to come help Dad in the company as soon as possible. Also, Dad asked me to tell you that he needs you to accompany him to a dinner party next weekend. Dinner party? Shen Nyanian knew right away that it was probably a large blind date dinner. Shen Nyanian frowned. I understand. Shen Chongcheng wanted to say more, but Shen Nyanian had already hung up the phone. In the bedroom, Shen Chongcheng looked at the call history, shook his head helplessly. He knew Shen Nianian didn't want to, but what could they do? In the business world, children's marriages were not up to them. Initially, if the Shen family could have a marriage alliance with the Luo family, that would have been the best choice. But the eldest son of the Luo family was already married, and the younger one was a girl, so there was nothing they could do. As a younger brother, the only thing he could do was to postpone his sister's freedom a little longer. After hanging up the phone, Shen Nianian lay on the bed for a long time, then picked up her phone to message Luo Qingyuan and repeat DRIZZLE's questions she had encountered. At that moment, Luo Qingyuan had just returned home, preparing to take a shower, and she saw the message, and her heart sank slightly. She didn't expect DRIZZLE's keenness to be so strong. He had discovered it so quickly. From Shen Nianian's words, Luo Qingyuan deduced that DRIZZLE only suspected their relationship and probably hadn't doubted her identity yet. But when he had time to spare, he would probably investigate the Shen family. Although investigating the Shen family may not involve her, it was still somewhat dangerous. Luo Qingyuan's thoughts began to stir. Was it too risky to transfer DRIZZLE to H City? Maybe sending him abroad directly would be better. Before Luo Qingyuan could figure out how to handle this situation, when he had finished washing the dishes and entered the room. "Didn't you say you were going to take a shower? Why are you still standing here?" Luo Qingyuan replied, "I was dealing with some work stuff." DRIZZLE took the phone from Luo Qingyuan, placed it on the table, and then took her hand, leading her to the bathroom. "Since you're taking so long, let me help you wash." Luo Qingyuan quickly realized and grabbed the frame of the bathroom door in an attempt to leave. "I don't want that. I can do it myself." It would be a joke if she really went in with DRIZZLE. However, Luo Qingyuan suddenly felt her body lifted off the ground, and the next moment, everything was spinning. She was being carried by DRIZZLE on his shoulders, head down. Luo Qingyuan exclaimed, "A-W-E." DRIZZLE smiled as he patted her perky buttocks and softly said, "Save some energy, I'll call you later." Luo Qingyuan felt like dying. "Didn't you say you had something to do tomorrow?" "That's just to deceive my parents, but I do have something tomorrow. I checked your schedule, there's nothing." Luo Qingyuan fell silent for a few seconds. "Aren't you tired?" DRIZZLE directly put Luo Qingyuan down and his large palm caressed her snowy white neck. "I'm not tired. With you by my side, I have unlimited energy." Luo Qingyuan wanted to say something but was interrupted as DRIZZLE lifted her chin and kissed her. Luo Qingyuan blinked a couple of times, only to have DRIZZLE cover her eyes with a smile, saying, "Sister, close your eyes when kissing." Luo Qingyuan groaned inwardly. "Oh no. Will every weekend be like this in the future?" At the hospital, Chen Li carried a lunchbox to the ward. Yin Nuan had already improved a lot. She was conscious, but her arm fracture was quite serious, so she had to be on an IV drip for a few more days. These days, Chen Li always felt like someone was following her, but she didn't know who. Every time she went to the casino, she would be inexplicably attacked with a bag over her head. At first, she thought it was Yin Nuan, but Yin Nuan was lying in the hospital. How could she have the time to bother her? Chen Li dismissed this thought, but she hadn't gambled for many days. It had cast a shadow on her, making her paranoid whenever she walked alone at night, fearing being attacked by a group of people. The worst part was, every time she was attacked, it was in a secluded place with no surveillance cameras. She had called the police a couple of days ago, but it was of no use. The police just came and asked her to be more careful. This made Chen Li nervous every day. She had become more obedient, sending Yi Xiaoshan to school, delivering food to Yin Nuan, but she still harbored resentment in her heart. Yin Nuan's left hand was tied up, so she could only eat with her right hand. While eating, she didn't forget to browse job postings on her tablet. Chen Li couldn't help but sarcastically say, "You have good connections. Even though you're lying in bed, someone is still watching over me for you." Yin Nuan didn't answer. Chen Li became even more aggressive. "Is it your ex-boyfriend? How did you manage to find him as soon as something happened to you? Also, who knows what talents you have to get to this point? Not only did you get the Feng family to repay the loan shark, but now they have someone watching over your mom every day. Whenever I go out, I get beaten up. Is this to vent your anger?" Yin Nuan's expression finally changed. She stopped eating and, with one hand, overturned the bowl and chopsticks, spilling hot soup onto Chen Li. "Ah!" Chen Li screamed as she stood up. "Yin Nuan, you heartless person, you lie here, and I run around borrowing money for you. And when I say a few words, you smash the food I cooked for you." Chen Li was trembling with anger. Yin Nuan stared coldly at her, If you gamble again, I will be crazier than you. Chen Li. Now that my hand is injured and I can't move, you better keep one eye open while sleeping. Let your eyes take shifts to watch over. You never know, one day, if I can't bear it, I might just cut you. Do you believe me? Chen Li was truly scared. De Yi Nuan from before was gentle, obedient, sensible, and grateful. But now, Yi Nuan was dark, paranoid, and indifferent. Chen Li wanted to scold her, but it seemed like she was frozen by Yi Nuan's cold eyes and couldn't speak a word. Yi Nuan said, "Mom, my father and I are of the same kind. Just like my father abandoned you, I can do the same. Don't provoke me any further." Yi Nuan's words were exceptionally heartless. She knew exactly where to strike to hurt Chen Li the most. Chen Li was furious and grabbed a nearby food container, throwing it at Yi Nuan's face. It left a scratch on Yi Nuan's face, not too severe but bleeding. "Yi Nuan, you're just as hypocritical and disgusting as your father. No wonder he didn't want you and passed you on to me. No wonder Duanyi doesn't want you. No one would want you. You're just a burden. You deserve it." Having finished speaking, Chen Li picked up her bag, kicked over a stool, and stormed out, slamming the door. Tears finally fell from Yi Nuan's eyes as Chen Li crossed the threshold. Fan Ning stood with flowers at the door. The loan shark issue had been resolved, but she thought Yi Nuan was under the protection of the Luo family after all, so she wanted to build a good relationship and came to visit. Unexpectedly, she heard those final words. The words spoken by Yi Nuan's mother seemed too harsh to her. Fan Ning sighed. Even the most intimate people knew where to wound the most when things ruptured. Fan Ning did not know who Duanyi was, but she could guess that he was very important to Yi Nuan. Fan Ning knocked the door, and Yi Nuan hastily wiped away her tears. Fan Ning walked briskly in, placed the flowers on the bedside table, and began to clean up the mess without any complaints. Yi Nuan said, "The Fan family repaid my mom's debts. I will pay you back every penny for the work lost during this period, including the mental distress caused by scaring my brother." Fan Ning, the accounts between the Fan family and you are settled. Fan Ning stood up and wanted to leave. To her surprise, Yi Nuan suddenly said, "Help me with a favor, consider it a debt to you." Fan Ning became interested. What favor? They had been in discussions for a long time, and this was the first time Yi Nuan had asked her for help. Yi Nuan said, "I want to enter the entertainment industry. I want to make big money." Fan Ning's expression momentarily cracked, and she couldn't help but sarcastically say, "Yi Nuan, you have big ambitions. Do you think entering the entertainment industry is that easy? What makes you think the Fan family will help you enter that cesspool of an industry?" "Yi Nuan, I have done everything I could. You better not overestimate yourself. With nothing to offer, you dare to ask for so much. You are really ridiculous. Do you even know where you are? This is the precious land of Kyoto, and even the Fan family is just a small merchant in the commercial district. What are you? How unfortunate." Fan Ning immediately retracted the compassion she had just shown to Yi Nuan, turned and left, afraid of being entangled by her. Fan Ning left, but Yi Nuan seemed to have expected it. She only gave a sarcastic smile, wiped away a tear, and collected the money on the table. She had already lost love and familial affection, and couldn't afford to lose money as well. The door of the hospital room was left open, so someone observed everything. As time passed, no one paid attention to Yi Nuan's actions anymore, but there were still those who watched to see if Chen Li would go gamble. Every time she went, she would be beaten, and each time was harsher than the last. Chen Li stayed home peacefully for a period of time. Meanwhile, Duanzi and Shen Nan had already returned to H City to continue working. Shen Nan stuck to Duanzi as usual, almost living and eating together, except for sleeping. Duanzi had become more tolerant of Shen Nan, even giving her a key to his house. They lived their days peacefully, reaching the May Day holiday. On the night before the holiday, Shen Nan, as usual, went to find Duanzi. Duanzi opened the door and asked, "Have you eaten?" Shen Nan shook her head. "I want to eat instant noodles." Duanzi frowned. "Why do you always like to eat these nutritionless things?" Shen Nan replied, "I've never had them before." It was only after coming to H City and seeing Duanzi eat instant noodles that she followed suit and found them delicious. Duanzi was skeptical of Shen Nan's words, but still fulfilled her wish by ordering takeout. Shen Nan held a bucket of spicy instant noodles on his couch, eating until her face turned red and her lips swelled from the spiciness, making Duanzi want to laugh. "If you can't handle spicy food, Why are you so enthusiastic? Shen Nyan, wiping away tears caused by the heat, said while slurping, because it's really delicious. Seeing her struggling, Dwinzi handed her a bottle of water. Shen Nyan instantly smiled brightly. Thank you, Dwinji. Shen Nyan was easily satisfied. She liked Dwinzi because even though he would sometimes disagree with what she did and occasionally tease her, he would still pamper her. Dwinzi and Dwinyi were very different despite being brothers. Luo Qingyuan liked Dwinyi's type, while she liked Dwinzi's. Watching Shen Nyan's silly appearance, Dwinzi couldn't help but doubt his own judgment. Shaking his head, Dwinzi resumed eating his takeout. After work tomorrow, pack your things properly. We'll leave early the day after tomorrow. We probably won't arrive until the evening. Shen Nyan was surprised. We're driving. Dwinzi nodded. Yes, because we need to bring some things back home. Shen Nyan wanted to say that flying would have been quicker, but she refrained from doing so after glancing at Dwinzi. All right, I've prepared my stuff too. Please help me move them when the time comes. Dwinzi assured her, you don't need to prepare anything. I will take care of what needs to be prepared. Shen Nyan usually followed Dwinzi's instructions, but she smiled this time and said, Dwinji, this is my intention. Dwinzi didn't expect this foolish girl to say such things. As a result, Dwinzi also smiled. All right, I'll follow your lead. Shen Nyan felt as if her heart had been coated with honey. After finishing their instant noodles, it was already past 7 in the evening, but Shen Nyan didn't want to go home. Just as Dwinzi was about to say something, Shen Nyan quickly interrupted. Let's go out for a walk to aid digestion. Shen Nyan remember what Luo Qingyuan had said about how ordinary, but happy it was to walk with a loved one. Dwinzi refrained from urging Shen Nyan to go back. Fine. And so, the two went downstairs together. Dwinzi, towering at 1.81 meters, made Shen Nyan feel safe standing next to him. It was as if, no matter what happened, Dwinzi would always be by her side. Shen Nyan had short hair that just reached her shoulders, a well-proportioned figure, round cheeks, and soft skin that seemed to hold a dewy texture, making her look nothing like an adult. As they walked, Shen Nyan suddenly got closer to Dwinzi. Dwinzi could only perceive a sweet fragrance emanating from her. The next moment, Shen Nyan gathered her courage and held Dwinzi's hand. Dwinzi instinctively looked at her, but Shen Nyan quickly averted her gaze, yet her fingers automatically intertwined with his. Don't assume I act like this with everyone. I can be a chatterbox, but I've never taken the initiative like this. What had started as a way to help Luo Qingyuan ended up with Shen Nyan developing feelings. Dwinzi's eyes flickered with a smile at her words, appreciating the warmth in her palm, so he didn't let go but instead held her hand tightly. I'll reluctantly believe you, Dwinzi said, and Shen Nyan, beaming, turned back to him, revealing a sweet smile and a charming dimple on her cheek. Dwinzi, you can be so annoying. Can't you say something nice to me? That's why you've been single for so long. Honestly, are you always cold to girls? So that's why no one dares to get close to you. Dwinzi felt a bit embarrassed. Despite many women confessing their feelings to him both during student days and at work, maybe it was because he always had a cold demeanor that no one could stay by his side for long. Seeing Dwinzi's silence, Shen Nyan became more convinced of her speculation. So, she stopped in front of him. Dwinzi gazed at her with confusion. Tipping her head up, Shen Nyan said, to be honest, my coming to H City was indeed unexpected, but this unexpectedness, I want to talk to you about after the holidays. Shen Nyan was a bit nervous. After spending so much time together, she knew that in serious matters, Dwinzi wouldn't always yield to her. However, this time, Dwinzi didn't say much and just reply, all right. Shen Nyan's eyes lit up. She immediately hooked her arms around Dwinzi's, and they walked forward. Dwinji, why are you so kind? I find you more and more wonderful. What should I do? Dwinzi felt a bit awkward. After all, Shen Nyan was hugging him so intimately, and he could feel the softness of her chest. Dwinzi shifted his arm, but Shen Nyan held him even tighter. What's wrong? You trying to avoid me? Shen Nyan accused, seeing his embarrassment. Dwinzi's ears were probably crimson, but he maintained a calm demeanor, saying, no. Shen Nyan immediately grinned. That's good then. Dwinzi warned her, I'm telling you, if you go for a walk with other men in the future, be more proper. Shen Nyan looked puzzled. Why would I walk with other men? I don't even like walking. But then she seemed to remember something, so she quickly added, "But with you, I enjoy it. I enjoy everything. Even these simple days of walking." Dwinzai's mind was momentarily confused. Simple days with light meals. Shen Nianian looked at him meaningfully and said, "Yes, occasionally I want something richer." Dwinzai was stunned before quickly realizing Shen Nianian. Shen Nianian immediately let go of Dwinzai's hand, saying, "I didn't say anything, you misunderstood. Don't blame me." Dwinzai asked, "Who taught you these things?" Shen Nianian cheerfully replying, "Internet friends." Dwinzai said, "In the future, watch fewer random videos. What are you watching every day?" Shen Nianian replied, Okay, I'll listen to you." Although she agreed verbally, Shen Nianian was still planning to challenge him in the future, just to see if Dwinzai would dare to listen. Dwinzai could tell that Shen Nianian was not being sincere. Watching Shen Nianian happily bouncing ahead, Dwinzai couldn't help but think, "Oh, did this clumsy girl really win me over? What will happen in the future?" As the evening breeze blew gently, Dwinzai was lost in his thoughts while Shen Nianian had already bounced far ahead. He was about to call out to her but saw Shen Nianian turn back. Under the streetlight, her hair floated, making her appearance indistinct, but her soft, gentle voice touched his heart. Shen Nianian said, "Dwinzai, can you walk a bit faster? You have long legs, but you're slower than me." Heartened by her words, Dwinzai quickened his pace and replied, "Coming." And so, the two of them chatted and laughed until nearly 10 o'clock before returning home separately. Shen Nianian bounced back home, even humming a song, but her song abruptly stopped as she stepped inside and saw a woman covered in jewels sitting on the sofa. Looking at her coldly, Shen Nianian walked over and called out, "Mom." He sneered, "You know I'm your mom, so why didn't you come back home?" After returning to the country, Shen Nianian sighed and sat beside Hien, holding her arm and leaning on her shoulder, saying, "Mom, it wasn't intentional. Don't be angry, okay?" Hien pointed at her head and said, "You always use this trick, but it won't work this time. Tonight, you must accompany me back to the capital, or your father may come personally to take you back." Shen Nianian said, "Mom, I'm really doing something important." Hien interrupted, "What important thing? Are you talking about that boy from the Duan family? Let me tell you, Mom doesn't approve. Drop this idea early." Shen Nianian wanted to blurt out the news about Lu Qingyuan and Duanyi getting married, but she knew her mom had loose lips, and if she mentioned it, the whole aristocratic families in the capital would know soon. So, until their relationship was confirmed, Shen Nianian didn't dare to speak out. Shen Nianian sat back and said, "Mom, Dwinzai's background is not simple. If I marry him, I promise that the Shen family will only prosper." Hien gave her a suspicious look and said, "Don't think I haven't investigated that boy. I won't be fooled by you." Hien found it strange that apart from Dwinzai's parents and younger brother in the capital, they couldn't find any other information on him. Shen Nianian asked, "Do you know he has a younger brother?" Hien replied, "Of course I do." Shen Nianian followed up, "Do you know who Dwinzai's brother is with?" Hien said, "How would I know that?" Shen Nianian felt relieved and disappointed at the same time. Lu Qingyuan had done a good job of keeping it secret. Shen Nianian sighed, "Mom, trust me, I won't lie to you. Just believe me this once. Help me stall Dad, and after this break, I will come home and explain everything properly. Will you agree?" After thinking, Hien still didn't trust Shen Nianian. Regardless of Duan family's status, Shen Nianian could only marry a local man. Hien said, "Ni9, Mom has come here in person, which means your father has issued an ultimatum. Tonight, you must come back with me." Shen Nianian wanted to say something, but Hien cut her off. "Ni9, Mom doesn't know if what you said is true, but even if it is, you have to attend tomorrow's banquet organized by your father. Whether you like those people or not, you must show up as required. Understood? But I really have something tomorrow. Did you ask my opinion about arranging a blind date banquet for me?" "Stop. No matter what, tomorrow's banquet is more critical than anything else. As for your opinion, it's not essential for now." "Mom." Shen Nianian. Hien suddenly raised her voice. "There are priorities. After these 2 days of banquets, where you want to go, Mom will follow you, okay?" Shen Nianian knew she had to leave tonight. If she caused a scene now, her identity would be revealed. And she hadn't even officially started a relationship with Dwinzai. If her family knew they were pressuring her to marry into an aristocratic family, would they give up on her? Shen Nyanian didn't dare to take that risk. "Give me the phone. I'll say goodbye to him." Hien grabbed Shen Nyanian's hand and said, "We'll talk in Kyoto." Shen Nyanian frowned. "Mom, you hurt me." Hien let go of her hand and walked ahead. Shen Nyanian had no choice but to close the door and follow. Shen Nyanian regretted not escaping with DRIZZLE earlier tonight. She felt she was breaking her promise. Would DRIZZLE blame her? As she stood at the bottom of the stairs, Shen Nyanian hoped DRIZZLE would open the window and look at her. Even though her mother told her she could leave after the banquet, Shen Nyanian still wanted to see him. Hien stood nearby, silently watching. After all, she was her own daughter, and she might be unable to bear this. Who hasn't been young before? But the Duan family's status was too low. Without a suitable reason, Hien couldn't agree. An aide asked, "Madam, should I call Miss Shen over?" Hien turned and got into the car first, saying, "Give her another 5 minutes. After tonight, she wouldn't allow her daughter to return to that worthless man." Shen Nyanian was her precious daughter. She must either marry someone with power and authority, or not marry at all. Hien would never allow Shen Nyanian to marry a powerless poor beau. Hien didn't understand that her decision today had missed the opportunity to reconcile with the Duan family in advance. In just 5 minutes, Shen Nyanian was taken away by bodyguards. When the car door was closed, Shen Nyanian felt a bit dazed and could only shrink into the seat, not saying a word. Seeing this, Hien sighed and said, "Nyanian, our family is different from ordinary families. Mom is doing this for your own good. You'll understand in the future." Shen Nyanian still didn't speak to Hien. Helpless, Hien told the driver, "Let's go, back to the capital." As the car drove away from the neighborhood, DRIZZLE suddenly opened the window and instinctively looked down, but couldn't see anything. DRIZZLE then stretched his head out of the window and looked up. The lights upstairs had already been turned off. Usually at this time, when the lights went off, it meant the little fool had already fallen asleep. DRIZZLE couldn't help but shake his head slightly, closed the window, and went to bed himself. It was surprising that he was worrying about Shen Nyanian at this moment. What could happen to her at home? So DRIZZLE quickly washed up and went to sleep. On the day of their break in the evening, DRIZZLE and Luo Qingyuan left Kyoto by plane, but DRIZZLE was still waiting for news from Shen Nyanian. The key issue was, not only was there no news from Shen Nyanian, even the team led by her that was supposed to meet with them disappeared without a trace. At 7 p.m., DRIZZLE still couldn't contact Shen Nyanian, so he rushed to Shen Nyanian's home directly from his own. He didn't have the key to Shen Nyanian's home, but he knew her habits. So, after knocking on the door for a few minutes without response, he decisively found the key hidden under the carpet. Upon entering, he found the house vacant, except for the basic amenities. The kitchen seemed untouched, though clean and tidy. The refrigerator was empty. DRIZZLE furrowed his brows, feeling somewhat uneasy. Could it be that Shen Nyanian's promise to return home with him was a lie? DRIZZLE entered Shen Nyanian's bedroom and found all her belongings neatly arranged inside, with many clothes still in the wardrobe. It didn't seem like she was planning to escape, which relieved DRIZZLE. But before he could completely relax, he couldn't help but wonder, where was Shen Nyanian? How could she disappear as if into thin air? With a mindset to make one last call, DRIZZLE dialed Shen Nyanian's number again. He thought if he couldn't reach her this time, he would have to report it to the police. Unexpectedly, the call went through this time. DRIZZLE was both relieved and worried, saying, "Nyanian, where have you been? Why couldn't I reach you all day? Are you okay?" Shen Nyanian's anxious voice came through. "DRIZZLE, let's cut to the chase. I didn't mean to stand you up. There was a family emergency. I rushed back to Kyoto last night." Before Shen Nyanian could finish, Hien came knocking on the door. "Shen Nyanian, what are you doing? Hurry up, we need to leave." DRIZZLE naturally overheard. Shen Nyanian said, "DRIZZLE, forgive me. It wasn't intentional. After this period, I will make it up to you." Urged by Hien, Shen Nyanian had to hang up the phone. Opening the door, Shen Nyanian was annoyed. "Mom, can't you give me some time?" Hien directly grabbed her hand and let her out. "Shen Nyanian, it's been 25 years. I've already given you enough time. If only you were as capable as Luo Qingyuan, I could let you be until you're 30. Seeing Hien resolute, Shen Nyanian closed her mouth. Further arguments would be pointless. Meanwhile, DRIZZLE stood still in Shen Nyanian's room. The weather wasn't great that day, and Shen Nyanian's windows weren't tightly closed. With a gentle breeze, they swung open, letting in a light drizzle. which soon turned into heavy rain. DRIZZLE silently walked over, closed the windows, locked the door, returned the key to its place, and then descended down the stairs. He didn't question or investigate what happened to Shen Nianian. Everyone had emergencies, and Shen Nianian wasn't his girlfriend, so there wasn't really a need for explanations. DRIZZLE consoled himself this way, feeling a heavy weight in his chest. Although Shen Nianian was the one who suggested going home first, if he hadn't been anticipating it, he wouldn't have agreed. He had granted Shen Nianian a privilege, but she left him somewhat disappointed. DRIZZLE shook his head. With a wry smile, rubbing his chest, he murmured, "This is unexpectedly quite saddening." He didn't want to fall into Shen Nianian's hands, so after knowing that Shen Nianian was safe, DRIZZLE restrained himself from unnecessary thoughts, and didn't send any messages or calls to her. Instead, he drove back to his hometown that very night. Originally, he didn't want to drive at night for Shen Nianian's sake, but now there was no need to worrying that much. At 10:30 in the evening, the plane landed on time at the airport. DRIZZLE, along with Luo Qingyuan, pushed their luggage. Just as they stepped out of the airport, they received a call from their eldest brother DRIZZLE. "We're at Zhenggong Square. Me and your sister-in-law are waiting here." DRIZZLE responded, "Okay, big brother." After hanging up, DRIZZLE and Luo Qingyuan quickly headed towards their destination. At Zhenggong Square, from a distance, Luo Qingyuan spotted a burly man with a shaved head and a weather-beaten face, looking tough yet upright. DRIZZLE also noticed DRIZZLE and Luo Qingyuan, and swiftly walked over, warmly taking part of the luggage from their hands. DRIZZLE happily exclaimed, "Big brother." Luo Qingyuan also greeted, "Hello, big brother." DRIZZle smiled and then playfully punched DRIZZLE. "You rascal, not bringing your wife home sooner for the family to see." He then turned to Luo Qingyuan, "This must be our new sister, really beautiful, Ziyi. You better treat her well." DRIZZle nodded, "I know, big brother, you can rest assured." The three of them chatted and laughed as they approached a black jeep. Standing in front of the car was a tall, ponytailed woman with a very dignified appearance. DRIZZle introduced, "This is your elder sister-in-law, Liang Mo." DRIZZle and Luo Qingyuan both exclaimed, "Elder sister-in-law." Liang Mo smiled as she shook hands with them. "Hello, you've been through a lot on the way. Get in the car." DRIZZle nodded, "Okay." Then he and DRIZZle loaded the luggage into the trunk. Liang Mo held Luo Qingyuan's hand with a friendly smile. "I've heard DRIZZle saying you were coming back. Also heard that Ziyi's wife is very beautiful, a returnee from studying abroad. Today seeing you confirms the rumors." Luo Qingyuan smiled modestly. "Please don't exaggerate. I'm just a low-level employee. The study abroad was just an experience." Liang Mo smiled. "Qingyuan is indeed modest. An ordinary staff can't manage so many people in Hanlin." Luo Qingyuan was taken aback and instinctively looked at Liang Mo. Liang Mo smiled gently and somewhat distantly, saying, "Get in the car, younger siblings." Luo Qingyuan was unsure if Liang Mo meant what she was thinking, but she couldn't bring herself to ask because DRIZZle and DRIZZle had already approached. DRIZZle opened the car door for her, saying, "Qingyuan, get in the car." Luo Qingyuan could only nod and smile, saying, "Okay," and then got into the car. DRIZZle drove. Liang Mo sat in the front passenger seat, and she and DRIZZle sat in the back. DRIZZle said, "Grandpa and Grandma have been looking forward to your return. They knew you would arrive tonight and have been waiting for you at home." DRIZZle was a bit excited, saying, "Really? So everyone is gathered during this holiday? Big brother, you didn't have time off during Chinese New Year. How come you have time off now? How many days are you back for?" DRIZZle chuckled. "This time, the organization specially approved me and your sister-in-law to go home and reunite with our family." DRIZZle asked, "Aren't you two in different units? How were you both approved to go home together?" Liang Mo smiled and said, "In special circumstances, nothing is impossible. Besides, your brother and I have been married for 3 years now. It's indeed time to visit home. We have a 4-day holiday this time, so both of you can stay longer at home." Before Luo Qingyuan could find an excuse to decline, DRIZZle eagerly agreed, "No problem. Qingyuan and I also have 5 days and 4 nights. We don't have any plans, so let's stay at home longer." Feeling helpless, Luo Qingyuan could only keep quiet. However, she was curious about the positions of DRIZZle's colleagues in the military. They didn't sound like regular soldiers, especially considering Liang Mo's words, which made her feel like she was already transparent in front of them. But how could that be possible? The secrecy of the Luo family was impenetrable to ordinary people, and even the influential families in the capital couldn't dig out any information. With this in mind, Luo Qingyuan felt slightly relieved. Duan Renji said, "I heard that your parents and brother are all overseas." Luo Qingyuan replied, "Yes, my parents and brother are working abroad." Liang Mo asked, "Working abroad? What kind of work do they do?" Luo Qingyuan answered, "Just some projects for the company. I'm not very familiar with the details." Liang Mo glanced at Luo Qingyuan through the rearview mirror. "Not familiar? Then why did I hear that your parents and brother are doing business abroad?" This time, Luo Qingyuan was certain. Liang Mo knew about her family. On the other hand, Duanyi was still puzzled, asking, "Sister-in-law, how did you know?" The next moment, Duanyi asked, "Sister-in-law, did you investigate?" As a member of an international intelligence organization, why would they investigate Luo Qingyuan's background? The atmosphere became somewhat tense. Duan Renji broke the awkward silence, saying, "Xiaoyou, have you forgotten what your sister-in-law does?" With the nature of Six's work, the organization must be clear about family matters, so there's no need for your sister-in-law to investigate anything. Luo Qingyuan couldn't help but ask, "What does your sister-in-law do?" Duanyi hesitated momentarily about what to say. Instead, Liang Mo straightforwardly stated, "She's just a small worker in an international intelligence agency, nothing noteworthy." With this remark, Luo Qingyuan was momentarily shocked. An intelligence organization? This? Duan Renji explained, "Younger sister, don't be surprised, she doesn't have much authority, and she's hardly ever in the country. We rarely stay together for a long time either." After he finished speaking, Duan Renji added, "We have to check 3 generations rigorously, but your family's situation, due to being overseas for most of the time, is not entirely clear. That's why we ask you about it today with no pressure on you." Duanyi also reached out and held Luo Qingyuan's slightly chilly fingers, saying, "Don't worry, my family just wants to know more about you." Luo Qingyuan could only feign ignorance, saying, "I understand." However, an international intelligence organization, Luo Qingyuan still couldn't calm down. No wonder Liang Mo's words carried hidden meaning. It seemed like they didn't trust her family. As they spoke, the car had already arrived at the Duan family's old mansion, located on the outskirts of the city. The old mansion had 3 floors, a large courtyard, 3 rooms on each floor, a private bathroom, and a public one. When they reached the old mansion, it was nearly dawn, but the lights were on. When Duanyi and Luo Qingyuan got out of the car, Duan Jiancheng and Miao Sujin came cheerfully to greet them. Duan Jiancheng said, "Xiaoyou, is this your wife?" Miao Sujin said, "Quick, Qingyuan, let grandma take a look." Duanyi patted Luo Qingyuan's shoulder, smiling, "These are grandpa and grandma." Luo Qingyuan hurriedly went over and greeted them warmly. "Hello, grandpa and grandma." Miao Sujin immediately pulled Luo Qingyuan, saying, "She's extraordinary. Xiaoyou has good taste, ha ha ha." Duanyi laughed and patted his chest. "Of course, when has your grandson ever made a mistake in his choices?" Miao Sujin smiled. "Indeed, whether it's Nangsing's girl or Qingyuan, they are all attractive." Luo Qingyuan's expression froze slightly. Duanyi was also a bit awkward. Duan Jiancheng stepped forward and pulled Miao Sujin, saying, "Why bring this up now? Let them come in. Hurry. Back inside." At this point, Miao Sujin realized her mistake and felt somewhat regretful. She had always talked about Nangsing every day, and Nangsing had grown up in the presence of both families. It was difficult for her to change her ways in a short time. Miao Sujin then remembered that Nangsing was a thing of the past. After Nangsing, there seemed to be a former girlfriend, but Miao Sujin couldn't recall since it was rarely brought up at home. Now, she only remembered Nangsing and Luo Qingyuan. Look at grandma's loose mouth. Grandma has a bad memory. Qingyuan, don't take it too hard. Luo Qingyuan quickly smiled, then directly embraced Miao Sujin, saying, "Grandma, why would I mind?" "Not at all." Hearing her soft and gentle voice, when he felt a bit jittery, Luo Qingyuan wouldn't mind. He didn't believe it. "Grandma, you've really put your grandson in an embarrassing situation. Who knows when this situation might explode?" Luo Qingyuan followed Miao Sujin inside, and Duanyi quickly turned to help his eldest brother and sister-in-law with their luggage. Duan Jiancheng raised his head, his eyes devoid of the usual elderly confusion, fixed on someone not far away, and waved his hand. A breeze blew through, and soon the surroundings became even quieter. Duen Jiancheng sighed helplessly. These people, acting as if Luo Qingyuan might bring someone along and being overly cautious. Look at that, Luo Qingyuan is quite well behaved. Just coming back with Duen Yi alone. There was no need for this kind of cunning, or any need for surveillance in the surroundings. It was simply unnecessary. Wang Zezong received instructions from Duen Jiancheng, waved his hand to dismiss everyone, but he himself did not leave, still sitting in the cafe outside the door. According to the information, Luo Qingyuan was indeed a businessman, with no martial arts skills. Since Luo Qingyuan arrived at the airport today, their people have been watching him closely. It looked very safe, especially since even the lieutenant had returned home, so there should be no problem. But as the bodyguard of the old master, Wang Zezong still had to be on guard at all times. After all, the information in the old master's study was very important, and the safety of the old master's life was the top priority, and there could be no slackness. At this time, Duen Yi and his family had all returned home. After storing their luggage, everyone gathered in the dining room on the first floor. Miao Sujin welcomed everyone to sit down. Although it's a bit late, the food is still warm. Eat up and get a good rest tonight. Luo Qingyuan looked at the table full of food, a wide variety of dishes including chicken, duck, fish, and shrimp. Luo Qingyuan felt a bit embarrassed. Grandpa and Grandma, you've worked hard to prepare such a great feast. Duen Jiancheng smiled kindly. No trouble at all. This is the first time he brought his wife home, so we had to prepare some specialty dishes, right? Miao Sujin said. Quick, Yi, serve some dishes to your wife. Duen Yi had already started serving and handed Luo Qingyuan a plate of steamed spare ribs, saying, try this, it's my grandfather's specialty dish. And this braised chicken, is my grandmother's specialty dish. Luo Qingyuan smiled and accepted, feeling warm in her heart. She had been a bit apprehensive. After all, it was her first time meeting Duen Yi's family, but they were quite welcoming to her. Duen Renji placed a plate of braised chicken feet in front of Luo Qingyuan, smiling and saying, try this, it's poorly made by your sister-in-law. Luo Qingyuan was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, big brother and sister-in-law. Liang Mo said, we are all family, no need to be polite. Enjoy the food. If it's delicious, sis will make more for you to take back to Kyoto. Duen Yi and Luo Qingyuan both nodded, enjoying the meal together. After dinner, Duen Yi and Luo Qingyuan started distributing the gifts they had brought back for everyone. Duen Jiancheng received a set of fine tea sets, resembling blue and white porcelain, that actually worth 50,000, along with several $1,000s worth of precious tea leaves. Miao Sujin received a set of custom-made Suzhou embroidery qipao dress, very dignified, also costing 50,000. Duen Renji received a set of military green casual clothes, also custom-made, without a brand, but very comfortable to wear, costing 20,000. For Liang Mo, since Duen Yi was not familiar with what Liang Mo liked, he bought a set of expensive skincare products. After distributing the items, everyone was very happy. Miao Sujin said, look at Qingyuan, everything is fine when people come, why spend this unnecessary money? Duen Jiancheng added, yes, young people work hard for their money, stop buying us old folks things. We are not lacking in anything here. Duen Yi put his arm around Luo Qingyuan's shoulder and said, with a smile, Grandpa and Grandma, this is Qingyuan's gesture, please accept it. Luo Qingyuan added, you've prepared such a great feast for us, and big brother and sister-in-law came all this way to pick us up. It's only right for us to show some appreciation. Liang Mo said, Qingyuan must have spent money on these gifts, but it's thoughtful. Luo Qingyuan lightly smiled. It's nothing, just a small token of appreciation. Liang Mo smiled and said nothing. While others did not know, she could tell the value of these items at a glance. Though they appeared simple, they were all of good quality. Luo Qingyuan was considerate, but this also once again exposed the remarkable status of the Luo family. Luo Qingyuan would not know that if she had not come alone today, she would have been taken away when she landed. After the family finished their meal, they all returned to their respective rooms. Duen Yi's room was on the third floor, not very spacious with just a bed, wardrobe, a full set of a desk, and a bathroom, much smaller than Luo Qingyuan's room in Kyoto. Duen Yi said, babe, you'll have to make do, my room is a bit small. Luo Qingyuan glanced at him, and with a cold snort, said, Now you call me babe, where were you before? Dwinny suddenly became wary. Even though he was talking about the room size, it was obvious that Luo Qingyuan was not concerned about that, but wanted to address the matter of non-crossing. Dwinny knew he was in the wrong and felt embarrassed. After such a long journey, you must be tired. Why don't I help you wash up? Dwinny tried to reach for Luo Qingyuan, but she quickly dodged. Humph, you want to help me bathe now? You should have thought of that earlier. What about non-crossing? Dwinny realized how true the phrase an angry girlfriend is harder to handle than a stampeding pig was. Dwinny could only explain, Qingyuan, Nanxing's mother is best friends with my mother, and Nanxing's father and mine are also schoolmates, even old friends. My grandma has always liked non-crossing, so sometimes she may say the wrong things, but Dwinny walked over, hugged Luo Qingyuan from behind, and said softly, but you are my wife. Non-crossing did occupy the first 20 years of my life, but for the next decades, I will belong to you. We will completely belong to each other. Hearing his heartfelt words, the uneasiness in Luo Qingyuan's heart vanished. She had never thought she would be affected by a man like this, but she couldn't help it now. She cared too much. Sometimes, when she read reports about Nanxing's advancements in the entertainment industry, his growth and talent, she would feel a sense of crisis. Her most despicable thought was to suppress this rising star. But Luo Qingyuan knew she could think it, but she couldn't act on it. So, she silently rebuked herself in her heart, then turned around with a close smile, teasing, call me babe once more, and I'll forgive you. Dwinny laughed, babe. Finally, a smile crept onto Luo Qingyuan's face, and Dwinny felt relieved. Just as he was about to ask something, Luo Qingyuan grabbed his collar. Dwinny cleared his throat. Qingyuan, we are at home. Luo Qingyuan replied. Who was the one just now suggesting to help me bathe? Thinking of reneging now that you've been forgiven? Dwinny stammered. Well, before he could finish his sentence, Luo Qingyuan pulled him by the collar and led him into the bathroom. Turn on the shower. No one will hear us. Dwinny, bewildered, looked at the time. It was already 1 a.m. Luo Qingyuan was indeed bold, but he liked it. Luo Qingyuan and Dwinny were like dry firewood and roaring flames, unable to stop. Luo Qingyuan's phone lay on the table, vibrating countless times, but she didn't answer. At the same time, Dwinzy was stuck in traffic on the highway, his phone occasionally ringing, but Dwinzy seemed to be oblivious, not bothering to answer. Shen Nianian was nearly losing her mind, wondering why nobody was picking up her calls. After that phone call, Dwinzy never sent her another message, ignoring everything Shen Nianian said, leaving her inexplicably anxious. Would Dwinzy stop caring about her because of this incident? Yet Shen Nianian couldn't leave now. She had a contract signed at today's banquet that needed to be handed over personally by her, specified for tomorrow at 7 p.m. The amount involved in this project was huge, a whopping 20 million, and she couldn't abandon so much money for the sake of her emotions. And so, Dwinzy drove all night, while Shen Nianian spent the entire night sleepless. The next morning at 8 a.m., Luo Qingyuan had just woken up when Dwinzy walked in. Get up and freshen up, we can go downstairs for breakfast after you're done. My brother is back too. Luo Qingyuan, your brother, Dwinzy? Dwinzy nodded. Yes, he rushed back last night. Luo Qingyuan's eyes lit up, quickly getting out of bed. So did Shen Nianian come? Hearing this, Dwinzy shook his head in puzzlement. Shen Nianian didn't come. Just now when my grandpa asked my brother, he said she had last-minute work and couldn't make it. Luo Qingyuan was even more confused. What kind of work needed to be done at this hour? Had a chance to cling to Dwinzy, an opportunity to gain recognition from Dwinzy's family, and with Luo Qingyuan present, Shen Nianian wouldn't just change her plans at the last minute. Luo Qingyuan was only puzzled for a few seconds before she thought of the only possible explanation. That the Shen family had come, so Shen Nianian had been taken back home. As Dwinzy handed Luo Qingyuan clean underwear, he said, although my brother appears calm on the surface, I can feel that he is unhappy. Dwinzy added, do you think he and Shen Nianian had a quarrel? Otherwise, why agree to come but not show up? Luo Qingyuan shook her head. I don't know. Why don't you go and discreetly ask your brother? Dwinzy nodded. You freshen up, I'll go find my brother, and I'll come back to take you to breakfast later. Luo Qingyuan nodded, and Dwinzy left. Luo Qingyuan quickly locked the door and called Shen Nianian back. The phone was quickly answered. Shen Nianian, my dear Luo, you finally answered the phone. If you hadn't, I would have gone crazy. Lu Qingyuan, what's going on? Shen Nianian explained the whole story, including Duanzi ignoring her. After thinking for a moment, Lu Qingyuan quickly found a solution. I'll send you mine and Duanyi's marriage certificate. You find your dad and talk to him alone. Don't base it on emotions, but on interests. Mention the advantages of the Lu family and Shen family becoming in-laws. Also analyze the benefits of the Shen family marrying with other major families in Kyoto. Your dad will naturally consider it. Shen Nianian's eyes lit up. Really? Lu Qingyuan, the position of the Lu family in the business world is unbeatable. Even if your dad thinks that my relationship with your friend won't last long, he will consider it for my sake and won't let your mom indirectly control you in Kyoto anymore. At least for the next 2 years, your dad won't interfere with you. In short, with the relationship between Duanyi and Duanzi, even if the Shen family looked down on Duanzi, they wouldn't oppose Shen Nianian and Duanzi dating. Shen Nianian was so happy she wanted to jump up. Qingyuan, it has to be you. I'll go find my dad now and present the pros and cons to him. After I've sorted things out here, I'll fly over immediately. Lu Qingyuan nodded, and as the conversation ended, she quickly hung up and went to the bathroom to freshen up. Just as Lu Qingyuan finished freshening up and changed clothes, Duanyi returned. Opening the door, Lu Qingyuan asked Duanyi, "What's the situation with your brother?" Duanyi, "He refused to say and has already gone to bed, but I can tell his mood is very bad." Lu Qingyuan was alarmed. Duanzi was already a difficult person to pursue. Now, wouldn't it be even harder after this incident? Would Shen Nianian be defeated before succeeding? Lu Qingyuan felt extremely fortunate for her sharp eyes and resolute actions, or where would she find such a great husband? Lu Qingyuan said, "Let your brother rest. When he's rested and feeling better, his mood might improve." Duanyi nodded and then held Lu Qingyuan's hand, saying, "Let's go downstairs for breakfast. Grandpa and Grandma are waiting for us." Today, Lu Qingyuan was wearing a white shirt with jeans, her black hair tied up in a high ponytail, revealing her white and delicate neck. With no makeup, she looked like a fresh and lovely female college student. Following Duanyi downstairs, everyone couldn't help but be amazed when they saw Lu Qingyuan. Lu Qingyuan was indeed beautiful, with skin that seemed delicate and flawless. She was not inferior to the female celebrities on TV. Holding hands with Duanyi as they walked downstairs, they truly looked like a young couple in love. Lu Qingyuan greeted everyone politely. "Grandpa, Grandma, Big Brother, Big Sister-in-law." Miao Sujin invited them to sit down. "I heard from little Yi that Qingyuan prefers a simple breakfast, so Grandma has made you a bowl of plain noodle soup. I hope it suits your taste. Try it." Only Lu Qingyuan had a steaming bowl of noodles in front of her. Lu Qingyuan said, "Grandma, I'm not picky, and I love everything cooked by you. It's just..." Lu Qingyuan was a bit puzzled. Was nobody else having breakfast? Just as Lu Qingyuan was about to say something, another man, a complete stranger, walked out of the kitchen. He was tall and sturdy, carrying a large basin of meat buns. Duan Renji and Liang Mo stood up to help and also brought out some milk from the kitchen. Duanyi helped arrange the dishes and said, "Grandma made fresh buns this morning, so we'll just have these. You can have noodles and buns together." After hearing Duanyi, Lu Qingyuan felt embarrassed. After all, she could eat anything and didn't need special treatment. As Duanyi continued to talk, Lu Qingyuan smiled and whispered to Lu Qingyuan, "Eating a bowl of longevity noodles is a blessing for our new daughter-in-law. Granny is a bit superstitious and believes that a new daughter-in-law must eat longevity noodles when she first comes to the house to maintain health and peace. Not just you, big sister-in-law must have had them too." Hearing this, Lu Qingyuan smiled. What an interesting custom. Grandma was really cute. Just finished breakfast, there was movement at the door again. Everyone turned to see Duan Shan and Ding Yifan walking in with smiles on their faces. Everyone quickly got up to greet Duan Shan and Ding Yifan and take the things in their hands. "Duanyi, Mom, man, Dad, didn't you say you weren't coming back?" Duan Shan smiled. Plans changed. Plans change. Ding Yifan, originally, it was because of work that we weren't coming back, but thinking about Qingyuan and Nan coming, Mom and Dad wanted to come back together, happy and lively. Duan Jianchen, that's right, as long as there's time, we'll come back to visit. After all, your mom and I don't get to see you guys much. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed. Duan Sheng was the first to speak. "Dad, What nonsense are you talking about? Duen Jianchen laughed heartily. I misspoke. Today is a day for family reunion. We shouldn't say such things. Miao Sujin, have you had breakfast? Let me reheat it for you. With that, Miao Sujin went into the kitchen. Liang Mo followed. Grandma, let me help you. Luo Qingyuan also stood up. Grandma, sister-in-law, I'll go too. Duen Yi was about to say something but was pulled by Duen Renji. Little Yi, want to play chess with big brother? Duen Yi turned back with a smile. Sure, it's been a while since I played chess with big brother. Duen Renji, then let's go to the rooftop. Duen Jiancheng sat down with Duen Sheng and his wife to chat, and soon Miao Sujin came out too. In the kitchen, only Liang Mo and Luo Qingyuan remained. Liang Mo straightforwardly asked, Qingyuan, do you mind telling my sister-in-law the detailed work address of your family members? Though Luo Qingyuan smiled, there was no mirth in her eyes. Sister-in-law, I'm not very familiar with my family's situation. After all, as we grew up, everyone went their separate ways, and I rarely see my family. Liang Mo also smiled but with less warmth in her eyes. Is that so? Is Luo always this busy? The moment Luo was referred to as Luo Zan, she was certain that Liang Mo's reason for returning home was her. Luo Qingyuan looked at Liang Mo. Sister-in-law, feel free to speak your mind. While steaming buns, Liang Mo said, I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. Both my big brother and I have unique job natures, so transparency is necessary for our family. Luo Qingyuan quietly watched Liang Mo without speaking. Liang Mo also understood Luo Qingyuan's discontent. After all, the large family like the Luos and their military background were two different worlds. Businessmen and their practices, on one hand, while military personnel were the opposite. Liang Mo turned around to face Luo Qingyuan directly, saluted, then extended her hand, saying confidently, Hello, Luo Qingyuan. Let me introduce myself formally. I'm Liang Mo, a staff member of the Huaxio intelligence organization, serving as an intelligence analysis specialist. Luo Qingyuan could only shake hands briefly, saying, Hello. Not naive, Luo Qingyuan understood that Liang Mo had disclosed her identity formally for a significant reason. Liang Mo continued, As a family, we don't hide anything from you. Our return this time was ordered by superiors to understand your family's situation and make a detailed report. Liang Mo held a significant position, perhaps even more authoritative than the officials in Kyoto. But who was Luo Qingyuan? She wouldn't just accept things as they were, especially when she realized that this homecoming seemed like a conspiracy. Luo Qingyuan said to Liang Mo, Since you know my real identity, you must have looked into my family member's situation as well, right? If it's investigated already, why ask me? With these words, Luo Qingyuan was about to leave the kitchen when Liang Mo spoke up. Yes, we'll continue to investigate your brother, but we won't interfere with your and Duen Yi's lives. Deep down, Liang Mo wondered if this marriage could last. No one could be sure. According to Huaxio law, if Luo Qingyuan's brother was found involved in illegal activities, then Duen Yi, as Duen Jiancheng's direct grandson, could directly apply for the marriage to be annulled. T.S. Fictional scenario, not to be taken as real. In that case, their marriage certificate would be worthless, and even if Duen Yi remarried, it would legally be his first marriage. Luo Qingyuan stood still, her expression somewhat tense. If this were anyone else, she would make it clear what happens when someone slanders the Luo family. But this person was Duen Yi's family. Liang Mo sighed and patted Luo Qingyuan on the shoulder, saying, We respect your choice regarding Duen Yi, but regarding your brother, we hope you'll cooperate with us to uncover his background. Liang Mo didn't mention that if they couldn't verify Luo Shuyang's background, the Duen family would never publicly celebrate the marriage with the Luo family. But having shadowed her brother for years, Luo Qingyuan knew the unspoken implications in Liang Mo's words, and her heart sank. The bowl of longevity noodles her grandmother made earlier made her think she had gained approval from the entire Duen family. Yet, she realized that only her grandmother accepted her. This unexpected turn of events weighed heavily on Luo Qingyuan. Despite her trust in her brother, she also knew that if Luo Shuyang found out that Duen Yi's sister-in-law was from the intelligence bureau, likely their parents would not approve of their relationship. Their worlds were too different, and her life seemed to be on the edge of collapse. After that day, Liang Mo didn't bring up anything about Luo Shuyang to Luo Qingyuan again. They interacted normally, occasionally sharing some smiles and laughs. This made Luo Qingyuan feel as if the conversation she had with Liang Mo in the kitchen that day was just a dream. This feeling persisted until the day they were about to return. Duanyi went upstairs to bring down some things when Liang Mo held Luo Qingyuan's hand and said, with a smile, "At the end of the month, your eldest brother and I will go to Kyoto. We will wait for your good news then. By the way, please keep my identity secret from others, younger sister." Luo Qingyuan couldn't dare to agree. Luo Shuyan truly cared for her, but sometimes he was also very strict with her. If Luo Shuyan found out that she had betrayed her own family to investigate her own brother for the Duan family, the situation in Kyoto would truly be turned upside down. Luo Qingyuan wanted to refuse, but before she could say anything, Duanyi and Duanzi came out together. Duanyi said, "Qingyuan, brother will accompany you back to Kyoto. I have already bought the tickets." Luo Qingyuan could only nod and say, "Okay." Previously, she did not reveal her identity to Duanyi to tease him and develop their relationship so that he wouldn't distance himself from her once he knew she was the daughter of a wealthy family. But now, it was Luo Qingyuan who felt timid. Luo Qingyuan asked, "Brother didn't drive back himself. Is the car still at home?" Duanzi replied, "Yes, the car will remain there. We have another one in Kyoto. We will use it when we go back to H City in our free time." Luo Qingyuan smiled and said, "That's fine. Let's go then." Duan Renji walked out briskly. "Eldest brother will take you to the airport." Duan Jiancheng and Miao Sujin also came out, holding many local specialties in their hands, stuffing them into the trunk. Duan Jiancheng said, "Take these things back with you and share them." Miao Sujin added, "Zi, bring your wives home often." Duanyi and Duanzi both nodded. Duanyi said, "Grandpa, Grandma, you should go back now. We will leave soon, and we will come to see you again on the next holiday." Miao Sujin smiled and waved, "You go ahead and get in the car. Grandma and Qingyuan will chat for a bit." Duanyi and Duanzi got into the car with smiles on their faces. Miao Sujin held Luo Qingyuan's hand and led her to the side, saying, "Qingyuan, don't blame your sister-in-law. She is also doing it for the good of your family." Luo Qingyuan was taken aback for a moment but quickly understood what her grandmother was saying. She shook her head slightly and said with a smile, "Grandma, don't worry. I understand the situation." Miao Sujin smiled kindly and patted Luo Qingyuan's shoulder, saying, "Marriage requires honesty and tolerance. Don't be fooled by Ziyi's carefree appearance. He is actually very thoughtful. Grandma can see that Ziyi really likes you." Luo Qingyuan was slightly stunned. Miao Sujin sighed and continued, "The status and identity of the Duan family are very special. It's not easy for Ziyi to choose his own path. Grandmother also knows that it's not easy for you, Qingyuan, but life is full of ups and downs. Having someone who understands you by your side is already very fortunate." Grandma liked Qingyuan from the first time she saw her. "You are very pleasing to Grandma's eyes. I hope that you and Ziyi will have a long and happy relationship. Grandma hopes that the next time she meets Qingyuan, she will hear good news from you both." Until Luo Qingyuan and Duanyi left the Duan family, Wang Zezhan breathed a sigh of relief, but he didn't leave. Instead, he stood there contemplating, watching the direction Duanyi left in. He hoped that Duanyi would have a smooth journey. Wang Zezhan dare not think about the consequences if Duanyi encountered any problems. It would cause a huge uproar in the business world. The Luo family was the leader in the business world, and the Duan family. No one was to be underestimated. Duan Jiancheng sighed. "Qingyuan is truly a good child, upright in appearance and kind-hearted. Her way of speaking is also similar to your youth, but her background, it's a bit difficult, and Liang Mo is wronged." To hide his own identity, he had to use Liang Mo's identity to deal with Luo Qingyuan. Miao Sujin added, "She does resemble me a bit when I was young." Liang Mo said, "Grandpa, you are too kind. We should do this for your safety." Duan Jiancheng nodded and said, "Okay, let's all go back." The vehicle was traveling at a normal speed on the highway. Duanyi and his two brothers were chatting and laughing, while Luo Qingyuan's mind was filled with the words Miao Sujin had spoken. Gradually, a sense of melancholy crept into her heart. Although Miao Sujin was Duanyi's grandmother, she was also like her own grandmother. Both grandmothers cared deeply for her. Duanyi soon noticed something was wrong with Luo Qingyuan. He couldn't help but lean in, whispering, "What's wrong?" Luo Qingyuan shook her head and said, Just the thought of going back to work and I feel like crying. The others in the car. When Renji and Dwinzi, in the front, also overheard this. Dwin Renji said, "That's right. This vacation passed by quickly. Sister and brother, please come home more often when you have the time." Luo Qingyuan smiled and replied, "Thank you, big brother." Dwinyi silently held Luo Qingyuan's hand tightly, and with his other hand, he gently rubbed her head, saying, "Silly." Luo Qingyuan chuckled softly and leaned her head on Dwinyi's neck. Dwinyi embraced her, saying, "If you're tired, take a nap. I'll wake you up at the airport." Dwin Renji and Dwinzi exchanged glances. Dwin Renji slowed down the car a bit, while Dwinzi turned on the air conditioning and music in the car, creating a very comfortable environment for Luo Qingyuan. At that moment, Luo Qingyuan felt incredibly happy. The worries that had been plaguing her seemed to fade away, and she closed her eyes, hugging Dwinyi's lean and strong waist tightly. At 3 in the afternoon, the plane landed in Kyoto on time. Dwinyi and Luo Qingyuan went home, while Dwinzi went back first to drive back to H City without stopping for a moment. He didn't know why he was in such a hurry, he just didn't want to stay in Kyoto. By 6:30 in the afternoon, Dwinzi parked the car downstairs and then carried the luggage up to the apartment. As soon as Dwinzi stepped out of the elevator and saw the person waiting at the door, he froze in place. Meanwhile, Shen Nianian also turned around and saw Dwinzi, whom she hadn't seen for nearly 5 days. She showed a look of pleasant surprise and ran towards Dwinzi as usual, wanting to hug him, but Dwinzi easily avoided her. Dwinzi frowned and said to Shen Nianian, "Stand properly." Shen Nianian was briefly surprised by Dwinzi's quick evasion, as it was the first time he had avoided her so swiftly. But soon, Shen Nianian adjusted her attitude and stood in place, smiling sweetly. "You're back." Dwinzi softly responded with an aha and then walked past Shen Nianian to open the door. "I'm tired. I need some rest," Dwinzi said, without giving Shen Nianian a chance to react before he closed the door. Shen Nianian's words were completely blocked by the closed door. She felt aggrieved, but she knew it was her fault this time. A moment of dejection, and she started thinking about how to seek forgiveness from Dwinzi. Shen Nianian took out her phone, wanting to message Dwinzi directly, but opening the chat history, all she saw were green text messages. She had already explained to Dwinzi, but he had read the messages and not reply. Time passed minute by minute. Shen Nianian stood hesitating at the door. Eventually Sai turned around and left. The room was dark. Not many people lived in this building, so the night was especially quiet. Dwinzi could hear Shen Nianian's footsteps leaving. Dwinzi smirked, then turned on the lights and went to the kitchen. His own hunger was more important. However, just as Dwinzi finished making instant noodles and was preparing to eat, he saw something move at the window. Upon closer look, he found a puppet with a light on it, with the words "I'm sorry" written on it. The puppet swayed in front of him, making Dwinzi feel dizzy. After a while, the puppet was taken away, and Dwinzi stayed in the kitchen, standing by the window to see what else Shen Nianian had in store. A minute later, a string of purple hyacinths floated in the air. The message of the purple hyacinths was, "Sorry." Dwinzi was both annoyed and amused. Then, another string tied to a small speaker appeared at the window. There was a click, and Shen Nianian's soft voice came from the speaker. "Brother, I really made a mistake. Please forgive me. Okay, just give me a chance to apologize. I really didn't mean it. I was really struggling with them at home for several days. Brother, please, forgive me." The voice wasn't loud, but it was coming from a speaker, so people from downstairs and upstairs came to see. The key was, Shen Nianian's voice was so pleasant. Dwinzi put down the instant noodles, opened the window, brought the speaker in, and turned it off. Shen Nianian noticed the string was broken, looked down, and quickly picked up her phone. "Dwinzi, calm down." Shen Nianian's eyes lit up. All the new and interesting surprises she had prepared were not in vain. Shen Nianian ran quickly to the living room, picked up the large bundle of hyacinths, grabbed the insulated lunchbox, and quickly ran down the stairs. The doorbell rang soon. Dwinzi went to open the door, and the large bundle of hyacinths was directly thrust in front of him. He didn't see Shen Nianian's head, only the flowers and a pair of fair and slender legs. "Shen Nianian, big brother Dwan, I really didn't mean to stand you up. Please forgive me. No matter how you want to punish me, I will accept it." Before Dwinzi could reply, Shen Nianian's slightly chubby face appeared before him, with dimples forming on her cheeks and her eyes crescent-shaped, showing a hint of apology in her smile. "Brother, please, forgive me. Look, I brought you some delicious food." The lunch box had 4 layers, all prepared in advance by Shen Nyan, not cooked by her, but she personally drove to buy them. The green bean cake on the first layer was made by her. DRIZZLE, expressionless, accepted the large bundle of hyacinths. "Come in." He was actually too lazy to deal with her, but the hyacinths were just too heavy. "Who sends flowers as an apology that almost can't be carried?" DRIZZLE turned and walked towards the room. Also, this was the first time DRIZZLE received flowers from a woman. Shen Nyan was a silly and cute girl. DRIZZLE suspected that there was a strategist behind Shen Nyan's decision to send flowers. Shen Nyan also breathed a sigh of relief. Entering the house meant that the first step was complete. Shen Nyan couldn't help but think that Lu Qingyuan's idea was indeed good. Otherwise, how could she have thought of apologizing with flowers? Once inside, Shen Nyan quickly changed her shoes and walked towards the kitchen. As she approached, she smelled instant noodles. "Shen Nyan, I thought you don't like instant noodles." DRIZZLE picked up his leftover noodles, saying, "Don't you see what time it is now? I don't have time to cook." DRIZZLE was about to continue eating when Shen Nyan rushed over and snatched the noodles from his hand. DRIZZLE calmly looked at her. "What are you doing?" Shen Nyan directly held his hand, leading him to sit at the dining table, quickly placing the pastries and dishes from the lunchbox in front of him. Green bean cake, sweet and sour spare ribs, preserved pork belly with mustard greens, black bone chicken soup, and a small bowl of rice. It looked really sumptuous, all meat dishes. Shen Nyan cheerfully handed him the chopsticks. "Try it quickly. I bought all this as part of a carefully planned strategy." DRIZZLE glanced at Shen Nyan and asked, "Is it really part of a strategy, or did you spy on someone?" These dishes were all DRIZZLE's favorites, and Shen Nyan had not known him for long. Could she have known his preferences so accurately? Furthermore, DRIZZLE had already sensed that something was amiss at home. He wasn't foolish. He had asked Renji, but Renji only said, "Z, there are many things that brother can't tell you, but Shen Nyan is not an ordinary girl. You have always been sensible. Think carefully." Think about what? DRIZZLE thought. Maybe he should consider whether to pursue a relationship with Shen Nyan. If today, Shen Nyan continued to be evasive, he would not bother with her. Shen Nyan looked a bit nervous at DRIZZLE's expression. She had no choice. DRIZZLE's aura was too strong. It was unimaginable how low-level employee could exert such pressure on her. Shen Nyan resigned herself, lowered her head, and confessed, "Lu Qingyuan and I are best friends. I came to find you because I wanted to become sisters-in-law with her." DRIZZLE's hand holding the chopsticks trembled. A twitch formed at the corner of his mouth. "To get close to me for Lu Qingyuan." Although he had long suspected this, at this moment, DRIZZLE couldn't help but laugh out of exasperation. "Shen Nyan, is your head filled with water? Why don't you just marry Lu Qingyuan?" Shen Nyan lowered her head and retorted, "All I can think of is you." DRIZZLE was caught off guard by her response, unsure of what to say for a moment, so he just picked up his chopsticks and continued eating silently. Shen Nyan stood up quietly, took the unfinished noodles from DRIZZLE, and sat opposite him, eating with chopsticks in hand. DRIZZLE's stern expression almost broke. He couldn't stand Shen Nyan's eating habits and could only lower his head to eat in silence. After observing him for a while, Shen Nyan spoke with satisfaction. DRIZZLE quietly ate, waiting for Shen Nyan to speak up. DRIZZLE was also disgusted with himself, unable to resist Shen Nyan's little schemes. He knew that Shen Nyan never spoke the truth, yet he continued to lower his own standards time and time again. "Shen Nyan, at first, I did come with that mindset, but after getting to know you for a few days, I found you quite interesting." And later, Shen Nyan took a deep breath and said, "I do like you, but I didn't tell you because I was afraid you'd be angry knowing my initial deceitful intentions." DRIZZLE, "I was sent to H City by Luo Qingyuan's scheme, right?" "Why?" Shen Nyan definitely couldn't reveal the real reason, so she could only say, "Because my work requires me to be temporarily stationed here for a while." So, DRIZZLE reluctantly believed this reason because it seemed like something Shen Nyan could do. DRIZZLE asked while eating, "What's your family situation like?" Shen Nyan sighed inwardly. It finally came. Why couldn't DRIZZLE be a bit more clueless? Why was he so shrewd? Shen Nianian directly opened her phone and sent over the Shen family's information. Dwinzi looked at her in confusion, then earnestly studied the information. The assets of the Shen family must be calculated in billions, right? This was not just an ordinary merchant, this was truly the wealthy among the wealthy. No wonder his eldest brother said that Shen Nianian was not an ordinary person, she was a rich heiress. Dwinzi suppressed his shock. He knew Shen Nianian was not simple, but hadn't expected. What is Luo Qingyuan's identity? Shen Nianian was a bit nervous but forced herself to stay calm. She's the senior assistant to director Heng Lunwu. My mother and Ms. Wu have a good relationship, and Ms. Wu isn't always at the company, so Qingyuan has more free time. We met during our studies abroad. Her family is well off. Shen Nianian lied again. They had known each other since childhood, both coming from prominent families, with her being 2 years younger than Luo Qingyuan. Shen Nianian spoke softly. My mother forced me to come back this time. That night, I was originally very happy. Dwinzi, did your mother force you back because she knew about us? Shen Nianian nodded resignedly. Dwinzi furrowed his brow. If so, why did you come back? Miss Shen, you should know that between us, our families, the disparity is too great. Shen Nianian suddenly raised her head, walked over anxiously, and sat next to Dwinzi. Elder brother Duan, I really like you, so I will resist my family. Dwinzi turned to look at her. But Shen Nianian, even if you resist, you wouldn't have been brought back to the capital for the holidays, right? Shen Nianian was momentarily speechless. Dwinzi understood his family situation better than Duanyi. The Duan family was unique. Once they got involved with the Shen family, they would inevitably be exposed. In the Duan family, whether it was his grandfather, his eldest uncle, or both his older cousins and their wives, they should not be exposed publicly. Furthermore, if he really wanted to be with Shen Nianian, who knows if one day, the interests of the Shen family might conflict with the law, would he interfere or not? Profit-minded businessman, he couldn't take that risk. Thinking with his toes, he knew that the Shen family would never allow Shen Nianian to be with him. So, at this moment, Dwinzi decided to give up on Shen Nianian. Just as Dwinzi was about to get up, Shen Nianian held on to him. Elder brother Duan, you don't like me at all. Dwinzi looked at Shen Nianian and saw tears welling up in her bright, watery eyes. The words he wanted to say stuck in his throat. Shen Nianian said, do you know why I didn't tell you? Dwinzi remained silent. Shen Nianian continued, because I knew that if you knew about my identity, you would hesitate, because you don't like me that much, so I dare not let you know. Initially, Shen Nianian only wanted to evoke sympathy with her tears, but as she spoke, she couldn't help but feel bitter, and tears streamed even more. Dwinzi sighed helplessly, handed her a tissue, and said, why cry? I haven't said anything yet, right? If Dwinzi continued to question her, she might not have become so aggrieved. But a word of comfort from Dwinzi made her lose control. Shen Nianian pushed Dwinzi and cried, why are you like this? You never reply when you're angry. Do you know how many messages I sent you? If I didn't know you were about to return, I would have flown over to find you. Dwinzi, Before he could finish speaking, Shen Nianian continued crying and scolding him. Elder brother Duan, do you know how annoying you are? Even if I had an ulterior motive when I first approached you, later on, my feelings were sincere, weren't they? You ignore me, avoid me, and even lock me out. Woo-woo. Now you want to abandon me. Woo-woo. Shen Nianian cried heartbreakingly, tears falling like tiny pearls, her eyes red, and the tip of her nose reddened from crying. Dwinzi had considered giving up on Shen Nianian, but seeing her sad and in tears, his heart softened. Don't cry. Dwinzi patted her head. Consequently, Shen Nianian seized the opportunity to hug his neck and lean her head against his neck. Dwinzi, this mischievous girl always climbs up the pole. Shen Nianian, her voice nasal from crying, said, I don't care. You're not allowed to give up on me. I'll handle my family. While saying this, Shen Nianian burrowed even closer to him, wanting to be tightly close to him. Dwinzi was somewhat incredulous. Shen Nianian, this isn't child's play. Our backgrounds are incompatible. These words made Shen Nianian sadder, so she stood up directly. In Dwinzi's puzzled gaze, she sat on his lap and continued embracing his neck. Shen Nianian said, I don't care about our backgrounds. I just want you. Elder brother Duan, when I was 18, I had a crush, but that person disappeared. And since then, I've never been with anyone else. Dwinzi, what are you trying to say? Everyone has a past. Dwinzi has also been rejected before. Shen Nianian, sitting on his lap, looked up at him and whispered, I mean, my heart now only has room for you. Nobody else. And Shen Nianian's slightly chilly fingers brushed his lips. Dwinzi sensed something wrong. This girl was daring. He wasn't a pushover. Shen Nianian continued, and I'm very pure. If you don't believe me, you can verify it. Now, without giving Dwinzi time to respond, Shen Nianian leaned down and kissed him. Shocked, Dwinzi instinctively held on to her slender waist. Luo Qingyuan had told her to be patient, explain, maneuver, and take her time with Dwinzi. But she couldn't wait any longer. She couldn't slow down. Waiting longer, she'd go crazy. Dwinzi really didn't expect Shen Nianian to be so bold. She usually seemed like a timid girl. After leaving them alone for a while, Dwinzi pulled her away. Shen Nianian's eyes seemed a bit confused and infatuated, but Dwinzi remained calm and asked her, Shen Nianian, are you sure? After tonight, there's no turning back. Shen Nianian seemed stunned and foolishly asked, what do you mean? Dwinzi was very disappointed with her lack of progress, and he couldn't help but tighten the hand on Shen Nianian's waist. Shen Nianian frowned. I'll be gentle, Dwinzi said. What I mean is, once you're in my bed, you're mine. If you dare to run, I will break your legs. Shen Nianian's mind quickly cleared up, and there was a hint of hesitation in her eyes. Dwinzi smiled. I advise you to think carefully. Once the arrow is released, there's no turning back, and my temper isn't that good. After a short moment of contemplation, Shen Nianian clung to Dwinzi again. Her eyes were brighter than ever, and her mind was clearer than ever. She said, Big brother Duan, I like you, so I'm willing. Not because of Luo Qingyuan, not because of anyone else, purely because of Dwinzi himself. Despite his sharp tongue and strict attitude, she just likes him incredibly. In the moment their eyes met, desire ignited. Dwinzi lifted her with one hand, preventing Shen Nianian from making any noise, and their kiss was like a fierce storm robbing Shen Nianian of her breath. Shen Nianian felt overwhelmed, and just as she pushed Dwinzi away, he flung her onto the sofa. Shen Nianian couldn't even breathe properly. Wait, let me prepare. Dwinzi chuckled and directly undressed. Wait, Shen Nianian, at this stage, do you think waiting is still an option? Shen Nianian felt a bit scared of this version of Dwinzi, not because she didn't want to, but it was a physiological reaction. She struggled to get up and wanted to run. I just need 10 minutes to mentally prepare. But before she could get up from the sofa, a scorching hand grabbed her ankle. She was wearing a skirt and high heels. Ignoring her protests, Dwinzi pulled her back. In the friction, her skirt was lifted to her waist, causing Shen Nianian's face to turn red with embarrassment. Dwinzi. Shen Nianian was both shocked and embarrassed. Her voice raised as she continued trying to pull down her skirt. But to Dwinzi, this voice sounded like an act of coquetry. In the next moment, her hands were pressed against her head, her eyes widened, and just as she was about to say something, her lips were forcefully sealed shut. Outside, it had started to drizzle at some point. The windows were open, and the increasing wind made a banging sound. On the wall, two intertwined figures could be seen in an intense embrace. If someone listened closely, they might hear the faint cries of the young girl, intermittent. This night, Shen Nianian ultimately won her gamble. The next morning at 10 o'clock, Shen Nianian woke up in Dwinzi's bed. Clean clothes were already placed by the bed, and Shen Nianian rubbed her sore waist, sat up, and got dressed. After looking around the house and not finding Dwinzi, she opened her phone and saw a message from him. I've gone to work. Wake yourself up and find something to eat in the kitchen. Rest well today. I'll buy some medicine for you to use tonight when I return. Shen Nianian felt a bit annoyed at the mention of medicine. Did he not show some care last night? Rolling her eyes, she replied, Okay, brother, waiting for you. Love, Nianian baby. She then proceeded to the kitchen and discovered that Dwinzi had bought buns and soy milk, keeping them warm in a steamer. Shen Nianian couldn't help but smile. All right, I guess you do have a conscience after all. As she ate her breakfast, Shen Nianian started watching videos. Despite feeling a bit tired and sore, she couldn't help but feel that her actions last night were just right. From now on, Dwinzi couldn't escape from her. Although she still felt a bit nervous facing Dwinzi's cold demeanor, she was thick-skinned and had the energy to deal with him. Shen Nianian was extremely happy, and while eating, She sent a message to Luo Qingyuan. Sister, successfully won over DRIZZLE. At that moment, Luo Qingyuan was in a meeting and casually glanced at her phone when it vibrated. Then, she calmly turned the screen over and continued with the meeting. Beside her, Cheng Suisui noticed. Inside, she was astonished. She knew about DRIZZLE, the one who was framed due to his younger brother being transferred. What was happening here? These two brothers from the Duan family were going to reach the peak of their lives. After the meeting, Luo Qingyuan returned to her office, with Cheng Suisui following behind. She said, "Next month, find a reason to transfer DRIZZLE back to the Research and Development Department, promote him, and add 10,000 to his salary. Bonuses excluded." Cheng Suisui's heart shattered at the news. Well, a promotion and a raise, it seemed that it was indeed faster to get close to a wealthy woman. With a heavy heart, Cheng Suisui managed to keep a calm exterior. "All right, General Luo." Luo Qingyuan added, "Have Liu Yan take care of this. You've been too visible." Cheng Suisui sighed inwardly. She had wanted to make an impression in front of DRIZZLE. What if one day she made a mistake and got scolded by Luo Qingyuan? At least DRIZZLE could have said a few words to help her. Now, the plan was ruined. Cheng Suisui accepted her fate. "All right, I'll inform Assistant Liu right away." And as fate would have it, Liu Yan soon entered with a folder in hand. "General Luo, please take a look at this." Liu Yan's expression was serious, and without delay, Luo Qingyuan looked at the contents. It was about the newly signed artists under Zhang Jingquan's entertainment company. Luo Qingyuan continued reading until she reached the last page. Only then did she realize that the last face was Yi Nuan's. Flipping further back, they found Yi Nuan's recent activities. After leaving the hospital, she went directly to Zhang Jingquan's company. During her vacation days, she had already secured a role in a significant web series. Having read through everything, Liu Yan said, "General Luo, it seems Zhang is determined to promote Yi Nuan. He's investing a lot in her, and none of the newly signed artists have as many resources as her." Showing Yi Nuan's Douyin account, with several videos and a growing follower count, it was evident that someone was spending money on boosting her visibility. Cheng Suisui couldn't help but feel angry. Why has the Zhang family been so quiet lately? Turns out they were just brewing something big. Liu Yan added, "General Luo, we need to be vigilant in advance. It seems this Miss Yi is being used as a pawn." Cheng Suisui sneered. "I bet she willingly played along. Now these two troublemakers are teaming up." Luo Qingyuan didn't know what Zhang Jingquan meant by signing Li For as an outsider, but in this world, all coincidences are premeditated. So, Luo Qingyuan immediately came up with a plan. "Liu Yan, arrange for someone to be by Li For's side as soon as possible. I need to know her movements at all times. Sui, subtly let my brother's people know about this matter. There are things she cannot do overtly, but Luo Shuyan can." Despite Luo Shuyan constantly scolding her, when it comes to matters involving herself, Luo Shuyan will not let Zhang Jingquan have his way. Of course, if Zhang Jingquan really crosses her bottom line, she won't wait for her brother to take action. She will personally crush Zhang Jingquan. Even if Zhang Jingquan heavily promotes Li Form, so what? Whatever they plan to do, she will take out these people ahead of time. Soon, Liu Yan and Cheng Suisui left. Luo Qingyuan stood by the French windows, looking at the high-rise buildings of Kyoto, unable to comprehend Li Form's thought process. Why would a good teacher not stick to a good path and instead wade into this mess? Out of respect for DRIZZLE, she turned a blind eye to Li Form's repeated chaotic behaviors. But if Li Form were to truly cross her, she was not a merciful person. In the past few months, she had restrained her temper a lot because of DRIZZLE. She was afraid of scaring him. As Luo Qingyuan pondered, her phone rang. Seeing husband displayed, the emotions in Luo Qingyuan's eyes softened. "Luo Qingyuan, hello? Why did you remember to call me at this time?" DRIZZLE smiled. "Take a look at the time." Luo Qingyuan glanced and realized it was almost midnight. "DRIZZLE, I'm on a business trip and happened to pass by your place. Hurry downstairs, I brought you something tasty, and after I give it to you, I'll leave." Luo Qingyuan was puzzled and asked, "Are you in the lobby?" DRIZZLE nodded, "Yes." "What's up?" Luo Qingyuan, "All right, wait for me to come down." She never went to the lobby. She always used the underground garage and a dedicated elevator to reach the top floor. If she went down, wouldn't this draw attention as Luo Zong? But she couldn't not go. so Luo Qingyuan quickly instructed Cheng Suisui to ensure that everyone in the lobby ignored her, and no one could call her by her name, otherwise they would be fired. Cheng Suisui only had 3 minutes, and upon seeing this request, he felt dizzy. But he quickly regained composure and enforced a total silence in the company chat, then swiftly made up a reason, secretly disclosing internal news that Luo Zong would quietly inspect the lobby in 2 minutes, and everyone should act as if they didn't know, focus on their tasks, and under no circumstances address Luo Zong, as serious cases might result in dismissal. Feeling it wasn't enough, Cheng Suisui added, everyone's performance from now on would be recorded in the monthly assessment, so remember to do your job well. Treat Luo Zong as a regular employee. Never greet her. At that moment, Luo Qingyuan had already entered the elevator and did not check the group chat, so she was unaware of Cheng Suisui's message. Meanwhile, except for the front desk staff and security, who couldn't leave, most other employees avoided the lobby. In fact, the majority of ordinary staff members did not know Luo Qingyuan. For a big boss inspection, not every staff member was required to welcome her, and none of the working class wanted to approach her. When he sensed that the people around him suddenly seemed nervous, employees who were initially strolling suddenly walked briskly. The elevator couldn't hold many people, so some decided to take the fire escape. In a few minutes, the bustling lobby was left with only the front desk staff tidying up their appearance. Dwinny became confused. What was going on? Shortly after, a gorgeous figure appeared not far from Dwinny. He paid no heed to others and eagerly raised his hand. "Wife, over here." The front desk staff instinctively turned around and saw a smiling Luo Qingyuan approaching. In truth, there were only 4 people at the front desk, and only one auntie who had worked there for 5 years knew Luo Qingyuan. Seeing this situation, she quickly turned around and softly warned her colleagues, "Don't say anything." Someone asked, "Who is that?" The auntie replied, "It's her." The colleagues collectively gasped in horror, their spines straightened, and the timid ones even felt their legs trembling. Luo Qingyuan was beautiful, but who would dare have inappropriate thoughts about their boss? Seeing the boss, all the staff just wanted to disappear, not to mention that they didn't dare to look directly at her. Crossing over to the front desk, Luo Qingyuan walked to Duanyi's side, with a bright smile. "Thinking of me on your business trip, how sweet of you." Duanyi handed something to Luo Qingyuan and then reached out to hug her. "You're my wife, thinking of you is natural." However, Duanyi took a step back, pointed to his cheek. If someone were to reward the husband, he would be very happy. The people at the front desk were going crazy. They swore they really didn't want to know their boss's inner life, that the lobby was too quiet, and even the occasional person entering quickly walked out with bowed heads. Duanyi didn't lower his voice intentionally, so they found it hard to pretend not to hear. Luo Qingyuan chuckled, put her arm around Duanyi's neck, and lightly kissed his cheek. The eyes of the front desk staff widened like saucers. Then, they quickly lowered their heads, instinctively wiping the sweat off their foreheads. Everyone thought, "It's over. Knowing such a big secret about the boss, we're finished. Our jobs are on the line." Luo Qingyuan, "Okay. Get back to work now. Go home early tonight." Duanyi was exuding confidence and nodded before leaving. After watching Duanyi leave, the smile on Luo Qingyuan's face vanished completely. As Luo Qingyuan turned away with a cold expression, the front desk staff tensed up. Walking towards the front desk, she called out, "Auntie Huang." Auntie Huang quickly put on a smile. "Luo Zong, hello." Luo Qingyuan spoke lightly, "I don't want today's events to spread any gossip." Auntie Huang nodded vigorously. "Rest assured, we understand the rules." With a soft okay, Luo Qingyuan turned and left. It was only when Luo Qingyuan had departed that Auntie Huang breathed a sigh of relief, but her back was already damp with sweat. Someone asked, "Auntie Huang, is Luo Zong really that terrifying?" Auntie Huang smiled bitterly. She is someone who, with a few words, can decide whether a company goes bankrupt or not. Don't you find her scary because you haven't seen her when Luo Zong had just arrived at Henlin? That was everyone's nightmare. How many people rely on the meager salary at Henlin to support their families? Luo Zong is too ruthless. Aunt Huang reminisced about her former colleagues, feeling a sense of sigh. Who could get into Henlun Corporation that wasn't a graduate from a prestigious university? But Aunt Huang couldn't help but sigh again. In Kyoto, what was in abundance was precisely graduates from prestigious universities. Henlun had excellent benefits. Even a security guard could earn over 10,000 a month, not to mention the other employees there. So, whenever a position became available, during the open recruitment, the number of applicants was like a sea of people. For one position, there were thousands of outstanding graduates vying for it. Aunt Huang remembered clearly, when the project department was recruiting, there were just too many applicants. Director Luo directly screened out those with only a bachelor's degree, that there were still over 1,000 postgraduates and doctoral degree holders. Those returning from overseas studies were also coming one after another. What concept was this? Who wouldn't treasure a job at Hen Lun Corporation? Some people wanted to ask questions, that Aunt Huang simply said, just focus on your own work. Don't ask unnecessary questions, and don't gossip about things you shouldn't. Everyone exchanged glances and bowed their heads. Aunt Huang said, Ziliu, go to the security department and have them delete the surveillance footage from this time period today. Ziliu replied, okay, Aunt Huang, I will go now. And just like that, Heng Lun seemed to return to calm waters. Employees came and went, but no one dared to talk openly about Director Luo's unusual behavior that day. Meanwhile, overseas, Luo Shuyan was sitting in the study room, examining the data reported by his subordinates. Boss, there's been a mysterious force trying to investigate our background recently. Should we take action to give them a warning? Luo Shuyan, looking at the data, reply, just focus on your own tasks. If they want to investigate, let them. Sooner or later, they will expose themselves. All right, boss. Luo Shuyan continued, maintain the status quo, but keep a close eye on things at all times and figure out their intentions. Understood. Luo Shuyan then inquired, how are we doing with the arrangements for returning to China? Flight routes have been secured. Whenever the boss wants to go back, it's all set. Luo Shuyan nodded, and the subordinate left. Shortly after, another person entered, codenamed Golden Monkey. Luo Shuyan asked, how's the situation with King Yuan recently? Golden Monkey replied, Miss is as usual. Luo Shuyan furrowed his brows, putting down the documents in his hand. Is that to say my words fell on deaf ears? The Golden Monkey remained silent for 2 seconds before saying, Miss may have her own thoughts, and also, our people couldn't gather complete information on Duan Yi's family. It seems that the Duan family has a highly classified military background. If we investigate rashly, it could lead to bitter issues. Luo Shuyan paused, somewhat shocked. A highly classified military background? The Duan family? What kind of high-level secrets could an engineer's family possibly hold? Luo Shuyan decided, let's put that on hold for now. We'll revisit this once I return to China. Understood. The study room was left with Luo Shuyan alone. The door was gently pushed open, and Chen Manhua, dressed in a cheongsam, had her hair coiled up as she carried a bowl of millet porridge into the room. Upon spotting Chen Manhua, Luo Shuyan stood up. Wife, why are you here? The porridge was placed in front of Luo Shuyan as they sat face to face at the desk. Chen Manhua said, I've come to talk to you about King Yuan. Upon hearing that, Luo Shuyan chuckled. Did that girl come to you? Chen Manhua had a very gentle appearance. When she smiled, she looked even more beautiful than the tulips blooming in the garden. She replied, it's not her fault for seeking help from me. You've been pressuring her too hard. As they ate the porridge, Luo Shuyan spoke. Manhua, stay out of this matter. I can handle it. Chen Manhua calmly responded, is your way of handling things to have King Yuan divorce Duan Yi and marry Zhang Jingquan? Luo Shuyan frowned. I didn't force her to marry Zhang Jingquan. At the very least, she shouldn't settle for someone who's a complete waste. Chen Manhua continued slowly. Shuyan, you're prejudiced against Duan Yi without getting to know him. Have you considered giving him a chance? Luo Shuyan retorted. You always spoil King Yuan and take her side. I'll leave other matters to you, but not this one. And not only do I disagree, but if our parents find out, they might charge straight to Kyoto and interrupt her. At the very least, I've been lenient with her, giving her this much time without informing our parents. Before Chen Manhua could speak further, Luo Shuyan continued. Most importantly, it seems the Duan family has members serving in the military, and their positions are not low. Manhua, even though we are not in the country and haven't violated any laws, people like us, from families like ours, cannot be associated with the military. Luo Shuyan sighed. If the Duan family, says I suspect, then it's not just the Luo family. Even the Duan family could never accept a daughter-in-law like Luo King Yuan. So, she and Duan Yi must be separated. Not just for the Luo family, but for her own good. She and Dwayne simply belonged to different worlds. Luo Shuyan had never been so resolute in rejecting Chen Manhua's request. Chen Manhua hesitated briefly, then refrained from speaking further on this matter. It seemed their return to China was inevitable. She needed to warn Luo Qingyuan to be cautious. Chen Manhua feared nothing more than conflict between Luo Qingyuan and Luo Shuyan. The siblings had the same temper and would explode at any moment. Finally, Chen Manhua said, "When we return, you talk to her nicely. Don't quarrel all the time. Girls care about their face." Luo Shuyan reached out his hand, and Chen Manhua stood up. Holding his hand, she moved to steps and sat on his lap. Luo Shuyan nestled his hand around his wife's waist, contentedly sighing, "Rest assured, after all, she is my own sister. What can I possibly do? At most, scold her a bit. If she doesn't listen, lock her up. That's it." Chen Manhua lightly hit him. "Look at you. When has an older brother ever treated his younger sister like this?" Luo Shuyan held her delicate fingers, kissed them, and said with a smile, "When has a sister-in-law ever scolded her husband for her little sister?" Chen Manhua couldn't help but smile, then leaned in and kissed Luo Shuyan's face. For the sake of family harmony, in one's lifetime, finding someone you truly like is not easy. That's why I understand Qingyuan. Luo Shuyan pinched Chen Manhua's waist. "Wife, you understand Qingyuan for what? Your husband is much better than that worthless Dwayne." According to the records, Dwayne was just an average person. Even if his appearance was passable, what did that matter? Could being good-looking put food on the table? All business markets in China were to be handed over to Luo Qingyuan. Therefore, Luo Qingyuan's husband had to be able to support her. Dwayne was too young and lacked brains, so he wasn't trustworthy. As Chen Manhua wanted to say something, Luo Shuyan covered her mouth. "Wife, let's not discuss Qingyuan. Focus on managing your husband instead. Ever since you got pregnant until our daughter was born, your husband has been patient for so long." Chen Manhua's face turned red. She quietly responded with a soft "ma'am," and nestled in Luo Shuyan's embrace, staying silent. Kyoto, 8 o'clock in the evening. As Dwayne entered, he immediately smelled the aroma of meat. Dwayne quickly changed his shoes, took off his coat, and headed straight to the kitchen, holding a small box of chocolate cake. Luo Qingyuan loves to eat, so he bought it on the way back. As he got closer, the fragrance became stronger. Dwayne took a closer look and saw Luo Qingyuan wearing a simple white shirt and shorts, showing off her too long and slender legs with a low-bun hairstyle, wearing an apron, and busy by the stove. Dwayne had been busy all day, exhausted for sure, but when he came home and saw the scene, he suddenly felt his vitality return. Dwayne hurried over and embraced Luo Qingyuan from behind, sighing contentedly. "Luo Qingyuan, you came back so late today. Tired, huh?" "Dwayne, a little, but it's okay. I bought you cake. Keep it in the fridge for a while. It will be delicious as a late-night snack." Luo Qingyuan turned her head, kissed him on the lips, her eyes crescent-shaped, her voice sweetened. "Thank you, husband." Dwayne smiled, then rubbed her head. "You're welcome, wife." The two exchanged a smile. Luo Qingyuan took the cake from him, then pushed him towards the door. "Hurry up and take a shower. You can eat after you're done showering." Dwayne responded and headed towards the bedroom, just as he was about to enter. Luo Qingyuan poked her head out from the kitchen. "Wait a moment," Dwayne asked in confusion. "What's up?" Soon, Luo Qingyuan came over, holding a large bouquet of flowers, white roses and jasmine. A beautiful combination. Dwayne was stunned. Luo Qingyuan handed him the bouquet of flowers, then tiptoed to his ear and kissed him. "Honey, these flowers are for you. Hope you like them." Dwayne's heart melted. Which wife would bring flowers to her husband after work? Isn't that something men usually do? While marveling at it, Dwayne embraced Luo Qingyuan tightly, repeatedly kissing her on the lips. "I love them." "Thank you, sis." After saying that, Dwayne let go of Luo Qingyuan, ready to take a shower, but she stopped him. When Dwayne turned around, Luo Qingyuan's lips curved in a smile. "Say it again." Dwayne was puzzled. "Say what?" "Luo Qingyuan, you know. Quickly. Say it again, otherwise, the food might burn later." Dwayne widened his eyes. "You didn't turn off the stove." "Luo Qingyuan, hurry. Say it again. I'll go back and continue making the dishes you love." Dwayne, helpless. "Sis." Luo Qingyuan burst into laughter, hugged Dwayne once again tightly, and nuzzled against his neck. "I love you so much, Iyano." With that, Lu Qingyuan swiftly ran off, disappearing into the kitchen. Duanyi felt a sweet warmth in his heart, unable to contain his smile. But, always calling her sister, was he missing out a bit? When should he tie Lu Qingyuan to the bed and make her call him brother a few times? H City. Duanzi and Chen Nianian were leaving the restaurant. Chen Nianian clung to him. Brother, can you carry me? Duanzi helplessly replied. We just finished eating. You need to walk a little. Chen Nianian held his arm and swayed, as if she wanted to shake him all the way to the Granma Bridge. Brother, please, I'm still wearing high heels. My feet hurt. Duanzi ignored her. But Chen Nianian tried all her tricks. When being cute didn't work, she tiptoed to kiss him. Duanzi directly covered her mouth with his hand. Chen Nianian, be mindful in public. Chen Nianian blinked innocently, as if she would burst into tears if he didn't let go in the next second. Duanzi had no choice but to let go, and Chen Nianian quickly leaned over to kiss Duanzi on the face. Heh, I knew it, brother. You're the best at not making things difficult for me. Duanzi didn't have to coax her. She managed to win him over by herself. Zijie, please, can you carry me? I promise, I'll listen to you in the future. Duanzi glanced at her. Really? Chen Nianian nodded with a cute expression. Really? While she said she meant it, Chen Nianian was actually thinking that when she shouldn't agree, she would run away. How could Duanzi not see her little scheme? This foolish girl. Duanzi had a headache, but ultimately, he squatted down in resignation. Duanzi carried Chen Nianian on his back as they walked on the well-lit street. H City was not big, so at this hour, most people had already gone home to sleep, except for Chen Nianian, who hadn't had a proper meal in the afternoon and insisted on going out for supper in the evening, so he couldn't resist her nagging and naturally followed along. Chen Nianian had a round little face, like a glutinous rice bowl, but she was actually light, with a good feel where she should have curves. Like Duanyi, Duanzi had practiced martial arts since he was young. Although he couldn't compare to Duanyi in terms of physical strength, carrying Chen Nianian was no problem for him. Chen Nianian lay on his back and asked softly, Brother, from now on, you're my boyfriend, right? Duanzi, otherwise, don't you want me? Chen Nianian giggled and hugged him even tighter. I want you. I dream of you. How could I not want you? I knew it, brother. You're the best. Duanzi. Chen Nianian, do you want to suffocate me? Chen Nianian quickly loosened her grip, then whispered in Duanzi's ear. Brother, can I move in with you? Duanzi, my room is small. His apartment was a bachelor's pad. How could he accommodate two people? Chen Nianian persisted. Please, I just want to live with you. To wake up and see you every day. Doesn't brother want that? Don't you want a soft, fragrant wife as a pillow every night? Brother, please. Duanzi chuckled. You ask me too much. Don't know which one I should agree to. Chen Nianian chuckled twice and kissed him on the face, saying, agree to all. After all, with Nianian being so beautiful, cute, and fragrant, would brother reject her? Duanzi couldn't help but have a smile he couldn't contain. Chen Nianian was over the top with compliments. Duanzi, it's a bit hard to say no, but it's still possible. Chen Nianian pressed her chest against Duanzi's back, moving around, making Duanzi truly feel tormented. But Chen Nianian was oblivious. Brother, don't reject me. Okay, today. When we get back, I'll wash brother's socks. Duanzi, can you do that? Chen Nianian, I can. Chen Nianian stole a glance around, then whispered in Duanzi's ear, as a girlfriend, I can even wash brother's underpants. Duanzi fell silent. So, brother, don't reject me, please. Today, after returning, I'll wash your clothes, eat less, wash the dishes, and make brother happy. Brother won't lose out. Please, brother. How about living together? Brother. Duanzi, I didn't lie to you. My place is really too small. It would feel crowded with two people living there. Chen Nianian said, indignantly, are you saying that you find me annoying? Duanzi smiled. Well, a little bit. Chen Nianian felt her nose tingling and spoke in a nasal tone. Fine. It seems like this is just how men are. They don't cherish what they have. It's only been a day, and you're already getting tired of me. Seeing that Chen Nianian was about to burst into tears any second, Duanzi stopped teasing her. What I mean is, let's move to a bigger house and live together in a couple of days. Seeing that things were getting better, Chen Nianian, who was feeling a bit teary, instantly felt comforted after hearing Duanzi's words. Shen Nianian then settled down on Duanzi's backhand with a slightly complaining voice said, "You always like to tease me. Who acts like you?" Duanzi raised an eyebrow. "Well, who made you always lie to me?" Shen Nianian bit down on his ear with a playful growl. Not to her, but if the timing had been right, he could have shown Shen Nianian the consequences of seducing him. Shen Nianian was completely oblivious to the danger, still leaning against his ear and saying, "When did I lie to you? It's clearly Brother Duan who doesn't understand any fun." Duanzi didn't say anything but quickened his pace significantly. Shen Nianian asked, "Brother Duan, are you in a hurry to reincarnate?" Duanzi replied, "I'm in a hurry to have descendants." Duanzi was not someone who would usually say such things. Shen Nianian was visibly stunned for a moment. Her cheek slowly turned red in the dark of the night. She remained quiet and settled down on Duanzi's back, her heartbeat racing. This feeling was completely different from just venting her emotions. No wonder, ever since Luo Qingyuan and Duanyi got married, every time she sent many messages, replies would come back late at night, or sometimes not at all. With this man beside her, who would bother checking their phone? They were too engrossed with each other. Early the next morning, when Luo Qingyuan had just arrived at work, Cheng Suisui hurriedly came to report, "Madam Luo, the employee who was dismissed before the May Day holiday from Ningbo has come knocking again today, and he's broadcasting live outside the company's gate, insisting on getting an explanation from you." Luo Qingyuan smiled. "This cousin duo is quite interesting." Cheng Suisui asked, "So, should we involve the police in this matter?" Glancing at the time, it was 8:30 in the morning. Quite a calculated timing. "No need. I'll send you a recording, and you can play it for him later. Remember, do not give the recording directly to him." Cheng Suisui nodded. "Got it. I'll take care of it immediately." As Cheng Suisui got into the elevator, the recording from Luo Qingyuan arrived. It was a comprehensive recording, around 4 to 5 minutes long, but Cheng Suisui quickly listened and retained only the most important segment. Outside the company gates, a man in a white shirt, suit pants, and a styled pompadour was acting hysterically. "Don't stop me. I just want to ask Madame Luo, why did she fire me? I have done nothing wrong. Why am I fired?" Ningbo's eyes were truly bloodshot. He was a postgraduate who got into Heng Lun through rigorous selection right after graduation, and he had been working here for a full 7 years. Starting from an 8,000 salary, he had worked his way up to 30,000 a month. The hardships he endured during this journey, who could truly understand? He had a wife and children to support, not to mention the mortgage in Jingdu. How could the Heng Lun group just fire him like this? It was like taking away his life. He had caused a scene several times before, but the higher-ups never responded, and the security guards kept him out. He was left with no choice. The security guard warned, "You better leave, or we'll have to take action." Ningbo was about to say something when he heard someone call out, "Assistant Chen." Ningbo quickly turned around to see Cheng Suisui walking out. Everybody in Heng Lun knew Cheng Suisui, who was a popular figure by Madame Luo's side. Ningbo hurried over. "Assistant Cheng, I just want an explanation today. I haven't done anything wrong." "Why?" Cheng Suisui raised his chin. "First, turn off your live stream." Ningbo's forehead beaded with sweat. He originally wanted to object, but facing Cheng Suisui's gaze, he dared not and quickly turned off the live stream. Cheng Suisui said, "Listen to this." Puzzled, Ningbo approached Cheng Suisui's phone, and familiar voices came from it. "I'm just asking genuinely. My cousin also works at Heng Lun. I was just inquiring. Maybe Sister Luo knows my cousin, so he could take care of me in the company in the future." "Ningbo, he's in a core department. I'm just being nice. It's not easy for a woman in a big company." Just with these 2 segments of Cheng Suisui's selection, the truth was evident. Not a single word was misplaced. Ningbo's face turned as white as snow. Cheng Suisui said calmly, "Heng Lun's biggest taboo is not controlling one's mouth. Private discussions weren't an issue. But Ningbo, you can only blame yourself." These words happened to reach the higher-ups' ears. "You've been with the company for so long, you should know Heng Lun's rules. Letting you go is the lightest punishment. Don't cause a scene again. Next time, a legal letter will be waiting for you. I'm running out of patience." With that, Cheng Suisui left Ningbo standing there, who, being a skilled worker at Heng Lun for many years, could find another job easily. It was just the salary from Heng Lun that he would miss. Besides, adults must pay the price for their words. Ningbo's cousin daringly dragged Ningbo into the messy scene and publicized their conflicts. It seemed that every time was the same. At least until then, Ningbo had tacitly agreed, not expecting things to go south this time. Ningbo stood there, with those recordings replaying incessantly in his mind, feeling frustrated and enraged. Eventually, in front of everyone, Ningbo packed up and left in a cab. Ningzi, as of right now, wanted that despicable woman's life. After seeing Ningbo off, Cheng Suisui waved his hand. Dismissed. With just Cheng Suisui's statement, all the security personnel and staff dispersed. Half an hour later, Ningzi, who was currently working as a sales assistant at a high-end luxury store, had just stepped out in the uniform. She hadn't yet recognized the person before her, and her hair was yanked back. Ningzi, how have I treated you normally? You're the one who screwed me over. Ningzi was frightened, screaming, "Ah! Cousin! Cousin! What are you doing?" People around them also scattered in fear. Ningbo dragged Ningzi out by the hair. Before she could steady herself, Ningzi received a harsh slap, causing her to fall to the ground. Ningbo raged, "You're a disaster. I should never have agreed to your mom's request to find you a job. You should have stayed put in that insignificant town forever. I lost my job because of your big mouth." The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Had she not been his own cousin, he could have struck her down right there. Ningyi was both hurt and puzzled. She didn't dare to confront Ningbo directly with his attitude. Instead, she could only cover her face and cry in a distressed manner. "What did I do wrong? Why are you treating me like this?" Ningbo replied, "What did you do wrong?" Ningbo couldn't help but burst into laughter. He squatted down, looking at Ningyi on the ground, and asked, "Did you mention my name and position while having a meal? And did you belittle women?" Ningyi finally remembered. "I only mentioned it once when I was having a meal with my ex-boyfriend. I didn't know it would have such serious consequences." Ningbo asked, "You didn't know?" It was the peak rush hour, with many people passing by, and many onlookers. Ningbo roared, "What are you looking at? Get lost." Ningyi was taken aback. Ningbo had never been this defensive before. She was genuinely afraid, fearing that Ningbo might strangle her on the spot. Ningbo raised his hand again threateningly, causing Ningyi to flinch. With a tone of resentment, Ningbo lowered his hand, saying, "If it weren't for your parents, I would really have beaten you to death. Ningyi, in the future, when you see me and your sister-in-law, take a detour. People like you will bring bad luck to those around you." After that, Ningbo kicked over a nearby trash can, turned around, and walked away. Ningyi, who had been trembling with fear moments ago, finally burst into tears after Ningbo left. Colleagues in the store noticed and approached her. "Ningyi, are you okay? Ningyi, hurry up and clean up. The manager is coming." Upon hearing this, Ningyi couldn't even cry anymore. She quickly got up, went to change clothes, and fixed her hairstyle. Time passed quickly, and this little episode didn't affect anyone. Life continued peacefully for a month. On the last day of May, Lin Feng was about to go abroad with Sun Xiaoyin to study. Therefore, it was the last meal for the three brothers to gather. Since everyone had to work during the day, they scheduled a late-night snack at the barbecue restaurant they often frequented. It was the same place where Duanyi had brought Luo Qingyuan before. Previously known as Liu's Signature Noodles, it was now called Liu's Signature, selling noodles and barbecue. In just over 2 months, Uncle Liu had taken over the neighboring store as well. Due to the large number of customers every day, rumors spread that a blogger had unexpectedly hyped up the restaurant online, leading to a sudden surge in popularity and profits. Uncle Liu even hired a few helpers. However, the barbecue served to Duanyi and his friends was personally delivered by Uncle Liu. "You guys eat first, and I'll bring more over later," Uncle Liu said. Duanyi and his friends thanked Uncle Liu. After setting down the barbecue platter, Uncle Liu wiped the sweat from his forehead with a smile and said, Come often. Since you and your wife last visited, my store has been booming every day. I suspect you bring me luck, young Duan." Lin Feng chuckled. "Uncle Liu, maybe it's your sister-in-law who brings you luck." Look at Duanyi's glowing face. It seems like he's living quite a content life. Liu Ya added, "Yeah, Uncle Liu, your business is so hot now that we have to line up for a long time. How about throwing in a couple more skewers as a gesture?" Amused, Uncle Liu laughed heartily. "Of course, indeed. Young Duan, you and your wife are really a match made in heaven. Lin, you're not doing bad either. These 2 skewers aren't enough. I'll bring you more skewers later. No worries. After that, Uncle Liu patted Liu Ya on the back with a sense of responsibility. As part of the Liu family, you need to catch up, don't you? How come I don't see you bringing a girlfriend? Liu Ya looked pained. Uncle, spare me. Being single is already tough enough for me. Uncle Liu laughed. Haha, alright, I won't tease you anymore. I need to get back to grilling skewers. With that, Uncle Liu walked away, holding a glass of wine. Lin Feng proposed a toast. We're leaving tomorrow night with Xiaoyin. It may be a while before we return, probably when he has his wedding. Cheers. Everyone raised their glasses, except for Luo Qingyuan and Sun Xiaoyin, who had soft drinks in their cups since they would be driving later. They drank up and Liu Ya said, no more words. Have a safe journey, accomplish your studies early, and when you return, I'll throw a celebratory feast for you. The atmosphere remained jovial until Lin Feng playfully kicked Liu Ya. Are you itching for it? Liu Ya dodged with a laugh. Hey, can't touch me, right? Their banter made everyone burst into laughter. After the laughter died down, Winnie said, yes, finish your studies early, and when the time comes for Xiaoyin and me to get married, return soon. As for you, Qingyuan, make a decision soon, so we can let Xiaoyin's sister relax, right? Luo Qingyuan patted Sun Xiaoyin's hand, sighing, yes, make your decision soon, so we can all be at ease, right? Sun Xiaoyin blushed and said, Qingyuan, you're making me sound too special. Lin Feng then embraced Sun Xiaoyin, saying, we will always be together, right? Xiaoyin? Sun Xiaoyin smiled, lightly punched him, and said, of course, silly, wherever you go, I'll follow. I warn you, don't you dare leave me behind, otherwise, I'll be upset. Luo Qingyuan and Winnie exchanged a glance, smiled at each other, and unwittingly held hands under the table. Lin Feng added, of course, little tag-along, everyone knows you. Liu Ya teased, can you guys consider how single people feel? I'm almost blind from witnessing all this affection. Ignoring Liu Ji's remarks, Lin Feng not only kissed Sun Xiaoyin, but also looked at Liu Ya smugly. Liu Ya was left speechless, but when he kissed Luo Qingyuan, Liu Ya closed his eyes in despair, saying, am I just a pawn in your game? Seeing their reactions, everyone burst into laughter. Despite playing around, they returned to their original seats, and Winnie suggested, let's eat the skewers before they get cold. Sun Xiaoyin, holding Luo Qingyuan's hand, said pitifully, Luo, I'll miss you so much. Luo Qingyuan patted Sun Xiaoyin's head playfully and encouraged her, enjoy your time with Lin Feng. When we have time, we'll visit you. Sun Xiaoyin happily agreed, when you come, I'll show you a good time. Smiling, Luo Qingyuan nodded, and they all enjoyed the skewers together, creating a warm and lively atmosphere. Unbeknownst to them, not far away, a pair of sharp eyes were watching them closely, filled with dissatisfaction and suspicion. Luo Shuyan couldn't understand how Luo Qingyuan could endure such a place. Moreover, why was she smiling so happily? Had she never had barbecue before? It seemed he had been too lenient with Luo Qingyuan. Let's go home, Luo Shuyan said, only glancing back once before walking away. He felt uncomfortable lingering in such a place for another second. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyuan, feeling a hint of something, turned towards where Luo Shuyan had been, but the spot was already deserted. She concluded that she must have been mistaken. Who would be foolish enough to surveil her in such a place? As Luo Shuyan just stepped out of the door and got into the car, the driver was about to start driving when he noticed a suspicious woman. Luo Shuyan had a strong sense of unease instinctively, so he immediately spoke up. Wait. The driver asked, what's wrong, boss? Luo Shuyan pointed to the woman sitting by the road with a black bag. Go and find out who this woman is. After a few seconds of contemplation, Luo Shuyan said, hurry up. The driver agreed and got out of the car immediately. In the meantime, Luo Shuyan sat in the car observing the woman. In just over 10 minutes, the woman looked upstairs 20 or 30 times, focusing on the direction where Luo Qingyuan and the others were sitting and eating barbecue. What was in that black bag? Luo Shuyan glanced at the time and couldn't help feeling anxious. Were these people so slow in their actions? 25 minutes later, the driver returned. Luo Shuyan asked, speak. The driver said, the people below say this woman is Liu Ji's ex-girlfriend, named Ningzi. Luo Shuyan naturally knew about Liu Ya. He had his people check everything related to Duanyi. The driver continued, over a month ago, she was dumped by Liu Ya for humiliating the young lady at a party. Later, this woman's cousin was dismissed by General Luo. Initially, this cousin caused quite a stir at Hanglun, and it was even live-streamed. The driver then showed Luo Shuyan the replay of the live streaming on his phone. After that, her cousin went and beat up his cousin, and it caused a bit of a commotion online. The driver was glad that the actions of this cousin were traceable online. Otherwise, they wouldn't have found out so quickly. The driver speculated, "Boss, could Ningzi be harboring a grudge against Liu Ya after the breakup? And now she's staking out, wanting to teach Liu Ya a lesson." While watching the video, Luo Shuyan said, "No, if she wanted to retaliate against Liu Ya, she wouldn't have waited until now." The driver said, "Boss, can a woman stir up trouble? If you're concerned about the young lady, I and my brothers will stay here and watch." Luo Shuyan smiled. "Ziwu, remember, never underestimate a woman, or you'll never know how you'll end up in their hands." Ziwu also smiled. "Got it, boss." Noted. After watching the video, Luo Shuyan said, "Find someone to check what's in the black bag she's holding." Ziwu went down again, and soon, another unfamiliar man wearing a floral shirt and shorts approached Ningzi. Ningzi was anxiously pacing back and forth when she accidentally bumped into him, causing her to sit on the ground, and the black bag in her hands fell to the ground. The man in the floral shirt quickly helped Ningzi up, apologizing, "Oops, sorry. Did I hurt you, miss?" Ziwu followed, picking up the black bag from the ground and taking a look. Sulfuric acid. Ningzi's face turned pale, and she quickly snatched the item from Ziwu's hands. "Are you blind?" Ziwu and his companion apologized friendly. "Sorry. My brother walks a bit recklessly." Ningzi glared at them fiercely. "Get lost." While apologizing, Ziwu and his companion quickly left. Back in the car, Ziwu immediately told Luo Shuyan about the incident. Luo Shuyan's already grim expression became even more sinister. "They are really audacious, trying to destroy my sister, Luo Qingyuan." In this way, Ziwu knew that the boss was angry, and the consequences would be severe. Luo Shuyan waved his hand, and Ziwu leaned in. After a while, Ziwu left again. At this time, Luo Qingyuan and her group came downstairs chatting and laughing. Ningzi quickly stood up, her gaze fixed on Luo Qingyuan, her eyes filled with hatred. Ningzi was too focused on what was in front of her and didn't notice the several foreigners who were unconsciously approaching her. People were coming and going around them, with Dwinyi and a few others standing at the door talking. Dwinyi said, "I and Qingyuan will take Liu Ya back. Xiaoyin, you and Lin Feng drive slower." Sun Xiaoyin smiled then nodded. "Don't worry, my driving skills are much steadier than Lin Feng's." Dwinyi and Luo Qingyuan both nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to part ways, Dwinyi suddenly felt a chilling sensation on his back. Before he could react, someone not far away shouted, "Luo Qingyuan, go to hell." Everyone instinctively turned around to see Ningzi holding sulfuric acid, moving straight towards Luo Qingyuan. Dwinyi didn't hesitate and quickly covered Luo Qingyuan's head with his jacket, holding her tightly. At that moment, two people in casual clothes quickly pulled out waterproof cloths, shielding Luo Qingyuan and Dwinyi. In front of these two persons stood someone with protective gloves holding a basin, catching the sulfuric acid and pouring it back in one smooth motion. The sound of the basin falling to the ground was heard before Ningzi's piercing scream, "Ah, ah." The whole change happened in just a few seconds. When Luo Qingyuan and her group came back to their senses, the waterproof cloths had been removed, the people had gone, leaving only the basin on the ground and Ningzi rolling in agony. Liu Ji's eyes turned red, fists clenched. Dwinyi looked at Ningzi as if she were already dead. Sun Xiaoyin was stunned in place, while Lin Feng covered her eyes and pulled her into his arms. "Don't look, it's very messy." Sun Xiaoyin obediently stayed in Lin Feng's embrace, too scared to look, her heart thumping loudly. The people around were in shock, and those who witnessed the scene were in awe. Everyone stood up, took out their phones to take pictures of Ningzi, and some even called the police, with kind-hearted individuals alerting emergency services. After Luo Qingyuan stood up, she subconsciously looked around. Dwinyi comforted her. "Wife, find a safe place to wait for me." Luo Qingyuan nodded, and Sun Xiaoyin quickly stepped forward to pull Luo Qingyuan. "Miss Luo, let the men handle this matter. Let's go to the back." Pulled by Sun Xiaoyin, Luo Qingyuan walked to the back, and it was precisely this angle that allowed her to see behind the crowd, several off-road vehicles discreetly leaving from behind the people. The leader among them was very familiar to Luo Qingyuan. The driver of the vehicle was also visible to Luo Qingyuan. It was Ziwu, her brother's trusted subordinate. All of Luo Shuyang's men were ex-servicemen, and even though Ziwu had been a hired bodyguard before, it wasn't surprising that he could act at such a critical moment and directly ruin Ningxi's life. Sun Xiaoyin asked, "Miss Luo, were you scared? What are you looking at?" Sun Xiaoyin turned back, following Luo Qingyuan's gaze, but couldn't see anything. As Luo Qingyuan returned to her senses, she smiled and said, "It's nothing." Sun Xiaoyin then patted Luo Qingyuan's back affectionately. "Miss Luo, don't be afraid. Ningxi brought this upon herself, and the law will punish her." Luo Qingyuan nodded. She wasn't worried because she believed that even if her brother didn't take action, Duanyi wouldn't let her get hurt. In comparison to Ningxi, she was more concerned about Luo Shuyan at the moment. Her brother had returned, but her sister-in-law hadn't given her a heads-up, which could only mean that her brother was determined to deal with her. At this moment, Duanyi and two others had also arrived in front of Ningxi. Ningxi's face was completely ruined, not just her face, but her neck and skin were all horribly burned. It was evident that Ningxi had come with the intention to destroy Luo Qingyuan. Duanyi walked over and directly stepped on Ningxi's hand. Meanwhile, Liu Ya and Lin Feng walked quietly behind Duanyi, positioning themselves to block everyone's view. "Liu Ya, don't film. What are you filming? Disperse quickly." Lin Feng, "Disperse, disperse." Ningxi was now in so much pain that she was nearly fainting, but the pain on her hand brought her back to consciousness momentarily. Duanyi squatted down to seemingly check on Ningxi, but then ruthlessly pressed his hand on Ningxi's face, causing her to lie on the ground whimpering in pain. Duanyi asked her in a low voice, "What did my wife do to provoke you? Do you want to ruin her for a lifetime?" When Liu Ya turned around, he only saw Ningxi looking at him pleadingly. His eyes were red, but he didn't step forward. The sound of sirens and ambulance could be heard nearing. Duanyi coldly told her, "Ningxi, get ready to spend the rest of your life in prison." The police arrived quickly, and Duanyi didn't linger, just turned and walked away. Lin Feng patted Liu Ya on the shoulder and left too. The scene was soon cordoned off, and the one left behind was Liu Ya. The expression in Liu Ji's eyes was filled with a mix of sorrow and resentment. Standing from a higher vantage point, he looked at the person lying on the ground, a woman who seemed neither human nor ghost. He said, "I used to think you were just foolish, but I didn't expect you to be so malicious." Ningxi's face was corroded down to the bone by the sulfuric acid. Blood covered her face, yet she still reached out her hand as if asking for help from Liu Ya. But Liu Ya just glanced at her with disdain and turned away. Ningxi's life was ruined, and he didn't care to investigate why Ningxi had decided to throw sulfuric acid, especially as she hadn't considered him before making that decision. Liu Ya had been disoriented for several days due to their breakup. "Officers, the situation is like this." At this moment, Duanyi had already taken Luo Qingyuan and left. The atmosphere between the two of them was quiet. Duanyi hadn't calmed down yet. He felt both scared and culpable. After all, it was through him that Luo Qingyuan had met Ningxi, and this barbecue restaurant was where their group of friends usually gathered. Liu Ya had brought Ningxi here, which allowed Ningxi to find them. The car drove all the way to the building of their residential complex. "Duanyi, get out of the car." Duanyi got out of the car first, followed closely by Luo Qingyuan. Duanyi walked quickly, and Luo Qingyuan had to jog to keep up with him. She then grabbed his wrist, walked up to him, hugged his waist, rested her head against his chest, and lightly patted his back with her hands. She said, "Honey, I'm fine. I'm really fine." Duanyi's heart was trembling. He had never been so angry or scared before. Seeing Ningxi's condition, he was truly shocked and fearful, imagining how devastated he would be if the sulfuric acid had actually splashed on Luo Qingyuan. However, Luo Qingyuan was incredibly grateful at that moment. With her brother around, given Duanyi's recent protective stance, she might have been safe, but she wasn't sure if Duanyi would be okay. If things had gone differently, she would have immediately splashed Ningxi with the acid. Duanyi also embraced Luo Qingyuan, whispered, "I'm sorry." Luo Qingyuan released Duanyi, smiled, and reached out to rub his face, saying, "I'm okay. Why do you apologize? Besides, my dear Yi, your reaction was incredibly quick, right?" Luo Qingyuan looked into Duanyi's eyes and said word by word, "My husband, Yi, is super invincible. I should be the one thanking you." Contentedly sighing, Luo Qingyuan hugged Dunyi again, saying, "Thank you, my Yi, for protecting me, such a critical moment." With red eyes, Luo Qingyuan reflected that this man was indeed silly. He had used his own back to shield her, even though they were both wearing clothes. Sulfuric acid was highly corrosive. Luo Qingyuan was also filled with fear after the incident. In the past, she had no vulnerabilities, so she wasn't afraid of anything. But now, things were different. Dunyi found himself chuckling at her remarks, which helped ease his nerves. He hugged Luo Qingyuan back, lowering his head and repeatedly kissing her face. Thankfully, Luo Qingyuan was unharmed. Dunyi said softly, "Leave this matter to me. I will make her pay the price." Though Dunyi's voice was gentle, the anger could be heard in his tone. Among the people Luo Qingyuan had met, Dunyi was known for his emotional stability, but it was the first time she had heard him speak so decisively. Initially, Luo Qingyuan had intended to handle it herself, but in that moment, she couldn't help but chuckle. "Who said marrying Dunyi came without any backup?" Snuggling in his arms, she said, "All right, I leave it all to you." Dunyi bent down, lifted Luo Qingyuan, and said, "Let's go. Back home." "Wife?" Luo Qingyuan held Dunyi's neck with both hands, smiling. "Yes, back home." "Husband." Holding Luo Qingyuan, Dunyi felt as if they were survivors after a disaster. He looked down at his beautiful wife in his arms, realizing he needed to be more vigilant and cautious to avoid any loopholes in the future. From now on, Dunyi decided to abandon the idea of introducing Luo Qingyuan to his relatives and friends. He would live a quiet and honest life from then on. Dunyi was no longer a lone bachelor. He had a wife now, and he needed to consider his words and actions more carefully. As for the individuals who had shielded them from Ningji's sulfuric acid, Dunyi didn't want to inquire about them at the moment. He just wanted to be with Luo Qingyuan. Other messy matters could be set aside for later. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had just driven back with Sun Xiaoyin to their own place and hadn't stepped out of the car yet. Sun Xiaoyin. "Lin Feng, can Liu Ya handle this situation well? Do you need to go back and help him? I'll be fine alone. I'll wait for you at home." Dunyi and Luo's sister must be feeling even worse now. "This is not the time for you to keep me company." Lin Feng patted her head. "Darling, are you sure you can handle it?" Sun Xiaoyin nodded. "I'll be fine going back by myself. It's just a few steps." Liu Ya is probably feeling the worst right now. Leaving him alone wouldn't be right, so you should go back quickly. Sun Xiaoyin hastily got out of the car, waving to Lin Feng. "Drive safely. Remember to call me if anything happens." Lin Feng nodded and said, "Thank you, darling." Sun Xiaoyin felt warm inside, speaking much more gently. "Hurry back, it's weirdly sentimental." So, Lin Feng turned back to find Liu Ya again. Sun Xiaoyin went back home alone, and as she unlocked the door with her key, she noticed that the lights inside were on. Sun Xiaoyin's heart skipped a beat, her mind racing with countless speculations. Could she be this unlucky? Just because she didn't come home with Lin Feng for one day, did she encounter a dangerous person? Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she heard a voice behind her. "Why are you running?" It was a woman's voice. Sun Xiaoyin's frightened heart eased a bit, but when she turned around and saw Lin Feng's mother, her heart tensed up again. Sun Xiaoyin's face looked a bit unnatural, but she quickly changed shoes and walked over. "Auntie, why did you come so late? You didn't say anything. Lin Feng and I could have gone to pick you up." As she spoke, Sun Xiaoyin quickly poured her a cup of tea. Zitong quietly watched Sun Xiaoyi until she placed the cup of hot tea in front of her. Zitong spoke slowly. "Where is my son?" Sun Xiaoyin replied, "He has something to attend to, so he might come back late." Zitong smiled. "Well, today is really a coincidence. You two are like conjoined twins, and yet today you are separated." Sun Xiaoyin stood there looking very awkward, not knowing what to say for a moment. Zitong was too lazy to continue with this nonsense and took out a document and a bank card from her bag directly. Sun Xiaoyin's eyebrows twitched, and she thought frantically, could it be? Is the plot from a novel about to happen? In fact, Sun Xiaoyin's guess was correct. Zitong said, "This is 50,000. Take it. Sign this contract, and leave my son." Sun Xiaoyin fell silent for a moment. 50,000 was indeed a lot for her. But Sun Xiaoyin still sat opposite Zitong and pushed back the bank card and contract. "Auntie, as you know, Lin Feng and I are together not for his money." Zitong sarcastically smiled, If it's not for his money, then it's for his Beijing household registration, right? Miss Sun, I hope you understand. I only have this one son. I won't allow him to marry a girl from another province. It wouldn't help his future career path at all. Sun Xiaoyin sighed helplessly. Auntie, I know you look down on me, but why can't you give us a little time? Zitong slammed the table. Why should I give you time? I only sent my son to study abroad for 3 years. But you don't know where you got the place from, and you want to follow him. You are so persistent. Sun Xiaoyin looked up at her. Auntie, give us 3 years. If I can't stand my ground in Beijing after 3 years, I don't want anything. I will voluntarily give up Linfeng. Zitong was taken aback, and then said, 3 years? How can anyone have that much time? Sun Xiaoyin replied, Auntie, I truly love Linfeng. In this era of fast food relationships, sincerity is the rarest. Forget about 3 years, as long as he still loves me. Even if it's 10 years, I can wait. Zitong shook her head. Stop trying to brainwash me. When you are young, everyone values love more than anything else. That as you grow older, you will understand that a mismatch in social status is not sustainable. No matter how much you love each other, you will be worn out by the daily necessities of life. Sun Xiaoyin fell silent. She couldn't argue. Even though she was young, she knew what Zitong said reflected the reality of society. However, after 2 minutes of silence, Sun Xiaoyin smiled. A smile warmer than the summer sun. She said, I believe in Linfeng, he won't. Looking at Sun Xiaoyin's stubborn appearance, Zitong felt as though she was looking at her young self. She had intended to mock Sun Xiaoyin a few more times, but she couldn't find the words. Zitong even thought, if she had persisted back then, would the outcome be different now? But over the years, her life had indeed gotten better. Her marriage was suitable and Linfeng's father treated her well. Despite not loving her, they had been respectful and courteous to each other for nearly 30 years. Zitong just sighed and put away the contract and bank card. Miss Sun, I hope your choice is the right one. Zitong left, and the house returned to its peaceful state. Sun Xiaoyin stood there for a while before standing up to check her neatly packed luggage. She knew this was a gamble, but the worst thing for a couple was being apart. If she didn't go, she was afraid that Linfeng might meet someone better than her in a foreign land. So she decisively asked her parents to arrange a spot for her, and she followed Linfeng to study abroad for 3 years. 3 years later, she would definitely stand firm in Beijing, gain the approval of Linfeng's parents, and become Linfeng's wife in an open and dignified manner. Sun Xiaoyin thought about the future, her eyes full of smiles and her heart filled with sweetness. She couldn't help but envy the life of Duanyi and Luo Qingyuan. As Zitong left, she glanced upstairs and saw Sun Xiaoyin standing on the balcony hanging Linfeng's clothes. Zitong said, 3 years, can your feelings really last that long? Zitong shook her head and left. At this time, Linfeng accompanied Liu Ya to the hospital. The police report had already been recorded, and they were now waiting for Ningzi to be discharged. Liu Ya had already informed Ningzi's family, but Ningzi's hometown was too far, and the people there wouldn't arrive until tomorrow at the earliest. Liu Ya could only sit on a bench in the hospital waiting. Liu Ya used Ningzi's phone to pay the surgery fee. He hadn't expected that, even after breaking up, Ningzi hadn't changed the password. Linfeng helplessly patted him on the shoulder. Are you okay? Liu Ya shook his head. I'm fine. Halfway through, Liu Ya suddenly asked Linfeng, do you think this woman is crazy? What does she want? She totally deserves this. Linfeng sighed. We have done all we can do. Linfeng asked, yeah, you're not going to be soft on her, right? Linfeng still understood Duanyi. Although Duanyi seemed easygoing most of the time, he could be quite stubborn when it came to important matters. In Ningzi's case, Duanyi would never budge. He now feared that Liu Ya and Duanyi would harm their brotherly bond over a woman. Naturally, Liu Ya understood what Linfeng was worried about. He shook his head and said, I won't. I'm just doing this out of past friendship, waiting for her parents at the hospital. But besides that, I won't do anything else. You guys don't need to worry about me. If this were me, I wouldn't let Ningzi off either. Liu Ya smiled bitterly. But, I'm thinking, was I blind before? How could I fall for such a vicious woman? Linfeng said, everyone makes mistakes and takes wrong paths sometimes. The key is to cut losses in time. Liu Ya said, I understand. All right, buddy, you don't need to accompany me anymore. Hurry back. After all, you have a flight tomorrow. I'll leave at first light tomorrow. Lin Feng glanced at the time and saw that it was already past 3 a.m. His flight the next evening wasn't too rushed. So, he messaged Sun Xiaoyin, "I'll be back tomorrow morning." Lin Feng sat back down and said, "I'll wait with you." No matter how vicious Ningzi was, she was a woman Liu Ya once liked. Even though they couldn't continue in the future and were likely enemies now, Liu Ya wouldn't leave tonight. It's hard to distinguish right from wrong in matters of the heart. Liu Ya smiled, but it was a big grin. "You always see me in a sorry state." Lin Feng replied, "Well, your dad is always around. What can I do?" Liu Ya punched Lin Feng directly. "Speak like a human." As they talked, Liu Ya felt a lot better. Lin Feng also received a reply from Sun Xiaoyin. "Okay, I'll be home waiting for you. Good night." Lin Feng's eyes softened as he read the message. There's no hurt without comparison. Seeing Ningzi like this, Lin Feng liked Sun Xiaoyin even more. After all, this girl was lively, adorable, and especially kind-hearted. Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Liu Ya felt sour. How come his love life was such a mess? Lin Feng patted his head. It'll happen eventually. Liu Ya could only sigh, hopefully. And so, the night quietly slipped away. The next morning, Ningzi was out of danger but was still in the ICU with severe burns, unconscious. When she wakes up, she might have to face a court summons. Liu Ya and Lin Feng left. Today, Duanyi took a day off and went to see a lawyer early in the morning, heading to court. Using work as an excuse, Luo Qingyuan went back home. At 9:30 in the morning, Luo Qingyuan arrived at the courtyard. Yan Li was waiting for her at the door. As if everyone knew she would come today, Yan Li said, "Miss, the young master is waiting for you in the study." Luo Qingyuan sighed helplessly. "What about my sister-in-law?" Yan Li replied, "The young madam came back late yesterday and is still resting. The young miss is also inside. That's why. Her sister-in-law and eldest brother came back separately to China. That's why her sister-in-law couldn't inform her in time." Luo Qingyuan nodded. "Okay, I'll go to the study by myself. Please prepare lunch." Yan Li asked, "Are you eating at home today?" Luo Qingyuan nodded, and Yan Li hurried off to prepare. Luo Qingyuan resignedly walked towards the study. Before she even reached the study, she saw the door wide open. Wow! Was this specifically for her? She took a step at a time. Upon entering the study, Luo Qingyuan saw Luo Shuyang sitting behind the desk, meticulously groomed, in casual home clothes, wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Despite the relaxed appearance, he still exuded pressure. Without looking up, Luo Shuyang quipped, "You finally deigned to come back. I thought you'd gotten too comfortable in your shabby house, fallen in love with it, and reluctant to come home." Luo Qingyuan was exasperated. "Do you have to be so sarcastic?" Luo Shuyang pushed his glasses and finally looked up. "Luo Qingyuan, it seems like in the 2 years since you've been back to China, you've grown wings and dared not only to contradict me, but also to mess around with marriage." Luo Qingyuan put down her bag and sat on the other chair. "Brother, I'm here today to tell you that I won't divorce Duanyi. Please don't interfere with my decision." Snap! Luo Shuyang threw the book in his hand, making a crisp sound. "Luo Qingyuan, do you even know what you're saying?" Luo Qingyuan blinked. "I'm well aware. I have considered all the consequences, Luo Shuyang burst out laughing. "Then go ahead and think about them." Luo Shuyang stood up and walked towards the door. Luo Qingyuan stood up, but as she was about to leave, the study door was closed. Startled, she rushed over. "Brother, what are you trying to do? This is China. It's illegal to do this." Luo Shuyang said. "Luo Qingyuan, think carefully inside. Think it through before I let you out." "Oh, Qingchuan will come to the house tomorrow to see you. Keep your arrogant attitude in check, or I don't know what I might do." Luo Qingyuan said. "Brother, do you think your threats will work on me?" Luo Shuyang smiled. "They won't work on you, of course. But what about the Duan family? Duanzi is an employee of Heng Lun, right? Duanyi and his parents are ordinary people, right? You're my sister, so I won't do anything to you. But can Duanyi withstand my anger?" The more Luo Qingyuan listened, the more alarmed she felt. She hadn't expected her brother, who always loved her, to be so heartless in this matter. Trembling with anger, she had a plan, but she had to wait until Luo Shuyang left. Luo Qingyuan felt a headache. Why was Luo Shuyang so unpredictable? If she didn't come back to the house today, Luo Shuyang probably wouldn't even wait until the afternoon. but would go directly to her house to apprehend her. So Luo Qingyuan felt that she had no choice but to return. However, upon returning, she found herself locked up. Enraged, she kicked the door fiercely. Behind Luo Shuyan was Ziwu, looking worried. Boss, with mistemper, won't locking her up only make her more rebellious? Luo Shuyan said, if I don't teach her a lesson, she will never learn. Then he asked, have you found out anything about the Duan family? This question furrowed Ziwu's brow. No, there are no clues about Duan Yi's grandfather's generation. It's suspicious. Our people are too afraid to act rashly. Even with such elite investigators, they couldn't find any information, which was outrageous. Luo Shuyan's suspicion deepened. What kind of identity made his people unable to find information after months of investigation? This was why, after returning, Luo Shuyan didn't immediately go to find Luo Qingyuan. The Duan family. Was the Yi family supposed to be the most ordinary of them all? Luo Shuyan felt for the first time that this matter was a little tricky. Unable to find out the details of Duan Yi's family, Luo Shuyan could only wait for Duan Yi to come to him on his own. At noon, Yang Li knocked on the door. Master, lunch is ready. Please come to the dining room. Luo Shuyan replied. Got it. In the dining room, there were 4 people in total. Luo Shuyan, Chen Manhua, Chen Yuan, and the old lady. As soon as Luo Shuyan sat down, he smiled and said, we're all family, no need to be polite, let's eat. He even first served a dish to the old lady. The old lady looked around, wondering why her beloved granddaughter did not show up and asked, Shuyan, where did you hide Qingyuan? Chen Yuan's expression changed dramatically, as if she had heard something she shouldn't have, and sat quietly, taking over her small bowl of food in front of her. Chen Yuan regretted agreeing to her sister's request to have lunch during such a critical time because, when her brother-in-law returned, he would surely deal with Luo Qingyuan first. Luo Shuyan reassured the old lady. Don't worry, she won't go hungry. I've already instructed Yang the steward to take food to her. Chen Manhua gave Luo Shuyan a helpless look, wanting to speak, but was interrupted by Luo Shuyan serving her food and saying, Manhua, let's eat. It was clear by Luo Shuyan's attitude that seeking her help on behalf of Luo Qingyuan was not allowed. Chen Yuan discreetly pulled Chen Manhua's sleeve under the table, and Chen Manhua had to remain silent. The old lady's tone became less amiable. Shuyan, why can't you get along with your sister just for once when you come back? Luo Shuyan responded, so, Grandma, do you already know what Qingyuan did, yet not only allowed, but also turned a blind eye to it? The old lady was embarrassed by Luo Shuyan's remark. Luo Shuyan seemed to have a sudden realization. Perhaps, Grandma, you are an accomplice. The old lady immediately protested. Don't falsely accuse me. Am I that kind of person? Luo Shuyan maintained a polite smile. Of course not. So let's eat. The old lady had no choice but to stay silent, sighing in resignation. Qingyuan, may you find your own way. Some time later, Luo Shuyan turned to Chen Yuan. Yuan has not seen Manhua in a while, so how about staying here for a few days, accompany Manhua, and see your niece? Chen Yuan replied, thank you, brother-in-law, but I can only stay for today. I have to leave early tomorrow for a film shoot. Luo Shuyan then decided, all right, since the life of an actor is tough, you can stay here for tonight, and I'll have someone take you to the airport tomorrow morning. Chen Yuan smiled gratefully. Thank you, brother-in-law. Luo Shuyan nodded. Eat more. Later, in the afternoon, Luo Shuyan left with his entourage, heading out for an unknown purpose. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyuan was having a meal in her room, enjoying the sumptuous food brought by Yang the steward. After finishing her meal, she received a message. Expecting it to be from Duan Yi, she was surprised to see it was from her sister-in-law, Chen Manhua. Your brother has left. Upon reading the message, Luo Qingyuan's eyes sparkled. She knew she couldn't let Duan Yi come to find her, as it would lead to a confrontation with Luo Shuyan, and she didn't want to be caught in the middle. Therefore, she quickly replied, Sister-in-law, help me. Chen Manhua responded, it won't be possible during the day. The bodyguards are too vigilant. Wait until midnight, and I'll have Yuan help you. Luo Qingyuan was deeply moved by her sister-in-law's support. Thank you so much, sister-in-law. Chen Manhua warned, even if you manage to escape tonight, your brother will find you eventually. It's not a good idea to keep hiding. Luo Qingyuan acknowledged, I understand, but regardless of what happens in the future, I must escape tonight, especially here in Neichuazia. Is it really a good idea for Luo Shuyan to openly take her away? There is a possibility they might go to her house. But doesn't Grandma reside there as well? These thoughts were running in Luo Qingyuan's mind when she received a message from the old lady. My dear granddaughter, Grandma will be staying at your house tonight. You must break free tonight. Love, Grandma. Luo Qingyuan pondered for a moment before replying, Okay, Grandma. The old lady had already instructed the maid to pack her belongings. Yan Li was standing by her side. The old lady instructed, Yan, make sure to assist Qingyuan tonight. Only if I stay at her current residence, Shuyan won't dare to act recklessly. Yan Li assured, Don't worry, old lady. The old lady questioned, Isn't it possible for these siblings to compromise? Why cause such conflict? Yan Li explained, Old lady, Master cares for Miss. He's just keeping her in confinement, not really blaming her. And this matter will take some time to resolve. The old lady sighed, You all are right, I'm getting old. I'm too tired to argue with you young people. Do what you need, and I'll move accordingly. Glancing at herself in the mirror, she sighed. After all, my old age has limited time left. Yan Li's expression changed. Old lady, you mustn't speak such inauspicious words. Your health is robust. The old lady patted Yan Li's shoulder and urged her, Go prepare the car, I'll be there shortly. Yan Li acknowledged, Yes. With that, Yan Li left, and the old lady summoned for more people. Nobody knew what the old lady discussed with the four bodyguards, but shortly after, she left on her own. At the same time, Luo Qingyuan was searching through WeChat and found someone she hadn't heard from in a while. Twinyi's sister-in-law, Liang Mo. With no other choice at hand, she asked Liang Mo to stall her brother, keeping him busy so he wouldn't interfere with her plans. Liang Mo was quite pleased with Luo Qingyuan for seeking her assistance. Ever since Luo Shuyan returned to the country, Liang Mo had followed him back. Currently, she was taking charge of the situation while Luo Shuyan was in the dark. Liang Mo was tasked by her superiors to investigate Luo Shuyan's background and everyone around him while he was in Kyoto. Meanwhile, Luo Shuyan was engaged in business meetings with some prominent figures when his assistant rushed over and whispered, Boss, we have detected someone following us. A hint of perplexity crossed Luo Shuyan's cold eyes. Let them follow. Don't disturb the snake in the grass yet. His assistant nodded. Understood. After his assistant left, Luo Shuyan put on a professional smile. He hadn't forgotten how Luo Qingyuan had met Duanyi, and he needed to address this matter first before tackling anything else. However, for the first time in over 30 years, Luo Shuyan felt a sense of uneasiness, as he was used to having complete control over every situation. Something unknown was making him feel apprehensive this time. Luo Qingyuan had already messaged Duanyi to let him know that she would be working late tonight and might not return until early morning, asking Duanyi to go to sleep first and not wait for her. That night, Duanyi also had to go to the airport to send Lin Feng and Sun Xiaoyin off, so they exchanged just a few greetings and didn't chat anymore. Time was passing by second by second. Luo Shuyan didn't return home until 7 p.m. that night. Dinner was only served to him, his wife, and Chen Yuan, but the elderly lady's whereabouts were something he never managed, and it wasn't a foreign country after all. Huaxio was the safest country in the world, so Luo Shuyan didn't inquire further. After dinner, Chen Yuan quickly slipped away, ready to assist Luo Qingyuan at any time, escorting her home before leaving herself overnight. She couldn't wait until morning because although Luo Shuyan was her brother-in-law, his aura was too dominant, making her fearful. She needed to run immediately after doing anything wrong. In the meantime, Luo Shuyan and his wife strolled around the yard. Chen Manhua proposed, Husband, it's been a while since we last went out. How about the three of us take a walk together? Luo Shuyan wanted to agree, but when he thought of Luo Qingyuan, he still felt uneasy. The house is spacious, let's just wander around here. Let Yan, the butler, arrange for anything we're missing. Chen Manhua looked at him sadly. It's not easy to come back, and all you know is to be busy. I thought I could have Qingyuan here to accompany me, but now you've locked her up. Helplessly, Luo Shuyan hugged Chen Manhua and coaxed her softly. Qingyuan is naive. Aren't you being naive as a sister-in-law? If the business world learns about Luo Qingyuan marrying Duanyi, who knows what troubles they might stir up behind the scenes? Chen Manhua glared at him. The Luo family is the wealthiest in Huaxia and ranks among the top 4 financial giants globally. Who dares to touch the Luo family? Besides, if the younger sister can't do it, isn't there still you, the elder brother? Do you just eat for free? Luo Shuyan was at a loss from the scolding. Wife, we are settled abroad year-round. How can I juggle domestic affairs all the time? Luo Shuyan earnestly advised. King Yuan's husband must be a business elite, from a prestigious family in the capital, definitely not someone like Duanyi with unknown origins. Moreover, for now, only Luo Shuyan knew about this. He hadn't even told his parents across the ocean yet. If they found out, their actions would only intensify compared to what Luo Shuyan had done. His father might directly confiscate Luo Qingyuan's rights. Then Luo Qingyuan would truly be isolated and helpless. For his little sister, he was planning ahead in every way. The purpose of his return this time was first to deal with the restless noble families in the capital. Second, to expedite the divorce between Luo Qingyuan and Duanyi. Third, to investigate the background of the Duan family. There are no secrets in the world. He had to know whether the man his beloved sister married was a human or a ghost. After all, Chen Nanhua tapped the back of Luo Shuyan's hand resting on her, then said, "You always look down on others as a mere employee, but have you taken the time to understand them?" Luo Shuyan responded, "I don't need to understand. He's just not worthy of our Luo family's daughter." Chen Nanhua, seeing that Luo Shuyan was obstinate, pinched his flesh, then turned and walked away. Luo Shuyan hurried to catch up. "Wife, please don't be angry. This alliance isn't all bad. Look at us. Aren't we an alliance too? Our marriage turned out well, right? Plus, we have such a wonderful daughter." Chen Nanhua couldn't be bothered, and Luo Shuyan could only continue whispering in her ear. Although his wife usually accommodated him, if she got angry, the pressure on him was immense. As the night grew darker, Luo Qingyuan checked the time. It was already 9:10 p.m. She had dinner early and was nearly finished with her tasks. There were things in the study: a small bed for rest and a bathroom. Basic living needs could be met, but she wanted to go out. At this hour, she and Duanyi should both be off work, eaten dinner, taken a shower, and curled up on the couch watching variety shows together. Luo Qingyuan's heart ached at the thought. Who could send her brother back abroad? She pondered whether Duanyi had given Sun Shaoyin the small gift she had prepared yesterday. At that moment, Duanyi was at the airport seeing off Lin Feng with Liu Ye. Sun Shaoyin looked around, but didn't see Luo Qingyuan, feeling a bit disappointed. Sister Luo didn't come. After all, she didn't know when they would meet again. Sun Shaoyin really liked Luo Qingyuan and wanted to bid her farewell in person. Duanyi replied with a smile. "Today, she had to work overtime last minute, but she asked me to bring you a gift." With that, Duanyi handed Sun Shaoyin the strawberry cake. Sun Shaoyin's eyes sparkled, asking, "Is this from Sister Luo?" Duanyi nodded. "Yes, she prepared it for you yesterday, in case you got hungry on the way." Sun Shaoyin was touched, saying emotionally, "Sister Luo knows me so well." Lin Feng hugged Sun Shaoyin's slender waist and told Duanyi, "Thanks sister-in-law for me." Duanyi nodded. Liu Ye approached Lin Feng for a hug. "Have a safe journey, brother." Lin Feng hugged them back one by one. Lin Feng, "Take care, all of you." Liu Ye and Duanyi watched as Lin Feng's figure disappeared through the security checkpoint. Liu Ye sighed. "Now, it's down to 2 instead of 3. Duanyi replied, "One day, we'll be 3 again." Liu Ye nodded and then said, "Brother Duan, I've made a decision." Duanyi asked, "What's that?" Liu Ye, "I want to go on a few months trip." Duanyi couldn't help feeling a bit complicated. Because of Ningzi, Liu Ye smiled and punched him lightly. Then they walked side by side. "It's not because of anyone, it's just me. I've spent too much time idling in Kyoto, and coincidentally, my dad has a research project there, following the National Geographic team through mountains and rivers. I think it suits me, so I plan to join them. Maybe learn something worthwhile." Liu Ye added, "You don't have to worry about Ningzi's matter." Hearing this, Duanyi could only sigh and ask, "When are you leaving?" Liu Ye, "Early tomorrow morning." Just as Duanyi was about to say something, Liu Ye smiled and continued, "Don't come to see me off. I'm not as sentimental as Lin Feng. I can't handle farewell scenes, and besides, I'll be back after a few months." Duanyi, "A few months?" Liu Ye hesitated for a moment and said, "Before Chinese New Year." Duanyi couldn't help but feel unsettled at that moment but managed to say, "When you're back, I'll welcome you." Liu Ye waved and walked away while saying, "Forget it. Focus on making money. I've never ridden a Maserati in my life. If I return and you can let me have a ride, I'll die content. Goodbye." Duanyi just couldn't resist quipping back, who cares about letting you ride? When you return, I'll just give you one. Liu Ya laughed, taking Duanyi's remarks as a joke. In reality, at that moment, even Duanyi was indeed indulging in banter. He was even tempted to rent a car to pick up Liu Ya when he returned. When Duanyi sighed and returned home from the airport, it was nearly 10 o'clock in the evening. As soon as he entered, he keenly noticed someone at home before he could say anything. The voice of the old lady sounded, "Little Yi is back." Duanyi was stunned for a moment, then quickly changed his shoes and walked over. "Grandma." The old lady smilingly pulled him to sit on the sofa in the living room. "Duanyi, Grandma, when did you come over? Have you eaten? King Yuan may work overtime today and come back later. How about I take you out to eat now?" Seeing how caring Duanyi was as soon as he arrived, the old lady was very happy. The more she looked, the more she felt that this child Duanyi had a good connection with her, emphasizing authenticity. As for Zhang Jingquan, although he appeared worn and gentle on the surface, his fake smile was too chilling. She did not like such insincerity. So, the old lady kindly smiled and said, "I've eaten already. Don't worry about me." With that, the old lady pointed to the things on the coffee table. "You came back so late, you probably haven't eaten anything yet. These are for you and King Yuan. She hasn't returned, so you can eat first." Duanyi then carefully looked at the bags on the table, filled with delicate dishes. Duanyi smiled. "Grandma, I've already eaten." The old lady patted his shoulder with a smile. "Take them and keep them in the fridge for tomorrow's meal at the company." She then stood up. "I'm tired. I'll go rest first." Duanyi also got up. "Grandma, let me tidy up your room," the old lady said. "It's already been cleaned. Go wash up quickly." While speaking, the old lady quickly went back to her room. So, Duanyi had to turn back, tidy up the things on the table and put them in the refrigerator, then went to the bathroom to shower. By this time, it had started to rain. 11 o'clock at night, Chen Yuan drove discreetly and parked her car in front of the gate behind the courtyard. After Luo Shuyang fell asleep, Chen Menhuo, holding an umbrella, brought a food box to the study alone. "Bodyguard, madam, without the boss's orders, you can't go in. Just leave the food here, I'll take it in for the miss." Chen Menhua glanced at the two guards, both big and sturdy, obviously skilled in combat, and wondered if they were tired from standing guard here. Chen Menhua placed the food down. "This is for you too. Shuyang said you've worked hard, so I brought some supper for you. I had nothing to do, so I came in person." The bodyguards exchanged a glance before relaxing. "Thank you, madam." Chen Menhua nodded, then added, "If Miss is sick or cold, inform me immediately. Don't act foolishly. Your boss wants to teach her a lesson, not harm her." The bodyguard assured her, "Madam, we understand." With that, Chen Menhua laughed. However, she didn't go far, instead standing in a blind spot of the guard site with the umbrella, watching silently. "Are the things madam brought edible?" one of them asked. "It's from madam. Can't be poisoned, right?" "Guess you're right. We've been standing all day, feeling exhausted. Let's eat and replenish our energy. Seems like you've been enjoying the good life too long following the boss. Didn't hear you complain about exhaustion when we were on edge abroad. Brother, do you want to eat or not? Too much talk. Eat." So, Chen Menhua observed the two of them sitting on the ground casually eating the food she brought. In truth, as the two mentioned, she wouldn't poison them, but a bit of a sedative wouldn't hurt. At 11:30, both of them dozed off at the door. Chen Menhua snapped her fingers, and four men in suits quickly came out and dealt with the sleeping duo at the entrance. The two would be properly taken care of by the old lady's people. Chen Menhua then took the key, opened the door. Luo Qingyuan was already ready and waiting, facing each other as the door opened. Chen Menhua teasingly said, "In such a hurry?" Luo Qingyuan smiled and went straight to hug Chen Menhua. "Thank you, sister-in-law." Chen Menhua patted her back. "Hurry up. Yuan is waiting at the back door for you." Luo Qingyuan quickly released Chen Menhua, took out a heavy set of golden chains from her bag, and handed it to Chen Menhua. "For my little niece." Chen Menhua smiled gently. "Then I'll thank the auntie in advance for little Monmon." Luo Qingyuan said, "I'm leaving. I'll come back to see Monmon after my brother cools down." As she left, Luo Qingyuan glanced back at Chen Menhua. "Sister-in-law, you won't have any trouble, right?" Chen Menhua replied, "Your brother won't do anything to me over this trivial matter. Hurry on. Enjoy life with Xiaoyou." With that, Luo Qingyuan nodded. resolutely took her bag and left. Chen Nanhua wanted to call her, to give her the umbrella, but Luo Qingyuan had already run off. Chen Nanhua could only smile helplessly, wrap herself tighter in her coat, and return. Watching Luo Qingyuan's resolute approach toward someone else, Chen Nanhua found it quite meaningful. After all, having known Luo Qingyuan for so many years, this was the first time she saw Luo Qingyuan so infatuated with someone. At the back door, a black car had been waiting for a long time. Chen Yuan, who had anxiously checked the time repeatedly, finally saw Luo Qingyuan run out, open the car door, and sit in the front passenger seat. Without waiting for Luo Qingyuan to fasten her seatbelt, Chen Yuan stepped on the gas pedal and drove off quickly, tossing a towel to Luo Qingyuan. "Quickly dry your hair." Luo Qingyuan quickly fastened her seatbelt and began to dry her hair. Chen Yuan complained with disdain. "I don't know what you're thinking. Isn't it uncomfortable being taken care of by others? Do you have to go back to that small place? And that Duanyi? What's so good about him? Is he worth not even listening to your brother's words?" Luo Qingyuan calmly replied, "If you knew what good there is in him, it wouldn't be up to me to defy the family." Chen Yuan was taken aback for a moment and then blurted out, "Come on, in the entertainment industry, with so many handsome men, do I have to fancy Duanyi?" Luo Qingyuan sighed, knowing that Chen Yuan was sharp-tongued but soft-hearted, otherwise, she wouldn't have come to pick her up today. Luo Qingyuan said, "Yuan, what I want is to live a peaceful life." Chen Yuan retorted, "You really can't stand your arranged marriage partner. Can't you live a good life with him?" Luo Qingyuan, "Different." Chen Yuan sneered, "What's different? In my eyes, all men are the same." Luo Qingyuan gave her a white glance. "You've been in the entertainment industry for too long. Maybe you can't tell the difference anymore. Just wait until you're forced into a marriage. Don't blame me for not warning you." Chen Yuan, "My sister married your brother. As for me, I'm a public figure. Who dares to force me?" Luo Qingyuan looked at her coldly. "You never know. With life being so long, who can be so sure about tomorrow?" Chen Yuan, "Forget it. Let's not talk about these meaningless topics. I'll take you home now. You can spend your life with Duanyi. Let's see if you can bear it out." Chen Yuan's sarcastic words made Luo Qingyuan's hand itch, as she wished to slap Chen Yuan's head. But since Chen Yuan did ultimately help her, Luo Qingyuan chose to remain silent and directly sent a message to Duanyi, estimated arrival home in about 40 minutes. It was very late, and there were not many cars on the street despite it being near the city center, which was still a bit late for them. Moreover, the rain was still drizzling, not heavy, but it was strangely bothersome. Chen Yuan, "Miss Luo, don't blame me for not warning you. Compared to your brother, your parents are the most difficult to deal with. The plan to marry you off to the Zhang family is known in many noble families. You are bound to be exposed sooner or later." Saying this, Chen Yuan added, "You should have a child as soon as possible." Luo Qingyuan was suddenly at a loss for words, remained silent for a while, and said, "Having a child also depends on fate, right?" She had been married to Duanyi for several months, and there was still no sign of pregnancy. What could she do? Perhaps the more anxious she became, the less useful it would be. Everyone knew that a child could change everything. Since the Luo family could not accept Duanyi, they had to accept the child in Luo Qingyuan's belly. They couldn't possibly let her abort it, especially considering her age. Chen Yuan did not say anything more. She just dropped Luo Qingyuan off at the downstairs of the apartment complex. "I'm heading to the airport. I don't dare to confront your brother head-on. Good luck with everything, Luo Qingyuan. Anyway, thank you." Just as Luo Qingyuan was about to get out of the car, she suddenly remembered something and retracted. Chen Yuan looked puzzled. "What's wrong?" Luo Qingyuan took out her phone and sent a picture to Chen Yuan. "Keep an eye on this person for me." Chen Yuan looked skeptical. "From the entertainment circle?" Luo Qingyuan nodded. "What? Do you have a grudge with her?" Luo Qingyuan, "Not yet, but who knows what might happen in the future." After a brief moment of contemplation, Luo Qingyuan continued, "She has sided with the Zhang family, and I suspect that Zhang Jingquan is using her to deal with me." Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan did not inquire further. Families like these all harbored dirty thoughts and methods. Although the Zhang family and the Luo family were linked by marriage, when it came down to choosing sides, she would definitely support the Luo family because her sister had already married into that family. Chen Yuan, "What's her name?" Luo Qingyuan, "Yi Nuan." Chen Yuan, Don't worry. If it comes to that, I will take care of her properly. With that, Luo Qingyuan finally got out of the car. It was still drizzling outside, the cold wind blew, and it felt chilly. As Luo Qingyuan was about to head back home, she heard a meow from downstairs in the apartment complex. Meow. Luo Qingyuan instinctively stopped and bent down to look around. In a short while, she found a little orange cat in the shrubs, wet all over, meowing plaintively. Luo Qingyuan's heart softened instantly. She quickly walked over, picked up the little orange cat. The cat seemed to understand that Luo Qingyuan was saving her, so it obediently curled up in her arms, meowing softly, evoking sympathy. As Luo Qingyuan walked out of the flower bed carrying the cat, she looked up and saw Duanyi holding a black umbrella. The umbrella shielded the trio, themselves, and the cat. Duanyi also had a jacket in his hand, with a smile as he looked at her. Luo Qingyuan's eyes brightened. "You're here." Duanyi handed the umbrella to Luo Qingyuan and helped her put on the jacket. "You're so silly, you don't know to use an umbrella when it rains." In the midst of the conversation, Duanyi's eyes fell on the cat in Luo Qingyuan's arms. He reached out and petted it, saying, "The little cat, wet from the rain, is quite pitiful." Looking up at him, under the dim street lights, it seemed there were twinkling stars in Luo Qingyuan's eyes. She playfully moved closer to Duanyi, and in a coquettish voice, she asked, "Is it only the little cat that you find pitiful? I got drenched too, but don't you think I'm equally pitiful?" The cat in Luo Qingyuan's arms stared at them with big round eyes, and Luo Qingyuan, with sparkling eyes, looked at Duanyi. In that moment of locking gazes, Duanyi couldn't hold back a smile. He took the umbrella back, embraced Luo Qingyuan, and said, "Yes, Qingyuan baby is also pitiful. Let's go home quickly. Who gets jealous of a cat?" Duanyi couldn't help but smile at the cute sight of Luo Qingyuan, his wife. His hands were tied with her annex. Once they reached home, Duanyi took the cat from Luo Qingyuan. "You go and take a shower. Don't catch a cold. Let me take care of this cat." Luo Qingyuan smiled sweetly, as if all the worries and fears she had faced during the day had vanished. She loved coming back to this home, feeling safe with Duanyi by her side. So, she leaned over, her cool lips touching his. Duanyi, holding the cat in one hand, wrapped the other around her waist, not backing away. Their kiss grew more intense until they both were slightly out of breath. Duanyi patted her buttocks. "Good girl, go take a shower." Blushing, Luo Qingyuan ran off to the bathroom, while Duanyi smiled for a while before picking up the cat and looking for a box. If Luo Qingyuan liked it, they could keep the cat. He didn't mind it either way. When Luo Qingyuan came out of the shower, she saw that Duanyi had already arranged a makeshift cat bed in a cardboard box, piled with clothes to keep it warm. He had also bought cat food and milk powder for the cat, laid out on the floor, with the seal opened, and the cat had fed and fallen asleep contentedly. Duanyi was resting on the sofa. Luo Qingyuan went over with a smile, sat directly on his lap, embraced his neck, nuzzling against it, causing Duanyi's heart to flutter. Duanyi embraced Luo Qingyuan, gently patted her back, and asked thoughtfully, "Not wearing anything?" Luo Qingyuan nestled in his embrace and murmured, "I just showered and don't feel like wearing anything." Duanyi rubbed her head, noticeably indulgent. All right, if you don't want to wear anything at home, then don't." Yet, it was quite convenient for him. Despite being in the same bed for several months, Duanyi's thoughts were somewhat transparent to Luo Qingyuan, who felt both shy and anticipatory. She naturally hugged him tighter. Duanyi lifted her up and headed to the bedroom. "Grandma is here tonight. I already reminded you to keep it down." The next morning, when it was bright outside, Luo Qingyuan was resting at home, while Duanyi had already gone to work early. At that moment, in the main yard of the Luo family, Luo Shuyan had a very bad expression on his face, with two bodyguards standing in front of him, looking remorseful. How could he have fallen into his wife's trap so easily? Before long, Chen Manhua arrived and waved her hand, saying, "You all can leave first." The two bodyguards glanced at Luo Shuyan, who hadn't said a word, and quietly breathed a sigh of relief before responding, "Yes, madam." In the spacious living room, only Luo Shuyan and Chen Manhua remained. Luo Shuyan's expression was very unpleasant, clearly showing that he didn't want to converse with Chen Manhua. Chen Manhua wasn't offended and simply walked over to pour him a cup of hot tea before taking a seat at the other side. Chen Manhua said, "I know you are annoyed that I let Qingyuan go, but Shuyan, had you considered that it might not be bad for Qingyuan to marry him?" Luo Shuyan looked at her with a slightly darkened gaze, What do you mean? Calmly, Chen Manhua analyzed. In these noble families, in the capital, which family doesn't have some ambitions? If King Yuan marries someone without power and influence, would that really be a good thing? Luo Shuyan remained silent with a grim face. Chen Manhua continued. In terms of business acumen, King Yuan is not worse than you. She could completely handle the domestic business market on her own. Even if those big families are dissatisfied, don't forget about you. With your support in the background, those people won't be able to cause a stir. The Zhang family is indeed not bad, but think about it. What kind of person is King Yuan? What about Zhang Jingquan? Haven't the two had a disagreement before? King Yuan even hit him. Luo Shuyan replied. That was Zhang Jingquan's own fault. Such matters are supposed to be settled among the younger generation and shouldn't be brought to the elders. Chen Manhua smiled and said, yes, from this incident, it's clear that Zhang Jingquan lacks tolerance. But is he enduring King Yuan for the sake of love? In these noble families of the capital, each holds their own ulterior motives. Pursuing love with these people would only end in heartbreak. Zhang Jingquan enduring Luo King Yuan is merely because he is eyeing the prosperity of the Luo family. Marrying into noble families entails half the risk. Why not let Luo King Yuan be with the person she likes? After all, when she has children in the future, they will purely be Luo's descendants. Isn't it certain that the family business will thrive without heirs from those marriages? Luo Shuyan's tightly furrowed brow seemed to relax slightly, but his expression remained unwelcoming. Chen Manhua approached, sat on Luo Shuyan's lap, and said softly, Shuyan, time always moves forward. Even if you, as her older brother, can intervene, how long can you do so? If she is unwilling, can you force her into marriage? Luo Shuyan sighed and embraced his wife, saying, then, what do you suggest we do with this marriage arrangement? The Luo family has already accepted the betrothal gifts from the Zhang family, so it's acceptable to say that King Yuan is Zhang Jingquan's fiancé. Moreover, there is already business collaboration between the Luo and Zhang families, making it difficult to call off the engagement. Chen Manhua advised, in my opinion, you should let them resolve it themselves. Luo Shuyan chuckled, and let them handle it themselves. King Yuan, who's consumed with love, or Duanyi, that wastrel? Listening to Luo Shuyan, Chen Manhua didn't have any favorable thoughts about Duanyi, but perhaps her words did resonate with her. Luo Shuyan indeed had some reflections, as the Zhang family remained an uncertain factor. Although he wasn't certain about Duanyi's family background, Duanyi's background was clear. If he could control Duanyi in the future, ensuring that any child Luo King Yuan had would bear the Luo surname, maybe that would work. But marrying into the Zhang family could elevate the Luo family's status financially, creating a win-win situation. Therefore, Luo Shuyan wouldn't really do anything to Zhang Jingquan. Chen Manhua sighed. She knew Luo Shuyan had his considerations, but why bother? Being too covetous could easily lead to trouble. Chen Manhua said, didn't you say you couldn't find information on Duanyi's grandparents' generation? Could it be possible that Duanyi isn't the wastrel you think he is? Luo Shuyan replied, it's precisely because we couldn't find anything that has me feeling anxious. Luo Shuyan's fingers traced Chen Manhua's waist as he continued. Manhua, because we couldn't find any information, I suspect there might be some military secrets involved there. If that's the case, King Yuan definitely shouldn't marry Duanyi. Businessmen and military personnel are two extreme sides. If our parents knew about this, they would certainly be furious. Deep worrying filled Luo Shuyan's eyes. Manhua, whether in public or private matters, Duanyi is definitely not a suitable match for King Yuan. I've been feeling especially uneasy recently, as if something is about to happen. I want to settle King Yuan's matters quickly and return home with you and our daughter. Hearing Luo Shuyan's words, Chen Manhua's heart trembled slightly. Would it be that serious? Luo Shuyan nodded solemnly. If it's as I suspect, then yes. Furthermore, from foreign investigations to domestic matters, there has always been an unknown force probing into his background. It's hard not to be cautious and not to pay attention. Chen Manhua embraced Luo Shuyan, leaning on his chest, and softly said, I just want the three of us to be safe and sound. If things become untenable here, we can go abroad. Shuyan, I don't want anything to happen to you. Luo Shuyan smiled, then hugged Chen Manhua tightly. Silly. What could possibly happen to me? Right now, the most pressing matter was Luo King Yuan's situation. However, when Luo King Yuan returned home, he wasn't sure if someone was watching him. If he acted hastily, he might be apprehended before making a move. Luo Shuyan was also helpless. He could only hope that his subordinates would quickly uncover the identities of those people, so that he could act decisively. The days of being overly cautious and hesitant were truly annoying. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyuan had just woken up and, rubbing his head, he walked into the living room to see his grandmother watching the news. Luo Qingyuan asked, "Grandma, you didn't go for a walk today?" As she spoke, Luo Qingyuan went to the kitchen, opened the fridge, and grabbed a bottle of yogurt to drink. The old lady replied, "Don't mention it, you mischievous girl. I couldn't go. I'm afraid your brother might show up." Luo Qingyuan chuckled and confidently said, "Don't worry, my brother is too busy to care about me right now. Investigating Liang Mo will keep him occupied for a while." The old lady looked at Luo Qingyuan and said, "You wouldn't betray your own brother for your own happiness, would you?" Luo Qingyuan nearly sprayed out the yogurt in her mouth, saying, "How could that be possible? Rest assured, my brother is a law-abiding citizen. What could possibly go wrong? Besides, we are in Huaxio. My brother isn't that reckless. He always thinks things through." The old lady felt reassured but still advised her, "Even though you may quarrel, he is still your brother. You must show some restraint." Luo Qingyuan nodded. "Don't worry, Grandma. Later we'll go have dinner with A. What would you like to eat?" When talking about this, the old lady got excited. "Pig trotter hot pot. Grandma will put on her dentures." Luo Qingyuan immediately smiled. "All right, I'll have your grandson-in-law arrange it for you. Conveniently, there's one near their company. The stew is very tender. Grandma, go freshen up. I'll take you out in half an hour." The old lady smiled happily. "All right, Grandma will freshen up and change into something more casual." While speaking, the old lady had already returned to her room. Luo Qingyuan also went back to her room to message Duanyi. "We'll eat later at the pig trotter shop near your company. If your dad has time, bring him along too. I'll bring Grandma over later." "Soon," Duanyi replied. "Dad has the night shift today. I'll come after work." Luo Qingyuan responded with a cute emoji and happily started picking out clothes. The days with Duanyi by her side were the best days. Meanwhile, in a certain drama crew at Hengdian, Chen Yuan was furious. Despite having won several Best Actress awards, she never acted arrogantly or bullied others. But today, she was truly angry. Just yesterday she was mentioning Yi Nuan, and today she encountered Yi Nuan, who was nothing more than an internet celebrity gaining some attention through a few videos, yet she was suddenly being sent to play the third female lead in her drama. The third female lead. Could any random internet celebrity just take that role? What's more, her sister was the main investor in this drama. Why was someone being inserted without her knowledge? Zhang Jingchuan must have gone mad to promote Yi Nuan like this, leaving Chen Yuan no room to negotiate. The atmosphere on set was tense, and Yi Nuan was unaware of the extent of Chen Yuan's disapproval towards her. The director tried to reason with Chen Yuan. Yuan. She is also contributing financially to the production, and the budget isn't less than what the Chen family provides. We have been partners for many years. Let's not make things difficult for each other. Okay." This only fueled Chen Yuan's anger. She slammed her cup on the table, silencing everyone in the room. The director said, "What's your suggestion then? I can't send Yi Nuan away. If you can, would you do it yourself?" After venting her frustration, Chen Yuan calmed down, her eyes betraying a coldness never seen before. The director and crew were puzzled by Chen Yuan's unprecedented coldness. She had always been gentle. Chen Yuan said, "Since she's here, let her stay. But doesn't she have many scenes with me as a rival? Let her film with me today. How about that?" The director was relieved and happy. He didn't care about the feud between Chen Yuan and Yi Nuan. Both had strong backing, and he didn't want to offend either. Everyone assumed Yi Nuan had used shortcuts to get the role. Even the director believed so. After all, apart from her body, what else could the Zhang family see in her? These producers often played around in the industry to amuse themselves. But Chen Yuan was different. She came from a powerful family background, and no one dared manipulate her. Rumors circulated in the industry about Chen Yuan, suggesting she entered entertainment to avoid inheriting her family's fortune, but she managed to make a name in the industry. Yi Nuan's rise by relying on her physical attributes was seen as short-lived. However, for now, the director couldn't offend anyone, but he would unquestionably comply with Chen Yuan's orders. Yi Nuan was forced to go on stage suddenly. Although she had taken some small acting gigs recently, they were light on substance. This major project was different, especially since Chen Yuan held strong disapproval towards her. Yi Nuan was nervous. The director had given his consent, and she had no right to refuse. The scene was outdoors, with a canal about 10 meters long on a terrace. She had to run sorrowfully across this canal to the opposite side to confront a female lead for stealing her boyfriend, only to be slapped by the lead. Chen Yuan waited on the other side, and when the director called action, artificial rain began to fall from the sky. Yi Nuan could only follow the footsteps of her predecessors, weeping as she ran. By the time she reached the other end, she was drenched. Before she could speak, Chen Yuan slapped her hard. There was some personal vendetta in Chen Yuan's actions. Yi Nuan sat there in shock. She hadn't expected Chen Yuan to bully a newcomer in public. In truth, Chen Yuan came from a prestigious family in Beijing, and with a bad temper, she had entered the industry to build a good reputation. However, even if she troubled Yi Nuan, who would dare to expose her actions? Not even the director interfered. He hadn't imagined Chen Yuan, seemingly amiable, could be so ruthless when provoked. With tears in her eyes, Yi Nuan prepared to retaliate, but before she could, the director sensed trouble. Cut. A group of people rushed in to fix Chen Yuan's makeup and adjust her clothes. Meanwhile, Yi Nuan looked disheveled, supported by her assistant. The assistant whispered, "Mr. Zhang mentioned that the entertainment industry isn't a pleasant place. If you want fame and get popular quickly, you have to endure it." Yi Nuan's eyes reddened. The director then approached Yi Nuan with false concern, then exaggeratedly turned to Chen Yuan. Yuan, you can't change the lines arbitrarily. Can we redo this scene?" Chen Yuan nodded. "Sure." The director looked at Yi Nuan. Nuan, are you okay? Yuan isn't in the right mood today. Please understand." Yi Nuan was seating, but her assistant tightly held on to her clothes. The assistant said, "Director, Nuan is fine. We can start in 10 minutes. The director agreed. "All right, hurry, touch up, let's start over." Chen Yuan looked coldly at Yi Nuan, hoping to ride the coattails of her popularity. Yi Nuan, what a troublesome opponent she turned out to be. Just yesterday Luo Qingyuan mentioned her, and today, here they were entangled. Looking at Yi Nuan's affected demeanor, Chen Yuan knew she was dealing with a formidable adversary. If she wanted to establish a position in the industry, it might just turn the entertainment world upside down. Such a dangerous woman. It was no wonder Luo Qingyuan was wary of her. Who wouldn't be? And so, Yi Nuan kept running back and forth on the embankment, her clothes getting wet time and time again, her cheeks getting slapped repeatedly, until even the director couldn't bear to watch anymore. "Cut, that shot is done. Quickly, take her to change clothes." Yi Nuan climbed up from the ground, with a pitiful expression on her face devoid of any grievance. If she couldn't endure all this, she would have been wasted by her mother long ago. Yi Nuan didn't know why Chen Yuan deliberately made things difficult for her, but Yi Nuan knew that from now on, she had one more enemy. Before leaving, Yi Nuan looked at the complex expression on Chen Yuan's face and said, "You're Chen Yuan, right? I remember you. You'd better make sure to crush me in this film, or I won't let you off." With that, without waiting for Chen Yuan to respond, Yi Nuan limped away with the help of her assistant. The assistant's name was Zhou Ning, specially arranged by Zhang Jingquan to be by Yi Nuan's side. Chen Yuan watched Yi Nuan's departing figure, pondering something. This Yi Nuan was indeed a significant character. No wonder Luo Qingyuan felt threatened. Thinking of what Yi Nuan had said earlier, Chen Yuan couldn't help but smile inwardly. She really wanted to see what storm Yi Nuan could stir up here. In the dressing room, Zhou Ning was attending to Yi Nuan's injuries. Yi Nuan had run back and forth on that embankment many times, enduring artificial rain, causing the ground to be slippery. She had fallen numerous times, resulting in scrapes on her arms, knees, and particularly severe ones on her cheeks that would take several days to heal. Zhou Ning noticed Chen Yuan's hands turning red. Then how must Yi Nuan, who was receiving the blows, feel? Yet, when Zhou Ning cleaned and disinfected Yi Nuan's wounds, Yi Nuan remained silent, gritting her teeth. Zhou Ning couldn't help but admire. "I don't understand why you agreed to young Master Jiang's demands." For the next 5 years, over 90% of Yi Nuan's earnings belonged to the Zhang family. After 5 years, she also had to give them half of her money. Why bother? Wouldn't it be better for Yi Nuan to just be a teacher peacefully? The entertainment industry is murky, and Yi Nuan's association with young Master John is akin to seeking skin from a tiger. Zhou Ning, having been by Zhang Jingchuan's side for a long time, was aware of many of his tactics. Yi Nuan smiled and said, "I'm practically half dead anyway, so it's no harm selling myself to him." Zhou Ning was taken aback and decided not to continue the conversation. The road ahead will be hard. Although we don't know why Chen Yuan is targeting you, she's right. Compared to the Chen family, the Zhang family isn't much different. Young Master John won't offend her for your sake. Once you board this ship, there's no turning back. Zhou Ning, using iodine and forceps, gently tended to Yi Nuan's injured legs. Yi Nuan, feeling the pain, took in Zhou Ning's words. She wasn't too resentful, as this was how she had grown up. However, she yearned for Duanyi. Would he feel sorry for her if he knew her situation? With tears in her eyes, Yi Nuan pondered. Zhou Ning glanced at her and sighed helplessly. She was just a young girl. She hadn't even completed her studies yet. How could she not feel distressed in such a situation? You can't shoot for a while. I'll take you to the airport later. Go back to school first and take a week to recuperate. I'll pick you up then. Zhou Ning arranged this to give Chen Yuan some time to cool off. In time, her anger might diminish. After all, Yi Nuan was the one young Master John intended to support. Yi Nuan nodded, okay. Zhou Ning left quickly, and Yi Nuan trembled as she took out her phone, scrolling through her chat with Duanyi. Unfortunately, it was filled with red exclamation points. Every time she quarreled, she would delete Duanyi, resulting in very few conversations between them. All she could recall were the harsh words Duanyi had said, and the numerous red exclamation points. The more she was bullied, the more she thought of him, almost to the point of going crazy. As Zhou Ning returned, Yi Nuan was still immersed in sadness. Seeing the chat littered with red exclamation points hinted at her feelings. People often did impulsive things during emotional times only to later miss those moments. But what could be done? The past was truly gone. In 10 minutes, the car will be at the door, Zhou Ning said before leaving again. Wiping her tears, Yi Nuan composed herself, changed out of her damp clothes, donned a casual outfit, and left wearing a mask and hat. One day, she would reach a position where everyone would no longer dare to look down on her. Perhaps on that day, her senior would return to her side. Learning from Naxing, she aimed to become a shining star in the future. Would her senior love her as he once loved Naxing? Meanwhile, in Kyoto, Luo Qingyuan drove with the elderly lady and parked the car under Duanyi's company building, taking the grandmother to a nearby restaurant to wait for Duanyi. Seeing the time nearing Duanyi's lunch break, Luo Qingyuan ordered food, then messaged him, "Honey, I'm here waiting for you and have ordered many dishes for you to enjoy." "Okay, dear." With a smile, she hadn't even had time to reply before Duanyi's message arrived. "I was planning to have instant noodles for lunch, but since you're here, I'm happy." The message made Luo Qingyuan feel both pain and joyful. "Silly, food is essential. You can't always eat instant noodles. Wait for me 10 minutes. Luo Qingyuan beamed at the message. The elderly lady chuckled. "Young people in love think every moment apart 'tis unbearable." Luo Qingyuan put down her phone, teasingly looking at the elderly lady. "Nana, you don't understand. Couples in love can't stand even a moment apart." The lady raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean? Not understanding? When I was young, I was quite the heartbreaker too. People lined up from here to France just to chase after me." This banter made Luo Qingyuan burst into laughter, acknowledging the elderly lady's charm and beauty. Luo Qingyuan smiled mischievously as she poured juice for the old lady apologetically. Yes, Granny, you are the most beautiful. Otherwise, how could Grandpa be so infatuated with you?" This statement from Luo Qingyuan was indeed not wrong. Her grandfather was a noble from overseas. It was said that he fell in love with Granny at first sight when they were in school. Later on, he would only marry Granny. And so, Granny married him, including Luo Qingyuan's father. They all had high nose bridges. Her father even had more foreign features and characteristics, while her mother was a pure Oriental beauty. She and her brother leaned more towards their Chinese heritage. Her brother had deep features, and his eyes were slightly brown. Both she and her brother were fair-skinned. Her hair was straightened, or sometimes had natural curls. She looked more like her mother. Her grandmother's family had emigrated with her parents, and they settled abroad. They used to have business in China, managed by two uncles, who were very relaxed and easygoing as they had many capable people working for them. Consequently, the uncles were hardly ever in the capital city all year round, parting across the country, and the houses in the capital were left empty, only occasionally returning during festivals. Just the day before, she saw in her younger uncle's WeChat moments that he was still in Europe. Listening to Luo Qingyuan talk about her grandfather, the old lady's expression softened. Yes, your grandfather was quite persistently in pursuit. If not for, she paused midway, leaving Luo Qingyuan curious. If not what, does Granny have a romantic history? Too? Just then, in came Duanyi in a rush, overhearing their conversation. What romantic history? Granny, you have to tell me about it as well. Surprised, Luo Qingyuan turned around and saw Duanyi standing beside her, handing his coat. Luo Qingyuan rushed to stand up, took his coat, placed it on a chair, then reached for his hand, beaming like the sun. You're here. After Luo Qingyuan had showered and put on some fragrance, so when Duanyi arrived, he could smell it immediately, a pleasant scent. He couldn't resist rubbing her head. I'm here. Just as Duanyi finished speaking, the waiter brought out hot pot and fried prawns. The old lady couldn't help but feel nostalgic as she watched them interact lovingly. Ah, to be young and in love, how wonderful. Once all the dishes were served, Duanyi sat down next to Luo Qingyuan, smiling at the old lady. Granny, why don't you continue? While chatting, Duanyi intended to put on gloves to peel the prawns, but Luo Qingyuan snatched them. Let me do it, you can knead instead. You have to go back to work later. Duanyi didn't argue with Luo Qingyuan, feeling warm inside, realizing he had to take good care of his wife when he went back to work. However, the old lady refused to continue, saying, old stories, old stories. What's the point of bringing them up? Let's just eat. Curious, Luo Qingyuan couldn't let it go, especially when it was the old lady. She teasingly said, could it be that Granny is just making up stories to amuse me? Eating while speaking, the old lady replied playfully, nonsense. Let me tell you, had it not been for me back then, your first love wouldn't be able to find me. I assure you, your grandfather wouldn't have won me over. Proudly, the old lady spoke these words. Both Luo Qingyuan and Duanyi exchanged glances, unable to hold back a laugh. The old lady continued, don't you dare laugh. Everything I say is true. The old lady turned earnest, putting down her chopsticks, her gaze becoming distant and unfocused, as she recalled, back then, the city wasn't as bustling as it is now. The times were turbulent, with only two options before us, to die or to flee. We made a pact, once I returned from my studies abroad, we would register our marriage. She narrated, but alas, I returned after completing my studies, waited at our designated spot for 2 years, but he never showed up. Communication wasn't advanced then. Despite all my efforts, I couldn't find him. Later, when I revisited, buildings already stood at our meeting place. Qingyuan, I couldn't wait any longer. Tears welled up in her eyes as she continued, I suspect he may have become a martyr. Duanyi and Luo Qingyuan shared another gaze, and Luo Qingyuan wondered, what if he's still alive? The old lady gave her a sharp look, her eyes now dry. He's surely dead. If he hadn't died, why didn't he return? He must be dead. Both Duanyi and Luo Qingyuan chuckled. Granny was still as adorable as ever. Separating the peeled prawns, Luo Qingyuan placed them in the bowls of the old lady and Duanyi, asking, what about Grandpa? The old lady smiled. Your grandpa was a good man, treated me well. Your grandpa was quite the charmer back then. I, as a young and beautiful girl, couldn't wait any longer. I had to let go and move on. She lamented, unfortunately, your grandpa's life was short, just like that person. The old lady implied that both her first love and her husband had passed away, leaving her with abundant wealth. During those times, if someone didn't show up, it probably meant they were no longer alive. She even seemed to have erected a monument to them. However, she wasn't entirely sure about the details. Just as Luo Qingyuan was about to ask further questions, the old lady gave her a stern look and said, still gossiping? Eat. Luo Qingyuan had to close her mouth, attempting to focus on peeling the prawns, but her eyes betrayed her as she looked at Duanyi. Helplessly, like with a child, Duanyi lovingly fed her a piece of meat. Delighted, her eyes sparkled with joy. More. Following her lead, Duanyi continued to feed her, until Luo Qingyuan shook her head indicating she had enough. Dwayne finally freed a hand to caress her soft hair, asking, "Satisfy?" Luo Qingyuan nodded. "Very, very satisfying. As long as it's you feeding me, I'll eat anything." Dwayne couldn't help but pinch her nose playfully. Luo Qingyuan could be so sweet at times that it touched Dwayne's heart. Despite sensing Luo Qingyuan keeping certain things from him, he was patient, knowing that people would have their secrets. After all, he felt content and happy in their companionship. That was enough for him. Watching their interactions, the old lady was genuinely happy for them. Knowing how precious this love was after all they went through, she became more convinced that she had made the right choices in life. One should always strive for true love, otherwise, life might become a veil of pain in old age. Though she had lost loved ones early in life, she had few regrets. She found joy in witnessing the younger generation living their lives. John Shuffin shook her head and returned to her food. Her new dentures were well made, allowing her to even chew on bones, and she could order another pair soon. Once Luo Qingyuan finished peeling the prawns, she took off her gloves and forgot about eating, focused on serving Dwayne. "Go on, eat quickly. Just the thought of you eating instant noodles makes me sad." Even the simplest meal spent with Dwayne made Luo Qingyuan happy. She treasured and enjoyed these moments with him, feeling content in his presence. Dwayne said, "That's enough. I have a 2-hour break. I'll take my time with you." As he spoke, Dwayne brought Luo Qingyuan's bowl over, placing meat and vegetables into it to cool off. Love is mutual. He also cherished Luo Qingyuan, caring for her even when she was forgetful, realizing that her thoughts were mostly about him, even if she wasn't attentive to herself. Maybe she had fallen deeply in love. Well, he would indulge her a bit more. After all, she was now part of his family. After finishing their meal, the old lady left first, saying she was going shopping with her best friend. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyuan and Dwayne walked hand in hand towards the company. The weather today was not very good, gloomy as if it was going to rain soon. Luo Qingyuan seemed to gather a lot of courage and said, "Can we arrange for my parents and your parents to meet during the Lunar New Year this year?" Dwayne was taken aback, clearly not expecting Luo Qingyuan to say such a thing at this moment. It was early June now, not too far away from the Lunar New Year, yet not very close either. But Dwayne still smiled and held her slightly cool hand tightly, saying, "Okay." Luo Qingyuan then said, "After they meet, we can set a date for our wedding." "Okay." Dwayne's heart tightened slightly. He had thought about these things, but since Luo Qingyuan hadn't brought it up, he hadn't said anything either. Now that Luo Qingyuan had taken the initiative, how could he not comply? So Dwayne stood still, pulled Luo Qingyuan into his arms, and smiled as he said, "Okay, I'll go along with your plans. At that time, we will also be approaching our first wedding anniversary. It's a perfect time to hold the wedding ceremony. I am sure it will be lively, and my bride will definitely be beautiful." Luo Qingyuan also smiled and reached out to hug Dwayne's waist, saying, "Yes, it's time to let the whole world know." She leaned gently against Dwayne's chest, feeling a myriad of emotions. Perhaps marriage was impulsive or motivated by interests, but the grand wedding they were planning was her sincere desire to become Dwayne's wife. She was determined to hold a grand, magnificent wedding, to have national media coverage, and to ensure that everyone around them knew that she, Luo Qingyuan, and Dwayne were truly a legally married couple. Dwayne held her, feeling a cool breeze. He couldn't help but smile at the thought of Luo Qingyuan in a wedding gown. It seemed like he truly had married the best and most beautiful wife in the world. After embracing for a while, Luo Qingyuan let go of him and said, "Go to work now. Don't be late." Dwayne smiled, lowered his head, kissed Luo Qingyuan's cheek, then pinched her hand gently and said, "Okay." Luo Qingyuan asked, "I will pick you up after work. Can we have a simple pasta dinner tonight?" Dwayne nodded. "Of course. My wife is so caring. I am blessed." Luo Qingyuan playfully scolded him, "Sweet talker, go to work." Dwayne waved goodbye and left, while Luo Qingyuan watched him leave before driving away in her car. Both of them were immersed in their sweet love, and no one noticed the commercial vehicle parked at the roadside, observing their every move. Though Chow held a camera and said, "Mr. John, I've captured everything." Zhang Jingchuan sat in the back seat, staring at the spot where Luo Qingyuan had stood moments ago, lost in thought. Though Chow glanced at Zhang Jingchuan through the rearview mirror and sighed inwardly, still unable to understand Zhang Jingchuan's underlying motives. He constantly visited the Luo family compound, only to be rejected each time. Moreover, Luo Qingyuan was already married. Regardless of who her husband was, the fact remained that she was married. Go Chao couldn't comprehend why Zhang Jingchuan was so fixated on her, especially when there were countless beautiful female celebrities in the entertainment industry. Why risk offending the powerful Luo family to support someone like her, who might not be entirely stable? Go Chao asked. Mr. Zhang, are we done here? Zhang Jingchuan shook his head and instructed him to collect the photos for future use. Go Chao acquiesced and remarked, indeed. Observing the changing weather outside, Zhang Jingchuan commented, the weather is about to change. Go Chao agreed, yes, it was sunny this morning, but it's unexpectedly overcast now. With those words, Zhang Jingchuan closed his eyes to rest, signaling that he didn't wish to converse further. Go Chao respected his silence and refrained from speaking further. However, Zhang Jingchuan's mind was filled with images of the tender moments he had just witnessed. He felt a surge of anger, yet his composure remained intact. He was determined to give Luo Qingyuan a lesson, being aware that despite receiving a substantial dowry from the Zhang family, the Luo family permitted her relationship with Duanyi to persist, hoping that her older brother, Luo Shuyang, would intervene. Little did he expect that Luo Qingyuan would handle the situation so skillfully. He couldn't even manage to meet Luo Shuyang for a simple tea appointment. He detested such deceptive tactics. Naturally, he didn't plan to let Duanyi off the hook either. Their engagement had been in place for 5 years. Could any man tolerate such betrayal over a 5-year period? How entangled were the Zhang and Luo families in business during these 5 years? Did the Luo family truly believe they could dictate terms and sway the situation in their favor? The calmness of their current lifestyle served as a mere prelude to the imminent storm. Upon returning to the company, when he was greeted by his colleague, Wang Yu, who promptly pulled him towards the elevator, arm in arm, asking about his seemingly charmed life. Wang Yu had noticed how stunning Duanyi's wife was, even without makeup, and was eager to learn how they met. This reminded Duanyi of their passionate night, which sharing the details caused him to lose face. After some thought, Duanyi decided to play along and mischievously reply, perhaps it's my exceptional qualities that attracted her. My wife actually pursued me. Wang Yu couldn't believe his ears and responded, are you speaking the truth? Duanyi nodded, adding that his wife had given him 1,000,000 yuan upon their marriage and their intimate life was harmonious, thus strengthening their bond further. Wang Yu felt a pang of envy at Luo Qingyuan's beauty and figure. Expressing his frustration, he jokingly punched Duanyi while teasing him for being always in high spirits. As they entered the elevator together, engaging in light banter, their colleague Zi mentioned an upcoming visit from a celebrity to their company, heightening everyone's excitement. Amidst the chatter, the elevator doors closed, leaving Duanyi and his colleagues engrossed in discussing the anticipated visit and potential perks of meeting the celebrity. Duanyi wasn't interested in all this, so he stood there quietly without saying a word. Ziwen curiously glanced at Duanyi. Why are you so calm when everyone else is so excited? Wang Yu chuckled. Ziwen, haven't you seen other people's wives before? They are as beautiful as flowers, even more so than those in the entertainment industry. It's normal for them to be calm, right? Zi Wen's heart was instantly struck by a 10,000-point damage. Yes, Duanyi's wife was indeed not in the same league as them. Just her looks alone. Even if she entered the entertainment industry directly, she would be at the top, right? Zi Wen sighed. Ah, my heart is broken. Wang Yu said. Stop breaking your heart. Where did you hear this news from? Is it reliable? As soon as Wang Yu finished speaking, their phones simultaneously rang, and everyone picked up their phones to check. It turned out to be a notification in the company's group chat, basically saying that everyone in the company had to stay back today and wait for the star to finish touring the building before leaving. Wang Yu exclaimed, is this for real? Which celebrity is it? Such a big event. Ziwen said, oh, I thought we could finish touring the building during office hours. I don't want to work overtime. Another colleague who had been silent exclaimed, look at the ad. It's non-crossing. There were electronic screens playing inside the elevator. Nan Xing's enchanting face appeared before them. Duanyi also instinctively looked up to take a glance. Non-crossing seemed to be in an even better state, with lips as red as cherries, a refined melon seed face, clean and pure, and chestnut-colored blonde hair casually draped behind her, looking beautiful and innocent. It was a promotional video for their company's products. Even the elevator ads had switched to non-crossing, indicating that the rumors were indeed true. Wang Yu was ecstatic. Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness! It's my wife. My wife, non-crossing. I'm going crazy. Should I go buy a bouquet of roses and give them to my wife later? Ziwen said. What do you mean, my wife? That's my wife. Oh my goodness. My wife is actually coming to our company for a tour. Will she be promoting a new drama? I can't wait. Another colleague added, she probably will. I've been following her on Weibo lately, and she has a new drama scheduled to air next month. It seems to be a love story set in the Republican era, and my wife plays a doctor. Won Yu went wild. I know, I've seen the trailer. With tears in his eyes, Won Yu said, my wife really isn't having it easy. I've liked her since her days in the girl group, watching my wife step by step from a minor role to now a major leading role. Who understands my feelings? The elevator soon arrived. Won Yu continued to express his love for non-crossing incessantly. After a moment of confusion, when he followed them out, not long after they walked out, they saw Nanxing's posters on the big screen behind the front desk, cycling through each one of them, each more beautiful than the last, some pure and lovely, some cool and elegant, and others mature and elegant. Won Yu exclaimed, oh my goodness, the company is really going all out this time. My wife is so beautiful. Dear me. Ziwen's voice came from the other side. Kun Man see, it looks like there's a road closure. Won Yu immediately pulled Duanyi and ran to the window. Their floor was too high to see faces clearly, but the crowded figures and cars were visible. Banners were displayed, and many fans were gathering and holding up signs with Nanxing's name. Excitedly grasping Duanyi's hand, Won Yu said, quick, pinch me, just once. Am I dreaming? Am I really going to meet my dream wife? Duanyi, in silence, directly reached over and pinched Won Yu. Won Yu let out a yelp. It's not a dream. Oh my goodness, I'm really going to meet my wife. I can't focus on work anymore. And was also excited. I've bought so many posters of my wife and products she endorses. Dear me, I never expected that this time I would actually get to see her in person. Even if it costs me my life, it's worth it. Won Yu said, I don't know when my wife will arrive. I'm going out now to buy a bouquet of roses. I hope I make it in time. Won Yu continued to harass Duanyi. Do you think I'll make it? What if I'm gone? And my wife arrives, and I miss her? Duanyi sighed. If you want to know, I can ask non-crossing about her schedule. With one sentence from Duanyi, Won Yu immediately quieted down, then looked at him with disdain. You know non-crossing? Duanyi remained calm. Yes, I do. Won Yu clicked his tongue, clearly not believing it. If you know non-crossing, I'll twist my head off for you to kick. Ziwen, still watching outside, said without turning back, Duanyi, just because of your words, how long do you think my little star will need to comfort me tonight? Another colleague immediately retorted, nonsense, my wife will need to comfort me tonight. Duanyi was taken aback. Why didn't anyone believe him? Thinking that Won Yu no longer needed him, Duanyi was ready to put away his phone when it suddenly lit up with a message from non-crossing. Duanyi, this afternoon around 4:30, I will come to your company for a tour. I hope it won't disturb your work. This message was caught by Won Yu, who looked at the note. His expression instantly became hard to describe. Duanyi, you can lie to yourself, but why lie to us? Duanyi sighed. It's really her. Believe me, you should go buy roses now. There's still time. Won Yu ignored Duanyi's first sentence, as he subconsciously felt that Duanyi was staging a play on his own. But he heard the second part. Still time. Won Yu checked the time. It was already 2 o'clock. He had to clock out and skip work. So, with hands clasped together, Won Yu said, Duanyi, please, cover for me. I'll be back soon. Duanyi sighed. Hurry, go clock out, then go. Won Yu happily ran off, waving, thanks, Duanyi. I'll be back soon. Ziwen called out, Duanyi, bring me a bouquet. I'll pay you for the errand. Won Yu replied, sure thing, I'll bring them both. Duanyi didn't pay any more attention to Won Yu and instead looked down at the message from non-crossing, which read, it's okay, congratulations. Returning to his office, Duanyi noticed that everyone's computer screens, including his own, were filled with pictures of non-crossing. Everyone in the office chattered with excitement about non-crossing coming for a visit. That's non-crossing. Oh my goodness, she's my goddess. I'm about to meet her in person. It's unbelievable. She's so beautiful, I can't wait. Watching all this, Duanyi was somewhat dumbfounded. He hadn't paid much attention to news about non-crossing recently, and now, The news was overwhelming. He finally realized, belatedly, that non-crossing seemed to have become a highly anticipated celebrity, just as she had hoped for when she was young. Dwinny instinctively looked out the window at the big screen on the jewelry shop building across from them, which had also changed to display non-crossing. Meanwhile, on the other side of the phone, non-crossing was looking at a message from Dwinny. Lost in her thoughts, Che Yue walked in and saw non-crossing lost in thought. She couldn't help but let out a sigh, but after glancing at the time, she couldn't resist reminding her, "Non-ya, it's time to change clothes." Non-crossing then put down her phone and said, "Well, we're at it. Order some milk tea and coffee. Milk tea for the fans, coffee for the company's employees. 1 cup should be a hot original latte with 5 parts sugar." Che Yue was taken aback. Everything seemed fine, except for the last sentence, "a hot original latte with 5 parts sugar." That was apparently Dwinny's taste, as non-crossing would always order that when he came to visit or when they were together with Yi Nuan. If it was hot outside, it would be a nice latte, and if it was cold, it would be hot. Today's weather wasn't very good. Che Yue sighed. "All right, I'll take care of it." This was also quite a task, considering the large number of fans surrounding the gin company. 1 or 2 milk tea shops wouldn't be able to supply enough. As for the coffee, Che Yue automatically chose Yijian Coffee near Dwinny's company, and also selected a few other coffee shops from elsewhere to send over. At that moment, the wardrobe assistant came in with a pile of clothes. "Non-ya, these are clothes sponsored by the brands. Please choose one to wear." Non-crossing composed herself, stood up, and smiled. "All right, thank you for your hard work." In the end, non-crossing chose a starry fishtail skirt. The wardrobe assistant said, "Non-ya, you have a great eye. Let me take this one to iron." The wardrobe assistant and the crew quickly left, while Keke came in with high heels and boxed lunches. "Eat up. After finishing, you need to change clothes and your makeup to get going." Non-crossing nodded and calmly started eating. Keke casually sat across from non-crossing, her gaze fixed on her. While eating, non-crossing said, "Keke, yeah, you can tell me directly if you have something to say." Keke smiled. "Then I won't beat around the bush. I know Dwinny is in Jin Company. You know, this time there are countless cameras following him throughout." Non-crossing, "I hope you will be sensible. It's better not to go to the engineering department." Non-crossing hesitated slightly as she held the spoon, then continued eating. She had a small appetite and couldn't finish the meal, so she wiped her mouth with a napkin. Keke didn't rush and quietly waited for Non-Xing's response. Non-crossing had put in a lot of sweat and effort to get to where she was today. Keke didn't want non-crossing to make any mistakes, but non-crossing said, "Keke yet, I just want to see him. Nothing else, just to see him once." Keke's brows furrowed. "You ... Non-Xing's eyes seemed distant, but her smile was beautiful. "Keke yet, this might be the only way for me to let go." Keke fell silent for a long time. Eventually, she stood up, turned around, and left without saying another word. In matters of the heart, no matter how others try to persuade you, you have to figure it out on your own. Perhaps, in the public eye, non-crossing would realize how far she was from Dwinny, and maybe then she could let go. Non-crossing chuckled and then called out, "Che Yue." Che Yue entered. "Non-ya, it's getting late, let's get started." If she went earlier, she could meet him sooner, and he could leave work earlier. Che Yue nodded. "All right." Che Yue left again, and soon after, the wardrobe, makeup, and styling teams all came in. After over an hour of dressing and makeup, non-crossing was finally ready to make her appearance. Looking at herself in the mirror, she couldn't help but be slightly stunned by her outfit, which seemed more like an engagement dress. Che Yue said, "It's already 3 o'clock, we can head out now." Che Yue reached out to support her, as Non-Xing's high heels were quite tall that day. Non-crossing also naturally placed her hand on Che Yu's, feeling a bit nervous for some reason. This feeling stayed with her until she was seated in the business car and watched the scenery outside slowly recede, eventually calming her nerves. Upon realizing her emotions, non-crossing couldn't help but mockingly curl her lips. Love lost tasted like this, she realized. When she started to have feelings for him, Dwinny had belonged to someone else. Non-crossing suddenly thought, if time could turn back, that would be great, but then she corrected herself. No, there are no ifs in this world. Non-crossing closed her eyes, filled with pain, perhaps trying to keep herself constantly busy to forget everything. An hour later, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Nanqing's car slowly entered the main road of Jin Company. Keke said, "Non-crossing, if you can't control your emotions, I won't let you see him." At that, Non-crossing opened her eyes, not responding to Keke's words. Che Yue looked worriedly at Non-crossing. The security lines were drawn, and the guards were diligently maintaining order. It was at that moment that Non-crossing rolled down the car window. The fans became even more ecstatic in that instant. Non-crossing, Non-crossing, Non-crossing. I love you, Non-crossing. Look at me. Wife. Countless phone cameras were aimed at Non-crossing, and some even started live streaming. Nanqing's eyes glistened with a hint of red, but her smile remained unfazed as she greeted the fans. Without the security personnel to keep order, they would likely have difficulty moving. Soon, Nanqing's convoy stopped at the entrance of Jin Company. The company's executives were standing at the entrance to greet her. The chairman was present, as was Duanshan. Duanshan had intentionally styled his hair with wax and had a broad smile. He felt quite proud today. Non-crossing was like a half-daughter to him, so when she greeted him, of course he had to come down and see her. He knew Non-crossing was a star, but he had yet to see her true radiant appearance. Soon, Non-crossing got out of the car. The fans erupted even more at that moment. "Oh my God! Non-crossing! Non-crossing! Non-crossing!" The shouts rang out like a training exercise, echoing as if reaching the sky. Non-crossing smiled graciously, greeted everyone, and then walked up to the chairman. The chairman was seeing Non-crossing for the first time, and couldn't help but extend his hand excitedly. "Hello, Non-crossing." Non-crossing politely shook hands with the chairman. "Hello." Duanshan stood upright behind him. After shaking hands with everyone, Non-crossing looked towards Duanshan and said with a smile, "Hello, Uncle Duan." Everyone was astonished. Non-crossing actually knew Duanshan. Non-crossing said, "I'll head inside now." Duanshan chuckled, Sure. You're such a good child. When you have time, let your parents bring you over for a meal at home." Non-crossing nodded. "Thank you, Uncle Duan." Until Non-crossing and the chairman walked in together, colleagues were gossiping excitedly, asking Duanshan all sorts of questions. "Duan, do you know Non-crossing? Duan, how do you know such a famous celebrity? Duan, you hide it well, huh? You have connections like this." Duanshan couldn't stop laughing. "Well, Nanqing's parents live in the same neighborhood as us. They have been our neighbors for decades." Colleagues exclaimed in amazement. "Duan, you eat so well. Master Duan, can you help me get a personal autograph from a big star? I really like Non-crossing." Me too. Everyone eagerly asked Duanshan for help. Duanshan smiled and said, "No problem. When I go back later, everyone can let me know who wants an autograph, and I'll have my niece sign for all of you." "Great. Fantastic." Everyone was thrilled. Looking at everyone's cheerful expressions, Duanshan felt a bit regretful. Since he was young, he had always treated the second daughter of the Non family as his future daughter-in-law. But who would have thought that as she grew up, things turned out differently? Fate is unpredictable. And at that moment, Non-crossing had already stepped onto the stage set up in the lobby on the first floor. The host was speaking, and the surrounding area was packed with people, including fans and employees. With a big star visiting today, colleagues from all departments were not focused on work, the leaders were happy, and things were more relaxed. Duanyi was dragged out by Wang Yusheng, but their floor was too high, and Wang Yusheng dragged him to the third floor. Non-crossing was waving and greeting everyone, causing screams wherever she looked. Excitedly, Wang Yusheng pushed through the crowd, with Duanyi leaning over the railing shouting, Non-crossing, Non-crossing, sweetie, look at me." The shouts were deafening. Duanyi was feeling overwhelmed. Wang Yusheng said, "Duanyi, do you think she will look up? Will she?" Duanyi replied helplessly, "If you shout any louder she might hear and turn around." Duanyi was joking, as everyone was excited, and voices were loud. No joke, their company was completely crowded, making it difficult to move up or downstairs, not to mention the elevator. It was impossible to squeeze in. However, Wang Yusheng thought that Duanyi might be right, so he waved his arms vigorously, shouting, Non-crossing, Non-crossing, sweetie, look at me." Wang Yusheng's voice was even more enthusiastic than his female colleagues. As if sensing something, Non-crossing looked up, and suddenly, the cheers around her stopped, and the surrounding noise vanished. Dwayne subconsciously looked down, and he and non-crossing stared at each other across the crowd. Instead of turning her head immediately, non-crossing raised her hand in acknowledgement with a smile. The entire world seemed to have turned silent. Everyone watched non-crossing intently as her movements seemed to slow down, frame by frame, magnifying before their eyes. From her striking features, to her slender neck, to the long curls cascading down, adorned with many small pearls, down to her slender waist, and the figure accentuated by the fishtail skirt trailing on the floor, with stars twinkling on the skirt. Everyone couldn't take their eyes off her. Non-crossing was too beautiful. At that moment, Dwayne couldn't help but smile a little, feeling somewhat nostalgic. Watching non-crossing effortlessly change her gestures and confidently give interviews, he suddenly felt a sense of their childhood sweetheart growing up. Non-crossing was no longer the girl who was afraid of the dark and would lose her smile and her teeth fell out, nor the one who would ring his doorbell early in the morning to ride bikes to school together. Now non-crossing was standing under numerous flashes, her smile was posed, and she was dazzling. Dwayne recalled that in the summer of their 18th year, non-crossing also stood on the girl group stage for the first time, nervously during the group's audition, and he was the only one in the crowd cheering for her. When their eyes met at that time, Dwayne thought they would be together forever. Dwayne remembered the saying popular online, "Perhaps the moon doesn't belong to me, but there was a moment when the moon did shine on me." Now, with countless light boards around, and so many people calling Non-Xing's name, he wasn't one of them. Yet, non-crossing still found the young man amidst the crowd. Dwayne stood there, in the midst of the crowd, in her 18-year-old heart. It wasn't just Dwayne. At that moment, non-crossing also remembered that when she was 18, Dwayne was her backbone. When she won first place and was discovered by a talent agency, she was ecstatic, and she hugged Dwayne tightly, jumping and dancing under the starry sky, looking like a fool. That night, she couldn't sleep, so she took Dwayne to the rooftop to watch the stars. The stars were really beautiful at that time. They talked about the future under the stars. She said, "Dwayne, let me tell you, when I have money in the future, I'll buy all the houses in this neighborhood, so you can live in whichever one you want." Dwayne smiled and said, "So I can live off the rent, right?" Non-crossing reply, "You won't be living off the rent, you'll be living with me. Understand? I'm warning you, be good to me, because I'm going to be a big star in the future." Non-crossing was looking at the stars with a smile in her eyes. Dwayne was looking at her with undeniable love. "Yes, my little star, destined to shine brightly, like the stars in the sky." Non-crossing said, "I don't want to be a star. Stars are too dim and dull. I want to be the moon. Let everyone look up and see the most dazzling me." Dwayne was very happy. There was a phrase he didn't say at that moment, just silently read to himself, "Yes, my moon, the most dazzling one. Yes." Now, she is still the moon, still the brightest one, but not his. Dwayne thought it had been a long time, but in reality, it was just a fleeting moment of reminiscence, and Non-Xing's gaze didn't linger on him for long. As she looked away, tears welled up in Non-Xing's eyes. It was truly heartbreaking. Yet, Non-crossing smiled, took the microphone, and cooperated with the host to complete her speech. Meanwhile, Wang Yusheng excitedly pinched Dwayne's arm. "Oh my goodness, have you seen her face? She's so beautiful. And she looked at me. She looked at me. I'm going crazy. She really looked at me. My wife looked at me. Do you think the floor sweeping event will reach our engineering department? Should I send the flowers now? I'm so nervous." Dwayne didn't know how the event was organized, but he had a strange feeling. "She will come." Wang Yu was excited. "Is it true?" "Dwayne, don't talk big. I heard that only one department is visited on the 3rd floor. Are you sure you will be selected for the engineering department?" All around was filled with cheers and excitement. Dwayne did not continue the conversation, only said, "Let's go back, or it will be awkward when the team leader comes back." Wang Yu felt he had not seen enough. Without even turning his head, continued, "Just 2 more minutes, just 2 minutes. My wife is too beautiful." Dwayne directly grabbed Wang Yu by the back of his collar and pulled him back. "Let's go." And so Wang Yu was dragged away. Soon the place where they had just stood was completely crowded, making it difficult to push back in. With some regret, Wang Yu followed Dwayne back, walking and craning his neck to look down. "I hope my wife will really come to the engineering department later. I bought a big bouquet of roses." Saying this, Wang Yu also patted Dwayne's shoulder. I also bought one for you, but yours is a handheld bouquet, smaller. If my wife comes later, you give it to her yourself. Dwinny was stunned. Then his face turned dark. I won't give it, you should give it yourself. After saying this, Dwinny strode off ahead. Won Yu made a nose of dismissal. Dwin shade, you're really saying one thing but meaning something else. The Won Yu still quickened his pace to catch up with Dwinny. At this moment, Non-Crossing once again raised her head, but the familiar position did not have familiar faces. Turning back once more, Non-Crossing faced the camera calmly. At this point, it was time for fan questions. Non-Crossing smiled and patiently waited for the fans to ask. One fan, a young woman in her 20s, appeared very excited and stuttered a bit as she spoke. Non-Crossing smiled reassuringly. It's okay. Take your time. After gathering her emotions, the fan finally asked, Non-Crossing, I am a big fan of yours. I came from a faraway place. Today I finally got to see you in person. I am grateful to the brand for giving me this opportunity. Otherwise, I might regret it for a lifetime not being able to meet my favorite person. At this point, all the large screens in the company were broadcasting Non-Xing's live scene. So, I want to ask Non-Crossing, now that you have reached where you are today, is there someone in your life that you regret? With just that sentence, the corners of Non-Xing's mouth almost couldn't hold back the smile. She wanted to speak, but under the gaze of many cameras, for the first time, she lost her composure. In that moment, when she lowered her head, tears rolled down like pearls. At this time, Won Yu and Dwinny just climbed to their floor, and the scene was also being broadcast on the reception's big screen. The directors quickly cut to a close-up of Non-Crossing. The fairy was in tears, breaking the hearts of many. Won Yu was one of them. Won Yu. Heaven, who could it be? To make my wife cry like this. Dwinny looked at Non-Crossing, his emotions in turmoil. Non-Crossing took the tissue handed to her by someone beside her and then smiled at the camera, though there was a hint of sadness in that smile. In front of everyone's eyes, she slowly said, Of course, there is. So here I want to give my fans a piece of advice. When you really meet someone you like, you must hold on tightly. Don't be like me, waiting to turn back but finding there is no way back. Seeing Non-Crossing cry, even the fans couldn't help shedding tears. Reporters scrambled to ask, So, Non-Crossing, would you like to say something to the person you missed? Suke and Che-Yue were very nervous, afraid that Non-Crossing would say something she shouldn't in public. Dwinny didn't want to see more, so he walked back to his office. However, despite the attention of thousands of people, Non-Crossing politely smiled and said, No one ever told me that the cost of fame is being estranged from you. With just that sentence, the audience was in an uproar. Even Won Yu was shocked, his eyes reddened involuntarily. The receptionist even shed tears on the spot. Many fans present were almost speechless, knowing only a few people knew the truth behind it. Che-Yue watched Non-Crossing on stage, radiant and glowing, but who knew the pain and sorrow in her heart? At this moment, everyone online was speculating who had the ability to make a popular actress cry on the big screen and say such a thing. Who had such power? And who on earth would reject someone like Non-Crossing? Due to Non-Xing's statement, Dwinny turned around. As he looked at the big screen, his eyes couldn't help but feel bitter. What could he say at this moment? He had his regrets, and occasionally in his dreams, he would think, if on that night Non-Crossing hadn't introduced Yi Nuan to him, it might have been better. Perhaps, 2 years later today, he would be by Non-Xing's side. Even if separated by oceans of people, they would still be happy. But in this world, there were no ifs. The person he loved now was the best person in the world, Luo Qingyuan. In the end, the host intervened, saying this segment was over, and the real event of visiting floors would start. Non-Crossing waved goodbye to the fans and politely left the stage. Dwinny returned to his office, immersed in work. Won Yu and other colleagues, however, were not focused at all, discussing whether the person Non-Crossing mentioned as a regret was from inside or outside the industry. The Weibo hot search topic quickly rose to number 1. Hashtag the price of fame. Clicking on it led to Non-Xing's statement, followed by an analysis written by the editors, each word expressing regret. The final line, the price of fame is indeed separation, accompanied by a video of Non-Xing's beautiful tears, resonating deeply with countless netizens. Dwinny paid no attention to these discussions, quietly eating chocolates he took from a drawer. These snacks were prepared by Luo Qingyuan, and initially, he thought his wife was being overly sentimental. But now, as he enjoyed the sweetness in his mouth. Looking at the screen of his computer showing a photo of their clasped hands, he couldn't help but smile in happiness. Yes, he had changed the screensaver from non-crossing to a photo of himself and Luo Qingyuan holding hands. Time passed minute by minute, and when he felt a sense of return to his heart. The more moments like this, the more he wanted to see Luo Qingyuan. And it seemed like Luo Qingyuan had a telepathic connection with him, for he received a message from her. Dinner is ready. You can eat when you get home. There's the peppermint fried ribs you love. Following that, Luo Qingyuan sent a photo of the peppermint fried ribs. Twinny couldn't help but smile, his eyes full of joy, and he quickly replied, I'll be home in an hour. Luo Qingyuan, I'll be waiting for you. Darling tilde. Just as Twinny finished his reply, he heard an exclamation at the door. It's non-crossing. Non-crossing is here. She really came to the engineering department. With those words spoken, there was a stir at the door, and colleagues stood up one by one, all eagerly looking towards the entrance. Non-crossing walked in accompanied by the crowd. Wan Yu was ecstatic. Oh my goodness, she really came. Duanshe, you are truly amazing. You had a premonition. Duanyi remained silent, while Che Yue did hear this sentence and couldn't help but glance at Duanyi several times. In order to not stand out, Duanyi also stood up along with colleagues from the engineering department. It was a joke. The leaders were all smiling next to non-crossing. If he stayed seated, wouldn't it appear very conspicuous? Even if he pretended, he had to do it politely. Nanxing's pace was quite fast. He should be off work soon. And Duanyi was quite happy. The employees of the engineering department were all old men, and it was their first time meeting the popular superstar, each of them smiling until their faces nearly cracked. Non-crossing greeted everyone from the first person onwards. Wan Yu directly handed the bouquet of flowers on the table to Duanyi, saying, This is yours. Then he handed another bouquet to Ziwen, saying, This is yours. Ziwen glanced at the 99 roses on Wan Yu's table, feeling somewhat speechless for a moment. You bought such nice ones for yourself, but such small ones for us. Wan Yu chuckled. It's good enough that I bought for you. Just accept it. Duanyi looked at the bouquets on the table, glanced around, then handed them back, saying, You give them to her yourself. I don't want that. Wan Yu pushed them back to him, saying, Come on. It's just a small token of appreciation. I'm not taking your money. Just consider it a thank you gift for covering my shift this afternoon. Duanyi hesitated. I really thank you, brother, but there's no need to be so kind. He had just wanted to speak when non-crossing had already turned in their direction, so Duanyi could only bend down and put the bouquet under the table. It's a joke. These were red roses. Luo Qingyuan's favorite. If he really gave them, could he still get into bed tonight? Would there be any meat left for the evening? There were so many cameras filming. He couldn't afford to. Soon, non-crossing reached Wan Yu and politely shook hands with him. Wan Yu was so excited that he couldn't even speak properly. Non-crossing. You are truly beautiful. Very lovely. I like you a lot. I'm extremely happy to see you. Non-crossing smiled politely. Thank you. And Wan Yu quickly handed her the bouquet of roses, saying, Please accept this. Specially prepared for you. Non-crossing appeared somewhat surprised, with a faint smile in her eyes. Thank you very much for your kindness. Wan Yu said, I heard your new drama will be aired soon. I wish you high ratings, and I will always support you. Non-crossing still smiled politely. Okay. Thank you for your liking. Afterwards, non-crossing took the large bouquet of roses and handed them to her assistant. Che Yue followed with a cup of coffee, and Wan Yu couldn't stop smiling with joy. Later, non-crossing arrived at Duanyi's workstation. Through the computer desk, they also shook hands. However, when Duanyi tried to let go, non-crossing held on. Her hand seemed to be trembling slightly, icy cold. But on the surface, she smiled sweetly, speaking softly. Duanyi, it's been a while. With just this sentence, everyone in the office widened their eyes in surprise. The most shocked were Wan Yu and Ziwen, their eyes wide open like symbols. It couldn't be. Duanyi really knew the superstar non-crossing, and it seemed like they had a rather close relationship. Duanyi also smiled politely. Long time no see. Indeed, it had been a while. The last time they met seemed to be on Nanshan. As they gradually grew apart, unless they deliberately met, even if they were in the same city, the same neighborhood, they wouldn't meet again. Duanyi thought to himself, with a polite smile involuntarily curling his lips. Perhaps, this was what the elderly meant when they said the ties had come to an end. Non-crossing finally let go of Duanyi's hand. She's still smiling, conversing as if with an old friend. I saw Uncle Duan downstairs. He had time to invite me home for a meal with everyone. I'll arrange to meet you when I have free time. Duanyi replied with a smile. Then we'll wait for you to come back to have a gathering. Non-crossing then turned around, personally handing a latte to Duanyi. Drink it while it's hot. Duanyi hesitated before responding. Thank you. Watching Duanyi's indifferent attitude, Wang Yu was frantic, wondering why everyone else was so excited while Duanyi remained calm. Shouldn't he also show some excitement if he knew her? So, just as non-crossing was about to leave, Wang Yu ran over and handed the bouquet that Duanyi had hidden under the table to her. Non-crossing was momentarily stunned. Duanyi's expression changed, and Wang Yu could only smile foolishly. Non-crossing, this is sent by Duanyi. Without a second thought, Duanyi quickly cleared things up. Oh, that. It was bought by Wang Yu. Wang Yu patted his chest with a grin. That's right, I bought it for Duanyi. To give it to you. Duanyi's heart was trembling, only 2 words in his mind. In trouble. Wang Yu didn't see sending flowers to a celebrity as a big deal, just a kind gesture. But Duanyi was feeling terrible at the moment. Of course, non-crossing understood Duanyi's intentions. Despite wishing the bouquet was from Duanyi, she knew she couldn't let Duanyi get caught in a storm of public opinion. Even though the incident at the fire scene trended quickly and wasn't widely seen, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't be brought up again. So, non-crossing still smiled politely. Thank you, Wang Yu. I love the roses very much. Non-crossing then didn't look at Duanyi anymore and walked towards another person's workstation. It was Ziwen's station, also with a hand-carrying bunch of red roses. Non-crossing really wanted only the bouquet Duanyi sent, but to avoid any gossip, she ended up taking both bouquets. The only thing she dared to do more was to hold Duanyi's hand a few seconds longer. These hands, once used to hold hers, now. At this moment, as non-crossing smiled broadly, her heart ached just as much. Whenever Duanyi stood there, she couldn't see anyone else in her eyes, so, would the previous Duanyi also feel this heart-wrenching as she did now? Duanyi, catching sight of the scene, breathed a sigh of relief in secret, and sat back at his seat. He had to admit, the former non-crossing was incomparable to anyone. Even the current non-crossing couldn't match up to the one he remembered from before. But similarly, the current Luo Qingyuan couldn't compare to anyone either. He was looking forward to going home, to eat the mint-flavored pork ribs that Luo Qingyuan would make. That was his favorite moment in his ordinary life. There weren't many people in the engineering department. Non-crossing finished quickly, and their team leaders said they could leave once non-crossing had departed. Therefore, when non-crossing turned to leave, Duanyi grabbed his briefcase and left immediately. Wang Yu was still trailing behind, asking, Duanyi, why are you in such a hurry? Waving his hand and walking briskly out, Duanyi replied, it's really late today. My wife is waiting for me at home. Wang Yu truly didn't understand. With non-crossing being so beautiful here, why did Duanyi have eyes only for the one at home? While Wang Yu pondered this, Duanyi had already disappeared from his view. Duanyi went left, whereas non-crossing was surrounded, and moved right. As he reached the back, Duanyi began running towards the setting sun. When non-crossing glanced back, she only saw Duanyi's figure quickly vanishing in the stairwell. In just a moment, non-crossing retracted her gaze. They, both heading towards their respective lives. From then on, their paths, like 2 parallel lines, would never cross again. Duanyi drove back to the residential area, but he didn't go home immediately. Instead, he first went to the flower shop at the entrance of the community and personally bought a large bouquet of roses, which he carried home. As he entered the community holding the roses, someone in a car observed everything from afar. Luo Shuyan also did not expect to witness this scene the moment he arrived. Ziwu. Boss, it seems like Mr. Duan really likes Miss. Luo Shuyan's face darkened for a moment. Then he raised his hand and gave Ziwu a tap on the head, saying, can liking someone fill your stomach? Ziwu awkwardly rubbed his head, wanting to retort but fearing another tap from Luo Shuyan, he just closed his mouth. After a while, Luo Shuyan opened the car door and got out, saying, let's go upstairs. He wanted to see what kind of life his sister was living at home. What kind of life was it that made Luo Qingyuan completely indifferent to their home? Luo Shuyan was accompanied by Ziwu, with the rest of the people waiting in the car behind. The two of them had a clear goal and headed towards Duanyi's house. Meanwhile, Duanyi had also returned home. As soon as he opened the door, he was met with the charming face of Luo Qingyuan. Luo Qingyuan, It hasn't even been an hour. Why the rush? Dwinny walked over directly, one hand holding the flowers and the other wrapping around Luo Qingyuan's waist, leaning in to kiss her by the lips. Yes, I couldn't wait. I missed you so much. It was in that moment that Dwinny's slightly uneasy heart finally settled. When he held Luo Qingyuan, he truly feared nothing. Luo Qingyuan remained silent, simply returning his embrace. She couldn't overlook the commotion caused by Nanqing's live broadcast, she knew, but the events that transpired today, and unmentioned. She chose not to bring it up, not wanting any awkwardness between her and Dwinny because of outsiders. The past was gone. Today, Dwinny returned home, holding her favorite roses. That was enough. The embrace of a loved one sometimes surpassed any intimate act. Luo Qingyuan patted his back with a smile. I missed you too. As long as I'm with you, no matter what we do, I'm happy. Or rather, even if we do nothing, I'm still very happy. Who could have imagined? It was truly all a twist of fate. This twist of fate calculation led her and Dwinny into the closest bond in the world. Luo Qingyuan felt truly blessed by fate. The untimely voice of the old lady interrupted. Not that I want to interrupt you, but the food will get cold. So, Luo Qingyuan blushed, and Dwinny laughed, brushing her nose and handing her the roses. All right, Grandma, we'll be right there. At the same time, when Renji also arrived at the community gate with two others, all dressed casually but with crew cuts, their robust muscles showing under the green casual wear. Li Dapping, Junior Colonel. Dwen Renji, Li Dapping immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, my mistake. Brother Dwan. Wei Jiaguo couldn't help but chuckle. Looks like you never learn. Dwen Renji. All right, stand properly. Whoever messes up later, I won't go easy on you when we get back to the unit. Li Dapping and Wei Jiaguo chuckled foolishly. Don't worry, we won't make any mistakes again. Dwen Renji nodded. All right, let's go. Leader, what about those people in the cars outside? Dwen Renji, why bother about that? Focus on your own tasks. He came in person this time to have a heartfelt talk with Luo Qingyuan. This was also in response to the confidential letter from above. He had to figure out all about these matters concerning Luo Shuyang. What did Luo Qingyuan know? How much did she know? He just hadn't expected to encounter unexpected people here. Soon, Luo Shuyang's elevator reached the 7th floor, and Ziwu knocked on the door. At the same time, another elevator was slowly ascending. The old lady went to open the door. When he went to wash up, and Luo Qingyuan went to serve the food. Who's there? As the door opened, the old lady's expression changed. Luo Shuyang politely greeted her with a smile. Hello, Grandma. The old lady. Who's hello? What are you here for? You better leave now. Luo Shuyang walked in with a smile. Grandma, it's mealtime, of course. I came to join for food. What else can I do? Unable to stop him, the old lady sighed helplessly. Just as she was about to close the door, 3 tall and burly men entered, each with a tan complexion, smiling like goofballs. Dwen Renji, is this the grandmother of our little sister? I'm Dwinny's cousin. Passing by with my colleagues, we came to visit. The old lady's eyes lit up at their appearance. Dwinny's cousin from the army? Dwen Renji smiled. Yes, serving the people. Li Dapping and Wei Jiaguo beamed with bright smiles. Hello, Grandma. The old lady was delighted. Come in quickly. As she led them in, she said, Little Yi, your cousin from the army, is here to see you. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyuan was facing off against Luo Shuyang in the living room, with both siblings looking uneasy. Just then, Dwinny walked out of the kitchen, only to find the house full of people. Dwinny was stunned, as was Luo Shuyang, who stood up immediately from the sofa, while Ziwu fidgeted in his seat. Dwinny, this is... Luo Qingyuan quickly regained her composure and introduced, this is my brother Luo Shuyang. I didn't inform you in advance today. I'm sorry. Dwinny hastily smiled and said, So you're the big brother. Why didn't you tell me earlier? I could have come to pick you up. Dwen Renji's gaze lingered for a moment when he saw Luo Shuyang, but he quickly regained his composure. Dwinny, and you, big cousin, why didn't you inform me ahead of time to come? Dwen Renji chuckled. Just passing by. Just thought to come up and see. Hope I'm not intruding on you. Dwinny, of course not. Now that you're here, let's all sit down. Luo Qingyuan, I'll make tea. Please have a seat. Gentlemen. The old lady smiled warmly. Sit, everyone sit, all good kids, so strong and healthy. Li Daping and Wei Jiaguo shook hands with Duanyi. Brother, nice to meet you. We are Big Brother Duane's comrades. I'm Li Daping. I'm Wei Jiaguo. They spoke while placing down their gifts. And then there was Luo Shuyang feeling a bit awkward with empty hands. Duanyi was delighted. Please sit, I'll quickly cook a few more dishes. Li Daping and Wei Jiaguo immediately stood up. Little brother, let us help you. Luo Qingyuan was taken aback. You can't help out, I'll do it. You sit down. Li Daping. Sister, we are all family. No need for formalities, let me help. Wei Jiaguo squeezed into the kitchen as well, boasting, I'm the expert in cooking in our group. Sister, take a break for a bit. The three big men crowded into the kitchen, leaving no space for Luo Qingyuan. Duanyi smiled and said, Qingyuan, why don't you go out and sit with grandma for a while? With that, Duanyi walked over and patted Luo Qingyuan's head. After all, you have been busy all day. Adding to dishes will be quick. So, Luo Qingyuan could only nod helplessly. In the living room, the old lady had long gone, claiming to be washing fruits, but not going to the kitchen. So, there were only 3 people left in the living room. Luo Shuyang, Shao, and the righteous-looking Duan Renji. Duan Renji smiled slightly, extending his hand. Elder brother of the younger siblings, you are Luo Shuyang, right? I've heard about you. My name is Duan Renji. Luo Shuyang also extended his hand. Hello. They shook hands and sat back down. Luo Shuyang had no intention of having a deep conversation with this person. After all, he had been mingling abroad for many years and could see the difference in this person. What was crucial was that the other party knew his name, while he didn't even know the name of this person. How terrifying was that? Since fate had brought them together, Duan Renji did not let go of his interest in Luo Shuyang. He smiled and asked, Big brother Luo doesn't like to talk, huh? The younger siblings are lively, but I didn't expect the big brother to be so steady. Luo Shuyang forced a smile. Duanyi seems ordinary, but I didn't expect the big brother to be so imposing. This was a blatant mockery. Luckily, Duanyi was not present, but Duan Renji's face slightly darkened. My brother is indeed ordinary, straightforward, not like big brother Luo who is so capable, able to expand the business so significantly and return to China without any burden. In this aspect, my ordinary brother certainly can't compare. Luo Shuyang could no longer force a smile. He couldn't even continue pretending, his gaze fixed on Duan Renji. In contrast, Duan Renji remained casual, taking a sip of tea before continuing. Did your sister-in-law recently have a daughter? Madame Mongmon Sumanhua. She will definitely be blessed in the future. A chill ran down Luo Shuyang's spine, his fingers unconsciously curling. This person, how did he know so much about him? Duan Renji continued to smile. Big brother Luo of the Luo family, I've heard a few words from Qingyuan about your business abroad, but I don't know what specific business you do. Is it quite lucrative? Since we are family, why not share and chat about it? Luo Shuyang raised his head. What does my business have to do with your Duan family? Do I need to report to you? Luo Shuyang wanted to stand up, but Shao behind him forcefully held his shoulder. Shao was sweating on his forehead. The day was not going well. The man in front of them was clearly a smiling tiger, subtly protecting his brother while belittling the boss, every word a warning, and now even probing. This was definitely no ordinary soldier. Duan Renji observed everything and raised the corners of his lips slightly. The way you put it, Shao is a former soldier, so maybe you can ask your bodyguard whether I have the qualifications. Both Luo Shuyang and Shao were startled. Duan Renji actually knew all about Shao's background. Luo Shuyang's expression darkened even more. Who would like their vulnerabilities exposed so openly to someone else? Shao bent down beside Luo Shuyang and said, Boss, this man is at least a second lieutenant. And maybe I guessed wrong, he might have more than one identity. This person resembles the one we encountered at sea. Do you remember? That person who made them retreat with their tails between their legs. That warning, that person. How could he forget? Was it the diving team? Either way, Luo Shuyang had never dared to go back to that area of the sea. Luo Shuyang was feeling restless at the moment. Shao said, Boss, maybe we should leave. The situation was turning out to be much more serious than they had expected. When Shao mentioned leaving, he meant leaving the country immediately. They should stay out of Duane's family affairs. No interfering with the young mistress and whoever she was with. Shao regretted deeply now. He should have stopped Luo Shuyang from returning to China in the first place. Duan Renji said, Don't worry, I'm just here as Duanyi's brother to catch up with you. Luo Xuan had seen a lot in his life, so he quickly regained his composure after a brief moment of fear. He hadn't broken any laws in Huaxia, so what did he have to fear? Even if his methods were not entirely proper, they were never within the territory of Huaxia. Xiao had been with Luo Xuan for many years and could tell what he was thinking. He admitted that without concrete evidence, nothing could be done. But, boss, had you forgotten that the person at sea or underwater seemed to be affiliated with an international organization? He was just a Huaxia person, but the crucial point was that they still didn't know the relationship between that person and Duan Renji. Xiao was fearful, and this fear came from deep within, because those two looked very alike, especially their eyes. When not smiling, they resembled the abyss of the sea. Xiao didn't dare to speculate or investigate further, but he knew he had to advise the boss to stay quiet, abide by the rules. Duane's family must not be touched. Of course, Luo Xuan also had his own considerations. He stood up. Today, he had come at the wrong time. Duan Renji nonchalantly said, "Think it over. After you walk out that door, the next time I look for you, I may not be as gentle as I am now." Gentle? Luo Xuan's anger flared up. Luo Xuan continued to leave, and Duan Renji stood up. Luo family big brother, Duan Renji walked over and stood beside Luo Xuan. He said, "Let me advise you, remove all those outside. My brother values his privacy, dislikes being monitored or disturbed by anyone. Additionally, even if Duane's younger brother is ordinary, he can't tolerate insults and underestimation by anyone. Next time, this big brother may not be so easy to talk to." Luo Xuan's gaze turned sharp at that moment, as if his eyes could kill, and Duan Renji was oblivious to the number of deaths he had just faced. Duan Renji patted his shoulder, still smiling. "Let's try to avoid using derogatory terms. It can affect relationships." Luo Xuan slapped away Duan Renji's hand. "I appreciate your advice." As Luo Xuan walked out the door, Duan Renji said, "This is Huaxia, not a foreign land. Luo family big brother, don't make a mistake." Luo Xuan's hand clenched tightly as he walked out of Duane's house with heavy steps. Xiao followed behind, smiling apologetically, closing the door silently. At this moment, Luo Qingyuan also walked out. "Where's my brother?" The old lady poked her head out from the room. "He's gone. Probably just went downstairs." So, Luo Qingyuan glanced at Duan Renji, politely smiled, and then said, "I'll step out for a bit." Luo Qingyuan also followed out. Li Daping walked out of the kitchen with a dish, saw the leader, and already understood. Duan Renji is not someone who speaks nicely, probably drove people away. So, Li Daping said, "Big brother Duan, is this issue resolved now? Aren't you afraid that he might get impatient? You might end up being the one feeling wronged." Duan Renji sat calmly. Seeing the way brother Luo acts, I guess he can't accept it. It's impossible to have no worries at all. Luo Xuan can endure it, and there are capable people around him. His probe today seemed to have some effect. At the very least, Luo Xuan should not dare to go against Duan Yi again. As for the rest, we'll investigate slowly. It is best for this Luo Xuan to quietly be a tortoise with its head tucked in. But I wonder if this guy will be honest. Li Daping sighed. Traitors, especially those at his level, have some pride, of course. Li Daping took a bite of a peach and continued, "Of course, he also has keen insight. Otherwise, they would probably have started fighting just now. After all, Duan is someone whose few words can really make people furious to the point of coughing blood." Duan Renji didn't say anything more, but his expression seemed thoughtful. Duan Yi also walked out of the kitchen, holding two plates of food. As he walked towards the dining table, he said, "Big brother, you didn't just come here to freeload, did you?" Duan Renji glanced at him and laughed. "You? Why didn't you ask me when your wife was around?" Duan Yi gave him a look. "Everyone has their own little secrets. I just need to make sure she loves me. That's enough." Duan Renji shook his head. You are really naive in love." With that, Duan Renji stood up. "Let me ask you, did you notice those people outside when you returned?" Duan Yi helplessly replied, "I'm not stupid." Seeing this, Duan Renji patted his shoulder and praised, "Although your investigative skills may not be as good as your brother's, they are quite good indeed." Duan Yi paused for a moment, then asked, "What kind of business does his brother do? Anyway?" In the past, he and Luo Qingyuan never saw his elder brother come over, but now that Luo Xuan is here, his older brother has appeared. On the surface, he came to visit, but Duan Yi didn't believe it. Duan Renji said, For now, what we've found out seems legitimate. Dwinny paused for 3 seconds. Well, I hope whatever we find out in the future is also legitimate. And at the same time as the conversation between Dwinny and Duanrenji, Luo Qingyuan was also arguing with Luo Shuyan. Luo Qingyuan said, I just don't understand. What's wrong with Dwinny that you can't stand him? In your eyes, is the family business more important than your own sister? Luo Shuyan's face turned pale. It was frustrating enough to be irritated by Duanrenji, but having Luo Qingyuan provoke her headache only made things worse. Luo Shuyan said, Don't you understand? I ask you, who gave you this privileged life? Who sent you abroad to study different languages and allowed you to walk with pride in Kyoto without fear of being bullied? It was the Luo family. Luo Qingyuan, without the Luo family, you're nothing. Luo Shuyan closed her eyes in anger. You enjoy the luxury provided by the Luo family, so you should also bear the responsibility of the family. Do you know anything about the Duan family's background? Do you dare to meddle? Are you not afraid that the Luo family will be ruined? Luo Qingyuan frowned. What do you know about the Duan family's background to make you so fearful? Luo Shuyan glared at her. Fear. I fear that you will conspire with wolves and end up not knowing how you died in the end. You think you're the only one hiding things from the Duan family. I think Dwinny doesn't like you that much either, and you don't know anything about his background, do you? Luo Qingyuan remained silent. Brother, you're being a little despicable. How could you so discord like this? Besides, she only hides the fact that she has more money than she can spend. What else is she hiding? She's always open and transparent. As for the Duan family, Luo Qingyuan calmly responded, I know they have a lot of confidential work, and even he doesn't know it. How could you expect him to tell me? Luo Shuyan pointed at her, shaking her head repeatedly. You are beyond help. I can't control you anymore. Luo Qingyuan, don't come begging to your brother when you reap what you sow. Luo Shuyan turned and left directly, but halfway through, she became more irritated. She had never faced such a setback in her life before, and she felt extremely frustrated. After some thought, she turned back. Unfortunately, Luo Qingyuan was still smiling as if she wasn't surprised he would turn back. Luo Shuyan remained silent, feeling a headache coming on. Luo Qingyuan took 2 steps forward, smiling and tugged at Luo Shuyan's sleeve, speaking softly. Brother, your little sister is not a child anymore. She knows her limits. Moreover, as you can see, they are a family that is very protective. My sister can't bear even a hint of unfair treatment at the Duan household. Duan Yi's parents also like me very much. I went back with them this time, and my grandparents were also very kind to me. I'm really good. There won't be the situation you mentioned. Luo Shuyan didn't believe her. The last time she went back to her hometown, she was more inclined to test if Duanrenji's status is really high. When they go back during the May Day holiday, Luo Qingyuan's actions will be monitored throughout. Unfortunately, his silly little sister had no idea. Luo Shuyan sighed, reached out and touched Luo Qingyuan's head. This matter, your brother really can't control anymore. I won't tell our parents either, but sooner or later, they will find out. After all, Duanrenji may overpower him, but he can't control his parents, and Luo Shuyan said, the Zhang family's betrothal gifts were accepted by our parents 5 years ago. Luo Qingyuan was shocked. What? I never agreed to marry Zhang Jingchuan. How could my parents make decisions for me behind my back? Luo Shuyan frowned. That's the most tricky part. Although he could take action against the Zhang family, without a doubt, Luo Shuyan knew who the force behind investigating him recently was. He may have money, but he only has one life, and it's not wise to make a move now. After all, Luo Qingyuan is his own sister. Luo Shuyan sighed. Before I leave, I'll try to separate the business between the Luo family and the Zhang family as much as possible. But Qingyuan, the Zhang family already considers you their daughter-in-law. Even if the camel is starved to death, it's still bigger than a horse. Besides, the Zhang family has been deeply rooted in Kyoto for so many years and has intricate connections. If we really turn hostile, it won't benefit you in any way. Luo Qingyuan's eyes reddened. She knew deep down that Luo Shuyan cared for her. She couldn't help but lean her head on Luo Shuyan's arm and say softly, Brother, I will handle the Zhang family's matter, but I just want to know, how much betrothal gift did we receive from the Zhang family? Luo Shuyan whispered a number that surprised Luo Qingyuan. So many? Is it a case of your parents being greedy, or has the Zhang family lost their minds? Luo Shuyan sighed. So, this situation is not easily solved. But if you've made up your mind, then go ahead and do it. I'm still in Kyoto, and Zhang Jingchuan wouldn't dare do anything to you. Luo Qingyuan nodded. Okay, thank you, brother. But are you really leaving? I cooked a table full of dishes today. How about eating first before you go? Luo Shuyan's face turned dark instantly, and he pulled his arm back directly. Eat. I don't have the privilege of having a meal. With that, Luo Shuyan turned and walked away without looking back. Luo Qingyuan spoke up loudly. Brother, remember to share the information on the Zhang family with me. Luo Shuyan retorted. Don't you have anyone under you? Luo Qingyuan said. My dear brother, I'm begging you. Luo Shuyan remained silent, but little Wu, who was sitting in the driver's seat, quietly extended his hand and made an okay gesture. Luo Qingyuan paused for a moment, then smiled. Under the streetlights, her smile was particularly beautiful. Little Wu looked at her, his eyes full of amazement and even a hint of jealousy towards Duanyi. How could Miss Luo, with her outstanding talent, be quietly taken away by Duanyi? He felt a bit unwilling. Just a simple conversation with Miss Luo always made him extremely happy. But now, little Wu sighed in his heart, started the car, and left. Staying here would only add more sadness. He felt uncomfortable, and the boss was also uncomfortable. Who could stand such humiliation? Behind his black car, more than a dozen cars parked along the roadside also started moving, all falling in line neatly. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingyuan was speechless. Brother, are you trying to show courtesy first and then use force today? If negotiations fail, are you planning to abduct her? But after Luo Shuyan left, Luo Qingyuan stood in place for a while before smiling and saying, Thank you, brother. Luo Qingyuan went back home. As he sat in the car, Luo Shuyan's mood remained unsettled. Little Wu tentatively asked, Boss, are we still going to track that influence? Luo Shuyan was irritated. Track? What else is there to track? Have we not enjoyed ourselves enough? Recall everyone and keep them on alert in Kyoto. Let them behave themselves. Little Wu hesitated. All right. His boss had really let down his guard, to be confronted like this by his brother-in-law. Luo Shuyan continued. Keep watching the Zhang family. Pay attention to Miss Luo, and have some extra money on hand, just in case. The first two sentences were no big deal, but the last one made little Wu's hair stand on end. Prepare money? How much should we prepare? Boss, are you planning to bribe officials in Kyoto? Little Wu tentatively said. Boss, I have something to say. I don't know if I should say it. Luo Shuyan kicked him without hesitation, causing the driver's seat to shake. Speak up if you have something to say. Don't beat around the bush. I've never seen you so hesitant before. Little Wu was sweating. Boss, may I ask, what are you preparing the money for? We can't engage in illegal activities. We can't offer bribes. Luo Shuyan felt annoyed and kicked Little Wu's driver's seat again. Little Wu, feeling uneasy, said, I'm driving. Boss, how could he just lose his temper like that, even kicking him? Luo Shuyan scolded him. Are you full of crap? When have I ever said I wanted to bribe someone? Seems like I've been too easy on you. You're getting too comfortable speculating about your boss's intentions, right? Little Wu was scolded so badly that he hurriedly said, Yes, I was wrong. I'll prepare properly and securely. If only he had said earlier that no bribery was needed, he wouldn't have scared him. Little Wu hoped that Luo Shuyan would be alright. After all, his salary was high with Luo Shuyan and he hadn't been poor during the years he'd been with him. He just feared that Luo Shuyan might do something foolish out of anger. As a businessman, making money was fine, but he shouldn't touch certain things. Life would be smooth enough then. However, Little Wu glanced at Luo Shuyan through the rearview mirror. People were never satisfied. The boss seemed calm out, but he might feel ashamed later and do something foolish. Little Wu felt he had to stay close to the boss during this period to ensure his job security. Luo Qingyuan returned home. As soon as she entered, Duanyi walked over, holding her hand. Did Big Brother leave? Luo Qingyuan nodded. Yes, he still has some work to take care of. Duanyi thought for a moment and said, Then let's go visit Big Brother in a couple of days. Luo Qingyuan's heart skipped a beat, but she nodded. All right. Duan Renji said, Come over for dinner. The food is getting cold. So, Duanyi led Luo Qingyuan towards the dining table, where their grandmother was already sitting. As the eldest in the family, she didn't want to meddle in the affairs of the younger generation. After all, they weren't young kids anymore, and it was better for them to solve their own issues. Thus, the family sat down together, with the table full of dishes. The grandmother cheerfully produced a bottle of rare red wine, worth over $1 million, and except for Luo Qingyuan, nobody understood its value. Come, Renji, right? Have some wine with your friends, accompany Grandma for a drink. Twin Renji smiled gracefully. Grandma, we can't drink wine, so we'll skip that and have a meal with you. Twinny took the wine from the grandmother's hand, stood up, and poured for her, saying, Grandma, my brother and his comrades have rules. They don't drink. Qingyuan and I will drink with you. Twin Renji raised his teacup. Grandma, we toast you with tea. Li Daping and Wei Jiagu immediately put down their chopsticks, picked up their teacups, and said, Grandma, cheers. Their loud voices startled the grandmother. All right, tea it is, tea it is. Such a loud voice. What's that English word? Qingyuan. Luo Qingyuan embarrassedly answered, Man. The grandmother burst into laughter, and taking the wine, she said laughing, Exactly. Man. Here. Drink. Everyone raised their cups, and the teacups clinked together. The grandmother's words had everyone smiling broadly. She was genuinely happy today, but Shuyang was just too proud. How can the family have a pleasant dinner if he's not there? After all, Twin Renji was Twinyi's cousin, and some faith should be given. Oh well, she would have to take some of the rare wines back to coax him another day. Twin Renji thought to himself that the grandmother's spirit was quite interesting in a way, somewhat resembling the grandfather's character. Everyone was happily eating their meal, and suddenly, the grandmother's face twitched. Oh my goodness. Everyone was startled. Luo Qingyuan quickly put down her bowl and turned. What's wrong, Grandma? Everyone's worried gazes fell on the grandmother. She covered her mouth. My tooth fell out. I need to get a new one. The new denture isn't very secure. Luo Qingyuan said, I will accompany you. The grandmother pressed her. No need, no need. Just sit here. With that, the grandmother stood up and walked away. How embarrassing. She didn't want her granddaughter to witness this. Soon, the old lady returned, and the family happily finished their meal. After dinner, Li Daping and Wei Jiaguo were still fighting over washing the dishes, while Luo Qingyuan and the old lady could only tidy up the house briefly. In the study were Twin Renji and Twinyi. Twin Renji said, There are many things that you must already be aware of. I have to take them back tonight. Your sister-in-law will stay in Kyoto for a while. If you have any problems, contact your sister-in-law. Twinyi nodded with a smile. I understand. Don't worry. Twin Renji said, Remember to call me if anything happens. He stood up and said, Your sister-in-law is waiting for me downstairs. I will leave first. Twinyi asked, When did sister-in-law arrive? Why didn't you bring her up? Twin Renji chuckled. Just now. She just came to see me off. Since we are separating this time, who knows when we will meet again? Twinyi sighed. Let me see you off. Twin Renji nodded and left the study. Just as he left the study, Li Daping and Wei Jiaguo came out of the kitchen. Twin Renji told them, Once you're done, let's go. Li Daping and Twinyi quickly followed. Luo Qingyuan walked over, and Twinyi held her hand, saying, Come with me to see off big brother. Luo Qingyuan agreed, and the five of them went downstairs. Liang Mo, in casual clothes with a high ponytail, leaned against the car. When they came down, his expression softened. Li Daping and Wei Jiaguo cheerfully greeted, Hello, sister-in-law. Liang Mo smiled, greeted them back, and then Twinyi and Luo Qingyuan also called out, Sister-in-law. Liang Mo nodded and then walked towards Twin Renji, tidying his clothes. Twin Renji said, I have to leave quickly. Take care of yourself in Kyoto. Liang Mo's eyes were a bit teary. Despite her fierce demeanor in work matters, privately, she was very clingy. For the first time, Twin Renji embraced Liang Mo tightly in front of his subordinates. He promised, I will rush back without stopping whenever I have leave. Okay. Li Daping and Wei Jiaguo exchanged a glance and turned away quietly. They didn't dare to watch, fearing reprimand if they did. Twinyi and Luo Qingyuan also turned away, while holding hands, choosing to act indifferent at that moment. Their hands squeezed tighter as they walked away, cherishing each other more. Liang Mo buried her face in Twin Renji's broad chest, quietly saying, Okay, I'll wait for your return. Twin Renji tried to release her, but Liang Mo held on tighter, urging him to return safely no matter where he went. Twin Renji, with a bright smile, whispered back okay. He had risked his life for his current position, and besides his family, Liang Mo was his only reason for perseverance. After a brief embrace, they reluctantly parted ways. Liang Mo got into the driver's seat first. Twin Renji glanced at the four people standing with their heads down, and confidently said, "Let's go." Li Daping and Wei Jiaguo hurriedly responded and got into the car. Twin Yan Luo Qingyuan looked towards Twin Renji. The eldest brother was leaving, and it might be years before they saw him again. Twin Yi's eyes were tearful. Twin Renji said with a smile, "All right, Ziyi, as a man, why are you crying? Take good care of your wife. I'm leaving." With a wave, he sat in the passenger seat. Twin Yi said, "Big brother, return safely." Twin Renji nodded, and Liang Mo drove off. Luo Qingyuan leaned on Twin Yi's shoulder, watching them disappear into the distance. She asked, "Where is Big Brother's unit? If you miss him, can we go see him?" Twin Yi shook his head. "We can't." Surprised, Luo Qingyuan asked, "Why not?" "Can't we visit him?" Twin Yi explained. "His whereabouts are classified information. Even his sister-in-law doesn't know. As for second brother, besides knowing he works at sea, we know nothing." Luo Qingyuan felt a surge of emotions. She seemed to understand why her brother had suffered a crushing defeat against Twin Renji. However, she couldn't comprehend why Twin Yi, from a military family, did not join the army. Just with a glance at Luo Qingyuan, Twin Yi understood her thoughts and calmly revealed the truth. "My grandfather had 7 brothers, but only he survived. My grandmother once told me, at many years ago, my grandfather was injured on the battlefield and lay in a vegetative state for several years. When he finally woke up, Twin Yi's uncle also lost an eye during a mission, and though he still worked at his unit, the lesson was deeply ingrained. The Twin family needed descendants. Grandfather was too fearful. His uncle and uncle's family served in the military, so he ordered his father to take a different path. Both elder and second brother followed the footsteps of grandfather and uncle, leaving him and Twin Yi to choose a different path. Second brother had never returned home since joining the military. In his memory, second brother was still a young lad, but he was actually nearing 27. No one knew if they would ever meet again. Hearing Twin Yi's words, Luo Qingyuan's emotions were complicated. Ultimately, she turned and hugged Twin Yi, saying, "Thank you, whether it's grandparents, elder brother and sister-in-law, or you and my parents." Twin Yi's eyes welled with tears, but he hugged Luo Qingyuan back, saying, "It's okay. In this world, there are always people who choose a different path. Besides, wasn't he studying at the engineering department? In a few years, perhaps he could join Wensheng in researching even more powerful weapons." Despite its low profile, Jin Corporation never compromised on its confidentiality regarding company secrets. Luo Qingyuan sighed. "Everyone thinks I'm the lucky one to have you, but now I feel like I'm the lucky one." Twin Yi was taken aback but then laughed, gently touching her waist and whispering, "Actually, I'm the lucky one, whether it's me or little Twin Yi. We are happy together." Luo Qingyuan blushed instantly and couldn't resist pinching Twin Yi, causing him to yelp in pain. "Can't you be serious for more than 3 sentences?" Twin Yi playfully held on to her slender fingers, saying, "Nonsense. There were indeed 3 serious sentences." Luo Qingyuan was amused and said, "I can't believe you." Twin Yi hugged Luo Qingyuan and said, "Let's go, my wife. Let's go home." Luo Qingyuan also wrapped her arms around Twin Yi's waist, excitedly saying, "Let's go. Let's go home." Soon, Liang Mo took Twin Renji to an open space outside the suburbs. The two embraced tightly under the night sky for a while, then tearfully bid farewell. Liang Mo drove towards Kyoto. Just as she got on the highway, she heard a distant roar. A helicopter was flying in the night sky, hovering above her head. Tears fell from Liang Mo's eyes as she slowed down, while reaching out to touch the baby in her belly. She hadn't had the chance to tell him yet since May Day she had been pregnant with their child, who was about to turn a month old. Liang Mo looked up, wiped away her tears, and turned on the hazard lights. The helicopter followed her for a while before disappearing into the vast night. Twin Yi just finished work and returned home to find Shen Nianian sleeping on the sofa in a twisted position. Shen Nianian was only wearing a nightgown, which had ridden up revealing a lot, showing off her beauty. They had moved to a new place, no longer living in a company-provided bachelor apartment, but in a 3-bedroom apartment that Twin Yi had rented, which was relatively spacious to him. It was indeed more convenient for him and Shen Nyanian. Dwinzi walked over, and Shen Nyanian woke up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. "Brother Duan, hold me." Shen Nyanian hadn't fully opened her eyes and started to act coquettish right away. Dwinzi, helpless, put down his briefcase and walked over to embrace Shen Nyanian. His transfer order had come, and he could return to work in Kyoto, but why did he feel a bit reluctant to leave? Shen Nyanian held on to him, her head leaning against his neck, cheeks blushing, body soft and warm, feeling very comfortable to hug. "Brother Duan, have you eaten?" Dwinzi calmly tittied Shen Nyanian's messy hair. "Yes, I've eaten. It was almost on. Not eating might starve him. How about you?" Hearing Dwinzi's concern, Shen Nyanian felt happy and couldn't help but smile, saying, "I have. Today I tried making a treasure congee. It was really delicious. I left some for you, in case you get hungry later." Dwinzi was about to speak when she covered his mouth with her hand. "You're not allowed to speak. You're definitely going to laugh at me. This time, I followed a video and made it myself, and it turned out great. It was really delicious, and I didn't burn the bottom of the pot." Listening, Dwinzi felt warmth in his heart. Though he hadn't known Shen Nyanian for long, the time spent with her had made him seriously consider marriage. He wanted to come home every day to see his sweet and tender wife. Shen Nyanian fit the image of a wife he had in mind, and Dwinzi understood that marriage required both parties to be impulsive. Otherwise, once the initial excitement faded, it would be hard to consider marriage. So, Dwinzi lowered her hand, his eyes softened, and he said, "Nyanian, my transfer order has come." Shen Nyanian's eyes lit up. "You can go back to Kyoto." Dwinzi nodded. "I've completed all the work handovers today, and I can return to Kyoto tomorrow. By then, Before Dwinzi could finish, Shen Nyanian's eyes gleamed as she held his hand. "Brother Duan, when we return to Kyoto, let's get married, okay?" She wanted to learn from her best friend and surprise him with the idea. Dwinzi was stunned, not expecting this, but such an important matter like marriage couldn't be handled casually. "So," Dwinzi said, "I will visit your family first." Dwinzi wasn't someone who spoke sweet words, but this was the first time he had ever said something like this. Shen Nyanian blinked. "Aren't you afraid of my parents?" Dwinzi embraced Shen Nyanian even tighter. Her fresh fragrance lingered around his nose, making him feel a bit unsettled. No way. Shen Nyanian's taste was too good. So good that he wanted to make her belong to him for the rest of his life. Dwinzi said, "What am I afraid of? I'm only afraid that you're silly, getting cheated and still counting the money. I'm contributing to society, you know." Shen Nyanian was speechless. Dwinzi never said anything sweet to her. Shen Nyanian rolled her eyes, trying to get off Dwinzi's leg. "Humph, I'm not playing with you anymore. All you do is tease this lovely and adorable girl." Dwinzi couldn't help but laugh and let her go, just saying softly, "Check the entrance cabinet." As Shen Nyanian walked over glaring at him, her mouth still attacking, "Don't think I'll forgive you just because you bought something nice. You really made me angry. You know, I worked hard to cook congee for you, and now I don't even want you to eat it." Shen Nyanian's voice abruptly stopped, her eyes rounded. "It's a black swan cake." Dwinzi's voice drifted over from the living room. "Yes, made from animal cream, won't make you gain weight." Shen Nyanian's surprised voice sounded again. "Wow, and there's a small samoyed, so cute." Shen Nyanian squatted down and picked up the little puppy, still small, chubby all over, with big round eyes, looking extremely cute. Shen Nyanian's heart was melting. She hurriedly hugged the puppy, ran over, and sat beside Dwinzi, hugging him with one hand, planting several kisses on his cheek. "Good brother, I love you to death." "Oh, brother, how do you understand me so well?" "Brother, husband, woo-woo, I'm so touched." Dwinzi was all wet from the kisses, looked at her face full of disdain. "You, go away. Don't you say you don't want to eat that treasure congee you made. You're still mad, right?" Shen Nyanian gathered all her strength to squeeze against him. The more he showed disgust, the more she kissed him enthusiastically. "What's with that face?" Smack. "I don't care. Based on how much you love me, I'll reluctantly forgive you. You introverted guy." Another smack. Dwinzi's face turned black. "What did you say?" Shen Nyanian, are you asking for trouble? Haven't scolded you in a few days. Are you feeling itchy? Shen Nyanian let the samoyed go, hugged Dwinzi directly, smiled up at him. "Brother, Shen Nianian blinked her watery eyes, held Duanzi's hand, and placed it on her body. "Brother, Nianian is really itchy. Could you scratch it for me?" Duanzi's expression changed instantly. Shen Nianian was always teasing him, wasn't she? Of course, sometimes she drove him crazy too. But, damn it, he just liked Shen Nianian's pretending to be proper appearance. Duanzi said, "Think it over. The cake may not be available later." Shen Nianian's face turned red, and her body temperature rose. Although she really wanted to eat the cake, she wanted Duanzi more. Seeing Shen Nianian in this state, Duanzi smiled, then picked her up and walked towards the bedroom in big strides. Since there was no work tomorrow, they could take their time. And so, Shen Nianian was thoroughly taken care of once again. In the wee hours of the morning, Duanzi carried the exhausted Shen Nianian into the bathroom from the bed where she couldn't even keep her eyes open, and after cleaning up, the two embraced each other and fell asleep. They slept straight through until noon the next day. When Shen Nianian woke up, Duanzi had already tidied up the house almost completely. Shen Nianian dressed and stepped out of the bedroom, seeing the piles of bags in the living room, feeling slightly dazed. "You cleaned up so quickly. Aren't you tired at all?" Shen Nianian began to doubt her life. "Duanzi, exercise more, Nianian." As Duanzi continued to tidy up, he couldn't resist teasing her. "You've been relatively fine recently, but remember who used to pass out at the beginning." Shen Nianian's ears instantly turned red, feeling embarrassed that she was both clumsy and enjoyed playing. "Shen Nianian, oh, stop it. Aren't we harmonious now?" Duanzi gave her a smile that was not quite a smile. That look was full of meaning, making Shen Nianian's face turn completely red. "I'm hungry." Shen Nianian began to change the subject, heading straight to the kitchen. Duanzi shook his head helplessly and continued to be busy. As Shen Nianian entered the kitchen, she saw the steamed buns and soy milk still warm in the steamer, along with the 8 treasures porridge she made yesterday. Shen Nianian's eyes lit up, and she eagerly asked Duanzi, "Did you try the porridge? How does it taste?" Duanzi, "I did. It needs improvement." Shen Nianian's face momentarily darkened, muttering and scolding, "Humph, useless straight man." But considering the warm breakfast in front of her, she reluctantly forgave Duanzi. While eating breakfast, Shen Nianian thought to herself that she was truly understanding and accommodating. Other women would have already quarreled with Duanzi, but she always managed to suit herself. "Oh, I'm so beautiful and kind. Why did I fall for Duanzi?" Shen Nianian was just contemplating when she heard a familiar voice behind her. Did I make a mistake falling for you?" Shen Nianian was taken aback, then turned around, glaring at him indignantly. "What? It's clearly me who's mistaken." Duanzi chuckled and patted her head. "All right, hurry up and eat. I've made plans with Duanyi and Luo Qingyuan for dinner later in Kyoto." Shen Nianian widened her eyes. When did you make plans?" Duanzi, "While you were asleep." Shen Nianian, "Oh my goodness. Why didn't you wake me up sooner?" Shen Nianian's pace quickened as she hastily finished her meal, then rushed back to the bedroom to freshen up and do her makeup, not forgetting to ask Duanzi, "Did you feed the dog?" Duanzi, "You're just thinking about it now. Zibai almost starved to death. I fed him a long time ago." Shen Nianian, "Thank you, brother. You've worked hard." Duanzi, "I'll move some things first. You hurry up." Shen Nianian, Got it. Kyoto. Luo Qingyuan was still in a meeting when she received a message from Shen Nianian. "Duanzi and I have arrived in Kyoto tonight. Since you called him back, be prepared. He already knows about my background, but your man doesn't." Luo Qingyuan was surprised. Had he been called back tonight? She hadn't even had a chance to look at the reassignment order yet. However, Luo Qingyuan glanced at the date, and it was already July 1st. She seemed to have planned for this time. But when she decided to recall Duanzi, she had already thought about promoting him when he came back, making him the head of the project department, directly transferred out of Henglun, to oversee all the drama crews in Kyoto, responsible for selecting and investing in scripts. With her backing in the entertainment industry, coupled with Duanzi's skill and vision, they might just make a name for themselves. Maybe they could even nurture some award-winning actors and actresses, creating a mutual benefit situation. Being adults, making money was the most important thing. 7 p.m. at the New Moon restaurant in Kyoto. Luo Qingyuan arrived at the restaurant first to order, while Duanyi went to pick Duanzi up. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Luo Qingyuan was taken aback and got up to open the door of the private room. When she saw the person outside, her expression darkened. John Jingchuan? John Jingchuan smiled politely, but in Luo Qingyuan's eyes, it came across as smug. He said, "Can I come in for a chat?" With her arms crossed, furrowed brows, and unmistakable displeasure in her eyes, Luo Qingyuan replied, "Not convenient. If you have something to say, say it." John Jingchuan paid no heed to Luo Qingyuan's attitude, and simply smiled as he handed her an invitation card. Luo Qingyuan chuckled. "John Jingchuan, you really have a thick skin. Are we really that close for you to deliver your family's invitation to me? You sure have a lot of nerve." As she spoke, Luo Qingyuan moved to close the door, but John Jingchuan caught the door with one hand and said, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Trust me, fiancé, you'll regret it if you don't come." Luo Qingyuan's expression suddenly changed, and she looked at John Jingchuan sharply. "John Jingchuan, I will return the betrothal gifts to the Luo family as promised. I might even double them for you. Our business can continue as usual. My brother will be your contact person. Can't you just find a compliant fiancé elsewhere? Must you cling to me?" This was the last time Luo Qingyuan would discuss this matter with him. Both being businessmen, as long as they could make money, wasn't that enough? She couldn't understand why John Jingchuan had to bother her from time to time. John Jingchuan laughed. "Fiancé, did you think the Zhang family was someone you could engage and disengage with at will? Luo Qingyuan, you should have anticipated this day when you betrayed me time and time again." Clutching the invitation card tightly, Luo Qingyuan wasn't afraid of the Zhang family, but a conflict between the two major families will indeed affect many innocent people. "Don't call me fiancé. Those 3 words make me sick." John Jingchuan's eyes darkened slightly as he took a step forward. "Calling you fiancé is giving you face." Just as Luo Qingyuan was about to slap him, John Jingchuan was suddenly lifted by the back of his collar and thrown out. Duan Yi's indifferent voice rang out. "Face. You think you have the right to talk about face in front of my wife, still calling her fiancé? John Jingchuan, it seems that you refuse to heed my warning." Walking over to Luo Qingyuan with a gentle smile amidst her shocked expression, Duan Yi reached out and held her hand. Caught off guard, John Jingchuan fell to the ground. Duan Yi, holding Shen Nianian's hand, coldly stepped over John Jingchuan's back of his hand. John Jingchuan winced in pain, and Shen Nianian looked at Duan Yi with admiration and shock, her mouth agape. John Jingchuan got up, fuming. "How dare you step on me?" Duan Yi glanced at him calmly, not only daring to step on him but also prepared to kick him if John Jingchuan dared to rush at them now. Since John Jingchuan didn't move, Duan Yi could only regretfully unleash his venomous tongue. "Did I step on a person? Wasn't it a barking mad dog?" Shen Nianian was even more shocked, and even felt like laughing a little. Getting involved with Duan Yi was like kicking an iron plate. John Jingchuan had investigated Duan Yi's background and naturally knew who the person in front of him was. It's just that when he came today, he didn't bring anyone with him. Duan Yi didn't seem as strong as his brother, so John Jingchuan didn't expect to be thrown down by him like this. It seems that both of them have some skills. John Jingchuan pointed to them. "You two brothers get along very well. And you, Luo Qingyuan and Shen Nianian, I'll remember both of you." Shen Nianian was the first to burst out laughing, finding it difficult to reason with that stubborn ghost. John Jingchuan just felt that Luo Qingyuan had cuckolded him, couldn't accept it, and what else could it be for? Hearing Shen Nianian's mocking laughter, John Jingchuan's expression became even uglier, but in the end, he didn't say a word and left. He had only come today to deliver the invitation to Luo Qingyuan. His goal was achieved, so naturally, he should leave. As for the rest, he would gradually handle them. After John Jingchuan left, the 4 people returned to the private room. Shen Nianian was the first to speak. "I received a message on the road just now that John Jingwen has returned to Kyoto." Luo Qingyuan was taken aback. It had been a long time, she almost forgot about this person. Duan Yi asked, "John Jingwen?" Shen Nianian's expression became serious. "Yes, John Jingwen is John Jingchuan's brother. This person has a mysterious background. It is said that he has been involved in all sorts of chaotic activities in some gray areas, and often roams in uninhabited areas. These things are not very important. The important thing is that this person is extremely protective and ruthless. He returned to Kyoto this time, and even sent an invitation to Qingyuan. I'm afraid it's not good." Duan Yi and Duan Yi glanced at each other, with some understanding in their hearts. Luo Qingyuan handed the invitation in her hand to Duanyi. He just said that if I don't go, I will regret it. Luo Qingyuan couldn't figure it out. What leverage did she have in Zhang Jingquan's hands? Why would she regret it? Shen Nianian said, curiosity is human nature. He seems to be certain that you will go. So instead of going, we can send someone to see what he is up to. In this way, if something really happened, they would be able to quickly get away from the banquet or come up with a solution even if they weren't present. Duanzi approvingly looked at Shen Nianian and said, suddenly, Nianian seems to be using her brain. Shen Nianian pouted directly, her voice softened. HMPH. Only you think that I, the noble Miss Shen, am a fool. Luo Qingyuan and Duanyi glanced at each other, helpless and smiling. The next moment, Shen Nianian pointed at Luo Qingyuan. No, you two. You both bully me? Woo-woo. Luo Qingyuan was speechless. Why are you dragging me into this? Duanyi curiously looked at Luo Qingyuan, then at Shen Nianian. You two have quite an unusual relationship. Luo Qingyuan smiled and reached out to hold Duanyi's hand. Whispering in his ear, Nianian begged me to pursue Big Brother. Duanyi gave them a meaningful look. Duanzi suddenly felt uncomfortable. Shen Nianian, can't you be serious for once? Just as Shen Nianian was about to speak, the door of the private room was knocked, and then the waiter entered with all the dishes. After serving the dishes, the waiter left. Duanyi said, let's discuss the important matters while eating. Regarding the invitation, Qingyuan and Nianian cannot go. Big Brother and I will go. When Duanyi said this, both Luo Qingyuan and Shen Nianian disagreed. Duanzi said, I agree. This matter needs to be resolved. We need to see what this person with the surname John is planning to do, so we can deal with it properly. Otherwise, we might be caught off guard. Men and women think differently. They were all afraid that Zhang Jingquan would tarnish Luo Qingyuan's reputation at the banquet. Nowadays with advanced technology, spreading rumors to defame someone is easy, and with so much media attention, people often believe what they see. If they did nothing, they could easily become passive. Moreover, men understand men well. When Duanyi and Duanzi saw Zhang Jingquan, they already had some guesses. They had to accept the invitation to this banquet. After a moment of silence, Luo Qingyuan and Shen Nianian both said at the same time, then we will also go. Duanzi looked at Shen Nianian. What are you trying to get involved in? Stay at home. Duanyi also looked at Luo Qingyuan helplessly and touched her head. Be good. I can handle this. Just wait at home. Luo Qingyuan said, I'm worried about you. With me here, my status represents the Luo family. He wouldn't dare do anything to me in public. Shen Nianian pouted. I want to go. Since when does a noble lady like me listen to you? Besides, if you were bullied, who would stand up for you? Duanzi thought to himself, she was bullied. It seemed that neither Shen Nianian nor Luo Qingyuan understood the extent of their capabilities. Duanzi said, all right, it's settled then. Big Brother and I will go, and you two will stay home. Duanyi fully agreed. He needed to teach a lesson to this clown who kept bothering his wife. Otherwise, this guy would really think that no one could punish him. How dare he boldly send this invitation? Shen Nianian asked the question that Luo Qingyuan wanted to ask. Can you two really handle it? If you are really going, take some bodyguards with you. Duanzi served Shen Nianian some food. Of course, eat up. He was shutting her up with food. Shen Nianian glanced at Duanzi in a melancholy way and silently started eating. Duanyi patiently explained to Luo Qingyuan, Big Brother and I can handle things on our own. Even if that Zhang Jingquan comes, we have a way. Don't worry. What Duanyi didn't say was that the banquet wasn't until next week, right? During this period, they would find out what Zhang Jingquan's intentions were. If needed, they could make sure the banquet doesn't happen. But Luo Qingyuan didn't need to know all these details. She just needed to live her own life peacefully. Hearing Duanyi's words, Luo Qingyuan inexplicably felt a bit relieved. Yes, both Duanyi and Big Brother Duanzi were decisive people who could make their own decisions. She chose to trust them. In any case, if the Zhang family dared to make a move against them, she wouldn't hesitate to confront them. After all, she had a brother in Kyoto to back her up. So what if Zhang Jingquan had a brother who didn't have one? Meanwhile, in Luo Shuyang's study, there was also an invitation placed on the table. Upon looking at the invitation, Luo Shuyang's expression was dark and mysterious. This Zhang family is really unwilling to give up. It seemed that he had drawn too sharp a line at the Luo family and had been discovered by these old foxes, so he couldn't just sit still. Little Wu asked, "A banquet? I guess the lady of the house has also been invited." "Boss, what should we do?" Luo Shuyan's voice was calm but carried a hint of anger. "Of course, we must go and see what tricks the Zhang family is up to. Also, send someone to investigate whoever Zhang Jingchuan met with in the last 3 months, where he went. No matter when you find out, report it to me immediately." Little Wu replied, "Yes, boss." Little Wu's eyes sparkled with excitement. He felt alive again. His most frustrating task had been investigating the Duan family, almost driving him crazy. From overseas to the domestic front, he found nothing useful. That was not all. His own background was uncovered by the other party. Frustrating. This time, he could finally make use of his skills. The matter of the invitation has been finalized. After Lu Qingyuan and Duanyi and a few others finished their meal at the restaurant, they left. Before anyone could say a word, a luxury car slowly approached the intersection and stopped in front of them. The smile at the corner of Shen Nianian's mouth stiffened. The car window rolled down, and a face similar to Shen Nianian's appeared in front of everyone. Shen Chongcheng smiled cutely. "Sister, Dad asked me to pick you up and take you home." After that, Shen Chongcheng also greeted Lu Qingyuan with a smile. "Hello, Sister Lu." Lu Qingyuan casually replied, "Hello." Duanzi looked at Shen Nianian. "So it looks like I don't need to send you home." Shen Nianian was not happy. Her little mouth pouted. "Humph. You must be happy that you finally got rid of me. The burden, right?" Normally, Duanzi would definitely tease her a bit before feeling happy, but to Shen Nianian's surprise, Duanzi did not react as she expected. Instead, he held her hand and said seriously, "I'm not very happy." This statement stunned Shen Nianian, as well as Duanyi and Lu Qingyuan. The three of them felt somewhat incredulous. After all, the usual Duanzi was known for his sharp tongue. Duanzi didn't care about their reactions and simply said, "I want to be with you more. That's when I feel happy." Shen Nianian's eyes immediately welled up with tears. Who said Duanzi couldn't speak sweet words? Wasn't he doing a great job at it now? Duanyi marveled at this scene. This was what his brother looked like in love. Quite uncharacteristically sweet. Lu Qingyuan, on the other hand, silently lowered her head, feeling amused by the stark contrast. Shen Chongcheng watched the scene and just smiled, waiting quietly in the car, while even the driver dared not look at his young lady. Shen Nianian's love was passionate and straightforward, so she hugged Duanzi directly. "I'll pick you up from work tomorrow." Duanzi lightly patted her back. "Okay." The two of them lingered for a moment before saying goodbye. Duanzi's gaze followed Shen Nianian until the extended luxury car disappeared from the street. Duanyi approached Duanzi and patted his shoulder. "Brother, are you so reluctant to part?" Duanzi gave him a cool glance, then casually waved his hand. "Let's go. I'm exhausted today. We can discuss anything tomorrow." After saying that, Duanzi left. Watching this scene, it would have been normal for everyone to go their separate ways. However, Lu Qingyuan couldn't shake off a sense of uneasiness. Duanyi put his arm around the absent-minded Lu Qingyuan. "What are you thinking about?" The two of them headed towards the underground parking lot together. Lu Qingyuan said, "I'm worried about Nianian." Duanyi asked, "Why? What's wrong?" Lu Qingyuan replied, "Perhaps my concern is unnecessary. I just hope that your brother and Nianian will be okay." Duanyi ruffled her hair. "Don't worry. As long as my brother and Nianian persevere, no one can separate them. Don't be fooled by my brother's silly appearance. He has his own principles." After a 3-second silence, Lu Qingyuan said, "I think the one who's truly silly might be you and your brother." Duanyi was speechless. "Nonsense. I'm clearly very intelligent." Lu Qingyuan smiled, her eyes shining brightly. Under the neon lights, beneath the towering skyscrapers, amid the bustling crowd, she couldn't contain herself and gently kissed Duanyi on the cheek. "But I like it. I like you this way." Lu Qingyuan's voice was as soft as a feather, brushing lightly against Duanyi's heart. Despite being together for so long, at this moment of eye contact, their hearts still raced. When Duanyi was about to say something, Lu Qingyuan had already turned and walked ahead of him. Duanyi exclaimed, "Hey! How can you take advantage and run away?" Catching up, he held Lu Qingyuan's hand. Hand in hand, they faced the evening breeze and the looming moon, heading back home. Upon arriving home, Duanyi couldn't wait to lead Lu Qingyuan to the bedroom, especially when their grandmother was there. most likely already asleep. Lu Qingyuan hesitated by the door frame. Twinny turned back. What's wrong? Can't stay in the room? Blushing, Lu Qingyuan shook her head. Oh, not tonight. Twinny felt like the sky was falling. Ah, is it that time of the month? Lu Qingyuan nodded and then broke free from Twinny's hand, turning on the living room light to prepare some hot water to drink. Twinny followed closely. What day is it? Lu Qingyuan smiled. It's the first day. Twinny was exasperated. Why did it have to come at this time? It was truly inconvenient. Still, he calmly took the cup from Lu Qingyuan to pour hot water. Are you in pain? Lu Qingyuan shook her head. Not really. I used to experience a lot of pain. Lu Qingyuan didn't finish speaking before Twinny quickly moved to her side, supporting her. Frequent pain. Let's go to the hospital to check. We don't want any underlying issues. Lu Qingyuan interrupted. Don't worry, that was in the past. The old lady also appeared. Qingyuan used to have menstrual pain due to being single for a long time. Hormonal imbalance. You can drink Chinese medicine. She dislikes the bitterness, but she's fine now. Twinny was puzzled. Why is she fine now? Is there some kind of explanation? The blushing Lu Qingyuan drank her water. Oh, the old lady chuckled. It's about balancing yin and yang. Many women experience menstrual issues and cold symptoms before marriage, but when they marry, the balance is restored, and things gradually improve. Twinny found it fascinating. Grandma, are you teasing me? Can this really happen? The old lady glared at him. Nonsense. Why would Grandma deceive you? Take good care of Qingyuan. Perhaps soon, you will have good news. With those words, the old lady went back to her room with her cup of water. Twinny looked at Lu Qingyuan. Is it true? Is there really something like this? He trusted Lu Qingyuan and was willing to take her to the hospital if needed. Lu Qingyuan nodded. Yes. It's true. It's quite a mysterious concept. You're a man. It's normal not to understand. Twinny remarked. What should be done about the past pain? Lu Qingyuan glanced at him pitifully. What could be done? Endure the pain if it doesn't kill you. You made me suffer for so many years, I coming to me so late, making me endure all this torment. Seeing Lu Qingyuan's distressed expression, Twinny's heart melted, and he quickly embraced her. It's my fault, I met you too late. But then, Twinny suddenly remembered something. If we had met earlier, it wouldn't have worked out either. I was too young. Lu Qingyuan glared at him. Am I that desperate? Twinny gave her a kiss. It's possible. After all, you and I were quite hot and heady the first time we met. Just thinking about it makes me shudder. Lu Qingyuan retorted. Humph, boasting about it. That night, I was the one exhausted, and you are enjoying it now. After all, her back was sore for several days after that. Twinny couldn't help but burst out laughing. Who told you to be so gluttonous? I was drunk too. Lu Qingyuan blushed, pushed Twinny away and stood up, heading towards the bedroom. Twinny quickly followed, whispering in her ear. When will you give me some benefits again? Lu Qingyuan directly slapped him. No way. Twinny chuckled and leaned in again, holding her hand and kissing it, then shut the bedroom door. Isn't this the duty that a wife should fulfill? At most, let's have a little more to drink. Lu Qingyuan looked at him, feeling speechless. How shameless can you get? Twinny replied. Wife, you can't say that. I am just fighting for my benefits. The two bantered back and forth, giving off a sense of peaceful time passing. And at this time, Shen Nianian was brought back to the Shen family. The car drove into the Shen family's compound and stopped in front of the main entrance. Shen Chongcheng said, I won't go in. You go. Mom and Dad are waiting for you in the living room. Shen Nianian got out of the car, and the driver drove away. Shen Nianian took a deep breath, then walked inside. The maids on both sides bowed their heads respectfully, addressing her as Miss. Shen Nianian walked to the living room's entrance, where someone knelt down to help her take off her shoes, put on slippers, remove her coat, and take away her bag. Shen Nianian calmly made her way inside. In the living room, two people in lounge were seated. Shen Zongbai and Tian, her parents. Shen Zongbai was watching the news, while Tian was watching a live stream. When they saw her, they put away their phones. Tian said, Come here, your dad has something to tell you. Shen Nianian was puzzled. She had already informed her family about her relationship with Twinzy. What was going on now? Shen Nianian walked over and sat on the other side of the sofa. Dad, what's the matter? Shen Zongbai said. Dad had people investigate the Duen family. Shen Nianian replied. So what? Didn't I already disclose everything to Dad? Shen Zongbai stated. Back then, Dad agreed to your relationship with Duanzi partly because Luo Qingyuan married Duanyi. However, Nianian, the information that Dad found. No, it's more accurate to say the information that Dad couldn't find. Shen Nianian was confused. The relationship that couldn't be found. If the Duan family is truly an ordinary family, then if you marry into it with Qingyuan around, it would have been a good connection between the Shen and Luo families. But, Shen Zongbai sighed. You have to break up with Duanzi. Shen Nianian widened her eyes, firmly refusing. I can't break up with him. He Yan's expression turned grim. Shen Nianian, do you know that you are gambling with the future of the Shen family for a man? Shen Nianian responded. I don't understand. How am I jeopardizing the Shen family's future by just dating someone? Yes, the Duan family has someone in the military. But so what? Neither Duanzi nor Duanyi hold any power. Shen Zongbai looked at her with a dark expression. Ordinary people, backgrounds that couldn't be investigated, and you consider them ordinary. He continued. Shen Nianian, you were brought up by me, Shen Zongbai. Are you that naive? You have dealt with the company's affairs, right? You must know some things about the Shen family. Dad is sure that the Shen family's background is probably transparent. You are the only one kept in the dark, he uttered. If you to marry, maybe they won't dig deep into the 3 generations now, but once you tie the knot, they will dig into the past. Do you want to ruin your dad? He Yan, with red eyes, said. Shen Nianian, Mom will tell you today. Mom and Dad will never agree to your marriage with Duanzi. It will never happen. Shen Nianian's face paled. Dad, I have handled the company's affairs. They were purely business matters, and nothing catastrophic has happened, right? Plus, the Luo family. Shen Zongbai abruptly cut her off. Enough. The living room fell silent. Shen Zongbai said, the Luo family? Does Luo Qingyuan have that kind of capital? Her brother, Sphere, in both legal and illegal circles, and his foreign trade organization, is internationally aligned. Do you know her grandfather is a foreigner? It's acceptable overseas. Do you understand? He Yin added. Her uncles are top-notch families in Kyoto, with businesses all over the country. Shen Nianian, can you compete with the deeply rooted prestigious family like the Luo family? Shen Nianian, but the Shen family is different. We have to fight for wealth and means, or else how do you think you have this luxurious life today? They said Luo family is the richest. Do you think it's a joke? The combined wealth of several big families probably can't match the Luo family. That's why the Zhang family is determined to get Luo Qingyuan as their daughter-in-law, even with an extravagant dowry. With Luo Qingyuan, the Zhang family could definitely soar, not only domestically, but also internationally. Luo Qingyuan's mother is the owner of an international bank, the only one in all of Kyoto. It's an outrageously luxurious background. Who wouldn't want it? Zhang Jingchuan desires it night and day. Even if Luo Qingyuan marries him and bears 2 sons, he could let her do as she pleases, handling her and the children's affairs and businesses. But Luo Qingyuan is stubbornly fixated on one man. Shen Nianian sat on the sofa, head hung low, her expression unreadable to onlookers. He Yin approached, sat by her side, and gently patted her, saying, Nianian, Mom and Dad don't want to force you, but we can't watch you destroy the Shen family by bringing an outsider in. Are you willing to lead the Shen family to ruin for a man? Shen Zongbai felt helpless too. If Duanzi had no power, he could find a way to silence him with one of the many means at his disposal, but he dared not. Luo Shuyan went to Luo Qingyuan's home, and he knew he was trying to take someone with him, but instead of taking anyone, he was preparing to refund the Zhang family's dowry. Well, he thought he was even more formidable than Luo Shuyan. Duanzi, he didn't dare touch. If he did, the Shen family would be uprooted. Similarly, Shen Zongbai's daughter couldn't be associated with Duanzi. Shen Nianian forced a bitter smile. Mom, let me think about it. He Yan, with teary eyes, patted her head. You are a good daughter. My daughter is so outstanding. She can be happy no matter who she marries in the future. What He Yan didn't say was that she had already discussed the marriage partner with Shen Zonbai. At this juncture, they needed to give Shen Nianian time to reconsider. Shen Nianian stood up. It's late, you should go to bed early. I'll go to sleep too. Shen Nianian headed upstairs. Shen Zongbai said, Quick, Go upstairs and attend to Miss. Without my orders, she is not allowed to come downstairs. The maids, hearing his instructions, hurriedly ran in from outside. Shen Nianian turned incredulously. Dad, are you trying to confine me? Shen Zongbai. I don't want to confine you. I want you to think carefully about why you can't be with DRIZZLE. Shen Zongbai. If you unite with DRIZZLE and want to leave, Dad definitely won't stop you. But Shen Nian, once you step out of the Shen family, you will no longer be my daughter. Shen Zongbai looked at Shen Nian with a complicated expression in his eyes. The Shen family is a century-old business. Although not as grand as the Luo family, it is also built over generations. If Shen Nian remains stubborn, as a father, he can only give up on this daughter. But as his own flesh and blood, Shen Zongbai still hopes that Shen Nian can consider the bigger picture. In this world, there are many things more important than so-called love. In the end, Shen Nian remained silent, turned and went upstairs, with the housekeepers quickly following after. Dang! The door to Shen Nian's room was completely shut. Shen Nian felt heavy-hearted, her thoughts in a jumble. Her father's words made sense, but if she had to give up DRIZZLE, she didn't think she could do it either. She may not like DRIZZLE, but after so many years, she felt for the first time that she wanted a future with someone. Was there really no way to have it all? The door was knocked on. Shen Nian looked over to see Qian walking in. Shen Nian lowered her head and said, "Mom." Qian sighed, walked over, and embraced Shen Nian. If only I knew about Dwayne's family background. Last time, I wouldn't have let you go to H City. Nian, just listen to Mom and Dad this once. You can't provoke the Dwayne family. Shen Nian, however, looked at Qian and asked, Mom, what did Dad do to make you both so afraid? Qian paused, then said, Do you remember the incident on Hanfu Road 5 years ago? Shen Nian said, Yes. Is it related? Qian explained, The area has now been rebuilt, and property prices are rising. However, at that time, some households refused to move. It got quite serious. An elderly man died of a heart attack, and your father's company compensated for it. Shen Nian's brow furrowed. It was really a heart attack. Qian nodded, confirmed by the hospital land court. Shen Nian asked, Then how does this relate to me and DRIZZLE? Qian patiently replied, Your father did use money to settle the issue, keep the company safe, and close the project. But, Nian, this matter is suspicious. If Dwayne's side knew about this, would they think your father had no involvement? And, most importantly, if the other party is of high status, you won't be able to marry DRIZZLE. Shen Nian's face paled. Qian continued, Moreover, for so many years, the Shen family has stood strong in the capital. Can it really rely on your father's luck? Qian patted Shen Nian's shoulder. Think carefully, silly girl. Is it worth giving up your status as a wealthy young lady for a man, or even giving up the entire family? With that, Qian stopped discussing the matter and said, Once you agree to part ways with DRIZZLE, Mom will let you go. I'll have someone bring you a drink later. Think it over. The door was closed again. The large room now felt empty. A dense pain swelled in Shen Nian's chest. She didn't even have the mood to shower, just lying on the bed staring blankly at the ceiling. Days passed peacefully for another 2 days. DRIZZLE was promoted and assigned to handle artist contracts under Heng Lun Entertainment, with his salary doubling from over 20,000 to over 50,000 a month. Although DRIZZLE had some doubts and other thoughts, he had no time to act on them because Shen Nian had been away from him for 2 days. DRIZZLE could somewhat guess what was happening. He was waiting for Shen Nian to make a decision. Things had escalated to a point where Shen Nian's approval wouldn't be simple. While he thought this, the reduced frequency of messages from Shen Nian and her avoidance of meeting him in the past 2 days frustrated DRIZZLE. Meanwhile, Luo Shuyan also received the information sent by Ziwu. This Zhang Jingchuan's business was quite extensive. Managing work every day, making time to pursue Luo Qingyuan, even sending people to monitor companies and houses. The most critical point was this Yi Nuan. Meeting her so frequently over the past 3 months was a bit too much, right? Initially, Luo Shuyan suspected a relationship between Yi Nuan and Zhang Jingchuan, but after reviewing Yi Nuan's information, he dismissed the possibility. Yi Nuan gave off a persistent vibe, someone who would stop at nothing to achieve her goals, troublesome to provoke. If Zhang Jingchuan truly desired a woman, he could easily find compliant ones with money. Luo saw no allure in Yi Nuan. Thinking of comparing her to his sister Luo Qingyuan was ridiculous. Luo Shuyan. Since he wants to pamper Yi Nuan, let's hinder her progress. Ziwu replied with a smile. Understood, boss. Ziwu added. Miss also has someone placed around Yi Nuan. Well, Miss is indeed too kind. Luo Shuyan coldly snorted. Kind indeed. Knowing the threat yet not willing to act decisively. Ziwu mused. But isn't this woman the ex-girlfriend of Master? Do you think Master will? Luo Shuyan chuckled. If he really lends a hand, then we can't handle that. Enough of that. Get it done. He seems fond of visiting relatives recently, so send a gift, and you should visit as well. Ziwu was pleased. Investigating the Zhang family was gratifying. Ziwu. Also, I have an important piece of information, a map of Zhang Jingwen's movements in recent years. Luo Shuyan took a look and smiled. Keep it secure, then slyly hand it to those monitoring us tomorrow. Ziwu's lips twitched. If he guessed right, those tailing them must be linked to the Duan family. Is the boss plotting to use them as a tool? The movement map didn't yield much, but with it, discovering more information would be easier. Ziwu. Yes. Luo Shuyan asked, have the invitations for the banquet arrived? Ziwu replied, if as expected, they will be delivered tonight. Luo Shuyan nodded and went to find his wife, leaving with a final word. Hurry. He didn't want any unexpected turns, especially with the supposed banquet just 3 days away. The night sky held a bright moon. Duanzi had moved out of his home, now living in an apartment assigned by the company in the capital. The apartment here was larger than the one in H City. He was packing when the door was knocked. Opening it, he found Shen Nian standing there, eyes instantly brimming with tears. Duanzi sounded somewhat helpless. We haven't seen each other for 2 days, and I haven't even mentioned you. Why are you crying? Shen Nian, tears in the corners of her eyes, walked towards Duanzi. My family doesn't agree with us being together. Duanzi closed the door and led Shen Nian to the living room. Guessed it. Duanzi hadn't even sat down when Shen Nian suddenly hugged his waist from behind. Duanzi lowered his head, feeling heavy in his chest, but his words were uncompromising. Shen Nian, you are not allowed to leave me. Shen Nian didn't speak, just buried her face in his back. Duanzi suddenly smiled, then turned around and grasped her neck with one hand, not tightly, but enough to keep Shen Nian from breaking free. Shen Nian's face turned slightly red. Ace. Duanzi lowered his head, staring into her eyes, which seemed to be filled with raging storms. He said, Shen Nian, I warned you not to provoke me carelessly. Now that you have, if you want to leave, don't even think about it. Duanzi gently stroked her hair with his other hand, looking calm, but Shen Nian could sense his madness. Nian, as I've said before, once you're in my bed, you belong to me. If you dare to run, I will break your legs, remember? Duanzi, never say things I can't accomplish. Shen Nian felt a chill down her spine, but when she met Duanzi's abyss-like eyes again, she chose to close her eyes and kiss him. She knew Duanzi wasn't joking, but nor was she. Although not getting legally married seemed absurd, it was the best compromise she could think of. Everyone around her said Duanzi was not good for her, and they were not compatible, but in this lifetime, meeting someone you like out of the billions of people in the world already used up half of one's luck. In a vast sea of people, if you finally meet someone you like, should you give up so easily? At least, she wanted to try her best with Duanzi. Even if they couldn't be together in the future, when she looked back at this moment, she would not regret it. In her short 20-plus years, she had seen too many regretful love stories, and she didn't want regrets. So, she willingly submitted to Duanzi and was willing to endure his anger at this moment. This was a choice she made, after careful consideration. She wouldn't let the Shen family fall because of her. And of course, she wouldn't give up on Duanzi, because she always believed that love could overcome any difficulties. Duanzi was stunned, and all the hostility in his eyes dissipated. The hand gripping Shen Nian's neck loosened. Shen Nian climbed up the bedpost, wrapping her arms around his neck. Duanzi's hand held her head and deepened the kiss. After the kiss, the young girl's face was red, tears still in her eyes. She said, I don't plan to leave you, but, Duanzi, I can't just stand by and watch the Shen family investigate us and be implicated. So, Legally, I won't be your wife, but besides that, Shen Nian's words were interrupted by DRIZZLE. After considering for so long, you came up with such a solution. Shen Nian, you are really something. DRIZZLE was so frustrated that he patted Shen Nian's head. How can someone be this foolish after living for so long? Shen Nian covered her head in grievance, tears in her eyes as she looked at him. DRIZZLE, feeling helpless, pulled her to sit on the sofa. My twin family doesn't have all the answers. Shen Nian, there are always people better than us. Even if something is wrong with your family, it's not for my family to meddle in. Shen Nian was conflicted, her delicate eyebrows furrowed. DRIZZLE patiently advised, business matters are always complicated, you don't need to think too much. DRIZZLE embraced Shen Nian. Okay, stop thinking too much. If you are really worried, after the Hongmen banquet is over, I'll accompany you back home. I'll personally speak to your uncle. Shen Nian waved her hand quickly. You're going personally. You'll be beaten up by my dad. DRIZZLE couldn't help but chuckle. To marry someone's daughter, you must be prepared for some risks, right? Shen Nian frowned. Are you sure it's not me taking the risks? Shen Nian had lied, saying she was cutting ties with DRIZZLE, which was why her family allowed her to come. DRIZZLE smiled. You indeed have your share of risks. Shen Nian, 2 days. No. It's been 3 days now. You haven't messaged me much. It seems. Shen Nian immediately stood up and tried to run when DRIZZLE was angry. Jokingly, she did not dare to be reckless when DRIZZLE was mad. However, DRIZZLE acted quickly, grabbing Shen Nian back and lifting her up, marching towards the bedroom. Shen Nian was nervous. I have to go back. DRIZZLE ignored her protests. At that moment, Shen Nian's phone rang. She glanced at it and saw a message from her subordinate. Miss, something has happened. DRIZZLE placed Shen Nian on the bed with fresh sheets, but she stopped him when he tried to touch her. Wait, something has happened. DRIZZLE's expression turned sour. What's wrong? Shen Nian ignored him and opened WeChat, messages flooding in. Miss, check out this hot search first, followed by a trending topic on Weibo. Hashtag popular female star exposed in a secret relationship. Shen Nian clicked on it, revealing a photo. The photo showed Nan Crossing embracing a man. Only his back visible, but Nan Xing's side profile was clear. However, anyone familiar with them could tell that the man was DRIZZLE. This news had blown up within an hour. Shen Nian glanced at the time. It was past 11 at night. DRIZZLE's expression darkened. What's going on? He knew both Nan Crossing and DRIZZLE. He didn't believe the online rumors. Something must have gone wrong. Shen Nian said, this could turn serious. Whoever's behind leaking this photo clearly has a reason for not showing DRIZZLE's face. DRIZZLE furrowed his brows, carefully examining the picture and topic, then said, I feel like this is more of a warning. What kind of warning? What can it warn DRIZZLE about? DRIZZLE shook his head, saying, this hot search seems like an attempt to ruin Nan Crossing. Shen Nian asked, who did Nan Crossing offend? DRIZZLE picked up his coat, pulling Shen Nian up. Let's go, I'll take you home first. There's been unrest in Kyoto recently, so I'd feel better if you stayed home. Shen Nian looked at him like a lost little rabbit. DRIZZLE wanted to cause some trouble, but reason won out. Given his recent involvement in handling the artists under Heng Lun in such a situation, he had to stay. Shen Nian, in her innocent confusion, asked, shouldn't we inform DRIZZLE and his wife first? DRIZZLE replied, don't worry, someone will inform them. The dynamics in Kyoto were gradually changing. Some people had far-reaching influence. Nan Crossing had been like a little sister to him since childhood, and DRIZZLE was his younger brother. This warning was indeed intriguing. At this moment, Luo Qingyuan and DRIZZLE's phones were ringing non-stop, but today it was originally the weekend, and they were busy making a baby in the bedroom, with their phones left in the living room, so they didn't hear the calls at all. Meanwhile, Nan Crossing was also awakened. She was not in Kyoto, but was filming in a city within the country. Once she entered the production team, there were many things she was unaware of. By the time she found out, it had already become a big deal. Suke and Cheyue were both in her room. Nan Crossing was still in her pajamas with some sleepiness in her eyes, but when the picture was presented to her, she was momentarily stunned. A moment of indulgence, and it was captured. When they were on Nanshan Mountain, they got lost and were drenched in rain for a long time. She even had a fever. At the moment she saw DRIZZLE, she wanted to cry. She couldn't hold back her emotions. She knew they had no future, but if she didn't say it, she might regret it for a lifetime. Suke furrowed her brow. Non-crossing, this rumor is spreading at a really bad time. Your new drama will be released next month. I don't even know what to say to you. Non-crossing lowered her head, with a hint of confusion and guilt in her eyes. Che Yue spoke up. Sister Kick, non-crossing sister didn't do it on purpose. Everyone has moments of losing their reasoning, especially to those malicious behind-the-scenes people, taking advantage of such an opportunity. Suke lit a cigarette, while saying, non-crossing, because of this person, you've trended on the hot search twice. The PR department had to spend money and effort twice for you. Non-crossing, I don't want to see it for a third time. Non-crossing also felt a headache. She hadn't expected this situation to have consequences. Just then, Non-Xing's assistant Zizhou walked in with a letter in hand. Zizhou, Sister Non-crossing, Sister Kick, this was delivered by someone. Suke and Non-crossing exchanged glances. Suke hurriedly opened the letter and found some indecent photos of Non-crossing, with each having a person lying next to her, who turned out to be Duanyi. When Che Yue saw the photos behind Suke, her eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? She had been following Non-crossing for years, knowing her schedule very well. She firmly believed that Non-crossing had not been with Duanyi. How did these photos come about? Non-crossing quickly approached, snatching the photos away. As she looked at those bed photos, her face darkened. Non-crossing, they're fake. Sister Kick, have them verified, Che Yue suggested. Suke's expression turned grim. Even if we have them verify, what does it matter? Once these photos get leaked, it will ruin you, especially since he's a married man. Zizhou added, in that case, Sister Non-crossing will be labeled as a homewrecker. Netizens hate homewreckers the most. Netizens won't believe any verification. They will only believe what they see with their own eyes, Suke said, covering her head. My goodness, who would want to harm you like this? Suke didn't care whether the photos were real or fake. She only cared about the harm this incident might bring to their team. Business interests were the most important. If Non-crossing continued in this manner, Suke wouldn't continue to manage her. Che Yue questioned, if that person had these fake photos, why not expose them directly instead of first releasing the blurry photo of Nanshan? Non-Xing's face paled, and she had also thought about this point. Why? What were they after? If they had demands, why hadn't she received any messages by now? Suke said, wait here. I'll have someone investigate the source of these photos and the trending topic. Before Suke finished speaking, Zizhou excitedly exclaimed, it's dropping. The trending topic is dropping. They quickly checked their phones. They found that the exposed secret love affair hot search had dropped from 1st to 4th and, after refreshing it twice, down to 5th. At this rate, by tomorrow morning, the hot search would completely disappear from the public's view. Their PR team was not acting this quickly, so who was manipulating behind the scenes? Everyone had this question in mind. Suke got a call from her superior. After listening, she was informed. The higher-ups are aware of this. Someone will spare no effort to suppress this hot search. Don't stand idle. Quickly find a new hot search to replace it. Don't worry about anything else for now. Also, take good care of Non-crossing. Let her focus on her work and don't respond to anything. Before Suke could respond, the call was ended. At that moment, Suke's perception of Non-crossing changed. To receive a call from a high-ranking official indicated Non-crossing had someone looking out for her. But who was it? Suke set aside the thought of replacing Non-crossing, saying, since someone is protecting you, take a rest, maintain a good condition and continue filming tomorrow. With that, Suke left with her team. She didn't care who was protecting Non-crossing. She only cared about the security and profit. Only Non-crossing and Che Yue remained in the room. Seeing Non-Xing's vacant expression, Che Yue couldn't help but feel sorry. She had been following Non-crossing for a long time, witnessing her arduous journey to success. Che Yue approached and hugged Non-crossing, saying, Sister Non-crossing, everything will be fine. Non-crossing snapped out of her daze, smiled at Che Yue, and patted her shoulder. I know it will be alright. You should go back and rest. You've been busy and must be tired. Che Yue was concerned. How about I stay with you tonight? You can talk to me if something is bothering you. Non-crossing shook her head. I'm really fine. Go back. Seeing Non-Xing's determination, Che Yue reluctantly left. Once Che Yue was gone, Non-crossing let down her guard. revealing a trace of guilt and unease on her breathtaking face. She stared at the name on her WeChat conversation box for a long time, until her eyes began to ache. When she snapped out of her daze, Non-Crossing realized she had written a lengthy explanation about the incident on Nanshan Mountain, the hot search, and repeated apologies. In the end, she deleted everything and sent 3 words, "I'm sorry." She couldn't control herself and had caused trouble for Duanyi. Meanwhile, Cheng Suisui was at home working overtime, wearing a coat. Since Luo Qingyuan couldn't be reached, it was clear she must have been asleep. As a secretary, handling the aftermath for the principal was her responsibility. Normally, a female artist from Hanglun wouldn't need her as a CEO's secretary to step in, but when the person spreading the rumors was the wife of the CEO, she had to intervene. Before dawn, she must crush everything with absolute strength. However, it seemed that the other party was determined to make the hot search trend. Money was being spent repeatedly, and the hot search kept rising despite the efforts to suppress it. It was like a tug of war. Cheng Suisui was annoyed but had to continue pushing. Meanwhile, Shen Nan returned to the Shen family, and Duanzi pulled out his laptop to investigate the source of the hot search and the online troll addresses hidden in the comments. At the same time, Ba Chao was also squatting in a private internet cafe, up to no good. The internet cafe was filled with people. All were surfers responsible for reposting and spreading this hot topic. Of course, a lot of money was spent to boost the hot topic. Ba Chao smoked cigarettes while urging everyone to hurry up. If the hot topic on Weibo didn't work, it would be moved elsewhere. In any case, as long as someone knew about it. This wasn't a big move. He was still hiding the big move. Zhang Jingchuan had already slept soundly, while Ba Chao was still squatting there. If it weren't for the high salary, he wouldn't want to do this. Ba Chao sighed. This Zhang Zong not only wanted to ruin Luo Qingyuan, but also wanted to bring down Nangsing, even firmly grasping Yi Nuan. All these women were related to Duanyi. The vengeful heart was truly strong. As the day slowly brightened and the hot topic disappeared from the rankings, Cheng Suisui finally breathed a sigh of relief and went back to catch up on sleep. Seeing that the effect was almost done, Ba Chao directly ordered everyone to stop and sneakily slipped out the back door. Meanwhile, Duanzi arrived with his people. A group of people walked out, and the people around them also started moving. "What are you doing? Don't move. Police, police." Chaos quickly erupted inside. Although being an online troll didn't seem to require much responsibility, as long as you weren't caught, there would still be criticism and education. Duanzi stood with a friend in the background watching. Yang Fan. Duanzi, I had my brothers waiting for several hours. You better hope I catch some useful people. Duanzi patted Yang Fan on the shoulder with a smile. If we don't catch any, I'll treat you. All right? Yang Fan shook his head. Treating is not enough. How about coming to our bureau to be a consultant? Duanzi stopped smiling. I need your help, and you want my life. That's not how brothers should act. Yang Fan. Come on. Consider it. The bureau really needs a computer expert like you. Duanzi ignored Yang Fan and went inside. Officer Ziliu appeared with a smile. Duanji, that's right. These people were paid to spread rumors. Ziliu then looked dejected. But who would have thought there was a secret exit? The leader escaped early. The private internet cafe had no surveillance, so we couldn't catch them. Just as Yang Fan was about to speak, Ziliu continued. Also, the owner of this internet cafe was selling those discs. We caught him, and just interrogated a few thieves who were all on the run. Ziliu smiled brightly. Hey, he had accidentally achieved a small success. He loved this kind of work. In case Duanji needed help in the future, he would still come. What if there were big cases? When it came to finding information about people, it seemed like no one at the police station was as fast as Duanzi alone. Duanji was a regular at their police station, and given that there were no major cases recently, their boss Yang Fan was chasing after Duanzi every day. Ziliu felt lucky that such a formidable person was on the side of justice. Otherwise, the money in those international accounts would have been easily swiped away. Yang Fan couldn't help but glance at Duanzi several times. Really, you should. You want to find the person. I can help you check the nearby surveillance, but I have a case here that might need your assistance on the sidelines. Ziliu waved his hand. Duanji, take care. Come visit often. Duanzi returned to his car, but was blocked by Yang Fan. Duanzi helplessly said, It's not that I don't want to help you. It's just that I'm really busy lately. I still haven't resolved a certain situation. Yang Fen laughed. What situation? Let me help you out. Will you come be a consultant at our bureau? DRIZZLE's face turned blue. It's a losing deal. No. I can solve it on my own. DRIZZLE was about to get in the car when Yang Fen stopped him. Take me with you. It will be useful. I'll help you privately. It's a matter of reciprocity. With me around, I can also protect you, right? Yang Fen said this without a hint of embarrassment, with a thick-skinned attitude, emphasizing the need for a computer expert in this economic case. Yang Fen also knew that DRIZZLE's combat skills were not inferior to his, but he had more experience in actual combat. Yang Fen smiled slyly. Mutual benefit, serving the people. Rest assured, I'll pay you when there's a case. You come when there's none. You leave. It won't affect you. What do you say? DRIZZLE smiled. I don't agree, but you'll probably pester me until nightfall, right? Yang Fen chuckled. If you don't agree, I'll go with you. After all, the matters here were trivial. His colleagues could handle them. DRIZZLE decisively pushed away his hand. 7 p.m. tomorrow at the Chen Rong Hotel. Yang Fen was delighted. This was an agreement. Was this a banquet or a celebration ahead of time? So, Yang Fen decided to stand by the roadside and wave goodbye to DRIZZLE. Don't go missing. Don't disappear. DRIZZLE just left. Ziliu ran over eagerly and asked, Boss, did he agree? Yang Fen nodded excitedly. Ziliu quickly grabbed Yang Fan's hand and said, Let me learn from DRIZZLE. I have the relevant skills, but I still need to learn more. Yang Fan was annoyed. Go away. I can't decide on this matter. Boss. Feeling itchy? Ziliu shut up, but his inner thoughts were still turning. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyuan and DRIZZLE had also woken up. Both of them saw the news at the same time. Of course, DRIZZLE saw it first. It was a vague message from Nangsing. I'm sorry. Before going to bed, Cheng Suisui had reported every detail of the incident to her, and after reading the message, she understood everything. Luo Qingyuan. Last night, at Nangsing's, DRIZZLE handed over his phone. I know. She also apologized to me. Luo Qingyuan looked at him with a sorrowful expression. You really attract a lot of trouble. Even at home you bring this baseless calamity upon yourself. DRIZZLE felt awkward. That day was a misunderstanding. Didn't I explain it to you at the time? Luo Qingyuan. Yes. She even confessed her feelings to you. DRIZZLE. Here we go again. That familiar taste. The strong smell of jealousy was in the air. DRIZZLE. I swear. After that time, we never contacted each other again. Luo Qingyuan naturally believed DRIZZLE, but she still felt a bit indignant. Yes. And didn't Nangsing's little sister say you didn't like me? What did she say? DRIZZLE. I like you. Or was it DRIZZLE? I love you. DRIZZLE was at a loss. He quickly went to hug Luo Qingyuan. Wife? Don't be like this. I was wrong. I shouldn't have let her touch me. I promise it won't happen again. Luo Qingyuan. HMPH. You dare to have a next time. DRIZZLE. I dare not. I dare not. Luo Qingyuan. If it weren't for last night when we... Otherwise, I would have definitely kicked you off the bed. DRIZZLE. With a thick skin, moved closer. Oh, wife, didn't you want a child? I'm busy making one. How can I be kicked off the bed? There must be someone behind the scenes plotting against me. Wait for me to have my brother investigate. Luo Qingyuan allowed him to hug her, and said, Do we still need to investigate? Only the Zhang family would use such crude tactics. However, Luo Qingyuan didn't know if there was a third party operating in the background, because it was just a hot topic that didn't trend, and the accompanying pictures were unclear and mysterious. DRIZZLE. This matter. Luo Qingyuan smiled and said, This matter is also my concern now. After all, Non-Crossing is the artist under our company. I will go back to the company to report to our boss and see how to handle it. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, let's wait until tomorrow night. Everything should be clear by then. DRIZZLE also understood what Luo Qingyuan meant. They had already arranged things with the Zhang family, so they were just waiting for tomorrow. The sudden exposure of his underground relationship with Non-Crossing midway through was indeed troublesome enough. Luo Qingyuan walked out to the living room to get a drink of water. DRIZZLE followed closely behind. I have nothing to do today. Why don't I accompany you to the company? Luo Qingyuan's hand trembled inexplicably at the thought of DRIZZLE following her. Luo Qingyuan was still thinking of an excuse when the elderly lady walked out. Grandma feels a bit unwell today. If he doesn't have to work today, Can you accompany Grandma to the hospital? Luo Qingyuan breathed a sigh of relief without knowing why, but at the same time, she walked over to the elderly lady with some concern. Grandma, where do you feel uncomfortable? The elderly lady blinked at Luo Qingyuan, and Luo Qingyuan understood. So, it was all an act. The elderly lady held Luo Qingyuan's hand. I've been feeling shortness of breath and chest tightness recently, not very comfortable. I want to go to the hospital for a checkup. Twinny also walked over. Then I'll accompany Grandma. After that, Twinny looked at Luo Qingyuan. Can you really manage alone? Luo Qingyuan nodded. Of course. So, the elderly lady said with a smile, that's fine. Grandma will go get the insurance card. After that, the elderly lady turned and went into the bedroom. Luo Qingyuan knew the elderly lady was faking it. But sometimes, one can never be too careful. The elderly lady was already showing signs of mild dementia. If not for medication, it could worsen. So, taking this opportunity, Luo Qingyuan earnestly told Duanyi, please take good care of Grandma and have a thorough checkup. I am genuinely worried about her health. Duanyi nodded and patted her head. Don't worry. I got this. Duanyi wanted to tell Luo Qingyuan that he and his elder brother needed to visit the venue of an event tonight, but considering Luo Qingyuan had many things to attend to, he decided not to say anything. He just smiled, hugged Luo Qingyuan, and reassured her. Don't worry, everything will be okay as long as I'm here. As long as he was around, everything would be fine unless it involved a matter of life and death. Duanyi wouldn't exhaust the family's resources for trivial matters. They were all adults who needed to learn to solve their own problems. Unknowingly, Luo Qingyuan was comforted by Duanyi's words. She smiled lightly, nodded, kissed his cheek, then turned and went into the bedroom to change clothes. There was still some moisture on Duanyi's right cheek as he watched Luo Qingyuan leave, and he couldn't help but smile faintly. Since being with Luo Qingyuan, it felt like he had been living a peaceful life for a long time. Life could be so fulfilling. The feeling of mutual trust was indeed wonderful. If it were someone else instead of him, and non-crossing, things might have turned out differently. Duanyi smiled wryly and then entered the bedroom as well. Luo Qingyuan came out first, and the elderly lady was waiting in the living room for Duanyi. Luo Qingyuan walked over. Grandma, since you're going to the hospital, let's really go through with it. Listen to the doctor and have a good checkup. The elderly lady waved her hand. I'm old. It's normal to have some ailments. You go about your business. Don't worry about me. Ziyi is here with me. Luo Qingyuan smiled happily. Thank you, Grandma. I'll leave now. The elderly lady waved proudly as Luo Qingyuan left cheerfully. Duanyi soon came out and took the elderly lady to the hospital. Hen Lun Group. As soon as Luo Qingyuan arrived at the office, Liu Yan followed closely. President Luo, it has been confirmed. It is the Zhang family. Luo Qingyuan smirked. It is indeed him. Liu Yan handed over another set of information. There is a third party involved, the Bai family. The young master of the Bai family returned to Kyoto 2 months ago and has started taking over domestic business. Bai Hong and young master Zhang are very close. Bai Hong? Luo Qingyuan furrowed her brows. She was too familiar with this person. He was someone Shen Nian had a crush on in her student days. However, she heard that Bai Han went abroad for further studies and later got married and had children. She had little contact with him and did not expect. Luo Qingyuan frowned. What is he after? Is he expecting significant benefits from the Zhang family? Perhaps, although the Luo family was considered the top wealthy family in Kyoto, the Zhang family was also attractive to others. Liu Yan asked, should we confront the Bai family? Luo Qingyuan smiled and suddenly remembered something, saying, leave this to me. You go and oversee the company's projects below. Separate all business with the Zhang family. Remember, it's okay to take time, but we must withdraw with minimal losses. A camel is still larger than a horse. Either the Zhang family remains passive, or if they act, we must do it thoroughly. Liu Yan became excited. Got it. It had been a while since he handled such a big matter, so he was determined to do it well. Liu Yan left, but Luo Qingyuan stayed in the office to review the company's projects. She needed to have a clear idea of the situation. Meanwhile, Non-Crossing, who should have been on set filming, hesitated to leave because she had received invitations, doctored photos, and threatening messages. The gist was, if she didn't go, they would expose these false accusations. Non-Crossing was in a dilemma and couldn't make a decision on her own. Reporting it might lead to more complications. As a public figure, involving the police wasn't suitable either. Her only contact was Duenyi. The Duen family and her family were longtime neighbors. Although she wasn't clear about the Duen family's true background, they were of different worlds. But asking Duenyi for help might bring troubles. Eventually, Non-Crossing dialed a number she had never called before. Seeing Non-Sheng's call, Duenzi was surprised yet felt it was reasonable. "Hello, Non-Crossing." Non-Crossing was calm as she said, "Big brother Duen, I've encountered a situation and I would like your advice. Can you help me out?" Duenzi thought for a moment and looked at the time. "Sure, go back home. I'll wait for you there." It was safer to avoid unnecessary trouble at home, and Non-Sheng's parents were there too. Non-Crossing felt relieved. "Thank you, big brother Duen." Duenzi replied, "We grew up together, no need for thanks. Let's meet then." Non-Crossing smiled. "Okay, see you then." Duenzi turned the car in the right direction and drove back to their family's neighborhood. However, Duenzi didn't go home immediately, but instead went to Non-Sheng's house. Non-Hao had gone to work, and the only one at home was Non-Sheng's mother, Zikeng-jin. When she saw Duenzi, she breathed a sigh of relief and welcomed him in, saying, "Zizi, come on in. Non-Crossing just called home a while ago and she'll be back soon. Please wait for her." Duenzi nodded and politely smiled, saying, "Thank you, Auntie." Zikeng-jin replied, "No need to thank me. If you are willing to help your younger sister Non-Crossing, Auntie should thank you. Please have a seat, I'll pour you a cup of tea." So, Duenzi had to sit in the living room, waiting for Non-Crossing. Zikeng-jin soon came over and placed a cup of hot tea in front of him. "Zizi, Auntie wants to ask you, is this scandal involving Non-Crossing serious? Will it affect the relationship between Duenyi and Qingyuan? It's really worrying." Duenzi assured, "Auntie, don't worry. It's not real. The photos are edited, and both Qingyuan and Ziyi are aware of it. It won't affect them." Upon hearing this, Zikeng-jin breathed a sigh of relief. "Non-Sheng's sister called me early this morning, asking if Non-Crossing was okay. As mothers, we worrying about our children. As long as everything is fine, we can relax," she said. While Zikeng-jin and Duenzi were talking, the door suddenly opened, and Non-Crossing hurried in. "Mom, Duen big brother," Zikeng-jin urged, "hurry. Go to the study and chat. I'll make some food for you. You must be hungry after the journey, right?" Non-Crossing took off her mask, approached her mother, and gave her a kiss, saying, "Thanks for your hard work, Mom." Meanwhile, Duenzi had already entered the study ahead. The two families had known each other since childhood, so even as adults, the layout of the house was very familiar to them. Non-Crossing followed him into the study and closed the door. Non-Crossing didn't beat around the bush and sat directly in front of Duenzi at the desk. She took out her phone and showed Duenzi a less revealing photo. Duenzi examined the photo carefully and said, "It's fake, a composite photo. When did you receive this? And is that all you got?" Initially surprised by the photo, Duenzi soon regained his composure. He knew both Duenyi and Non-Crossing would not do such a thing. Non-Crossing, with a hint of redness in her eyes, admitted, "Duen big brother, in truth, this is the least revealing photo. There are others that are more explicit, all set in hotel rooms with me and Duenyi. I dare not imagine what would happen if these photos were exposed. It's really troublesome," she continued. "There's also an audio recording. She had received it on her way here, a recording specially imitating her voice." Duenzi didn't listen to the whole recording, but he knew the situation had become serious. In the end, Non-Crossing produced an invitation card. Duenzi noticed that the address and time on the invitation were the same as the hotel they were to visit the next night, only it was unsigned. Initially thinking this was targeting Luo Qingyuan, Duenzi had now realized the truth. This whole issue was directed at Duenyi. Their Duen family's matter. Non-Crossing was merely caught in the crossfire because she was Duenyi's lover. Duenzi reassured her, "This situation has implicated you, but rest assured, Ziyi and I will handle this matter and prevent the photos from being leaked. However, we need professionals to investigate this matter. I will call Yang Fan to come over. Would you mind?" Even though he was capable, Duenzi still needed authority. Non-Crossing understood this logic. Yang Fan had been to their house a few times for dinner, and Non-Crossing was familiar with him. She nodded, saying, "Duen big brother, I just don't want too many people to know about this, including my mom." Especially since Zikeng-jin still believed Non-Crossing had contacted Duenzi due to the scandal. Duenzi assured her, Don't worry, these photos are all fake. You can rest assured, they mean nothing. It was just manipulated images and false identities. DRIZZLE was adept at such things and could even create unbelievably realistic fakes. At this stage, what mattered most was finding and cutting off the source of such rumors. Tearfully, non-crossing agreed. DRIZZLE then called Yongfan. Yongfan promised, "I'll be right over." After ending the call, DRIZZLE instructed non-crossing, "Take this invitation with you. Go back to your usual activities and acting. Ignore everything else. Don't go to the meeting. Understand?" Non-Xing's heart finally felt at ease halfway, and she replied, "Okay." The brief exchange between non-crossing and DRIZZLE came to an end. As non-crossing was about to leave, DRIZZLE suddenly remembered something and asked, "The scandal photos may be fake, but regarding you and Ziyi, are you both okay?" Well, it wasn't DRIZZLE's place to ask. He still considered himself Non-Xing's half-brother and DRIZZLE's real brother. Besides, non-crossing had never liked DRIZZLE. When he found out that non-crossing disliked DRIZZLE, he even had a confrontation with DRIZZLE, who was in high school at the time, warning him not to hassle his younger sister. Non-Xing's back stiffened slightly. Then she turned to DRIZZLE and openly admitted with a smile, "Big brother, I like Yi." DRIZZLE was speechless, unsure of how to respond to her unexpected confession. Non-crossing continued, "I declared my feelings to him when we were on South Mountain filming. I had lost my way in the mountains, and when he found me, at that moment, my mind wasn't clear, so I confessed to him." DRIZZLE fell into deeper silence. Non-crossing lowered her head, admitting, "I made a mistake, big brother, but at that time, I couldn't control myself. I thought ... better to speak out about my feelings, at least I won't regret it later." However, realizing her feelings for DRIZZLE, she found herself constantly thinking about him, her longing almost driving her to madness. While many things in the world seemed to have an end, non-crossing came to realize that longing did not. With tears streaming down her face, she wiped her tears and forced a bitter smile, saying, "Big brother, do you think I'm pretty messed up?" What could DRIZZLE say? Growing up together, they had a close bond since birth. They shared the same bath when they were infants, according to their mother. Even in elementary, middle, and high school, they were often placed in the same classes, and their parents took turns attending parent-teacher meetings. Non-crossing and DRIZZLE had spent more time together than DRIZZLE had with his little brother. Such a relationship was indeed challenging to define as a friendship, sibling love, or romantic love. DRIZZLE wouldn't blame non-crossing or scold DRIZZLE. They were both good kids he had watched grow up. Life was strange like that. DRIZZLE simply patted Non-Xing's shoulder, comforting her. "Non-crossing, it's all in the past. Look forward from here." Then, DRIZZLE left the study, giving non-crossing some space to process everything. Non-Xing's hands were trembling slightly, and even in their ordinary study room, memories of them were everywhere. She used to pay no attention, but now everything was vivid in her mind. Non-crossing smiled and finally left the study room. At this time, Confronting had already prepared the meal. They rushed over from work and spent a lot of time on the way. They chatted in the study for a long time, and it was already time for lunch. Seeing non-crossing come out, Confronting quickly called out to her, "Come and eat quickly." Non-crossing smiled and nodded, about to go over, when the doorbell rang. So non-crossing said, "Mom, I'll go open the door first." Soon, non-crossing opened the door and it was Yongfan. Yongfan politely smiled and said, "Hello, Miss Non-crossing." Non-crossing replied, "Brother Yan, please come in." Meanwhile, DRIZZLE also helped Confronting bring out the dishes from the kitchen and said, "You came pretty fast." Confronting smiled and said, "You came just in time. It's mealtime. Please eat. Auntie will bring you utensils." Non-crossing said, "Thank you, Mom." Confronting replied, "No trouble at all. Sit down." So the three of them sat down at the dining table. Yongfan was eager to ask what was going on, but DRIZZLE said, "Not in a rush. Let's eat first." The meal was sumptuous, prepared by Confronting with 4 dishes and a soup. Soon, Confronting came out, set the table, and said, "You guys eat. I've already eaten. I have plans to go shopping with someone, so I'll leave first." Non-crossing said, "Mom, finish eating before you go." DRIZZLE also added, "Auntie, please stay and eat with us. You're cooking. We can't eat without you." Confronting waved her hand. "Auntie really has eaten. I had a big bowl of noodles already. Now I can't eat anymore." You guys go ahead. I won't disturb you. As she spoke, Zi Kenjing walked out. Non-crossing stood up and followed Zi Kenjing to the doorstep. Mom, did you really eat already? Non-crossing suspected that her mother was giving them space to talk. Zi Kenjing replied, I didn't wait for you. I really ate noodles before you came back. The bowls were just washed by me before you returned. I did make plans to go shopping with Duanyi's mother. I'll go find her upstairs now. You hurry back. Sure that Zi Kenjing wasn't joking. Non-crossing felt relieved and said, I'll transfer some money to you. Buy whatever you want. Zi Kenjing smiled and replied, Sure, go back quickly. So non-crossing closed the door and went back, while Zi Kenjing also went to Duanyi's home. Meanwhile, Yangfen and Duanyi were waiting for non-crossing. Non-crossing walked over quickly and sat down, saying, Let's chat while we eat. Duanyi nodded, Sounds good. Let's eat. So Duanyi and non-crossing ate, while Duanyi recounted the whole situation to Yangfen. Yangfen said, Later, send me those photos. I'll take care of this. Hearing this, non-crossing hesitated and looked at Duanyi. Only after Duanyi nodded with a smile did non-crossing lower her head and said, Okay. Duanyi reassured her. Don't worry, your brother Yang is the captain of the criminal police team. This little matter, he can handle it. He could trace the source of the photos, but it needed to be handled officially. Yangfen was the best choice. This was part of his job. Yangfen could see Nanxing's concern. Young girls were like that. Even if it was fake, they would still be afraid. So Yangfen said, Don't worry, I'll send the photos to the forensic lab immediately, and these photos won't be leaked. Just focus on your work. After hearing Yangfan's words, non-crossing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Duanyi, Brother Yang, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't know what to do. It was said sincerely by non-crossing. Without Duanyi's help, she would have felt very helpless. Duanyi said, We're friends. Let's skip the formalities and eat. Thus, they had a relatively harmonious meal. After the meal, non-crossing cleaned up the dishes while Duanyi and Yangfen discussed how to handle the situation in the living room. Duanyi said, I think this matter is related to the Zhang family's banquet. Yangfen, are you sure you'll accompany me tomorrow night? Yangfen had some knowledge of these aristocratic families in the capital, the Lu family's wealth and connections with international banks, and also some rumors about the Zhang family. So Yangfen said, I'll go. Why wouldn't I? Although I'm not wealthy and can't compare to their upper-class society, we can't be afraid. Besides, if there's evidence that this is their doing, it could give us a reason to search the Zhang family. Duanyi raised his eyebrows, understanding. He didn't ask further about the next steps as Yangfen wouldn't divulge, trusting everyone was on the same page. Yangfen glanced at the kitchen. This non-crossing, she's even more vivid than before. Both your families are from a prestigious background. Although Duanyi is married, you're not yet. Better hurry up. She's a big star now. Duanyi couldn't help but give him a look. I have a girlfriend. Yangfen was shocked. What? Who? We've been good friends for years, and you kept this from me. Thinking about Shen Na and Nayan, Duanyi's eyes carried a hint of a smile as he said, When this busy period is over, I'll introduce her to you, but my girlfriend is timid. Don't scare her. Yangfen was surprised and asked, Unfair? How did even you, the eternal bachelor, find a partner? Amid Yangfan's gossip, he kept pressing, Come on, wish lady, is she attractive? With that eager expression on your face, it must be good news, right? Duanyi said, Enough of that, stop gossiping like a village ant. Just then, non-crossing approached. Yangfen said, Non-crossing, did you know Duanyi has a girlfriend? This guy, always keeping things to himself, such a big deal, and he didn't say a word. Hearing this, non-crossing was also surprised for a moment, then said, Oh, I didn't know. Duanyi intervened. All right, enough gossip, let's go. Duanyi and Yangfen stood up. Yangfen muttered, You're really good at hiding things. Even at the door, Yangfen was still puzzled about how Duanyi, the sharp-tongued man, could also have a girlfriend, yet he didn't. Duanyi, Brother Yang, take care. Duanyi advised, Remember what I told you. Don't worry about anything. Don't need to attend the banquet. Just focus on your work. Non-crossing nodded. Okay, I'll remember. Duanyi and Yangfen left after bantering, and non-crossing closed the door, feeling a bit drained. These days, because of Duanyi, She had made too many fatal mistakes. If this continued, not only would Duanyi dislike her, she might end up disliking herself too. Duanzi still had work to do, and his mother had already gone shopping with NZ, so Duanzi didn't go home and went downstairs with Yanfan directly. At this time, Non-Crossing also returned to her room, where she finally opened her phone. There were countless messages on WeChat, all from her assistant and manager, as well as some from Che Yue. When she left, she sneaked away in disguise and only sent them a message saying she would be out for a while and would be back soon. Now everyone is asking her where she went, when she will be back, and not to delay the progress of work. Suddenly, Non-Crossing felt very tired and exhausted. She scrolled down and finally found the chat box with Duanyi. She dared not pin Duanyi's name at the top again, fearing she might accidentally swipe it off again. The taste of that night was hard to bear. Her heart and ears couldn't endure torture again. In Duanyi's chat box, there was only a simple 3-word reply. It's okay. Non-Crossing felt a bit sad. Duanyi didn't even ask her why she apologized. Duanyi knew what she wanted to say. It had always been like this. She didn't need to be explicit. Duanyi would know. Non-Xing's emotions could not calm down for a long time. She sat on the carpet in the room, foolishly and blankly staring at those 3 words. Let her just briefly think of him again. Meanwhile, Duanyi was in the doctor's office listening to the doctor review the examination report. Your grandmother's senile dementia is getting worse, and her bone degeneration is also severe. Be careful when she walks, as she is prone to fractures. Make sure she gets plenty of bone broth for calcium. She doesn't have high blood pressure, cholesterol, or diabetes, but I'll prescribe some medication for her. Make sure she takes it on time. Duanyi listened attentively. Okay, thank you, doctor. Suddenly, Duanyi remembered something and asked, Doctor, what would happen if my grandmother's senile dementia worsens? The doctor glanced outside, where the old lady was waiting obediently on a chair. The doctor replied, her forgetfulness will increase, and eventually she may not remember anything. After all, at her age, as her family members, you must remind her more often and make sure she takes her medicine on time, every day. Osteoporosis is a common phenomenon in all elderly people, so be vigilant and prevent any falls or injuries. Duanyi nodded. All right. Thank you, doctor. Duanyi made a mental note to follow the doctor's advice. By the time Duanyi and his grandmother left the hospital, it was already afternoon, and they were both hungry. So, Duanyi took his grandmother to a restaurant. His grandmother asked, Did the doctor say I had any dietary restrictions? Duanyi laughed. Grandma, although the doctor didn't say so, shouldn't we still eat light and nutritious food that is easy to chew? The grandmother chuckled. Yes, I'll listen to you. While Duanyi was ordering food, the grandmother suddenly looked up and exclaimed in surprise, Shuyan, what are you doing here? Duanyi turned around and saw Luo Shuyan in casual attire. Speaking of which, Luo Shuyan was indeed the biological brother of Luo Qingyuan. He had quite a good-looking face. Though Luo Shuyan was already in his 30s, there were still many young ladies in the restaurant casting glances at him. Duanyi naturally stood up. Brother, please sit. Luo Shuyan smiled then sat down. He first greeted the grandmother. Grandma, I happened to be nearby and saw you, so I've come without an invitation. Duanyi, are you accompanying your grandma for a checkup? Duanyi nodded without reservation and handed the menu to Luo Shuyan. Brother, please take a look at what you want to eat. I'll order. The grandmother's gaze shifted between the 2 men. She had wanted to send a message to her granddaughter discreetly, but seeing the good atmosphere between these 2, she decided to observe a little longer. Luo Shuyan replied, I'm not picky, you order. So Duanyi nodded and ordered some specialty dishes, requesting the meat to be stewed until tender. He poured tea for Luo Shuyan. Brother, do you have something to tell me? It wasn't believable that they just happened to meet in the vicinity. Luo Shuyan didn't beat around the bush. He said, I will also attend the Zhang family's banquet. Duanyi turned to look at Luo Shuyan, indicating. Luo Shuyan, although not appreciative of Duanyi, and thinking about Luo Qingyuan and those behind Duanyi, sighed silently in his heart. Calmly, he said, I mean, whatever you guys want to do, go ahead, but when it comes to business matters, it's best not to involve people from your side. If they are involved, the nature of the involvement will be different. The Zhang family could stand tall in the capital not just through simple business operations. To touch the Zhang family, There had to be a foolproof plan, especially now that the Luo family business was slowly detaching itself from the Zhang family. Until the Luo family completely severed ties with the Jians, he didn't want any trouble for the Jians that could affect the Luos. Moreover, this time he was also willing to return the betrothal gifts, so he had to speak up. He was their brother, after all. Twinny said, "I understand, brother, you can rest assured, I know my boundaries." Twinny could tell that Luo Shuyan was worried about his eldest brother. However, when Renji had already left and was no longer in the capital, even if he were, Twinny would never let his eldest brother interfere. Luo Shuyan nodded, surprised by Twinny's insight. Thus, Luo Shuyan brought up another matter. 5 years ago, my parents accepted the betrothal gifts from the Zhang family without King Yuan's knowledge. This time at the banquet, I have to return these gifts to prevent Zhang Jingquan from claiming to be King Yuan's fiancé. After speaking, Luo Shuyang finally looked Twinny in the eye. Twinny, Zhang Jingquan is a vengeful man. By doing this to him in front of everyone, even if he can't fight back, he will definitely find a way to harm you. Don't say I didn't warn you, you'll probably be his first target. Twinny had encountered Zhang Jingquan several times before and had some understanding of him. However, he was surprised that Luo Shuyan had come specifically to warn him. That was rare. Twinny replied, "Thank you, brother." Luo Shuyan gave a cold snort. "I'm not doing this for you but for my sister King Yuan." Twinny chuckled. "Of course, I'll thank brother on behalf of sister-in-law." Luo Shuyan glared at him. This brat knew how to butter up. Nonetheless, since Luo King Yuan had chosen Wenyi, they had to think about the wedding after the annulment of the engagement. So, Luo Shuyan advised, "Many media reporters will be at the banquet, so be prepared." He could manage the Zhang family in the business world, but there were times he couldn't keep an eye on everything. Twinny nodded solemnly. Understood. The grandmother, watching them getting along well, finally felt at ease. After all, a family should be united against external enemies. Why pick on one's own? The grandmother didn't like Zhang Jingquan. He was too fake, with his fake smiles, fake demeanor, fake attire. Twinny was a better match for her granddaughter. They looked like a compatible couple. So, Luo Shuyang finally sat down for the first time and had a meal with Twinny, his brother-in-law, and Hemai. After the meal, Luo Shuyan said, "Grandma, come back home with me." The old lady seemed a bit surprised. Twinny was the first to speak. "Staying at my place would be fine too." Luo Shuyan just glanced at him indifferently and said, "At my place, Grandma will always have someone looking after her." After that, Luo Shuyan turned to the old lady and gently asked, "Grandma, what do you think?" The old lady had moved in with Twinny because she was worried that Luo Shuyang might make a move on him. But now that her grandson and granddaughter-in-law had reconciled, she naturally decided to leave. There was no need for her to be a third wheel at home. This way, Twinny and Luo King Yuan would also feel more comfortable at home. So the old lady smiled and said, "All right, I'll go back with Shuyan. Ziyi, you and King Yuan enjoy your time together." Seeing the old lady agree, Twinny nodded and then said, "Grandma, let me take you back to pack your things." Luo Shuyan had already walked over and helped the old lady up, saying, "No need, everything is available at home." Twinny also stood up and nodded in agreement. The three of them then left the building together. This time, Luo Shuyan didn't drive his luxury car, but a simple BMW like Luo King Yuan's, the latest model, with Ziwu as the driver. When Twinny looked up and saw Ziwu, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Twinny had a good memory, and even with just a brief glance, he could almost always remember people he had seen before without making mistakes. So he recognized Ziwu as the person who had shielded them when Luo King Yuan was splashed with sulfuric acid last time. But Twinny didn't say anything, he just quietly lowered his head. Soon, the old lady was taken back home, and Twinny checked the time, sent a message to Luo King Yuan, and headed to their destination. The plan had been sent to Twinny and Twinzi, but they couldn't rush in head first. They needed to make some preparations. So at 5 in the afternoon, Yang Fan, Twinny, and Twinzi all met at the entrance of a high-end hotel within the second ring road of Kyoto. Yang Fan said, "Let's make it clear, we can't do anything beyond the plan." Twinny and Twinzi glanced at him simultaneously and then walked into the hotel. Yang Fan was taken aback and quickly caught up, saying, "Hey, can you guys give me some face?" Meanwhile, at a cafe across the street from the hotel, there were two people sitting face to face on the second floor. Head Leon, How come they're here too? Should we send someone over to remind them? Liang Mo remained calm. No need. The information about the Zhang family was intentionally leaked by Luo Xuan to her colleagues. Luo Xuan was quite clever, but their unit was different. Without orders, they wouldn't take action. Head. What about the Luo family? Liang Mo said. Let's recall everyone from there for now. There are other arrangements from higher-ups. Understood. Head. So we do nothing. Liang Mo reply. No need. Tomorrow, have the brothers change into casual wear and attend the banquet. Nothing else is required. Saying that, Liang Mo took out a few invitations from her bag and handed them over, saying, These are the invitations. Just go as usual. Okay. It was normal for Duanzi and Duanyi to be here, but she didn't expect Zhang Fan to be here too. After finishing her drink, Liang Mo left the cafe, walking very carefully. The news of her pregnancy had already been reported, and plans for her future arrangements had been put on hold. Her current task was to take over Kyoto's intelligence network. She didn't need to go on business trips, but all these prominent families in Kyoto were the targets she needed to delve into one by one. Since the Zhang family was already making a move, they would start with the Zhang family. As Liang Mo was about to part ways with her colleague, the latter couldn't help but stop her. If they are in danger, I authorize you to act first and report later. I'll take the consequences. The colleague looked at Liang Mo and chuckled. Head Liang, even if you don't say it, we would do it. You can rest assured and focus on taking care of your pregnancy at home. Liang Mo smiled. Thanks. The conversation quickly ended, and the two went their separate ways. At that moment, in the luxurious mansion of the Zhang family. The Zhang family's residence was even larger than the Luo family's, with more luxurious interior design and furniture, and the maids and bodyguards employed were 2 or 3 times more than at the Luo family. In the pavilion in the backyard of the Zhang family, Zhang Jingwen stood by the pond feeding the fish. Zhang Jingchuan frowned as he sat on a bench. Brother, can you really give them a lesson tomorrow? After all, the Luo family is the wealthiest, and Luo Xuan will be present as well. Zhang Jingwen gave him a disdainful look. Look at you, such a wimp. With that said, Zhang Jingwen turned around and focused on feeding the fish. The Luo family is powerful, but no matter how big they are just humans. Your brother has been in the business for so many years. What are you afraid of? Besides, Zhang Jingwen's tone lowered. Luo Qingyuan dared to silently marry a wastrel, dared to cuckold you, and you endured until today. I think you are just foolish. Zhang Jingchuan was left speechless and sighed. Brother, if it were someone else, I would definitely not forgive them, but she is the daughter of the Luo family. Zhang Jingchuan sneered. So what if it's the Luo family? I don't believe there is anyone who isn't afraid of death. Zhang Jingwen threw all the fish feed into the pond, causing the carps in the pond to frenzy. She's just a mere woman. Tomorrow, wait in your room, and I will personally deliver her to you. Zhang Jingchuan suddenly stood up. Brother, with so many people around tomorrow, this private matter might not be appropriate. Zhang Jingwen slapped Zhang Jingchuan on the back of his head. Do you know why those two scums from the Duan family tread on your dignity? Because you are too kind. Even when Luo Qingyuan treated you like that, you are still thinking of preserving her reputation. Zhang Jingchuan nodded complacently. No, I just think that after tomorrow, she is still my woman. I can't let others see her, right? Zhang Jingwen was speechless. You just need to let people know that Luo Qingyuan spent a few hours in your room. Isn't that enough? I won't be broadcasting it live. With that in mind, Zhang Jingwen smiled. Someone else will be broadcasting live, right? Isn't there that female celebrity? If Duanyi dares to touch the women of their Zhang family, he will face the consequences. Hearing Zhang Jingwen's words, Zhang Jingchuan finally felt a bit reassured. That's good. I don't want the news of Luo Qingyuan and Duanyi's marriage to be exposed. After all, Luo Qingyuan is my fiancé and will give me an heir in the future. Zhang Jingwen frowned. Look at your cowardly appearance. Isn't it embarrassing that you need your brother's help even for a woman? At 10 o'clock in the evening, Duanyi and 2 others came out of the hotel. For some reason, his heart was pounding, as his sixth sense had always been accurate. The 3 of them sat in the car, with Duanzi in the driver's seat, Duanyi in the passenger seat, and Yang Fan in the back. When Duanzi was about to drive, Duanyi said, Brother Yang, show me the process flowchart again. Yang Fan was puzzled, but handed over the flowchart, which had a detailed map of the hotel on the back, personally drawn by Duanyi. Duanzi and Yanfen exchanged glances, waiting like this. Duanzi knew Duanyi very well. In terms of intuition, no one could beat Duanyi, not even Yanfen, who had extensive experience. Duanyi was already familiar with it, but he still looked at it repeatedly. In the flowchart, after the initial appearance of Zhang Jingwen, there was no more mention of her. Why? Does it mean that if Zhang Jia's eldest brother presides over the banquet, the second brother can relax? Duanyi thought of Luo Shuyan's advice. Duanyi had a good quality of listening to advice. If he were Zhang Jingchuan and wanted to make things difficult for the Luo family, he would have to make things unbearable for the two of the Duan family. The key point was still Luo Qingyuan. But if Luo Qingyuan didn't meet him tomorrow, besides Luo Qingyuan, who else could he use? Duanyi thought of some people and finally said, "Bro, go to the set and find non-crossing." Duanzi was surprised, and Yanfen was also stunned. They did not mention today's matter with non-crossing because they thought they could handle it themselves and didn't want Duanyi to know. To avoid suspicion, Duanzi asked, "Why do you want to find non-crossing?" Duanyi said, "If I were Zhang Jingchuan, besides Qingyuan, I could also manipulate non-crossing because non-crossing and I have known each other since childhood. If something happened to non-crossing because of me or Qingyuan, then..." Duanyi didn't finish his sentence, but Duanzi and Yanfen understood. So, Duanzi sighed. Yanfen showed the information on his phone to Duanyi. "You guessed right. Last night, non-crossing was already threatened." Yanfen said, "As long as they don't show up at the banquet, everything should be fine." Duanzi said, "Not necessarily. They might not go, but what if someone forces them to go?" Yanfen widened his eyes. "Damn, this is Kyoto. Who dares? Do they think we're dead?" Duanzi glanced at him. "What do you think?" Yanfen felt insulted. "So," he said, "let me go back and report to the higher-ups, and send people to protect Luo Qingyuan and non-crossing secretly." Duanzi stopped him, "Going out of one's way. And it's just our speculation. Moreover, Nyan has said that Zhang Jingwen is surrounded by experts. If you only send a few people, you may not necessarily be able to stop them." Duanyi agreed. They had been investigating these days, and Zhang Jingwen was a mysterious person. Zhang Jingchuan was a smiling tiger, but sometimes also foolish, whereas Zhang Jingwen was different. The information they found showed that this person led a team into a deserted area, but 3 months later, only he came out alone. What happened to the others? No one knew. One cannot survive without being ruthless and intelligent. Yanfen said, "The best way is to let the younger siblings and non-crossing stay at the police station tomorrow." Hearing this, Duanyi and Duanzi fell silent. Duanyi felt somewhat frustrated. "Do you want me dead? You can just say it." Duanzi couldn't help but laugh. "You know, that's actually a method." Yanfen said, "It's good for their safety." Duanyi directly refused. "No." Yanfen asked, "Why? Are you afraid they'll fight?" Duanyi thought to himself, Luo Qingyuan and non-crossing are both easygoing. It's impossible for them to fight. But it might mean that when they come back, he won't be able to enter Luo Qingyuan's room for a month. That's not acceptable. And, Duanzi spoke first, non-crossing is a star. Everything she does is under the lens. If you make it so obvious, aren't you essentially telling the Zhang family that we have figured out their plan? Yanfen scratched his head. "It's no good if we do this. And it's no good if we don't. What should we do?" Duanyi and Duanzi exchanged looks and then smiled. What else could they do? Naturally, they had to use magic to defeat magic. So, they decided to make the banquet even more grand. Yanfen was shocked. "You guys, don't tell me you want to." So, at 11 o'clock in the evening, one breaking news after another appeared. #Superstar Non-Crossing brings a group of popular actors to attend a charity gala. #The Jingdu family attends a charity gala. #Jingdu officials attend a charity gala. As these trending topics exploded, while Duanzi and Yanfen left to shake things up, to prevent anyone from the Zhang family from making desperate moves the next day. Although the chances were slim, it was better to be cautious, right? Duanyi remembered their first night together and couldn't help but think, what if Luo Qingyuan hadn't coincidentally encountered him intoxicated at the bar that night? Things would have turned out terribly, right? Back home, the beautiful face of Luo Qingyuan appeared before him, wearing a red strapless dress that accentuated her figure. She seemed to have just taken a shower, her whole body exuding a fragrant scent. Luo Qingyuan ran over and jumped into his arms, and Duanyi firmly supported his wife's bottom. At this moment, Dwayne finally understood what it meant to hold warmth and softness in one's arms. Although he had been busy all day, he was happy at this moment. Luo Qingyuan turned her head and gave him a kiss. "You're finally back. I've missed you all day." Dwayne held Luo Qingyuan and walked inside. "Yeah, I missed you too. Did you eat properly when I was away?" Luo Qingyuan nodded, leaning her head on his shoulder. "Of course, I wouldn't starve myself." Dwayne smiled, put down the things in his hands, turned off the living room lights, and carried Luo Qingyuan to the bedroom. Luo Qingyuan said, "I have something to discuss with you." Dwayne asked, "Do you mean the banquet tomorrow that has become a hot topic because of my return?" Luo Qingyuan nodded. "Yes, you also know that I was ambushed at the Kyoto bar last time, and I'm worried Zhang Jingchuan's brother might try the same trick again. So, not only should non-crossing go openly tomorrow, but I should also go. If I go, I'll have to break off the engagement." Dwayne was stunned. Which one is more important, the former or the latter? Luo Qingyuan hugged him with a smile. Both are important. Once this issue with the Zhang family was resolved, she and Dwayne could consider the wedding. She wanted to have the wedding before the Lunar New Year, and time was tight. She didn't want to waste time with the Zhang family. Dwayne smiled, hugged her waist, and went into the bathroom. "What my wife said. In that case, let's go together tomorrow. Let me show you that your husband is fearless." Luo Qingyuan teased, "Oh, aren't you afraid of me a bit? Maybe I should get angry." Dwayne suddenly laughed, "Afraid? Isn't it normal to be afraid of your wife? But you are an exception." Luo Qingyuan hummed, "Then let go of me first. I've already taken a bath." Dwayne said, "Take another one." And so, they enjoy another pleasant evening. The next day, Dwayne and Luo Qingyuan both took leave. Dwayne stayed at home with Luo Qingyuan, cooking together and enjoying their time alone at home. Time quickly passed to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Dwayne had already changed into the suit that Luo Qingyuan had picked out for him. It fit well, with a white tie and a pair of leather shoes. His hair was styled by Luo Qingyuan, giving him a fresh and sharp look. Dwayne was now sitting in the living room waiting for Luo Qingyuan. Soon, Luo Qingyuan emerged with her hair in big waves reaching her waist. She was wearing classic bright red lipstick, enhancing her noble and elegant appearance. She was wearing a black qipao, showcasing her slender and graceful figure. Dwayne was stunned. As she approached him, her face, usually cold and stern, was now filled with countless tender expressions. Luo Qingyuan, stunned? Dwayne nodded, then immediately regretted. "I shouldn't have brought you out. You're so beautiful. I should keep you to myself." Luo Qingyuan suddenly smiled, and her smile was more beautiful than the sunset outside. Grabbing his hand, she said, "I have to dress nicely. How else could you look so good standing next to me?" Dwayne sighed. Sometimes, having such a beautiful wife could also be a trouble. Luo Qingyuan put on black high heels, took Dwayne's hand, and they left the house. At 6:30 in the afternoon, Dwayne and Luo Qingyuan, Dwayne and Yongfan, were all gathered at the hotel entrance. Just as they were about to enter, a familiar voice called out, "Wait for me, everyone." Everyone turned to see Miss Shen, dressed in a pink dress, with delicate doll-like features and big dark eyes sparkling like stars in the sky. Behind her was Shen Chongcheng. Shen walked up to Luo Qingyuan and, linking arms with her, said, "My beautiful lady, why do you look so stunning today?" Luo Qingyuan smiled. "You're also very beautiful." Shen Chongcheng greeted them. "Hello, Miss Luo, and Mr. Luo." Luo Qingyuan nodded. "Since we're all here, let's go inside." And so, the group made their way inside. Shen Chongcheng, pushed to the back, walked up to Dwayne, asking, "Do I look good today?" Shen blinked her big cardlin eyes mischievously. "Extremely cute." Dwayne, true to his nature, replied, "You look good." Shen smiled, her eyes narrowed. She and Luo Qingyuan were from different styles, Shen with her round face exuding a cute and lovely style, unlike Luo Qingyuan with her beautiful fox-like eyes that could be intimidating. People often said that the Shen family miss was as radiant as a blazing red rose. As they entered the banquet hall, a commotion started at the entrance. A business car pulled up, and out stepped Non-Crossing, surrounded by media and reporters flocking around her. Non-Crossing with her entourage made their way inside, causing a stir that continued into the hall. Non-Crossing, as she entered, commanded everyone's attention. People whispered amongst themselves, "Isn't she the popular actress recently?" "Yes. She's quite pretty." Of course, what celebrity isn't good-looking? These words fell distinctly into the ears of Luo Qingyuan and her group, and naturally, everyone turned to look. Non-Crossing was wearing a white lace-edged fluffy dress, portraying her innocence, with a gentle sweet smile on her face, resembling a painting. Upstairs, Zhang Jingwen observed everything. With a glass of red wine in hand, she smiled faintly. I didn't expect these two women to come. Zhang Jingchuan knew that Zhang Jingwen had sent people to watch Luo Qingyuan and Non-Crossing with the intention of bringing them over directly, but plans had changed. Zhang Jingchuan said, "Brother, since the main characters are here, let's begin." Zhang Jingwen pointed to Non-Crossing. "Let's start with this white moonlight." Zhang Jingwen's eyes gleamed with fire, impressed by Nanxing's beauty. He never knew he could fall in love at first sight. Duanyi's gaze settled on the second floor, feeling someone was watching. Even though everything was prepared, he couldn't afford any mishaps as all the important people were here. Meanwhile, a waiter circulated with red wine among the guests. Non-Crossing was surrounded by many people, reporters blocked by bodyguards, making her movement difficult. Duanyi signaled to Yangfen and whispered something. Yangfen quickly caught on and approached Non-Crossing. In the banquet hall, more people moved towards Non-Crossing. Luo Qingyuan, Duanzi, and Shen Shen also noticed. Luo Qingyuan was not foolish. She was smart enough to see that Duanyi had a plan, and she would not be a burden to him. So Cheng Sui and Liu Yan observed everything in a corner of the banquet hall. As a waiter prepared to spill wine on Non-Crossing, Yangfen calmly held the waiter's hand, saying, "Steady there, brother. There are many people here." The waiter's expression changed slightly, but he quickly composed himself. "Thank you, sir." The waiter walked away, and Non-Crossing was seated surrounded by a crowd, with journalists and media left behind. Seeing this, Duanyi took Luo Qingyuan's hand and said, "Let's go over there." Originally intending to lead Luo Qingyuan away from Non-Crossing, instead, Luo Qingyuan led him with Duanzi and Shen Shen to sit around Non-Crossing. It was the first time Non-Crossing had formally met Luo Qingyuan, and they were seated close together, with Duanyi on Luo Qingyuan's left. Non-Crossing felt a bit awkward, while Luo Qingyuan extended her hand with a smile. "Hello, Miss Non-Crossing. I am Luo Qingyuan, Duanyi's wife." Non-Crossing shook hands with Luo Qingyuan, smiling. "Hello, I'm Non-Crossing." Duanyi was nervous, and Duanzi beside him felt somewhat helpless. Duanzi remarked, "Your wife is quite bold." Duanyi whispered, "Yes, she is." Shen Shen remained calm, seeing no issue. Non-Crossing had never been with Duanyi. Doesn't count as an ex-girlfriend. And today was a unique situation. Nanxing's bodyguards and assistants could not accompany her to the event. Although she trusted Duanyi and Duanzi's arrangements, she could not ignore the lurking danger from the Zhang family. Shen Shen met Zhang Jingchuan's gaze. Jingchuan raised his glass, smiled slightly, and sipped his drink, seemingly indifferent to Shen Shen's scrutiny. Unperturbed, Shen Shen rolled her eyes and turned away. Zhang Jingchuan didn't mind either. To him, Shen Nianian was just a little girl throwing a tantrum, although a flash of malice could still be seen in her eyes. Shen Chongcheng watched all this and couldn't help but ponder slightly. The Zhang family is becoming more and more disdainful of people. There was another commotion at the door. Everyone turned to look and saw Luo Shuyan in a perfectly tailored suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, leading Ziwu into the room. Those who knew Luo Shuyan wanted to come over to greet him, but they were all stopped by Ziwu. Eventually, Luo Shuyan sat in a row behind Luo Qingyuan and raised his head to see a familiar face. Zhang Jingwen. Zhang Jingwen gave him a slight smile, and Luo Shuyan calmly returned it. Zhang Jingwen turned around and said, "Let's begin." Zhang Jingchuan nodded. "Okay." Shortly after, Zhang Jingchuan descended from the stage, and the entire reception room darkened, leaving only a bright beam of light shining on the stage. Zhang Jingchuan took the stage, but his eyes were fixed firmly on Luo Qingyuan. The expressions of Luo Shuyan and Duanyi turned solemn, and Luo Qingyuan wished she could tear him to pieces. Zhang Jingchuan said, "Welcome, everyone, to our Zhang family's charity banquet. Today, my fiancé is also present, and I am very happy. Therefore, the Zhang family will donate 1 million yuan to the Kyoto orphanage." The whole room erupted in surprise, followed by enthusiastic applause. People whispered among themselves, "Indeed, the Zhang family is wealthy and generous. This is a gesture for his fiancée, to spare no expense." Yes, His fiancée is truly fortunate to have Jian's young master. These remarks reached the ears of Duanyi and others. Duanyi's face darkened considerably, and Luo Shuyan's expression was not pleasant either. Although non-crossing did not know what was happening, she could sense the tension in the air, making her nervous as well. Someone whispered, "Is this the youngest son of the Zhang family? Who is his fiancée?" Another whispered in response, "Don't you know? I heard she's the daughter of the richest man." Zhang Jingchuan declared, "All right, the donation begins now." The host was about to take the microphone when Luo Shuyan stood up and said, "Wait." As soon as Luo Shuyan spoke, attendants appeared on either side of the banquet hall, carrying boxes of cash boxes towards the stage, neatly lining them up in front of Zhang Jingchuan. Zhang Jingchuan looked at Luo Shuyan. "Brother, why don't we wait? We can't wait any longer." Luo Shuyan got up, walked to the stage, and took the microphone. "Today, on this occasion, I, Luo Shuyan, as the head of the Luo family, declare the nullification of the engagement between the Luo and Zhang families. The betrothal gifts given by the Zhang family will be compensated by the Luo family twofold." Furthermore, Zhang Jingchuan's face turned green, and he quickly grabbed Luo Shuyan's shoulder. "Brother, don't go too far." Ziwu, not far away, saw the situation and immediately rushed onto the stage, separating Luo Shuyan and Zhang Jingchuan. Zhang Jingwen stood quietly on the second floor, his eyes increasingly cold. What a Luo family! What a Luo Shuyan! Luo Shuyan looked at Luo Qingyuan, his eyes softening. "My sister is already married to a stinky brat. Although I am not pleased with it, I cannot change her preference. Since your marriage, I have never said a kind word. Today, with the dignitaries of the capital present, I wish you a happy marriage." Luo Qingyuan's eyes welled up with tears, and those boxes were worth at least tens of millions. She knew. Zhang Jingwen burst out laughing in disbelief. After Luo Shuyan finished speaking, he turned to Zhang Jingchuan, handed him the microphone, and said with a smile, "The annulment is my decision. If you have any issues, come at me. I'll deal with them. But if..." Luo Shuyan's voice was low, only enough for him and Zhang Jingchuan to hear. "If you dare to touch my sister, I will do everything in my power to bring down the Zhang family. Don't believe me? You can try." Zhang Jingchuan's face darkened. He looked at Luo Shuyan. "Initially, considering you are my elder cousin, I thought we could coexist harmoniously. But since you have made this decision, don't blame me." The atmosphere was tense. People couldn't hear what they were saying, but the aura of the two men was intimidating. Everyone feared they might start a fight. However, Luo Shuyan just sneered, then walked off the stage. Zhang Jingchuan followed and left the stage. Luo Shuyan returned to his seat directly. The host began the banquet, and the sound of the piano filled the room. People were already dancing in the ballroom at the rear. It seemed as though everything that had just happened was a figment of everyone's imagination. Yet, even though no one dared to say anything, everyone's hearts were in turmoil. They all wondered how strong the Luo family's power really was and how much money was in those boxes being carried away. Zhang Jingwen, smoking a cigarette, waved his hand as people were mingling and making donations, when suddenly, the power went out in the room. "Ah!" Someone screamed in fright. Nanxing's heart raced even faster. The host spoke, "Everyone, please remain calm. This is just a small interruption. We have prepared a little surprise for everyone. Coming right up. Audience members, please stand temporarily." The waitstaff quickly came and removed all the chairs. Duanyi held on to Luo Qingyuan and Duanzi instinctively protected Chen Nianian. Non-crossing was flustered when she heard Luo Qingyuan say, "Don't be afraid, we're here." Duanyi echoed, "Yes, we're here." Non-crossing finally calmed down a bit and felt that they were a perfect match, thanking them. Soon, twinkling stars lit up around them, and the music on stage changed from slow to lively. The host announced, "Everyone, please enjoy the dance. Tonight, all expenses are on the Zhang family." Duanyi noticed waitstaff moving through the crowd heading towards them. Yan Fan's gaze sharpened. "They've really come," Duanzi said. "They're really desperate." Rows of wine were brought to their table, and everyone instinctively took a glass. Non-crossing wanted to drink to calm her nerves, but had the cup covered by Luo Qingyuan's hand. Non-crossing looked over, puzzled, and Luo Qingyuan gestured with her lips. "Maybe you shouldn't drink tonight." Non-crossing nodded silently, whispering her thanks and remaining quiet. Chen Nianian handed a bottle of water to Luo Qingyuan, who then handed it to Non-crossing, saying, Drink this if you're thirsty. Non-crossing accepted it, somewhat dazed, even feeling a bit overwhelmed. She couldn't understand why Duanyi's wife was being so kind to her. And why did Luo Qingyuan feel so familiar? Where had she seen her before? Besides saying thank you, Non-crossing couldn't say anything else. At the same time, a cold hand grasped her arm. Non-crossing turned to see a female server. Before she could ask what the person wanted, she was pulled away. At the same time, the surrounding lights dimmed once again, with not even the starlight visible. Luo Qingyuan reacted quickly. Just as Non-crossing was being pulled away, she grabbed Nanxing's other arm. The water in Nanxing's hand dropped to the floor. Her arm was being pulled painfully, causing Non-crossing to shed a tear from the pain. Duanyi and Yangfan were the closest to Non-crossing and both strode over, with Yangfan even pulling out a flashlight to shine on the situation, while Duanyi, regardless of the person's gender, directly kicked over. These actions took place in an instant. Luo Qingyuan pulled Non-crossing behind her, then stood calmly in front of her. Behind Non-crossing and Luo Qingyuan were Luo Shuyan and Ziwu. Non-crossing was a bit stunned, her arm still aching, but seeing Luo Qingyuan's figure made her feel a bit emotional in that moment. Duanyi quickly turned back, holding on to Luo Qingyuan, asking her, "Are you okay? Are you hurt?" Luo Qingyuan smiled gently and shook her head, saying, "I'm fine, don't worry." Duanyi breathed a sigh of relief, then also looked at Non-crossing and asked, "Non-crossing, are you okay?" Non-crossing hurriedly replied, "I'm fine." Meanwhile, Zhang Jingwen, who observed everything, forcefully smashed the glass in his hand. "These scoundrels, get them!" Soon, footsteps were heard upstairs, and many staff members came down. Duanzi's voice could be heard nearby. These well-trained footsteps, it seems they want to forcefully take over. At the same time, with a loud bang, the hotel's main door was closed. Panic finally set in as everyone took out their phones to use as flashlights, but someone moved among them, causing chaos and not giving them time to act. Even the windows were covered with curtains, making it impossible to see anything. It was then that Zhang Jingchuan led a group of people towards Luo Qingyuan. Zhang Jingwen stood by the monitor, quietly watching Non-crossing. While he wanted to destroy Non-crossing initially, seeing her made him regret it. He believed that a pure and flawless princess like her should be cherished by him. At the same time, people surrounding Duanyi had already reacted quickly, using their phones as flashlights almost instantly in the darkness. These people belonged to Liang Mo. Mani stood between Luo Qingyuan and Non-crossing, looking around with a sharp gaze. Yangfan said, "These people have some audacity, daring to rob in public." Non-crossing was afraid, as Che Yue and Suke were not by her side at the moment, and the media and reporters seemed to be trapped at the periphery of the chaos. Duanyi could sense Non-crossing trembling, but he didn't dare to hold her hand, trying to maintain some distance. Duanyi's voice cut through the chaos and reached the ears of the two women. "Don't be afraid, I'm here, nothing will happen." Just as he finished speaking, there was a commotion ahead, and someone charged forward. Despite the darkness, Duanyi's skills were as good as Yangfan's. The two met the attacker simultaneously. At this moment, Luo Shuyan protected Luo Qingyuan from both sides and decisively said, "Let's go. Let's get out first." As it was too dark around them, Luo Qingyuan wanted to find Non-crossing but was reassured by Ziwu, who said, "Miss, don't worry, Non-crossing is being watched." So, Luo Shuyan quickly led Luo Qingyuan out, with people protecting them, while Duanzi pushed Chen Nianian and Shen Changcheng to leave together under protection. This was the plan agreed upon by Luo Shuyan and Duanyi. In case of real danger, Luo Qingyuan was the main target to ensure she was safely taken away first, to prevent any possible failure of the Zhang family's schemes. And indeed, when Zhang Jingchuan arrived, Luo Qingyuan was already gone. Zhang Jingchuan was furious and couldn't help but curse, "I'm so damn mad." Was the speed that fast? When Zhang Jingchuan was searching for Luo Qingyuan, he was unexpectedly punched in the eye by Duanyi. Zhang Jingchuan howled in pain, but the punches kept raining down on him like a storm, causing intense pain all over his body. Non-crossing, who was standing nearby, was supposed to leave with Yangfan, but she was shocked by what she witnessed and hesitated to leave. Seeing this, Zhang Jingwen couldn't wait any longer and personally led everyone in the room downstairs. The lobby was chaotic, with screams and fights breaking out. Outside the hotel, two groups of people were rapidly approaching. Duanzi reached out and pulled Duanyi up, saying, "It's time to go." Even when beating someone in the dark, there must be some level of control. In the dark, Duanyi was like a lion, his eyes cunning and calm. He looked calmly at Zhang Jingquan, who was unable to get up from the ground, and then left directly. Non-crossing stood dumbfounded in place. After hesitating for a second, Duanyi reached out and grabbed her wrist, then quickly walked out with her hand in his, followed closely by Yangfen and Duanzi. Liang Mo's men quickly decided to act upon seeing their leader retreat. Zhang Jingwen led Zhang Jingquan upstairs just as the hotel's main door was forcibly opened. Numerous flashlights shone over them. "Police! Stop the fighting! Everybody get down now!" Yang Fan saw that Duanyi and the others had left the scene, so he quickly stepped back, calling out to the Zhang brothers and attracting the police's attention. The police acted swiftly and approached Yang Fan directly. Zhang Jingquan finally came to his senses and stood up. He was in pain all over and extremely furious, especially when he saw Yang Fan. Realizing he was the person following Duanyi, anger filled Zhang Jingquan's eyes as he reached for something behind him. However, Zhang Jingquan's hand stopped him. Zhang Jingquan said, "Don't be reckless in public." Zhang Jingquan said, "Brother, I want them dead." Zhang Jingquan snatched the gun from Zhang Jingquan's hand, then handed it over to his subordinate. "Listen, now is not the time. I was negligent, didn't expect the skills of the Duan brothers to be that good. And there are others helping them. The identities of these people still need to be verified." Zhang Jingquan urged everyone to calm down, stating it was not the time to lose temper. The surveillance in the hotel had been completely destroyed. By the time the police arrived, Zhang Jingquan had dragged Zhang Jingquan upstairs. After Duanyi led non-crossing out of the encirclement and let go of her hand, he didn't even look back at her but quickly headed towards Luo Qingyuan standing at the door. The surroundings were noisy, with many people around, but non-crossing could accurately see Duanyi's back. Her wrist had red marks from being gripped too tightly, as one does in moments of tension. She felt both her wrist and heart were uncomfortable. Amid the chaos, memories flashed through Nanxing's mind. It was similar to the year they graduated from high school, and they were celebrating and jubilant. At that time, with many people around, Duanyi called out to her, "Non-crossing." As non-crossing turned back, Duanyi joyfully lifted her up, and they were so excited that she felt dizzy. Duanyi twirled her around, exclaiming, "We've graduated." They had just graduated. People bumped into her as she walked, but she didn't register it, just mindlessly headed in Duanyi's direction. Lost in her thoughts, she reached out her hand, just as Duanyi did back then. "Duanyi." It wasn't until Duanzi gently guided her and warned her to be careful that non-crossing snapped back to reality. Her eyes dim and lifeless as she responded, "Brother Duan, I'm fine." Originally, in their senior year, Nanxing would turn around, but the current Duanyi wouldn't. Duan's was really anxious. Nanxing's mental state seemed a bit distracted. "Nanxing, let me take you back first." Nanxing smiled and shook her head, quickly returning to her normal state. She said, "I won't trouble you, big brother Duan." Nanxing took a deep breath and, through the dense crowd, finally looked towards that couple. She said, "Big brother, Yi and Miss Luo are truly a perfect match." Nanxing raised her head, still smiling, but tears welled up in her eyes. "Big brother, I sincerely wish them happiness." At that moment, Che Yue and the assistant rushed over anxiously. Nanxing said, "Big brother, I'm leaving now." Before Nanxing could finish her sentence, the lights in the hotel all turned on. And what's worse, on the big screen in the hotel lobby, a picture suddenly appeared. It was a photo of Nanxing and Duanyi on non-mountain. Dang! A water bottle was thrown directly at the screen, shattering it to pieces, startling the guests to flee in all directions again. The police had to quickly maintain order, as the photo had only been on the screen for less than 2 seconds, too quick for most to see. The speed was astonishing. Zhang Jingquan was about to jump up, shouting, Who the hell did this?" Zhang Jingquan was also going crazy. The final step was ruined. They had planned to keep an eye on Luo Qingyuan and Nanxing at their homes and the company, but they had come directly to the hotel. When they tried to drug the drinks, they hadn't expected them to not take a sip. Their plan to abduct them was thwarted. Everyone was mobilized, but they were intercepted before getting close by individuals who had suddenly appeared from nowhere. They had planned to expose Nanxing and Duanyi in front of everyone, but the moment the photo was shown, it was immediately shattered to a blank screen. Nanxing looked at Duanyi again, only to see him staring grimly at the fragments of the screen. Duans laughed. This kid, his reaction speed is as fast as ever. Duans reassured Nangsing. Don't worry, everything will be fine. Many people had told her it would be fine, but only when she looked at Duany did Nangsing truly believe that everything would be fine. They weren't on the same path, but he would still protect her, as would everyone around him, including his wife. What had she done to deserve this? Nangsing smiled brightly and held Cheyu's hand, saying, Big brother, thank you. So, Nangsing and her colleagues left together. Luo Qingyuan held Duanya's hand, soothing him softly. It's okay, I know it's all the Zhang family's doing. Behind them were not only police but also Luo's family bodyguards, all tall and imposing, exuding pressure as they stood there. Listening to Luo Qingyuan's comfort, Duanya's anger subsided a bit, but this time, he had completely severed his ties with the Zhang family. He just wanted to live a peaceful life, tending his own garden, but there were always people making it difficult for him. Since he couldn't have it easy, then no one should. He knew that this incident would probably be brushed under the rug today. After all, there were no surveillance cameras. It would likely be seen as a mere scuffle, but it didn't matter, as they would settle their scores later. Duany thought this, but gently rubbed Luo Qingyuan's head and said, You go home first and wait for me. Luo Shuyan had brought so many people to ensure Luo Qingyuan's safe return home. Luo Qingyuan nodded. Although she knew Duany was capable, seeing so many injured people lying there while he was unharmed made her proud yet melancholic. She leaned in and hugged Duany. Duany, puzzled, still wrapped his arms around her, asking, What's wrong? Luo Qingyuan clung to his waist, whimpering softly in his embrace. Come back early, I miss you. Duany paused, then couldn't help but smile, gently squeezing his wife's face before replying, Okay. Luo Qingyuan left, casting a glance at Luo Shuyan. Thank you, brother. Luo Shuyan suddenly smiled, pointing at Duany. You really keep your capabilities hidden. Luo Shuyan had not expected Duanya's skills to be almost on par with Xiao's. Waving his hand, Luo Shuyan said, My dear sister, don't worry. Go home early and don't make Qingyuan wait too long. With his entourage, Luo Shuyan left in an instant, leaving the entrance deserted. Duans had also bid farewell to Shen Nan and came over. Let's go. We should go see the Zhang families to brothers. As Duany and Duans approached, only Zhang Jingwen and Yangfen were talking, with another person taking notes. Zhang Jingwen, this charity banquet was indeed poorly handled by us, causing a big misunderstanding. My brother was seriously injured, but comrade, rest assured, we will take responsibility ourselves. Zhang family will compensate those injured at the banquet. Yangfen had never seen such shameless people. Clearly, they were abducting people, yet they claimed it was due to a power outage causing panic and resulting in the scuffle. The pompous excuse left him speechless. Once Duany arrived, Zhang Jingwen abandoned Yangfen and walked over with a smile. Oh, this must be the husband of Miss Luo's family. Nice to meet you. I'm truly sorry for the bad experience we've given you today. In a few days, I will personally come over to apologize. Duany wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Duans. This person was different from Zhang Jingchuan, the fool. So, Duans also smiled. Yes, at a charity banquet, it is turned into a mess. If you didn't know, you would think that young Master Zhang wanted to use this charity banquet as an excuse to do something else. Zhang Jingwen beamed, showing no sign of unhappiness. How could that be? But this is the responsibility of my Zhang family, and we will not shirk it. The compensation will be decided by the hotel manager and the comrades involved. Yangfen sneered. Does young Master Zhang think having a few bucks makes you superior? Zhang Jingwen, still smiling, said, Comrade, as the saying goes, money makes the world go round. I believe the injured guests would prefer a peaceful resolution. Of course, if anyone feels unsatisfied, they can send us a lawyer's letter, and the Zhang family will not back down. After saying this, Zhang Jingwen looked at Duany behind Duans. No one has repeatedly made the Zhang family suffer setbacks. Second young Master Duan, you are truly exceptional. Zhang Jingwen even gave Duany a thumbs up. Duany remained composed. Is that so? Congratulations. Duans also smiled. Young Master Zhang is indeed remarkable. Rarely does someone behave like a toad, ugly and vicious, yet unaware. Zhang Jingwen's smile vanished at Duanzi's words, his face contorting and even twitching a few times. Zhang Jingwen, Yangfen and the note-taking cop almost burst into laughter. Not being able to laugh made John Jingwen stay sick. Unable to maintain his smile, he simply stopped. He didn't argue with Duan's but, as he left, he gave Duan a meaningful look, silently saying, "Just wait, the show is just beginning." He thought Duan didn't know what he was blabbering about, but he was wrong. Members of the Du family could all lip read. The Zhang families to brothers have both scattered, leaving only Duanyi and Duanzi. Yang Fen walked over. "It's impossible to move the Zhang family with just this." Duanzi patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, it's not just this." Yang Fan's heart suddenly tightened. "Duanzi, you must follow the rules and regulations in your actions. You are our advisor, you can't make mistakes." Duanzi glanced at him and fell silent. Yang Fan instantly got a headache and wanted to advise further, but Duanyi smiled. "Don't worry, brother Yang Fan, my brother has me watching over him. We know our limits." Yang Fan then relaxed, thinking about it. What is the concept of the Duan family? Why should he worry? So, Yang Fan waved his hand. "You guys go on. I still have to take care of the aftermath with my brothers here." Yang Fan quickly got busy. After all, there were still many people busy at the scene. Duanzi and Duanyi glanced at each other and then walked straight out of the door. On the third floor of the hotel, John Jingwen was standing in front of 3 bodyguards, all with sweat on their faces and palms damp from nervousness. John Jingwen looked at the smashed computer in the room and the lost USB drive. The USB drive contained AI-generated photos of non-crossing and Duanyi, as well as Luo Qingyuan's. John Jingwen sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and asked leisurely, "You guys were outside the door, but didn't notice anything?" The middle one, John Chen, nervously spoke up. "Boss, we really didn't hear any sound. We never expected there would be someone in the room, and no one actually entered." John Jingwen, "So you mean the computer broke itself, and the USB drive grew legs and walked away by itself?" John Cheng's face turned red. He dared not say another word. The other two lowered their heads even more, not daring to breathe. John Jingwen calmly said, "The 3 of you can leave. Don't come tomorrow." John Cheng wanted to say something, but John Jingwen's flat and emotionless gaze made him step back, without any emotions, but it still scared him. John Cheng could only say, "Yes." The other 2 echoed, "Yes." The 3 quickly left. John Jingwen's trusted a tall and burly man, walked out. He was of mixed blood, part Han Chinese and part foreign blood, named Han Fan. His skin was much darker than a Han Chinese's, and he had been with John Jingwen for 7 years. "Han Fang, have them taken to where they should go." Han Fang replied, indifferently, "I have already arranged for it." John Jingwen sat in his chair, looking out the window. The night view of Kyoto seemed especially beautiful. Only within the boundaries of Han could one see such a prosperous night scene. It seemed like all the corruption in the world had nothing to do with this world. John Jingwen said, "I was just coming back to have some fun this time, but didn't expect Kyoto still has such interesting people." Han Fang asked, "So, boss, do you want to deal with them?" John Jingwen smiled. "Deal with them? How can one deal within the boundaries of Han?" Han Fang remained silent. His life was given by John Jingwen. As long as John Jingwen spoke, he would do everything in his power to solve it. John Jingwen said, "Han Fang, you always behave like this, being silent at critical moments." Han Fang still didn't speak. John Jingwen continued, "Do you know, catching a mouse, you have to play with it step by step until it dies. You can't just strike and kill it in one go. Where's the fun in that?" This time, Han Fang spoke, "Boss, from my perspective, the Duan brothers are definitely not just for show. And second young master has been sent to the hospital, his nose bones broken, leg fractured, face all bruised and swollen. It shows Duanyi is someone who can be ruthless." Han Fang was reminding John Jingwen not to go too far. "This is not a lawless area. Either you don't act, or if you do, you must have a killer move to finish off the enemy in one strike, never give them a chance to breathe." But John Jingwen didn't agree with Han Fang's words. Even after such a big loss today, he still felt that a mere 2 ordinary people, even if they climbed the high branch of the Luo family and knew some martial arts. So what? He was used to controlling everything, especially this time. His own younger brother was beaten up by Duanyi, which was a slap in his face. John Jingwen didn't pursue the topic but asked, "Are the people all arranged?" Han Fang sighed inwardly. He knew the boss wouldn't listen to him. After all these years, relying on the tools in his hands and the people following the boss, No matter where they went, they had always come back safely. This time, it was probably the same. So, Han Fang replied, everything is arranged. Han Fang also didn't understand why a woman was worth the boss mobilizing so many people. There were plenty of women around the boss. What kind was missing? Zhang Jingwen said. In that case, let's go. At this moment, Duanyi and Duanzi were on their return journey. Duanyi hadn't spoken the whole way, silently driving. Duanzi thought Duanyi was frightened by the events of tonight, so he said, you don't need to worry about what Zhang Jingwen said. The banquet just ended. He won't do anything suspicious. Everyone is watching him. Duanyi raised his eyebrows and immediately began to turn right, quickly stopping the car. Duanzi asked, what's wrong? Duanyi's mind was extremely calm. He hadn't understood Zhang Jingwen's last words, but with Duanzi's reminder, he figured it out. Yes, under normal circumstances, after such a big incident at a banquet, one would definitely reassure people's hearts first, hold a press conference to explain what happened. But that's what normal people would do. The Zhang family brothers were two lunatics. Duanyi said, brother, the situation tonight might not be over yet. Duanzi was stunned for 3 seconds, then immediately understood. You mean? Duanyi nodded, then stepped on the gas, and the car sped off. Luo Qingyuan received a call from Duanzi. At this time, she was about to arrive home, about 5 kilometers away. Hello, brother Duan. Just as Luo Qingyuan answered, Duanyi's voice came through. Duanyi said, Qingyuan, have big brother look around. See if there are any vehicles following you. Luo Shuyan took the phone from Luo Qingyuan abruptly. What do you mean? Duanyi said, I suspect Zhang Jingwen is still up to no good. He might do something else. Listen to me. First, see if anyone is tracking you. Then stop the car on the side of the road and check each one carefully. Duanyi couldn't figure out Zhang Jingwen's plan at the moment, but his intuition told him that things were not yet over. Luo Shuyan didn't take it lightly. Alright, after that, more than 10 cars were moving slowly in front and behind. Duanyi said, I'm coming over right now. While speaking, Duanyi didn't hang up. The car was speeding away. Duanzi silently tightened his grip on the armrest. 10 minutes later, Luo Shuyan's angry voice was heard. Damn, this son of a b****, TCH. Several cars behind are leaking oil, one of which had its brake system tampered with. Tires also have issues. Duanyi's heart suddenly sank. Is your car okay? Luo Shuyan said, the car we are in is fine, but Zhang Jingwen is ruthless. They didn't send anyone to follow us, but they want our lives. Everyone understood that although Luo Shuyan's car was fine, if anything happened to one of them, it would be targeting Luo Shuyan and Luo Qingyuan. Especially within the last 3 kilometers back home, there were several sharp turns. If a rear-end collision occurred by accident, more than one person could die. Duanyi and Duanzi exchanged a glance, and they both saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. Luo Qingyuan's voice seemed to have a magical power, penetrating through the phone, calming the slight worrying in Duanyi's heart. Yi. Don't worry about me. I'm fine. Drive slowly and don't rush. Duanyi nodded. I got it, wife. Your cars must be unusable. Let's have all these cars towed and checked first. Oh, brother, don't forget to report to the police. Luo Shuyan immediately replied. Don't worry. Following that, Luo Shuyan got out of the car with Luo Qingyuan. Ziwu contacted the police, and Luo Shuyan called his subordinates to send cars over. Soon, luxurious cars drove out of the underground garage of the Beijing Sihuan. Before long, when he arrived by Luo Qingyuan's side, Luo Qingyuan, who was poor, was standing by the road messaging Shen Nianian when she saw a white car approaching. Squinting, she saw Duanyi getting out of the car. At the sight of him, Luo Qingyuan's eyes lit up, and she quickly ran over, instinctively opening her arms, with a bright smile on her face. Duanyi didn't even think. He lifted her up, ruffled her head with lingering fear. Glad you're okay. You scared me. Luo Qingyuan gazed at him with starry eyes. Honey, you were amazing. You know, those people my brother brought are no pushovers, but you managed to uncover Zhang Jingwen's scheme before them. Luo Qingyuan moved closer, rubbing her soft cheek against his. You are so great, really great. Luo Shuyan, who had joined them, said, Yes, your sharp instincts are remarkable. Our counter-surveillance capabilities are also strong. We didn't notice anyone tracking us along the way. Before leaving, Ziwu also checked our car to ensure there were no issues. Ziwu added, but we neglected to consider they might sabotage other cars. Luo Shuyan furrowed his brows. Yes, we overlooked that. Feeling embarrassed in front of her older brother and lover, Luo Qingyuan quickly straightened up. Duanyi didn't mind and quietly wrapped his arms around her waist, softly pinching her, silently thinking, having a wife is truly wonderful. While Luo Qingyuan remained composed on the outside, her body tensed slightly. Why is this person so improper? Doesn't he know her waist is sensitive? Duanyi reassured them. This is not your negligence, you have high vigilance. They didn't track you because they knew you would check and have counter-surveillance capabilities. They must have targeted other cars instead. Luo Qingyuan concurred. Yes, if I were alone heading home tonight, it would have been dangerous. With a pair of beautiful fox-like eyes blinking, she gazed directly at Duanyi, making him itch with anticipation. Yes, going home alone will indeed be perilous. Duanyi grinned. I'll accompany you, and you'll be safe. Instantaneously, something flashed in Duanyi's mind. Recalling Zhang Jingwen's interested gaze towards non-crossing on the second floor, and his expression shifted suddenly. Fear struck him. Zhang Jingwen might be employing a stratagem. Duanyi exclaimed. Oh no, non-crossing. Duanyi, Luo Shuyan, and Luo Qingyuan were momentarily stunned but immediately comprehended the situation. If anyone lacked counter-surveillance capabilities, it was non-crossing. Luo Qingyuan's brow furrowed. Duanyi, save non-crossing. If non-crossing fell into Zhang Jingwen's hands, it was unbearable to imagine. Luo Shuyan disclosed a disturbing piece of information he had gathered. It said that women associated with Zhang Jingwen have a grim fate. He has inhumane habits. Duanyi and Duanyi gasped in horror. Duanyi swiftly jumped into the driver's seat. You to stay here. I'll go save her. Call me Yan Fan. Duanyi hastily hugged Luo Qingyuan, giving her a quick peck. Sorry. Anxious, she urged. Hurry. Duanyi hastened away. Brother, take the passenger seat. I'll navigate. Thus, in disarray, Duanyi crawled into the front seat and began driving. In terms of navigation, he wasn't as adept as Duanyi, so they left the job to the experts. Luo Shuyan instructed Ziwu, go with your team to help. I'll follow soon. Ziwu didn't hesitate and quickly led a group of people to the scene. Luo Shuyan took the wheel personally. Qingyuan, get in the car. We're heading to rescue someone. Without hesitation, Luo Qingyuan hopped into the car as Luo Shuyan accelerated swiftly. The people following Luo Shuyan knew little Lu's physical prowess, but they were unaware that Luo Shuyan's own skills were also formidable, though he rarely displayed them publicly. A SUV sped along mountain roads. Yes, mountain roads. Duanyi opted for a shortcut. Sitting in the passenger seat, Duanyi attempted to call non-crossing, but the call wouldn't connect. He then tried calling Che Yue, with no success either. Duanyi felt a heavy weight in his heart. To be honest, this whole situation was unfortunate for non-crossing. If not for him, Zhang Jingwen wouldn't have set his sights on non-crossing. She could have filmed peacefully. Duanyi urged, call sister-in-law. As soon as Duanyi spoke, a message from Lianmo with a location and several pictures arrived on Duanyi's phone. After a quick look, Duanyi felt somewhat reassured. Today, non-crossing didn't go to the set, and it was quite remote with no surveillance cameras en route. She was heading towards home via main roads. The pictures were from 5 minutes ago, and they weren't sure about the current situation, but the fact that they couldn't establish contact suggested the signal had been cut off. They were likely preparing to make a move. Duanyi's eyes gleamed. Bro, buckle up. So, Duanyi floored the gas pedal. Fortunately, non-crossing hadn't gone to the set today, a small blessing amidst misfortune. At that moment, Non-Sheng's car had pulled over, and Che Yue and her assistant got out. Non-crossing spoke. It's late today. In the early morning, have the driver come to pick me up. Let the bodyguards in the back seat drop you home. I'm less than a kilometer away from home, so it won't delay you. Hurry back. With those words, non-crossing closed the window as the driver drove off. Che Yue and her assistant sighed and boarded the back car, adjusting direction. Seeing numerous black luxury cars passing by, Che Yue couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? It's late, yet so many cars. However, the vehicles soon departed, and following the principle of not getting involved, Che Yue continued on her way. 900 meters from home, Non-Sheng's business vehicle was surrounded by a series of black luxury cars, with the frontmost car facing them being a Maybach. Non-Sheng's heart raced, and the driver sweated in distress. What's happening? This is... The car door was ruthlessly pounded. Open up. Non-crossing. drenched in cold sweat, turned pale. What's going on? The door swung open crudely, and the driver was dragged out. Non-crossing, with fear in her eyes, watched as the Maybach's door swung open, revealing Zhang Jingwen, stepping out accompanied by several burly bodyguards. Unable to form words, Non-crossing met Zhang Jingwen's direct, mocking gaze. She saw the predatory and taunting gleam in his eyes, leaving her frozen, her mind only able to circle to words, "It's over." Zhang Jingwen was blunt, and his eyes were unabashed. He lowered his head, rolled down the window, leisurely enjoying Nanxing's discomfort and fear. "Don't be nervous, I'm here to save you, Miss Non-crossing. Follow me, and I guarantee wealth and prosperity for your entire life. How about it?" Tears streamed uncontrollably down Nanxing's face, her eyes wide with defiance as she retorted, "You, worthy of it? You toad." Zhang Jingwen's expression darkened. Refuses a toast only to drink a forfeit? Just as he moved to open the car door and forcefully take Non-crossing out, a Wuling Hongwan hurtled down a high slope. Yes, a Wuling Hongwan, the temporary vehicle Duanyi switched to and would have to compensate for afterward. More importantly, there was a sound system in the car blaring, "A toad wants to eat swan meat. A toad wants to eat swan meat. A toad wants to eat swan meat." Zhang Jingwen and Non-crossing both turned around simultaneously, one in shock, the other elated. All the bodyguards in suits subconsciously ran away, except for Zhang Jingwen and Han Fang, who did not move. Non-crossing also forced herself to stay calm. Despite trembling all over, she carefully moved to the other side, trying to get out of the car from there. She had no power to resist. She couldn't stay here, otherwise she would become a bargaining chip for Zhang Jingwen to threaten Duanyi. At this moment, she had to protect herself in order to help brother Duan and Duanyi. The van rushed down directly, without any intention of slowing down. Non-crossing was originally surrounded by luxury cars, forcefully pushed aside by Duanyi to make way. Zhang Jingwen's eyes changed from astonishment to complexity. Han Fang reminded behind him, "Boss, at a time like this, if we directly confront them, we will be at a disadvantage. Since they are here, Luo Shuyan will probably arrive with people soon. And if we bring the police over again, the situation will not be optimistic." After Han Fang finished speaking, Duanyi and Duanzi had already rushed to them and skillfully parked the car. Duanyi's Maybach was knocked crooked, and Duanyi's broken van was knocked to pieces. The headlights fell off and were smoking, but they still stopped steadily. Zhang Jingwen was about to blow up, but he knew Han Fang was right. If this were a no-man's land, he could have shot Duanyi without hesitation. But this was not the case here. If he acted, he would be skinned alive. So, Zhang Jingwen laughed in anger. He couldn't figure out why Duanyi appeared here. Shouldn't Luo Qingyuan be dead by now? Wasn't he supposed to go collect Luo Qingyuan's body? Duanyi and Duanzi stepped out of the car, and the surrounding bodyguards surrounded them again, staring at Duanyi and Duanzi vigilantly. Duanyi saw Non-crossing trying to move away, but he didn't even frown. Instead, he looked at Zhang Jingwen and said, "Zhang Deshao, with your current posture, those who don't know would think you want to force a woman. I don't know elsewhere, but in Huaxia, it's a serious crime." Zhang Jingwen's face was extremely ugly. Han Fang watched and hurriedly pulled his boss away while saying, "Duanyi, don't misunderstand. Isn't Non-crossing fine here? Our company happens to have a new brand that needs a spokesperson. Our boss is here to offer a collaboration to Miss Non-crossing." Duanzi, collaboration? Duanzi smiled, looked around, then smirked sarcastically. What kind of collaboration is worth all this commotion? Zhang Jingwen really didn't want to play along. He arranged so many scenes today, repeatedly disrupted by the Duan brothers. He really wished he could just kill them right there. Tension was high among the three. The bodyguards also observed in secret, ready to act at their boss's command. At that moment, the sound of a car door opening made everyone turn their heads. Zhang Jingwen also looked and saw Non-crossing agilely getting out of the car from the other side. At the moment their eyes met, he saw fear in Nanxing's eyes. Zhang Jingwen smirked, finding Nanxing's appearance intriguing, akin to a frightened little rabbit, which was rather meaningful. Non-crossing suddenly closed the car door, isolating Zhang Jingwen's view. Duanzi swiftly walked towards Non-crossing. Zhang Jingwen instinctively wanted to intervene, but Duanyi decisively stood in his way, blocking him. Their eyes locked, Duanyi's gaze sharp, and Zhang Jingwen's eyes filled with annoyance. Han Fang, watching, felt his heart almost jump out of his chest. He saw the aura of the Duan brothers no less imposing than Zhang Jingwen's. Although Zhang Jingwen had been struggling outside for so many years, these two brothers, Han Fang's right eyelid kept twitching. The bodyguards gradually surrounded them, and Duanzi shielded non-crossing behind him, alertly staring at the others. Duanyi remained expressionless and uttered, are you going to make a move? The atmosphere became more serious. Zhang Jingwen now wanted to knock Duanyi's head off, unable to use a gun. Even if he turned him into a vegetable, it would be fine. Han Fang's heart leapt, and Nanxing's face turned even paler. She suddenly cried out in fear, "Be careful." Only Duanzi remained calm, looking at the scene without any worrying. Han Fang clearly saw Duanzi's expression. It was a feeling of being in control. Han Fang's mind suddenly flashed with an idea and he quickly spoke up. Wait, but it was too slow. Yes, too slow. As he spoke, the bodyguard had already been picked up by Duanyi and thrown onto a nearby Maybach, then dropped heavily to the ground. Suddenly, the surroundings fell silent. This was an assault, a sudden assault. Duanyi's reaction was so quick. Zhang Jingwen wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Han Fang. Han Fang approached Zhang Jingwen. Boss, Duanyi's skills are extraordinary. His background is probably not ordinary. Zhang Jingwen's brow twitched. Before he could react, the sound of sirens could be heard approaching. Now, everyone's faces turned grim. Zhang Jingwen gritted his teeth, glaring at Duanyi who stood still. Han Fang quickly took charge. What are you standing around for? Get in the car and let's go. So the bodyguards quickly got into the car and the car sped off. Zhang Jingwen looked at Duanyi. You really surprised me. Duanyi, right? I think I'll remember you. Duanyi coldly stared back, not responding. But just as Zhang Jingwen was about to leave, Duanyi nonchalantly stood in front of him once again. Zhang Jingwen's gaze darkened. What do you want? Duanyi pointed to his Wuling Han Wang Van. Compensation. Zhang Jingwen's temples throbbed even more violently. You damaged my Maybach, and you want me to pay you. If Nanxing's situation escalated, then it would make Duanyi a formidable figure, being able to investigate Zhang's family openly and take action publicly. But since that hadn't happened, and he couldn't let it happen, they could only remain deadlocked. Han Fang again tactfully pulled Zhang Jingwen away. After all, the sound of sirens was drawing nearer. Zhang Jingwen suppressed his anger. How much? Duanyi. 1 million. How much? Zhang Jingwen doubted if he had misheard. 1 million. Wasn't a broken van worth only 50,000? He was asking for 1 million. Non-crossing, in disbelief, almost burst into laughter. Was squeezing money really that easy? Everyone held their breath, waiting for Zhang Jingwen's decision. Eventually, Zhang Jingwen laughed in anger. Fine, fine, fine. Very well. He repeated good 3 times, indicating his extreme anger. Duanyi. Within half an hour, the money must be transferred. Zhang Jingwen's face twisted with rage. Han Fang hurriedly reassured. Okay. The money will definitely be transferred within half an hour. Han Fang then pulled Zhang Jingwen and pushed him into the car. Boss, you go ahead. I'll handle things here. Zhang Jingwen got into another car and rolled down the window. Looking at Duanyi, he said with a smile, although I don't know how you figured out so many things, but you are indeed a formidable opponent. Duanyi, if you are willing, perhaps we can turn our swords into plowshares. Follow me. I promise you will. Before he could finish, Duanyi walked over and cut him off. Zhang Jingwen, I promise you, I will personally send you to prison. Zhang Jingwen's face darkened. Han Fang hurried over and urged the driver to start the car. Zhang Jingwen did not have time to say anything as the driver stepped on the gas and drove straight ahead. Meanwhile, the sound of sirens approached rapidly. Luo Shuyan also arrived, along with the traffic police and Luo Shuyan's men. Suddenly, the previously deserted street was packed with people. Non-crossing finally felt relieved. Luo Shuyan approached. Is everyone okay? Duanyi. We're fine. However, I might not be able to intervene in Nanxing's situation. In the future, I may have to trouble brother. Luo Shuyan's face darkened for a moment, but then gritted his teeth and said, if it weren't for King Yuan, I wouldn't have meddled in your mess. But you at least need to give me a specific time. I can't keep shadowing non-crossing all the time. Your sister-in-law would get mad. Duanyi pondered for 2 seconds. 2 months. Luo Shuyan patted him on the shoulder. Then let it be 2 months. Luo Shuyan added, I'll have someone send non-crossing home. You hurry back. King Yuan is waiting for you. Duanyi nodded, ready to leave. But Luo Shuyan asked one more question. In your heart, what is non-crossing to you? Despite asking Duanyi, Luo Shuyan's gaze fell on non-crossing as she approached. Non-crossing stood there, torn between approaching or stepping back. Rationally, she knew she should leave, but her feet felt heavy as lead, rooted to the spot. Duanyi, a classmate, just an ordinary classmate. He continued, brother, you don't need to test me. In my heart, non-crossing and I ended 2 years ago, or maybe that's incorrect. It seems like we never even started. Right now, I have a lifelong partner, and that partner is Luo Qingyuan, the mother of my future children. I will never let go of her hand and will protect her. Even though she knew, non-crossing stood there as pale as snow. After speaking, when he didn't glance back and confidently walked towards Luo Shuyan's car. After considering, when he walked so fast that he barely greeted Yongfen, he just left. Luo Shuyan walked over, non-crossing composed herself, smiled, and said, thank you. Luo Shuyan remained cold. If she were an unappreciative woman, he would have kept her away from Duanyi. But non-crossing, she was okay. Not as bad as he had imagined. Luo Shuyan. No need. Saying that, Luo Shuyan was about to leave. But non-crossing said, Luo big brother, I know your intentions. Don't worry, I am clear about it, and I understand my role and what I should do. Non-crossing lowered her head and whispered, and, Sister Luo, is truly wonderful. Who wouldn't like such a radiant woman? If it were someone else, non-crossing might have still resisted, but being next to Duanyi, the person who, despite knowing about her past with him, held her hand when danger approached. He was a very good guy. Non-crossing admired her. Non-crossing, my home is not far from here. I can go back by myself. No need to trouble you all. After that, non-crossing politely thanked Duanyi and declined his offer to walk her home. Watching as she walked back home, as the evening breeze blew, she felt her heart ache, both painfully and thankfully. Pain because of love, and gratitude because she hadn't loved the wrong person, and because her loved one had someone very good by their side. Until today, she had hoped that Duanyi would occasionally remember her kindness, but now, she knew better. She hoped for Duanyi and Luo Qingyuan to be safe and happy for years to come. Tears blurred her vision, and she once again felt the suffocating pain. But by the time she reached the entrance of the residential area, she wiped away her tears. Non-crossing softly said, sometimes, I really hate this world. But sometimes, she also loved this world. Non-crossing returned home. Though her eyes were still slightly red, she entered the house with a smile. Mom, Dad, I'm back. Because in this world, not only did she love someone, but there were people who loved her. Meanwhile, Duanyi, driving the car, was on a Bluetooth call with Luo Qingyuan. Duanyi, I'll likely be home in half an hour. It's been tough waiting for me, my dear wife. Luo Qingyuan was in a nightgown, her long beautiful hair draping down as she lay on the sofa, watching where they took wedding photos. Hearing Duanyi's voice, she smiled happily, her voice soft and sweet. No, I'm happy to wait for you. Duanyi, when you come back, let's take a look at the place where the wedding photos were taken. Everyone else has wedding photos at home, but we don't. Duanyi's heart softened, readily agreeing, we'll do as sister says. Luo Qingyuan raised an eyebrow, her lips slightly curled. Will you start calling me sister now? Duanyi laughed, because it makes you happy. Luo Qingyuan, watch what you said. Focus on driving. Don't get distracted. Duanyi. Yes, I have to get home to see my whole world. Luo Qingyuan's heart skipped a beat. Although they seemed like an old married couple, the sweet nothings were still irreplaceable. She loved Duanyi's words and affection. The couple was each other's whole world. Duanyi, you can kiss and hug me in any position when I come home. Older sister, wait for me. Luo Qingyuan laughed, her eyes sparkling with joy, softly reply, wait for you. Love you. Duanyi ran all the way, directly rushing back home. In theory, they saw each other every day and it hadn't been long since they separated, but Duanyi just missed her a lot, and it seemed that Luo Qingyuan also knew how much he missed her. The moment she opened the door, Luo Qingyuan rushed towards him and jumped onto him. Duanyi could only close the door with one hand and catch her securely with the other. Duanyi ran back, feeling hot all over, but Luo Qingyuan was lying on the sofa, a little camisole, having just taken a shower not long ago, her body slightly cool, still fragrant. Duanyi's heart strangely calmed down. Honestly, tonight was very thrilling. Even though everything was under his control, he still feared that Luo Qingyuan would be hurt because of this. Luo Qingyuan hugged his neck, wrapped her legs around his waist, feeling his strong heartbeat. Luo Qingyuan buried her head deeply beside his right ear. Duanyi softly responded, then held her tighter. Hugging each other was sometimes the antidote between them. When Duanyi rushed back, he felt like there were so many things he wanted to say to Luo Qingyuan, but when he actually hugged her, his mind went blank. He thought, as long as Luo Qingyuan was by his side, everything would be fine. Duanyi's account had received 1 million, but he didn't care at all. He directly carried Luo Qingyuan into the bedroom, put her on the bed, and couldn't wait to pull off her clothes. Qingyuan, let's have a child. Whether it's a boy or a girl, I will love them very much. As Duanyi said this, both of their thoughts went back to the time when they first met, the 3 rules they set, the contract with 2 copies. Luo Qingyuan smiled mysteriously, with a hint of playfulness in her eyes. She directly pressed his mischievous hand. When Duanyi raised his head, he saw the expression on Luo Qingyuan's face, and he felt a sudden pang in his heart. It seemed like Luo Qingyuan was going to settle the score. Luo Qingyuan, who was it back then, refusing to have a son with me? And now, what's wrong with A? Have you lost your mind? Remembering the contract that had long been lost and covered in dust, Duanyi also felt like laughing. Things are different now than back then. Luo Qingyuan wanted to say something else, but Duanyi forcibly covered her mouth. After some time, Duanyi leaned close to her ear and said, "Forget about the contract, I don't need the money. The child is mine, and everything else is up to you." With her mind still fuzzy, how could things be settled just like that? 3 years. She vividly remembered the solemn promise he made to not sleep with her. Women, once they bring up the past, they become very rational. Even though she had little strength left, Luo Qingyuan tried to crawl away. "No, since you didn't want to sleep with me before, I won't let you now." Duanyi dragged her back by the feet, trying to bring up old issues in front of him, not allowing him to eat meat. That wouldn't do. Honestly, Duanyi regretted it too. If they had been harmonious earlier, maybe their child would have been born by now. The night passed by with its own ups and downs. "Just call me brother." Many refusals from Luo Qingyuan. Finally, she cried out, "Brother Duan." Days passed by calmly. Luo Qingyuan and Duanyi went to work every day, came home in the evening to play with the cat and dog, and tried to conceive a child. Luo Qingyuan had already started preparing seriously, and Duanyi went with her to the hospital a few times. He couldn't cook, but during these days, he also learned to make nutritious soup. September arrived quickly, and the rainy season began in Kyoto, with continuous rain making people agitated. The Zhang family seemed to have disappeared, but Duanyi started coming home later and later. She didn't want to inquire about the Zhang family's affairs, but she knew that Duanyi was preparing to completely overthrow the Zhang family. Recently, Luo Shuyan was also busy. The business of the Luo family had almost spread nationwide, and although most of the business had separated from the Zhang family, some enterprises were still being suppressed and threatened by the Zhang family, causing several factories to be unable to operate. You see, if a factory couldn't operate, it meant that thousands of workers wouldn't get paid. For the Luo family, this was a small loss, but what about the workers who relied on the Luo family for a living? A few hundred yuan a day could make many people afraid to even be late to work. Therefore, Luo Shuyan was very distressed. Luo Qingyuan also tried her best to use her influence and money to try to make everything run normally, but it wasn't something that could be accomplished overnight. Zhang family, study room. Zhang Jingchuan had already been discharged from a hospital, but because of a broken leg, he could only sit in a wheelchair. Zhang Jingwen was reviewing reports, under pressure from the Luo family. The Zhang family was in a more miserable state than the Luo family. Zhang Jingchuan couldn't do anything while lying in bed all this time, but he couldn't swallow this insult and sent Ba Chao to sneak into Hen Lun Group, snipping the lucky bamboo placed at the entrance of each department of Hen Lun Group. Ba Chao was caught and was still reflecting in the detention center. Zhang Jingchuan had tried to bail him out many times, but no one gave him face and insisted on keeping Ba Chao detained for 15 days. It was said that everyone at Hen Lun Group had to greet Zhang Jingchuan 100 times a day, calling him despicable and shameless. If they couldn't defeat him, they would cut down the lucky bamboo. It was even rumored that when some people passed by the Zhang Group's entrance, they would spit on the company's gate, cursing them to have no descendants. They even said it was no wonder he was jilted, because he was dishonest. The employees of both companies were also in a constant quarrel. Previously, they at least had cooperation, and they were polite on the surface. Now, it was said that the detailed division of labor in the factories had to be separated into sections for the Luo family and the Zhang family, and even projects had to be separated. There were even small-scale arguments among employees, and disagreements could escalate to physical fights. More aggravation caused Zhang Jingquan's condition to worsen, until he was discharged today. Zhang Jingquan couldn't sit still all day and came to find Zhang Jingwen. He couldn't understand why, after more than a month, his brother hadn't taken action against the Duan family. Zhang Jingquan, brother, you promised me that the Duan family wouldn't be spared. Zhang Jingwen didn't even look up, just threw the information at him. Since you have been discharged, get ready for the wedding. Wedding. Zhang Jingquan suspiciously opened the file, thinking it was Luo Qingyuan, but it turned out to be Shen Nian. Yes, this was a prenuptial agreement. The Shen family had promised to marry the Zhang family. Zhang Jingquan, I don't like Shen Nian, I won't marry her. Zhang Jingwen, marriage with the Shen family would give us the power to compete with the Luo family. Whether you marry or not is up to you. Zhang Jingquan hesitated, unable to make a decision at once. Brother, why does it have to be me for the marriage alliance? You haven't even married yet, and you're not getting any younger. Zhang Jingwen was surprised, then smiled, saying, brother has been living on the edge of a knife. Zhang Jingwen continued, Jingquan, your hands are clean. You just need to take care of the Zhang family, leave the rest to me. After saying that, Zhang Jingwen glanced at Zhang Jingquan's leg, his eyes filled with seriousness. He had to avenge this grudge, but not now. Zhang Jingquan, filled with gratitude, was about to speak, but Zhang Jingwen interrupted. Yin Nuan, she's under your care, right? Zhang Jingquan suddenly remembered that due to his injury, he hadn't checked up on her in a long time. Yes, she's Duanyi's ex-girlfriend. I was planning to use her against Duanyi, but instead, he ended up breaking my leg first. Zhang Jingquan's tone was filled with anger. Zhang Jingwen said, starting tomorrow, bring her back to the Zhang family. Jingquan was taken aback and then sneered, brother, she's a lunatic. Why bring her back? But Zhang Jingwen smiled then said, didn't you just say, brother needs a woman? Currently, non-crossing was surrounded by people from Luo Shuyan, metaphorically resembling a watertight bucket. Yang Fan would occasionally send people to check on her, still holding feelings for non-crossing but unable to find the right opportunity. In Zhang Jingwen's view, risking danger for a woman wasn't worth it. Therefore, he temporarily gave up on non-crossing. However, if an opportunity arose, he would not hesitate to act. After all, non-crossing had the potential to become a successful actress. Her figure and looks tempting anyone. As for Yin Nuan, she was an excellent tool for striking back against Duanyi. Moreover, in the past month, he had observed Yin Nuan and found her to be quite suitable, a person as crazy and determined as he was. He perceived Yin Nuan's dissatisfaction, jealousy, resentment, and hidden endurance, all qualities that made her a good partner. Hearing Zhang Jingwen's words, Jingquan finally nodded. All right, it's up to you, but, brother, my advice is, don't get close to this woman. Zhang Jingwen curiously asked, huh? Why? Jingquan's face portrayed a complex expression as he replied, she's really crazy. She might drag you to the abyss. Zhang Jingquan vividly recalled what Bo Chao had told him. The person they had sent to monitor Yin Nuan had turned rogue one night and ended up having a finger cut off by Yin Nuan, an incident suppressed just last month. Seeing the potential in her rise, he realized that Yin Nuan had to attain a significant status to be a useful tool in his hands. Surprisingly, Zhang Jingwen found this intriguing and considered the idea of Yin Nuan standing against Duanyi entirely. Duanyi's reaction ought to be quite fascinating. Zhang Jingwen concluded, I understand. You go make the arrangements. Jingquan left, leaving Zhang Jingwen without the urge to check the reports, but to look outside the window instead. Like rain drizzled down, in the past month, everything had been progressing smoothly. Business separation between the Zhang and Luo families, along with creating obstacles for the latter, proceeded seamlessly. Even efforts to track Duanyi's movements were successful, but perplexingly, when investigating Jin Corporation's high ranks, besides their positions, nothing suspicious was found. Even though Jin Corporation was a state-owned enterprise, it shouldn't be impossible to uncover more. Frustrated by the obstacles in his plans, Zhang Jingwen hesitated to make any rash moves over the past month. At 11 in the evening, Han Fang arrived in the rain with a stack of files. Boss, they're investigating us. Zhang Jingwen's face turned solemn. Who? Han Fang continued distraughtly. I don't know, we can't trace their source, and we don't even know how long they've been investigating us. Handing over the tracking data from recent days to Zhang Jingwen, Han Fang added, Boss, I hope you refrain from meddling in the Zhang family's affairs, especially concerning Luo's family. Though the Luo family has gained influence in Kyoto over the years, we cannot be sure of their intentions. If it's merely a business confrontation, fine. However, who knows what might happen? Zhang Jingwen's feelings were complicated. With no leads, it seemed like his plans needed to be accelerated. Both Han Fang and Zhang Jingwen suspected Luo Shuyan was behind the investigation. After all, Luo Shuyan's past was largely unknown, particularly within China where things could be radically different. Zhang Jingwen decided, once He Nuan arrives, we'll execute the plan. At the end of this month, we shall depart. Han Fang's eyelids twitched at this decision, realizing Zhang Jingwen intended to use Yi Nuan against Duanyi. But with Duanyi having connections to the Luo family, if they uncovered evidence against him, could they truly flee China? Han Fang attempted another plea, but Zhang Jingwen stood firm, instructing his subordinates to behave cautiously. Understood. Han Fang could only swallow his unease. Concurrently, at the Shen residence, Shen Nianian was furious. Why have you arranged a marriage with the Zhang family without my consent? Dad, Mom, didn't you know that Zhang Jingchuan was previously engaged to the Luo family? Shen Zongbai dismissed her concerns, stating, it's settled. Then, ignoring his daughter, he walked away. Shen Nianian's expression darkened. Unexpectedly, Shen Zhongcheng spoke up. Mom, Dad, I think we should reconsider Nianian's engagement with Zhang Jingchuan. The Zhang family might be influential, but that doesn't mean they are the right match for us. Shen Zhongcheng remembered Duanzi, seeing his capabilities and acknowledging his commendable skills. Despite being an outsider, to earn the respect of the chief of detectives, could he be mediocre? What if Nianian is making the right choice this time? With tensions escalating between the Zhang and Luo families, it seemed wise for intelligent individuals to remain neutral. Moreover, with Nianian being good friends with Luo Qingyuan, it would be unwise to take the Zhang family's side and inadvertently start a conflict with Luo's family. Shen Zhongcheng couldn't grasp his father's intentions anymore. Midway through departure, Shen Zongbai halted, turned to Shen Zhongcheng with a cold snort. You're just a child. What do you understand? Shen Nianian retorted. What benefits did the Zhang family offer you to agree to this marriage? Are you really selling your daughter like this? Shut down any further conversation. Qian hastily intervened. Nianian, what are you saying? Your parents are considering your future welfare. How could we harm you? Shen Zongbai, vexed by Nianian's accusations, strode over. Nianian, do you want a harsh lesson now? Before Nianian could react, a familiar voice echoed from outside the door. Duanzi chimed in. Oh, father-in-law, who are you planning to discipline? Care to share with me? Nianian's eyes suddenly sparkled. Shen Zongbo, Shen Chongcheng, and Tian all turned around to look back, including the housekeepers of the Shen family, all curiously watching Duanzi. Duanzi did not come empty-handed. Both hands were full of nutritional supplements and fruits. Of course, there was also Wangzai milk that Shen Nianian loved to drink, a whole box of it. He walked straight over and directly placed those things on the ground. Shen Nianian walked straight over, then brazenly held onto his arm and smilingly said, You're here. Duanzi chuckled and said, If I don't come, won't my wife be sent away? Shen Nianian blushed a bit and coquettishly retorted, Who's your wife? You're just talking nonsense. Looking at Shen Nianian's daughterly appearance, Duanzi's heart softened a bit. Originally, they had agreed that he would visit after the Zhang family's banquet, but he had been too busy this month, barely having time to touch the ground, needing to help Yanfan investigate cases, manage his own work, and find time to look into the messy matters of the Zhang family. Wouldn't it be too delayed? Duanzi wanted to apologize to Shen Nianian in person, but an untimely voice interrupted their sweet talk. Shen Zongbo, who let him in? Are the security guards useless? Shen Nianian, startled, held on to Duanzi tighter, but Duanzi calmly patted her hand and then stepped forward, saying, Shen uncle, your people can't stop me. Shen Zongbo's face turned pale with anger. What Shen uncle? Who are you calling uncle? You're Duanzi, right? I absolutely do not allow you to be with my Nianian. You're just a useless person without anything. How can you think about being with my Nyanyan? When Shen Nyanyan heard this, she became even angrier. Shen Zongbo could scold her all he wanted, but how could he humiliate DRIZZLE like that? Just as she was about to speak up, DRIZZLE pulled her behind him, stopping her from saying anything. DRIZZLE, I truly care for Nyanyan. I want to marry her. After saying that, DRIZZLE suddenly smiled, then tightened his grip on Shen Nyanyan's slightly cold fingers. I want to marry Shen Nyanyan, and no one can stop me, not even you, Nyanyan's father. I won't back down. Shen Zongbo was struck with a painful sensation in his chest due to DRIZZLE's words, and Yan, seeing this, hurried over to support him, saying, You, talk nicely with the kids, why get so worked up? You know your health isn't the best. Yan helped Shen Zongbo to the sofa to sit down. Shen Chongcheng glanced at them, then waved to dismiss the housekeepers and followed suit. Previously Shen Chongcheng had thought that DRIZZLE was truly not suitable for his older sister, but now he didn't think that way anymore. The Shen family did not have the capability to rival the Luo family. Thus, in the vast living room, only the four of them remained. Shen Nyanyan also pulled DRIZZLE to sit down. Yan spoke first. DRIZZLE, Nyanyan is already engaged. She's Zhang Jingchuan's fiancée. Shen Nyanyan hurriedly pulled DRIZZLE, anxiously explaining, It's not true. I didn't know about this. DRIZZLE nodded, showing no sign of panic on his face, instead reassuring Shen Nyanyan, I know. At the same time, DRIZZLE turned to Yan, Auntie, the Zhang family doesn't dare to go through with this marriage. Yan wanted to argue, saying that the contract had already been signed. The DRIZZLE said, I've seen that contract, it's already illegal and lacks any legal significance. Moreover, with the Zhang family currently embroiled in a fierce conflict with the Luo family, many of the Zhang family's factories have begun to close down, with a considerable number of workers flooding into Luo family's factories. Considering the massive amount of losses incurred by the Zhang family, it's likely in the billion range. At such a time, if the Zhang family extends such a large olive branch, seeking an alliance with the Shen family, do you truly believe they have no ulterior motives? Shen Zongbo coldly snorted. Outrageous. What do you, a junior, understand? Just can't compete with the Luo family, even though the latter has prevailed in recent years. Isn't it enough for the Zhang family to deal with such a huge olive branch now, seeking a union with the Shen family? Do you not think they have other intentions? Shen Zongbo turned pale and said, Don't you understand what the Zhang family knows? It's everything. Shen Zongbo's face darkened completely. He felt like the Zhang family had betrayed him. He hadn't even started working with them, just preparing to cooperate, and they're already playing such tricks on him. Uncle Shen, it is prohibited within the borders of Huaxio for individuals or private organizations to traffic guns and ammunition. That's a serious crime. S words caused Shen Zongbo to stand up abruptly. You. What nonsense are you spouting? That's the Zhang family's business. What does it have to do with my Shen family? If that's the case, then I've overthought. Uncle Shen, the cooperation hasn't begun yet, so there's still time for everything. I'm assured of the important matters concerning the Shen family, and as long as they operate within the legal framework, they can stand firm. It just takes some funds to resolve the past issues. However, in this world, things that can be solved with money are considered small matters. Shen Zongbai's mind was buzzing. Yes, although the betrothal gift given by the Zhang family was high, it was far from reaching what he wanted. What he truly wanted was the things in Zhang Jingwen's hands. DRIZZLE, who are you exactly? Uncle Shen, I'm just a consultant at the police station. No, a consultant wouldn't be able to find out these things. DRIZZLE's eyes were bright. He said, Uncle Shen, this is Huazia. In Huazia, anything is possible. Righteousness will never yield to lawlessness. Therefore, the downfall of the Zhang family is just a matter of time. Shen Zongbai was not easily swayed. He said, Tell me the truth. Who is your grandfather? And your two cousins, your brother's wife? And your father? Your father is an engineer. So what kind of engineer is he? DRIZZLE raised his eyebrows. It was somewhat unexpected for him, but they are all ordinary people, serving the people. Shen Zongbai was ambitious. DRIZZLE knew. So, DRIZZLE said, Uncle Shen, I like your daughter, so I'm willing to give you advice. But if you still refuse to see reason and insist on your own way, I will marry your daughter, and your life will probably come to an end. Shen Zongbai narrowed his eyes. Are you threatening me? DRIZZLE shook his head. Not a threat, but treating you as a future father-in-law. DRIZZLE smiled again, because if the person sitting in front of me at this moment was Zhang Jingwen or Zhang Jingchuan, he wouldn't have this opportunity, sitting face to face with me on the sofa. Shen Zongbai's heart was once again stirred up by waves of shock. DRIZZLE had said all that needed to be said, so he stood up, bent down to pick up the Wanziai milk he had brought to coax his wife, and prepared to go upstairs. Shen Zongbai's voice came from behind, giving DRIZZLE a small startle. Is your elder brother a second lieutenant? DRIZZLE turned back. Uncle Shen, please forgive me for not being able to answer. Shen Zongbai asked, if I agree to you being engaged to Shen Nianian, will your elder brother come? DRIZZLE smiled. Not necessarily, but if you agree, I will have my grandfather come personally to propose, to show respect from the Duan family to Nianian. Of course, breaking off the engagement with the Zhang family now might be threatened by the Zhang family. Uncle Shen, don't worry, the Shen family is like an iron bucket at the moment. The people of the Zhang family can't infiltrate and dare not enter. With that, DRIZZLE did not linger any longer and turned to leave. Shen Zongbai had no idea who DRIZZLE's grandfather was or what he did. All he knew was that the information was highly confidential. He couldn't even find his name. But thinking about the words DRIZZLE said, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. Even his fingers were trembling slightly. The unknown fear. He finally experienced it. With Shen Zongbai's years of experience in the business world, he fatally felt. Everyone thinks that the Duan family is backed by the Luo family, but how does he feel? That the Duan family is the one behind the Luo family. If that's the case, Shen Zongbai quickly stood up and hurried towards the study. He tore up the prenuptial agreement directly. Tearing it up was not enough. He even took out a lighter and burned it to ashes. It had started to drizzle lightly outside again at some point. Shen Zongbai stood by the window, looking out. Even though he couldn't see anything, he felt the night was surging, as if countless people were lurking in the darkness, waiting quietly. Shen Zongbai began to feel lucky that the agreement only mentioned the betrothal gift. He was lucky that he hadn't gotten involved with the Zhang family's business. Verbal promises shouldn't mean much, right? The study door creaked open. Qian walked in, frowning. What are you burning? You're making the house all smoky. Shen Zongbai sighed. I think we should confirm the engagement between DRIZZLE and Nianian soon. Qian said. I think so too. Seize the opportunity. Qian's voice suddenly stopped. What? DRIZZLE? Shen Zongbai nodded, with a worried look on his face. Yes, DRIZZLE. Qian couldn't believe her eyes. Persuaded in less than an hour. In her impression, Shen Zongbai was not an easy person to persuade. But Shen Zongbai seemed tired. He had not felt this kind of unease in a long time, so he didn't explain. He couldn't explain anything. He just said, the Duan family is extraordinary. It seems like we really can't afford to provoke them. Qian looked shocked. What do you mean? Are they more powerful than the big officials in Kyoto City? Shen Zongbai interrupted her. Those chaotic people, they might not be on the same level as the Duan family. Don't ask about these things in the future. Don't mention them again. Qian was even more surprised. Were they going to be cut off from that mysterious world? She dared not ask, only pondered for a moment, then said repeatedly, Okay, I'll go find Nianian now. Shen Zongbai said, There's no hurry. Let's talk about it tomorrow. DRIZZLE is in his room. Shen Zongbai remembered that after the last banquet, Shen Chongcheng had mentioned that the Duan brothers were skilled, not inferior to bodyguards. At that time, he thought Shen Chongcheng was exaggerating. But now, could an ordinary person discover such secretive information about the Zhang family? Qian and Shen Zongbai glanced at each other, both with a lingering fear. Were they going to have to rely on the Duan family in the future? Was that their only way? And at this moment, the person they feared was outside trying to coax his wife. After finally persuading Shen Nianian to open the door, the result was that Shen Nianian made DRIZZLE stand outside. Shen Nianian was sitting on the lazy sofa, sipping her Wanziai milk, looking at DRIZZLE with an unfriendly gaze. You're only coming now. Why didn't you wait until after I got married? DRIZZLE couldn't help but laugh and cry. This girl, she could grab his weakness and start acting up. How could I bear to wait until after you're married? But, my dear wife, the timing of my arrival right now is the best. By tomorrow morning, your father will surely agree to betroth you to me. Do you believe it? Shen Nianian took a few sips of milk, hummed twice. Don't believe it. Without me this month, Who knows how carefree you'd be living? Man, HMTH. Mother understands very well. DRIZZLE didn't bother to argue with Shen Nyanian anymore. He straightforwardly walked over, and before Shen Nyanian could react, he pressed her down. As a result, the Wang Ziai milk in Shen Nyanian's mouth sprayed all over her face, and a lot of it landed on her snow-white neck. Shen Nyanian screamed, "Ah! DRIZZLE, what are you doing?" DRIZZLE's eyes were fiery. "You said you understand, man? Then guess, what am I doing? Little Nyanian, after not seeing each other for a few days, are you showing off in front of me?" DRIZZLE used to be puzzled as to why this girl liked drinking things that children drink. But now, he understood. He'd have to buy more in the future. Not long after. "DRIZZLE, you jerk." The next day, at noon, their door was knocked. DRIZZLE went to open it, and it was a young maid. Seeing DRIZZLE, the maid couldn't help but blush and whispered, "Sir, Master and Madam would like you and Miss to have lunch in the dining room." DRIZZLE nodded. "Got it." After speaking, he closed the door. The young maid finally breathed a sigh of relief. She touched her slightly flushed cheeks and couldn't help muttering to herself, "Sir is quite handsome, and has a good figure." Meanwhile, the sir she mentioned had already lifted sleepy Shen Nyanian, who was still lying in bed, and carried her directly into the bathroom. Shen Nyanian was still groggy but didn't forget to slap him. "You, let me go, I want to sleep." DRIZZLE, unfazed, patted her bottom. "You've slept long enough. Come down and have lunch first." Shen Nyanian, tired and hungry, didn't even bother to lift a finger. DRIZZLE worked quickly, not looking away as he washed the little wife. At 12:30, Shen Nyanian and DRIZZLE came downstairs in high spirits and arrived at the dining room. The atmosphere today was clearly different from yesterday. The table was filled with a variety of dishes, even dishes like braised tripe and stir-fried liver from Kyoto were served. There were poultry, duck, and fish dishes. It was like a grand feast. Shen Zongbai saw them coming down and even stood up, welcoming DRIZZLE with a smile. Come, DRIZZLE, Nyanian. We've been waiting for you." Yue added, "Hurry, the food is getting cold. Your father specially had the household busy all morning." Shen Chongcheng found it amusing and chuckled. "Yes, sister, future brother-in-law, I've been hungry for ages." Shen Nyanian couldn't help but feel shocked. Are these cheerful people really her parents? What means had DRIZZLE used exactly? Shen Nyanian was at a loss for how to react for a moment, while DRIZZLE, as calm as ever, held her hand and sat down. DRIZZLE said, "Thank you for your efforts, uncle and aunt." Shen Zongbai laughed heartily. "It's nothing. Not at all a bother." Yue said, "Try these. They are all home-cooked dishes. We are all family. Come often in the future." DRIZZLE nodded with a smile. Shen Nyanian found the atmosphere very strange and couldn't help but pull DRIZZLE's sleeve. DRIZZLE then lowered his head. Shen Nyanian asked in a soft voice, "What did you do? Cast a spell?" DRIZZLE replied, "Well, let's just say I cast a spell." Yue interjected, "Nyanian, pass some dishes to DRIZZLE." So, Shen Nyanian glared at DRIZZLE and put a piece of sweet and sour pork into his bowl, saying, "Go ahead and eat." Humph. In just one evening, his status rose. Shen Nyanian was not willing at all. If she had known DRIZZLE could resolve it by coming, why should she endure so much suffering? DRIZZLE was not unaware of the thoughts Shen Nyanian held. He felt both helpless and amused. He personally picked up a dish for Shen Nyanian. "All right, don't be angry. I'll talk to your parents later and propose formally. How about that?" DRIZZLE patiently coaxed the little wife, a scene that amazed everyone in the household, especially Shen Zongbai. Given DRIZZLE's dominance yesterday, he even doubted that if he weren't Shen Nyanian's father, he might have scolded DRIZZLE in anger. Shen Chongcheng silently watched the show, but found it somewhat entertaining. Yue was also surprised. Did DRIZZLE really listen to Shen Nyanian? Shen Nyanian, upon hearing DRIZZLE's words, blushed and said, "While eating, who agreed to marry you?" Shen Chongcheng laughed. "Sister, your face is as red as a monkey's buttocks. And you still say you won't marry him?" Shen Chongcheng's words instantly livened up the atmosphere at the table. Shen Nyanian said, "Nonsense. Can't you keep quiet even at dinner?" Shen Chongcheng replied, "Brother-in-law, let me tell you, she pretended to be an ordinary person in H City before, and even had multiple disputes with Dad and Mom because of you. Remember that May Day holiday? Dad locked her at home for several days, talking endlessly until her mouth almost bled before letting her go.